Ashlin, just sleep, I said to the silver-colored sparrow who is gazing outside the window standing on the action figure Elizabeth Collins, which looked like a girl with eagle wings behind her back and crown of white eagle feathers on her head. She looks really valiant. Tomorrow is an important day for me and Ashlin. Tomorrow is the day when I and Ashlin will perform the bonding ceremony. Ashlin is the mutated gray spark sparrow breed. This breed of a sparrow usually gray-colored with light brown color on their wings, and there is always fire spark on their wings. That is why their breed is known as gray spark sparrow. They are also one of the most common monster species in the world. But Ashlin is born mutated. Her whole body is shiny silver and she had a silver-colored fire which she can throw from her mouth at her will. From the moment she was born, she was different from all her siblings, her nature completely different from silver spark sparrows who are known for their mild temperament and friendliness. She is aggressive and indifferent, all her siblings become completely afraid even to play with her. She was with me from the day she was born. She is 5 months old now and nearly a palm-sized chubby sparrow. All the silver spark sparrows are about palm size when they are at private stage, only if they evolve to the specialist stage then sparrow's size would change. Feeling bored or maybe sleepy, she flies and landed on my shoulder, then she walks into blanket and sleeps on my chest snuggling into the blanket. She never slept in on her own bed which is on the table. I petted her shiny silver-colored fur as she slept contentedly on my chest. She is cute chubby sparrow who acted arrogantly all day, never let anyone pet her except for family and had her own taste on the food. Choo choo, I wake up by the sound of Ashlin's beak touching my face. I open me to see her tiny self standing in front of my face proudly with a haughty face. Good morning to you to Ashlin, I said as I woke up. I petted her lovingly. She started to rub her face against my hand gently. Sometimes later, as if knowing it is enough petting, she moved away from my hand and went back to her arrogant self. I freshen up, take bath and came back to my bedroom, Ashlin still in her usual place by the window watching the lake from it. I remove Ashlin's brush and called her, Ashlin come. I said waving brush toward her. Seeing the brush, she readily comes to lap. This is one of her favorite activities in the day. With the brush I massaged and combed her fur as she sighed in content in my lap. Doing this for 10 minutes, I kept the brush back into the table. Ashlin did not linger long as she flew away towards the kitchen as it was time for her lunch. I also followed behind her for breakfast. On the breakfast table, there already 2 people and 2 big gray spark sparrows, 3 times the size of Ashlin eating. Ashlin landed in front of my mother. Choo, choo, you want your dinner, Ashlin? Mother asked. Ashlin nodded with her head. Mother petted her lovingly. Today is a special day, so I brought a special treat for you. Hearing word special treat, Ashlin's eyes sparkled. Mom took out a small package from the kitchen counter and opened it in Ashlin's bowl. Looking at small red meat pieces, her eyes went round. These meat pieces are the meat of specialist stage monster. Even her parents, who are also at LV.1 and LV.2 specialist stage, could only get to eat once a month. This one packet of meat costs 50 Republic credit. Ashlin starts to eat with relish. She even spits her ash fire on meat pieces to heat it according to her tastes before eating. In 5 minutes she finished all her meat and laid on her stomach lazily as if she overate. Her face looked like she ate more than she could digest. Really, she ate 3/4 of her size. That's the diet of her parents. Ha ha ha, we all laugh seeing her like this. She didn't even glance at us as we laugh at her. It is her habit. Whenever she finds something tasty, she will overeat her fill and will lay on her stomach lazily. She will be fine in half an hour. I ate the honeyed pancakes. They are really tasty. The mother must bring honey of specialist grade monster. We rarely eat such delicacy as my parents neck deep in the loan. 5 years ago our old town destroyed in monster horde. All our properties got destroyed. Our family barely avoided destruction. By the time horde ran past the town and we got out of safety bunker, there is nothing that could be salvaged. We moved to this town and have to take a loan for necessities and house. My parents work town hospital as both of my parents are LV.1 monster doctors. They earn enough monthly to pay EMI of the loan and run the house frugally as possible. Every one of those who is 16 years has to bond with their monster. As one of the class toppers, I got the offers from government and various organization. They offered me class 7 strain monster, but I rejected them for Ashlin. It seems completely idiotic choice to others, and even my parents also objected it, as there is a vast difference between Class 2 strain and Class 7 strain, but I still chose Ashlin. I got the feeling from the bottom of heart that Ashlin is the best partner for me. I saw her come out eggs with sticky silver-colored fur, she completely different from her siblings, her eyes were curious and inquisitive. On the first sight I fell in love with her. She was quite slim when she was born, but her special love for food made her little chubby. It was also due to her love for high-grade food that she broke through at LV1 of private stage in 2.5 months after her birth. We were quite shocked by her breakthrough. Normally monsters who hadn't had a blood bond or had high-grade strain, they didn't normally make a breakthrough. My parents were so ecstatic, they thought Ashlin inherited some strain of powerful ancestor, they paid a high price to check it. But all their hopes are for naught. Ashlin didn't have any special strain of some powerful monster, she is just mutated from Silver Spark Sparrow, and her talent also increased a little, which is low level, nearly reaching medium level. She could reach 3rd level of specialist stage, which is higher than common gray spark sparrows, whose limits are a 2nd or 3rd level of specialist stage. I wouldn't part with Ashlin even if I could have a chance to get monster with mythical strain. I walk back to my room before leaving for ceremony. I wear my holographic watch, which I forgot to wear earlier. Standing in front of the mirror, I check myself in the mirror. I am wearing a white-colored shirt and trousers. For a blood bond ceremony, most of the people wear white. It is not a law to only wear white, you can wear other color, but you will feel awkward only one wearing different color in the sea of white. I am average in looks, with average height, a face which neither handsome nor ugly, with black hair. People say that the only noticeable thing about me my vibrant green eyes. Flap flap, Ashlin come flying and landed on my shoulder. It was a favorite spot. Today is the big day for us, Ashlin, I said as I patted her silky smooth silver-colored fur. My parents already waiting by the door. Ready, Micheal, said mother. I nodded. 2 silver spark sparrows suddenly disappeared inside my parents. You can store your monster inside you. This is an ability you get after you bonded with your monster partner. You will also get the abilities your monster partner has. After bonding with the Ashlin, I might get her silver fire ability. That is called monster integration. You will integrate the abilities of your monster partner within yourself. Your lifespan will also increase as you and your partner broke through different grades. Your grade is directly dependent upon your monster's grade. As your monster broke through grades, your grade will also advance with your monster. Chapter 3 Ellen. I walked to the town square with my parents. Many parents could be seen with their children today, as graduating class will bond with their monsters. There are many monsters are there, with people from tri-colored butterflies to gem claw cats. All types of the monster were there. Some people could be seen riding on their monster. The monsters are parts of everyday life. Most of the monsters in Class 3 cities are strain 2 like silver spark sparrows. Micheal. I heard someone is calling me. I looked to see. It was my friend Ron and his parents, which are trailing behind him. He is holding in his hand his light green wolf cub, whose fur looked waving in the air, but there was no wind. That monster is known as Wind Wolf. It has Class 6 strain. It has the ability to level up to lieutenant level. As Ron came closer, the Wind Wolf which is in his arm hidden further into it. Nothing to fear, Johnny, I will protect you from her, he said and patted his Wind Wolf. I smiled looking at this. A month ago, when Ron brought his Wind Wolf named Johnny to show off, Johnny was quite mischievous and started to tease Ashlin. At first, as Ashlin didn't even glance at his teasing, but when Johnny started her teasing with his wind gales, getting licensed by it, she breathed her silver fire at him, from which Johnny started yelps in pain. From that moment on, Johnny developed little fear for the Ashlin. Whenever he saw Ashlin, he hides behind Ron. Johnny, have you been a good boy? I said, and patted the wolf monster. He cried happily as I patted him. Chirp chirp. Ashlin got jealous seeing me patting Johnny. She liked to act arrogant and indifferent, but she gets quite jealous quite easily. Ashlin, good to see you too. Ron said he didn't try to pat Ashlin as he knows she will avoid when I tried to pat her. How are you feeling? I asked Ron, both excited and nervous. He replied, I understand how he is feeling. I am feeling the same emotions. You are leaving tomorrow, right? I asked. Yes, at morning, he said. Every year top 20 students of the batch got an invitation from various organizations and government. They will provide everything to you, your monster partner and suitable mana refinement engine, you just have to sign a term of the service contract with them. The minimum period is 10 years and maximum 15 years, in that time they can't force you to do very dangerous missions if you don't want. I was second in my batch, they offered me class 7 strain monster but I rejected them. There are 2 reasons for me rejecting them. First, I only wanted Ashlin to be my monster and second 9-year contract was too long for me. Ron accepted the contract from one organization for 11 years of service and he even got Johnny from them. We walked toward the town square, that where the ceremony is held every year. There was already a big crowd there in the town square. There is a big stage and in the center of the stage big black stone tile. It is enlightenment stone. When the ceremony is performed on this stone, there is a negligible chance that it fails. In front of the stage, 200 some chairs are placed, they are for the students who are undergoing the ceremony today. Half of the seats are occupied by students with their monsters, the sitting arrangement is strict, everyone's seats arranged according to their score. My seat is arranged in the center of the first row, Ron is also in the front row as his ranked 8th, I took the seat which my name on it. My left side seat is empty and on my right side is Ellen, topper of this batch. I didn't believe when I've heard you rejected all offers but seeing this mutated gray spark Sparrow on your shoulder, it is true I guess, she said, I just smiled at her seeing her blunt nature. Ellen is my good friend and was my best competitor for a top place. For 3 years, we both competing for first place but a final exam, she beats me in the race of first place. On her shoulder has a palm-sized glass spider, this monster is also known as glass spider as it looks and it is one of the best monsters in class 7 strain. Looking at glass spider you must have accepted Crystal Knight's offer, I asked, many organizations have their signature monsters. Just as Ron's Gale Wolf is mainly used by Hermes merchants and Ellen's glass spider especially used by Crystal Knights. It's not like only these organizations have these monsters, other people also have them but it's very rare to see them with other people. Yes, they offered good conditions and I accepted it. She said a small smile could be seen on her face as she said this, she has right to be proud as Crystal Knights are one of the best organizations in the Republic. It's a good choice, they gave you a top class 7 strain monster, I said, for a moment even I felt jealous of her but when Elle thought of little Sparrow on my shoulder, I remember why I declined all those offers. Strain isn't everything Micheal and you must have heard that rumor right? Ellen said, yes strain just shows the map, the actual walking on it have to be done by us and on there are many roadblocks one have to cross. The rumor she mentioned is that those students got selected from the small towns only get monsters who have low talent, it was difficult for them to walk half the way. The youths from the small towns are only used to fill the numbers and mostly given the position's lowest dregs. Sip. Stella. Ellen shouted when I looked toward it, I find that Ellen's glass spider attacked Ashlin with her glass strings and bonded her with it. The anger could be seen in her eyes and suddenly Ashlin's whole body started to burn with silver fire that melted away those glass string, there was still anger in her eyes as she was preparing for an attack. Ashlin calms down. If you don't attack, I will ask Mom to give you special treatment, I said. Hearing special treat she calmed down and flew away to sit on my other shoulder. Micheal, I am sorry. Stella really acts unruly sometimes. Ellen apologized, it's okay, it happening everywhere. I said and looked toward Ron's Gale Wolf, who is fighting Dark Centipede on the ground, both Ron and the youth beside him trying to separate their monsters from the fight. Yes, it happening everywhere, she repeated as she saw the small monsters fighting everywhere. Which training facility are you going? I asked. Crystal Knights had their branches all the important cities in the Republic, usually, they first send their recruit at the training facility where they send their new recruits. Mayfield, I will spend 1 year there. She said. A tinge of expectation could be seen on her face when she said the city's name. Mayfield is class 6 city of the Republic which very close to the Republic's capital, she is halfway in the capital, where most powerful people in the capital reside. What are you going to do? She asked as she knew that Micheal hadn't joined any force or government, with that monster of his future is looking bleak still he wouldn't be staying in this small town. I am going to the Carol City, I lied. She nodded as if understanding my intentions. Carol City is biggest class 5 city in the Republic and one of the popular city famous amongst adventurers. I lied to my friends and parents about my destination because the city I've picked is one of the most dangerous cities in the Republic. Chapter 4 Three-Eyed Devil Monkey. Soon a boy came with swaggering, on his head was a three-eyed monkey, is laughing and dancing. I was shocked seeing it because of that monster is infamous three-eyed devil monkey. I have never been so jealous of someone else monster than I am now, and I am not the only one feeling envy seeing that monkey. I am not seeing things right. I asked Ellen, seeing Kevin with the monkey. No, you are not. Kevin's father found it in the forest when he was tracking a dangerous monster month ago. She replied. He kept the secret well, even my father come to know this morning, she said sounding extremely jealous. This monkey worth to jealous. This monster worth to be jealous, not because it has the highest class of strain, which is class 9, not for his good fighting ability. The most jealous thing about the monkey is that it can evolve to lieutenant rank without any hitch, so, directly making his partner a lieutenant rank fighter without any hard work. Even if Kevin eat and stay home with his three-eyed stone monkey, he will become lieutenant rank in few years without any problem. If anyone would have known Kevin's father found a three-eyed devil monkey a week ago, no even 3 days, a lot of people would have killed Kevin's father and stole that monkey despite him being a man of government and only second to the mayor in power. Hell, it would have invoked greed from the mayor to stole the three-eyed devil monkey. There is still one question that irked me, why didn't Kevin's father made a pact with monkey himself? He doesn't have the second monster right. I asked. She thought for a while before answering my question. He made a pact with his second monster 2 years ago, not many people know it, she answered. As being mayor's daughter she is privy of certain things of the town. Did Kevin join any organization? I asked. Yes, he joined the Shadow Rogues yesterday, his uncle also in Shadow Rogues. She said Shadow Rogues is an organization same level with Crystal Knights. Shadow Rogues has a different style than Crystal Knights, they mostly deal with grave missions. I have even heard the rumors that they also do some assassin jobs, but no one dares to say that on their faces. Cheese, that monkey started to tease its neighbor monster, he is scratching their faces, hitting them from behind and running, and no monster could do anything for that because that monkey is damn fast. It irked many youths as monsters started crying. Seeing antics of monster, Kevin even started laughing complacently. That Kevin being way too complacent. Stella, if that monkey comes near you quickie bind him, Ellen said to her monster. Stella nodded her head as if understanding. Woo, Ron's wind wolf also got hit many times by monkey and started complaining to him. Ron picked up Johnny into his lap and started comforting him. Kevin, keep your monster in check, said the youth whose green vine snake got badly scratched by monkey. Jones, keep babying your monster. If your monster not even going to handle little scratches, how it is going to handle big fights in the future. Kevin mocked him complacently and started laughing again. No one said anything after that, fearing being mocked by Kevin, and what he said also right. If your monster cannot even handle little scratches well, how is it going to handle big fights in the future? Soon that monkey's eyes fell on Stella and started to harass her. Stella tries to do what Ellen said her to do. It hurled her string at the monkey as soon as it grew close, but it was futile. All the string shots were missed, and in return, she got scratched even more. Ellen's felt gloomy seeing her monster got hurt and crying in pain. She quickly took her spider in her lap. Ellen wants nothing but beat the shit out of that monkey, but she couldn't do anything except endure. After having his fun, Stella that monkey moved to another target to harass. After enjoying hitting and scratching another few monsters, it targeted Ashlin. First, it danced in front of her for some time, teasing her with it. Ashlin did not even glance at it. Seeing this, monkey got angry and swiftly hit on the Ashlin's head. Ashlin's eyes got dangerously angry. That monkey really hit very hard. Her eyes back to normal once again. She didn't react being hit, just stared at him intently. Being stared by her, monkey got angry and hit Ashlin again 2 times on the head and the back, but she still didn't react to his provocations. Johnny started laughing, gloating, not at Ashlin but at the monkey. He remembers when he tried to play with Ashlin first time. She had scorched him with fire and that time she was irritated with him, no angry, this stupid monkey really angered her. Micheal, is your little bird as dumb? Kevin asked, seeing his three-eyed devil monkey kept hitting but Michael's monster not even reacting. I looked at Kevin and smiled without saying anything. The smile seemed to irk Kevin but he didn't say anything. He just wanted Billy to hit that dumb bird so hard that she will faint on the spot, but he can't say that because that would be intentional and frowned upon by all adults here. His father is also watching. Kevin is too much. He could have easily called back his monkey but he didn't. Ellen said, but I just smiled and didn't reply, that monkey will soon feel pain. And it did happen not long after that. Chi chi chi, monkey doing teasing dance. Swiftly it moved toward Ashlin to hit her again, but this time something different happened. As it about hit Ashlin with his sharp claws, suddenly Ashlin produced thumb-sized ball of fire and threw it on the face of the monkey. Chi chi chi, monkey cried out as the fire hit it and started to put off the fire with his paws. Ha 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 ha. Everybody started laughing seeing this. That monkey harassed many people's monsters and they were helpless to do anything about it, and seeing it suffering many people started laughing. Micheal, can't you control your low-class monster? Look how it hurt my Billy is. Shouted Kevin, and all of a sudden all got quiet. The mayor, who was also waking to the stage, stopped on his track. It is considered a grave insult to call someone's monster low class, especially in this place where more than 90% people had low-class monsters. It is especially bad when Kevin's father was about run for mayor's election. His father's face has become so red that if they were alone, his father would have beat the shit out of him. Seeing about silence, Kevin looked around to find everyone is looking at him, and even his father's face looked like he was about to beat him. Looking everyone's faces, he realized what he said and his face became distorted like he had eaten a shit. Micheal, I am sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just seeing Billy hurt, I lost my tongue. He said, the damage is done, the apology not going to solve anything. The people are not idiots, they have seen what monkey did to other people monsters when they complained. He rebuked to them and now his monster got hit. He insults the people's monster being low class. They didn't expect this, especially from town's sheriff's son. It's okay, I said. I didn't want to say anything to him, but him being a sheriff's son and sheriff known for his pettiness, I had to say something to forgive him, so that sheriff won't make things difficult. Don't worry, I'll ask my father to look out for your family, Ellen said. Sensing my worries, I relaxed after hearing her. Chapter 5, Bonding Ceremony. Today is the auspicious day. Today our children going form a bond with their monster that will last, said, and started the bonding ceremony. There are about 200 students here. The call for the ceremony is last to first order. The first youth to go on the stage is a girl with her gem cat. The monster and the human stand on the stone, a painful expression come across them and drop of blood come from their bodies and merge together, and it again separated in two and merge into the heart of monster and hum. The monster suddenly turns into energy and entered the body of the human. The whole ceremony finished within a few minutes. The girl felt disoriented at first, then controlled herself well. The mayor handed her a small glass jewelry box size of a fist. Inside that box is fingernail-size black crystal, and its surface thousands of white dots could be seen. The thing is given by mayor to youth is called refinement mold. It is very important to the practice. The refinement mold used to create refinement engine which is constructed inside our heart. It is used to refine mana in our body. The body of monster and human has limited space to store the mana. The purer the mana monster has, the more easily it will advance and evolve. For the human's pure mana just as important, it can easily outlast those are at the same level or those above their level. Have the Crystal Knights sends you refinement engine? I asked. Organization have them special blueprint which suits the monsters they have. This is also one of the reasons organization have their special monster, their monsters best suited for their special refinement engine. No, I didn't accept pre-constructed engine. I have requested a blueprint, I will construct it myself. She said. I was startled hearing this. Almost every student here accepted by organizations accepted pre-constructed engine. But she requested blueprint. Her dreams were really big. The pre-constructed engine can only be made by lieutenant stage or above powerhouse. It's still in marble size, but it's inside. You can see the engine inside it. They are really expensive because they were created by lieutenant-grade powerhouse. If my parents sold their everything including their clothes only, then they will come closer to half a price of pre-constructed refinement engine. Those who can't afford pre-constructed engine had to construct it with refining mold. There are grades of refinement engine blueprint, they are A, B, C, D, while being highest and D being lowest. There are thousands of refinement engine blueprints on the from A to D grade for free on the web. The most difficult problem is constructing them inside our heart. My parents chose to C grade refinement engine, and constructing it they really have to give it all effort. The better your refinement engine is, the more pure mana it will refine. The pre-constructed refinement engines about are all grade, so most youth eagerly chose pre-constructed refinement engines, but there is a huge drawback using pre-constructed refinement engines. When your monster partner and you wanted to evolve to lieutenant grade, you have to remove all the external energies inside your body, i.e. the pre-constructed refinement engine also had the external energies of its creator, as it is not constructed by you. One has to remove the external energy of its maker from refinement engine. It takes years to remove energy of its maker, and some event won't able to do that, making them and their monsters always stranded master realm. But to most of the people, it didn't matter their hope to reach corporal or sergeant stage, they can only dream about master and lieutenant stage. She knows the monster she got from Crystal Knights has a very low talent despite having class 7 strains which have about 2% chance to reach lieutenant stage. The youths who were selected from a small town like us would have the lowest position in the organizations. They were given lowest talent monsters despite their high strain. They only recruit youths from a small town just to fill space and cannon fodder, as she is the one told me about this. Her parents had also joined the organization in their youth and only retired after making their contract term. Ellen is an ambitious girl. She doesn't want to be a filler or cannon fodder. Despite her monster having low talent, she wants to fill what she lacking in talent. She wants to fill it with hard work. Her greatest dream is to participate in League of Heroes, which happened every decade. The next League of Heroes is 5 years later, and minimum qualification it needs is master grade powerhouse. This will her only chance of participating it, as only those below 30 can participate in it. I also want to participate in League of Heroes. I was 11 years old when the League of Heroes happened. It was the same year we came to live in this town. The mayor had set up a big holographic projector in the town square. Everyone one town had come watch in such a big display. God, what fights! They were full of magic, different types of monsters. Trainers were even more amazing with their totems. It was a surreal experience. That moment I decided I want to be there. Millions of people watching me and cheering for me. Not only I, millions of youth watching from their homes or stadium wanted to be them. It was nearly evening when only 20-something youths are remained to form a bond with their monster partner. One by one everyone name called out, and only 5 people are only remaining. Soon, it will be our turn. Are you ready, Ashlin? I asked her as I took her into my lap and patted her softly. Choo choo, she cocked, saying yes. I also smiled. This is where both of our lives will be bound together. Micheal, Mayor called out my name. I like many others before going on a stage and stand on the platform. Opposite of me is Ashlin. I felt pain in the wrist and something inside me, as ever so small part of the break out of me. I think it is my soul. Many researchers have theorized that it is a tiny part of our soul would also break out during bonding ceremony. A drop of my blood, likely mix of soul, flies out of my wrist. Ashlin's blood also floats out and both have started to merge. The merged blood again separates into 2 parts and started to float back toward and body. The drop of blood came closer to me and directly seeps into my temple. My vision blurred a little, but I see Ashlin turned into the globe of energy and directly merged with me. I felt little hot all over my body for a while, then suddenly all of turned normal. The ceremony is over. Ashlin will stay in my body for a day. My body will gain physical strength and higher sense, and most importantly, I will gain Ashlin powers, which are silver fire. My body is rapidly changing, so is my soul connecting with Ashlin, but I didn't feel a thing. Before leaving the stage, Mayor handed me a refinement mold. I went back to my seat. Ellen's name is called out as she is topper and the last candidate to perform blood ceremony. Ellen performed the bonding ceremony with her glass spider. As valedictorian, she gave an awe-inspiring speech. She openly talks about her aspiration to participate in the League of Heroes 5 years later, and we all should follow our dreams no matter how difficult it is. Clap, 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 clap. All youths stood from their seats and started to clap. They all feel motivated by her speech. Short-lived emotions they may feeling, but they all felt inspired because of speech. After the ceremony is over, all people started leaving. Best of luck both of you to your journey. I said to both Ron and Ellen as they were both leaving tomorrow. You too, Micheal. They both. After hugging them goodbye, I left with my parents. Chapter 6 Preparation. I left the town square with my parents. Today had been a very exciting day. It was really an eye-opener, especially Kevin's three-eyed demonic monkey. It was really enviable that boy like a Kevin got such an awesome beast. Mom, I am sleeping, I said to my mother. She nodded. This is normal, sleeping after the ceremony. It is also advisable. The more relaxed your mind and body is, the faster your monster partner able to integrate its powers in you. I fell asleep as soon as my head touched the pillow. Chew, wake up. I woke up by sound. It's not much of sound but an emotion. I opened my eyes, little confused as I felt like voice comes from my mind. Ah. Did you wake me up, Ashlin? I asked in mind. I got an answer through emotions. Ashlin and I had formed a telepathic link, so I can easily sense her emotion telepathically. SSS, Chew, she came out of me and stand on my chest. I am clearly feeling her emotions. She is feeling little hungry and want to be petted. I petted her soft silver feather for some time. Thud, as I was about to get up from my bed, I fell on the floor hard. Ow, shit. I cursed as I remember. I am clearly stronger than yesterday due to integration. My physical strength doubled due to my bonding with Ashlin and thinking of bonding. I look inside my heart where Mystery's space had formed, inside it their large red cloud. I smiled loudly seeing that cloud. I excitedly tried to summon the silver fire which I got from them. First, there are small spark, but then it slowly turned into small fire, and soon it became fist size. Ha ha ha, I started to laugh seeing the fire. Really, I got Ashlin's silver fire. I feel so happy looking at this fire. This fire is amazing. I was so enamored by it. Ashlin, look. I asked Ashlin to look at my hand in which is silver fire is burning, but she only gave me look from the then look away, not giving more than a moment of look. I laughed after seeing this. She hasn't changed a bit even after our bonding. I call back the silver fire as I had my fun. I don't know how I summoned the fire seeing I just got the powers today, but I somehow know. It is perks of bonding. You will be automatically proficient in your monster's powers. It took me little time to get used to my improved physical strength. I freshen up and walk toward the kitchen with Ashlin over my shoulder as we are both feeling hungry. I slept about 24 hours and it is evening now. When I walk into the kitchen there was no one in the kitchen. I took out food for both me and Ashlin. She was little unhappy out not getting special food yesterday. What she was eating now still grade 2 food, but it is plant-based and not monster's meat, which is way more expensive. Most of the people not able to afford graded food for their monsters eat what they ate. We are able to afford it because my parents are doctors. LV1 that they may be, they still able to give their mothers a good food. As we about to finish our food when my parents come back. Micheal, how do you feel? My father asked. Very good and energetic. I replied as I was feeling really energetic. You will be constructing refining engine tonight, right? Asked my mother. Yes, I said, the best time for constructing the refining engine is within week of the bonding ceremony. I had been preparing for it for 3 months, the day I was completely sure that Ashlin's going to be my monster partner. We have made all preparation for you. My father had stated, they had made all preparation for the things I will need during constructing refinement engine. It's not much preparation, it just IV. Which filled with the special solutions which will aid in the construction of refinement engine and also energized me so I won't faint in the process. The process usually takes 1 to 3 days depending upon the complexity of the blueprint of the refinement engine. Soon it was time. This will do, said my father as she fixed 4. I am sitting on my bed in lotus position as my mother connected to my wrist. Good luck, said mother as she kissed my temple and they both left my room, closing the door behind. After they left I projected 4D blueprint of refinement engine from my holographic watch. It is spherical in shape and completely made of gears and cogs on which runes are carved. It looked majestic and is shaped completely different from the regular refinement engine I've seen on the web. There are thousands of refinement engine on the web in certified sites for free, but they are all more or less the same. What they offer power of peak of strain, which for Ashlin species is for Sergeant stage but not her species bloodline limit. What strain is that it is a clear map of evolution, to which stage monster can evolve with certain hard work, but it is not its limit. The limit of evolution or potential of evolution depends on monster's bloodline. This limit is called bloodline limit or bloodline shackle. One can unearth the monster's potential with extremely hard work, but to break out of the monster's bloodline limit is near impossible. Like Ashlin has class 2 strain from which we can reach specialist stage with little hard work and time, like my parents' Ash Spark Sparrows evolved to a specialist stage when my parents in their 30s, but to break out of the limit of the strain is going to be very very difficult for us. What refinement engine does is it purifies the mana human and his monster partner absorb in his body. The monster and its human counterpart has limited space in a body to store mana, and that is what refinement engine does. The purer the mana is, the early the chances of monster evolving are. Chapter 7 Constructing Mana Refinement Engine. When constructing refinement engine, your monster partner have to be integrated into you. The refinement engine you construct will also be imprinted into your monster partner. In daily practice, monster and human have to be integrated into each other to refine mana. Ashlin comes, I asked her. This time she didn't reveal her arrogant self. She turned into energy and integrated into me. This is the time to construct my refinement engine. I pick a glass jewelry box from my desk which Mayor had handed down to all students. I took out small marble from the box and ate it. It will take half an hour to dissolve it into the mold. I had to browse thousands of refinement engines on the web, but none of them fits my criteria. Ashlin is a low-level monster whose strain is only class 2, which only take her to the private stage, not further than that. I wanted a refinement engine that could help break the bloodline strain and help Ashlin to reach the natural limit of species. I did find one at last, but its concept was completely different than the refinement engine of today's. If give an example, consider today's refinement engines are automatic like coffee machines that we use today. You just have to put coffee beans inside it and the coffee maker will process the beans and roast it and grind them, mix milk and sugar for you. In this process all you have to is add beans and click a simple button and coffee will be made for you in minutes. The refinement engine I chose is manual. You have to do all processing, grinding, and brewing all yourself. It is time consuming and tiring, but in this refinement engine, I have to do all by myself. The reason I chose this refinement engine is that it purifies my energy many times over the normal refinement engine that increases more 80% chances Ashlin breaking through the bloodline strain. But there are many problems as well. More than 96% of those who chose this refinement engine never able breakthrough past private stage. There are thousands of curses written on the site and also warnings not to construct this refinement engine. Because once construct the refinement engine you are hardly able to change into another engine unless you reach lieutenant stage. It's very hard to construct another refinement engine. The highest one had reached using this refinement engine is at master stage. He said it very difficult to operate this refinement engine and need strong mental strength. I don't like to take the risks, but I don't want to be mediocre rest of my life. I have dreams. I want to fight in the League of Heroes and want millions of people to cheer for me. Inside my heart, there is a separate space is formed, it mainly called Mana World. I don't why. It's empty except in the center of it, is large cloud made of red smoke. If one looked carefully at a minute some specks of smoke always merging inside it every second. Mana World is formed when I and Ashlin bonded and that large red cloud is mana is a smoky form. Red colored mana is most impure and diluted mana out there white color is a sign of most pure mana. They say in 12 stages of evolutions, the first stage has gas state mana and in the 12th stage is solid state mana, but from what I have read most of the people who reach 12th stage have semi-solid state mana. Those who able have the semi-solid state mana are the exceptional people. Most of the people who reach 12th stage have liquid state mana, almost no one able to confidence solid state form mana. My refinement engine claimed to make solid state mana if one reached the 12th stage, but no one believes it. because to make solid-state mana once mana has to be exceptionally pure. The refinement engines are divided into the 4 categories, A, B, C, D, according to how many parts it has, while D-grade refinement engines being lowest has 100 to 200 parts, C-grade refinement engine has 400 to 500 parts. B-grade refinement engine has 800 to 1000 parts and A-grade refinement engine has 1700 to 2000, but the refinement engine I selected has 5692 parts. It must be due to my refinement engine being manual not automatic. It took me nearly 3 months of day and night studying to understand fully. I have memorized each and every part of refinement engine and I even practice constructing on the app. I have complete confidence in myself to construct refinement engine in one go. The mold had entered the mana world, it had turned light purple from black, it looked like a big blob of molten steel. Now what I have to do is to take a little mold from that blob and create the part of refinement engine with the same dimensions mentioned in the blueprint with the same runes carved on it. After creating all the parts from the mold is assembling all parts in refinement engine. I started to create parts of refinement engine. It is a very lengthy process to create more than 5,000 parts. The engine parts consisted of cogs and gears, pipes, bots etc. They are small but numerous. It was extremely difficult to memorize different dimensions of all parts. The plus point is that I have now had an easier time now than practices earlier. After forming a bond with not only I gain magic power and physical strength, my psych powers are also increased. Now I can easily remember and memorize the thing. Time passes on as I am creating parts after parts of the refinement engine without the rest. It must have been next day when I finished making all the paths. I divided them into sections for inspecting them again. Every part has to be perfect with no fault. The change in parts dimension or rune could collapse the whole engine. Succeeding in the first try is the best because reconstructing is taken bitch of time than constructing it the first time. I felt tired after inspecting every part thrice. I inspected every angle, dimension and the rune on each part. At first inspection, I come to across some mistake. At a second and third inspection I didn't find any mistakes that make me feel relive. Feeling refreshed I again went back to work. This is the part 1 I'm most confident in as I have practiced these steps hundreds of times on program. Assembling all parts to create refinement engine. I started assembling the engine. This process is complicated but fun. It feels like a big puzzle with over 5,000 parts. Connecting cogs and gears and various pipes to each other as a spheroid-like structure started to take a shape, but still there work to be done. Time passed on and I keep assembling one part after another. Click. I fixed the last bolt in the refinement engine as the construction of the refinement engine is finally completed. Chapter 8 Refining Mana. The whole spheroid construction of mana refinement engine looks majestic. It gives off the purple dim light. The refinement engine had the feel of old era's steam machinery, not a feeling as it is a pure mechanical machinery with gears and cogs, nut and bolts. It has some type of grace in it, which somehow describe the will of humanity and struggle it faced to survive in this monster-ridden the world. When I looked at this engine, only one thing come into mind is Supreme Combat Exercise. Supreme Combat Exercise is combat exercise which is known to first combat art humanity ever developed. It developed in the early days of humanity when humans were still struggling with monsters for survival. It shows the spirit of humanity. I think this exercise somehow inspired the inventor of this refinement engine, and it is also one of 3 advice given by the inventor is to practice Supreme Combat Exercise. In future if possible, it will be a big help in operating the refinement engine. Now the most important step of all, this is a step where all those 96% of people who tried this mana refinement engine had failed. What I have to do now is that to take refinement engine inside the mana cloud and suck all cloud inside the engine. All I have to do in one go without any break, because if I failed this process going to be twice harder at next attempt. I decided to sleep to refresh my mind as I am feeling really tired from creating and the process of refinement engine. I fell asleep as soon as my head, I didn't glance at 4 which is connected to my hand. It was late midnight when I woke. I must have slept about 6 hours. When I slept earlier sun was about to go down. I removed the 4 from my hat as it was empty. Feeling refreshed, I sit on the meditating position and close my eyes. As I look, there is no noticeable change in the red cloud. The size of mana cloud and depending upon the talent of the person, which in my case is low grade. The talent of your first monster is going to be your talent for the rest of your life. You can't change that ever. That is why the first monster is so important. Talents are divided into 3 types: low grade, medium grade, and high grade. Ashlin has low grade talent, that is why her mana absorption is slow and mana cloud is small. If Ashlin's talent had been medium grade, that cloud would have been 50% bigger, and her talent had been high grade, it would have been 100% bigger, the size of mana cloud that I have. Most of Grey Spark Sparrow, as one of most common monster species in the world, rarely had any talent except for low grade. Refinement engines lessen some gaps between talent, and my refinement engine states that if I am able to obtain the highest level of purity scale in each grade, I can also consider equal to those who have high grade talent. But it is very difficult to obtain the highest purity mana in each grade. From the comments I've read on site, the maximum purity one able reach is 78% in purity scale. He is also the same evolver who reached the master grade using this mana refinement engine. The purity scale easily could be seen on refinement engine. It has 1% to 100% scale and looked like old era thermometer. Taking a deep breath, I move refinement engine towards their red cloud of mana. The mana cloud is more than 10 times bigger than the refinement engine. As refinement engine spheroid entered the cloud, it became barely visible. Sometime later it can't be seen in a cloud of mana. The mana cloud enveloped it inside. After making sure it reached the center of the mana cloud, I stopped its movement. Now is the most important step. I have to take all mana cloud inside the refinement engine. This will be the biggest test of my mental fortitude. I started to operate refinement engine as it started sucking mana cloud inside slowly. This process is very complicated. I have to operate 3 processes of the refinement engine simultaneously without making any mistakes. First is the suction process to attracts mana into the engine, next is the refinement process which refines the mana and removes impurities from it, and last is what take most of my mental power, condensation processes. What condensation process does, as its name suggested, it condenses the refined mana in the condenser and the condensed mana stored in a central container which is 1/3 in size in refinement engine. I can clearly feel the cloud getting smaller, but still, its speed is little slow. I operate the refinement engine neither slow nor fast. It is a perfect speed which will not waste my mental power excessively. I derived this from the thousands of comments and curses I read of predecessors who have constructed the same refinement engine as me. If I operate engine too fast, it will drain my mental stamina early and I will not have a chance to recover my mental stamina in process, hence I will not able to complete the process. If I operate engine too slow, I will gain stamina in the process, but it will take too much time and I will be too tired to operate the engine. Time passed on and engine have sucked half of the mana cloud, but I am started to feel tired and there is still half of the mana cloud remains to be sucked. Still, I kept refining the mana cloud. I don't want to be like my predecessor who wasn't able to overcome this step and almost all of them left stranded on the private stage. Very few able do it a second time. The spheroid engine is now little visible in the clouds as its outlines can be seen. As cloud begin to thin out, the engine becomes more and more visible. As the time passed, only 1/3 of the mana cloud remain and I am dead tired. Nearly all my mental energy had been drained as I operating refinement engine with my sheer will. The suction now can be clearly seen from the 13 suction points, the red smoke clearly seen flowing from the semi-transparent pipes toward the refinement chamber. The only thing kept me going is my imagination. I am imagining myself center stage of League of Heroes, winner trophy in my hand and millions of people cheering for me. That's the only imagination kept me going as refinement engine kept sucking the mana cloud, soon at about 5% of its original size remail, but I am really spent. I barely hanging by the thread, the sucking speed of the engine so slow that it is barely noticeable. The engine looked like it can stop any minute. The whole engine is dim that it looked malfunctioned. Even thinking of my dream of League of Heroes didn't work. If it's going on as it is now, I am definitely going to fail and I don't have any confidence in succeeding in second chance. If my biggest dream isn't going to give me the will to fight on, then I am going to take it from my greatest nightmare. Chapter 9, 34% Purity. 5 years ago. Siren. Sirens. We were eating in the restaurant when sirens started blaring, its highest level siren. Micheal, Rose, let's go. My mother said, and we started to run toward the closest bunker. We have done this emergency exercise 3 times in the past 2 years. It's quite fun as I see a lot of my friends in the bunker and spend half a day there. My mother and my best friend Rose, who is also my secret crush, started running towards the closest bunkers, horns blaring and curses ringing out on the street. Some people didn't even listening to siren as they still looked carefree and going their way without a care for sirens, thinking this is another emergency exercise. Emergency exercise this may be, but they still have to follow the law, which states they have run towards bunker when they heard emergency sirens. If they caught not heeding, they will be heavily fined by the town. This is fun, right? I asked my friend Rose while running. Her face was full of fears. I didn't know, this may be a real alarm, not exercise. She said. Rose and I are neighbors and grew up together and are a best friend, but I also like her a lot. Rose has similar height to with cute face and rare light blue hair. When she grew up she will really become an absolute beauty. Don't worry children, this is just false alarm, said my mom, but we still run toward the bunker. My mother never takes chances in this type of thing. She once experienced monster horde in her youth. She knows what kind of destruction it brought. Repeat, this is not a false alarm. Monster horde is 10 kilometers away. Please hurry to the nearest bunker. Announcement heard. Everything is silent for a moment and then mayhem occurred. All the who weren't paid to heed or slightly paying heed started to run toward the bunker. There is no organization, people didn't care and started to use their get ahead. I even saw many people doing it. One brute used powers as he covered all his skin with rock and directly ran into the crowd. Many people got injured by this, but he didn't care and ran ahead. My mother kept both of her hands in a vice-like a grip as she ran, taking both of us. I heard many shrieks and screams. When I looked back, I see a cloud of aerial monsters coming and diving toward the humans in the crowd. Shit, I heard my mother said, and she begins dragging us toward the bunker. On the way, I tried to contact my father, but there is no signal. Don't worry about your father, he is most safe. The hospital had a separate bunker, said my mother. I felt relieved after hearing that. Rose, you don't have to worry, there is bunker very near the bank, your parents will be fine, she said to Rose comfortingly. Holding back her tears she nodded as she heard my mother saying. People reside screamed as eagle-type monster dived down and break the man half and flew away with taking half his body. Blood started to flow from half a body making earth red. No one had the luxury to wait, see monsters coming down and eating people. If aerial monster had come, it wouldn't be long that surface monsters will also come. The streets have become more chaotic as aerial monsters' attacks become fierce. If this monster horde was low level, the town would have fought back as it did in the past, but this horde is clearly on the different level. Thud, thud, earth started to vibrate. It is surface monsters that are coming. Hearing this sound, the chaos ascended on the stories. This time there was no hesitation could be seen on the people's faces. To go front, some people even started to do anything. They started to use their monster and powers unhesitatingly. Some people got injured, some even got killed. This was my first time seeing the cruelty of survival as people started to kill their peers just get ahead. I started to see the silhouettes of the surface monster. Most ahead are the scarlet stallions and spiked cats. Move. Thud. Somebody just attacked from behind and fell on the corner. Thank God the attack was wind type. We just lightly injured, but his attack did throw us quite far. That bastard, cursed as we stand up and started to run again. Micheal, language, admonished my mother. Cry. Suddenly a loud bird cry heard directly above us. A gigantic snow-white eagle monster come from above and grabbed Rose swiftly between its claws and flew away. Within a second it's all over. That soon became a white dot in the sky. I just stood shocked in a stupor. Slap, Micheal, let's go, my mother said as she slapped me and dragged me away. I didn't dare to imagine what will happen to Rose, but she is most likely dead, eaten by that eagle monster. We somehow managed to survive the horde. reaching bunker in time. My father was also survived by hiding in the hospital bunker. That monster horde killed 1/4 residents of our town. Rose's parents also not able to survive, even their bodies were not found, they were like taken or eaten away by the monsters like Rose and other townspeople. I was not able to sleep for months, daily having the nightmare of that day. Sometimes I even have dreams of Rose eaten alive by that eagle-type monster. Present day. Remembering that nightmarish day, I filled with fear and fighting spirit as I never able to feel that weak again. I could have me or my mother in place Rose. Just thinking this thought make want to strong enough that I could protect my parents from any harm. I operated the refinement engine with this newfound willpower. In minutes I completed absorption of the mana cloud. Gears moving, the gears started to move automatically and whole refinement engine is come alight with so blinding glow that I can't see anything except for bright purple globe. Brightness started to recede after some time, and when all brightness has receded, I saw refinement engine again, but there are some changes in it. The refinement engine's color got bright purple, but that's not the only change. The most amazing change can be seen on the mana scale. I was shocked seeing the purity of my mana. It is 34%, before refining my mana at purity should have been at 16% to 17%, but it now doubled. It is now in the range of those who have medium-level talent, because those have a purity of mana above 33.5%. Mana purity are considered in the range of medium-level talent. I opened to see it is early morning. I am dead tired and I just wanted to sleep peacefully. Chapter 10 Supreme Combat Exercise. When I woke up it's already 3 in the afternoon. Ashlin is still inside sleeping. Well, her body will take time to adjust to this new purity of mana. You can only refine mana when your monster is integrated, as you share same mana, so when you refine your mana you also refine your monster's mana as refinement engine also imprinted inside your monster. I freshen up and opened my door to see my parents sitting by the door. They looked too in sleep. They must have been waiting for me for 2 days. I did not disturb their sleep, just put the blanket on them. I walk in the kitchen to see any leftover food from the morning, but I didn't find any except for the cans of instant food. My eyes got misty seeing this. I know my parents didn't like instant food, but just to save time to guard my door they ate instant food. I started to make a meal. I learned how to make the simple meal as my parents many time have to do late shift in the hospital. I was humming a song and just about finished making my last dish when I heard a sound behind. Well, looking at how cheerfully you are making lunch, you must be successful constructing your mana refinement engine, said my mother. Yes, I was lucky, I said smilingly. Luck had nothing to do with me constructing my refinement engine, but I don't want to worry them going into whole details. You guys freshen up, lunch will be ready in 5, I said, started setting up the table as my parents left to freshen up. It was quite a good dinner. My parents talk about something and everything as the conversation was light. There are only 5 days left before you leave, said my mom emotionally. I never left home except for the school trip outside the town into the forest. Mommy going to miss you, sobs, sobs. Sobs, she said, then started crying. I got little confused seeing this. My mother was emotions but never a crier, and she never cry this openly with sobs. This is mother's love, I guess, as I never been away from her before. Michael, we have something important to tell you, my father said in a serious tone. My father rarely spoke in a serious tone. Right, Evie, said my father to mom. Yes, we have something important to tell you, Michael, said my mother, as she wiped tears off her face. I got little scared hearing their serious tone, thinking some bad news, but looking at their faces I heaved a sigh of relief as their faces looked happy, so it must be some good news, but I don't understand why they have to be so serious. I am pregnant. You will have little brother or sister in 8 months, she said smiling. It is quite shocking news that my parents never expressed a will to have a second child, but I guess it happens between adults, and my parents still in their late 30s. It's also a good thing having a baby will keep them occupied and they worry less about. That's good news, I said awkwardly. What other things you say to your mother about the pregnancy? Mom, Dad, have you practiced supreme combat exercise? I asked my parents to diffuse the awkwardness. Everybody tried to practice supreme combat exercise, but rarely anyone able to do one set of it though. He said, B. Supreme Combat Exercise has 24 moves of offense and defense. It also has a good side effect that it merges small amount of mana into each cell of the body, making it stronger, but from what I've read from the web that one had to endure inhuman amount pain to practice every move of that exercise, and pain only increase as you practice in it. Supreme Combat Exercise also know the creator of skills, if one able to practice it to high-end one could create very own skill. We both tried it but we were not able to do more than 3 moves. That pain is just inhuman, said my mother, and shudder in thinking of that pain. Well, you should try as well, every tried it at least one time when they are young, said my father, as he encouraged me to try. I will, I replied. They left the kitchen soon after. Chew, chew. Ashlin comes out of me suddenly and asked for food. She is feeling hungry as I sensed her emotions. I'll give you your food, I said as I ruffled her feathers. I walked toward drawer and took out the pouch of her food. Chew, chew, chew. Ashlin objected seeing this packet of regular food and demanded a special food, which I promised her I will give it to her if she didn't attack Ellen's monster. I got little startled by her intelligence. Before the ceremony her intelligence that of 1-year child, but now her intelligence clearly shows that of 2 years child. I took out special treat made of specialist stage monsters meat and put it on her plate. Ashlin ate that with relish and finished it within minutes and laid in her stomach. I checked my social media for a few minutes. Ron and Ellen both left yesterday and even reached their cities as they posted some photos. I like and comment on their photos before logging out. I typed the Supreme Combat Exercise. I've never really actively searched for the Supreme Combat Exercise. There are millions of results are shown, but I chose the first link, which is a government site, which would have more detailed information about it. By reading all I was in immense awe. Some information I know as human developed it during their inception and the pain felt during practice and how it makes the body stronger and how after completing its 10 set how its power increases exponentially, only lower than skill. I didn't know that after completing its 30 sets its power the same as skill, and after completing 50 sets its power will be above that of normal skill. In practicing one's body defense and vitality also increased, but still even for all those benefits people didn't practice Supreme Combat Exercise. There are 3 main reasons for it. First is the most common inhuman pain they felt performing the exercise. The second reason is that humanity's advancement in many fields such as technology, magical artifacts, and alchemical elixir and medicine, with it they can easily get the similar effects as practicing Supreme Combat Exercise. And the third and most important reason that there is no danger to the survival. In Inception human had to fight for their survival, but now there is no danger. Humans have carved out their safe heavens and there is a minimum danger to their survival in today's age. Chapter 11 Farewell. The 24 moves of Supreme Combat Exercise is not actually referred to the fighting moves but 24 different ways of mana circulation in the body. Just like human body have blood veins, it also has mana/magic veins, but one can manipulate mana easily. By manipulating mana certain ways produce certain effects. That is how Supreme Combat Exercise and skills come into being. Supreme Combat Exercise called the mother of skill because its 24 moves makes use of all magic veins, both active and inactive magic veins of the body. It makes one completely familiarize all magic veins inside the body. The higher you go practicing Supreme Combat Exercise, the more familiar one became with his magic veins, which in turn very important in creating a skill. The next point I read about this exercise made me most startled. It says after completing 10 set one's talent in mana abortion will upgrade up or low level. Completing 30 sets one's talent will upgrade to medium level. As more sets one done more one's talent will upgrade. Our body absorbs mana from the surrounding, the better one's talent is more mana one's body able to absorb. After reading all of this my body filled with vigor and I walked toward the backyard. Chew. Ashlin also came flying on my shoulder. The backyard is where I do my physical training. 2 full moons can see bathing the dark sky with their gentle light. It's one of the best time for practice. I took out my practice sword from the shed and activate the camera to record my progress of the exercise. I started swinging my sword in technique which I learned in the school and started to circulate the mana according to the first move. First, I felt nothing as I circulate the mana of the direction of the first move, but some time later I started to feel prickling pain all over my body. First, it is slow, but then it comes with full force, and it felt like there was hundreds of the needle are prickling me. It was so painful that I just want to stop the mana circulation and drop the sword. Enduring the pain, I persisted, but soon pain of 100 needles soon turned to pain 1,000 needles pricking me. I would have stopped if not for I am close to the completing first move. Gritting my teeth, I kept practicing my sword and circulating mana as the first move directed. Every moment felt life hour as I kept enduring this pain. Ha! Sound got out of my mouth as I completed the first move. I threw the sword on the ground and sat on grass taking a deep breath. My clothes got drenched by sweat. It took me 10 minutes to get myself under control. No wonder people don't do this exercise despite its many benefits. I checked the recording of the practice. It's only 3 minutes and 27 seconds, but it felt like hours. I tapped the play. After fully playing it, I tapped a few more buttons. I can't believe it. I said to myself. I played the scenes of my practice. I was quite startled, so I compare with my earlier practice I've done. My sword stroke 1 times faster than before, albeit sword was shaking, but still 1.1 times faster. Normally after bonding ceremony, my speed would have increased between 0.5 to 1.0, even if I consider my speed increased to 0.8 after the ceremony, but there is still 0.3 left. That 0.3 is definitely increased when I am practicing supreme combat exercise. According to what I've read earlier, every move will enhance my speed by 0.3, and if I am able to complete one set, then my speed would increase more than 7 times. I laugh at myself thinking that even adults can complete 3 moves, and I am thinking of completing one set. To complete one circle of that exercise I had to grit my teeth and close my eyes, even my sword was shaking. I rested for some time and picked me a sword and started circulating mana according to the first move of the exercise. This time also I gritted teeth and closed eyes as I felt the eminence pain, but I still endured and my sword was little less shaky than before. Like last time I threw my sword and rested on the ground. Damn, this exercise is really painful. This time I barely able to open my eyes through the pain and my sword was little less shaky, but I still completed my first move. I practiced till late. My parents didn't disturb me, seeing how diligent I am training. By the time I am finished, I can perfectly circulate the first move of the exercise without closing my and sword shaking in my hand, though I still gritted my teeth to endure the pain. The main reason I am practicing this dreadful exercise to improve my talent in mana absorption. The rate of Ashlin talent in mana absorbing is one worst in all monsters, even being mutated of her species. That didn't change anything. Her mana absorption talent still that gray spark Sparrow. Her talent is so bad that the mana I've sucked from Mana Cloud is absorbed in the refinement engine could only fill up about 40% of its central storage. To fill it completely it will take about 2 days. I had started to feel itchy all over my body from all that sweat I got when I am doing exercise now had dried up. I directly went for the shower. After washing away dried sweat, it felt refreshing. I click a few buttons on my holowatch. I am checking the confirmation of my ticket as I will take the train to another city from the Carol City. I have to spend nearly all my saving on this trip and have enough which would last me a week. After checking my ticket is confirmed, I close the window. I sit in the meditating position and prepare to refine mana. There is no need to suck mana like before, as all mana which body absorbed will directly enter in the engine. Now I just have to refine it and compress it. I start to operate the refinement engine, purifying and compressing the which absorbed by the engine before. In an hour, I've finished refining all the mana I've absorbed. The central storage now filled 70%. Now is the main task is to re-refine the mana which is stored into central storage to make more purified. Currently, the purity of my mana is at 34%, which is equal to that lowest category medium talent. If I want to level up to the second level of private stage I have to 40% mana purity. I started to re-refine mana from the central storage. It was a lot harder than purifying raw mana. In one round of refining I became so tired that barely able to finish the first round of refinement. Ashlin comes out of me and slept within minutes on my chest. I tried to fall into sleep but it wouldn't take me. I decided to read new for a while. There is news about my favorite idol Elizabeth Collins. She was winner League of Heroes 15 years ago. She won the sweeping victory in League, crushing all her opponents. She left the Republic soon after that, and when she returned 4 years ago the whole Republic shocked by her progress. She had become Evolver, who evolved past the 12th Field Marshal stage into a brand new boundary. She had merged, complete integration, with her monster Ivory Eagle in the front whole capital. It is hers action figure I had in my room, on top of which Ashlin liked to sit. I've seen that video hundreds of times before they took it out from the web. The ebony-colored wings sprouted from her back, her nails became sharper and crown of ebony-colored feathers manifested on her head. She looked really powerful in that form. She had come back to Republic for some work. The president has organized feast in her honor, and she even gave a lecture in the capital where the most talented young members of top organization and government had a chance to listen. I am so jealous of those bastards, as they had a chance to see and listen to her beautiful voice. Their many comments left those attendees saying how amazing her lecture was, how much they gained from it. Time passed by and it was the day I leave the town. In the past few I only ate, sleep and practice. I didn't even take out single step out of my house. Seeing this, even my parent got little worried about my maniac training. I made quite a progress, but it was not as fast as I expected. I only able to perform 2 moves of the supreme combat exercises smoothly without shaking and closing my eyes. Quite funnily, I also able to do only 2 rounds mana re-refinement, but the result was not that great. I only able to increase the purity of my mana by mere points. Now my mana's purity is 34.8. Chapter 12 Accident. Did you packed everything? My mother asked. Yes, I said. Yes, Mom, I packed everything. I said to my mother as she was fussing over my clothes. My father came to the living room and handed me a palm-sized box. What is it? I asked. You opened it, he said back. Feeling curious, I opened the box. I gasped seeing the thing inside of the box. It is grade 1 magical artifact. It looked little damaged but seemed usable. I picked the hilt and inject my mana inside into it. A curved blade started to expand from the hilt. Soon it turned into 70 centimeters katana. I found it in our old town after Monster Horde left, he said. The owner of this sword must be dead or eaten by the monster. It is damaged, but it's still grade 1 magic artifact which is used by corporal level powerhouse. Despite being little damaged, it is still very useful for specialist level powerhouse. Normal grade 1 artifact cost about 50,000 union credit, and damaged artifact will easily sell to 30,000, which also yearly income of my family. Beep, I heard from my watch. It was a notification when I read. Father, don't, you guys need it more, and there is also a baby, I said. My father, I had transferred 10,000 credit to my account. Keep it, it was saving we did for you, we even spend some of it. My mother said apologetically. I again double-checked my backpack before locking it. All ready, I said to wear my backpack. Choo, choo. Ashlin called out as her parents were coddling her. She somehow got out of their coddle and flew on my shoulder. Beep, let's go, the car is waiting, said father, as notification sounded on my father's holowatch. My fathead an ordered car for the train station. The hover car already by the street, we all get in it. It started to speed toward the train station. It is AI, it didn't need a driver, you just voice command your destination. Not long after we reached the train station. The station is small and only 50-some people could be seen. Most of my classmates had left and not many stayed in the town. There are only 2 trains daily. Traveling alone is death wish, as all area out is filled with danger. Only those as corporal stage can travel along with their monster, even they also bear some risks dying traveling alone. That how the dangerous the world is. Soon the train came. Train only stops for 10 minutes in town. Sobs. I'll miss you, said my mom. Remember to call every week, she said, wiping her tears. Yes, Mom, I said, and hugged my parents. Besides me, Ashlin is also coddled by her parents. Ashlin, let's go, I said. My voice saved her from her parents as she landed on my shoulder. I took my seat by the window and waved my parents goodbye. As the train started to accelerate, the figure of my parents became smaller and smaller till I can't see them anymore. As train speed past the town, it entered underground. All the train run underground fearing an attack of monsters on the surface. The walls of underground tunnels are reinforced with superalloy so there is little risk of monsters breaking past it and attacking the train. I will take 9 hours to reach Carol City, in between train will stop in another 4 stops, seeing there is nothing to in the dark tunnel, I called back Ashlin inside me started to purify my mana. In few days of absorbing, I completely filled the central storage of refinement engine, now I only have to further re-refine that mana. There is a need to set a special position to operate the refining engine. I started to purify the mana by refining processes and compressing process. It took a little more than an hour before I finished 2 rounds of re-refining my mana. I got tired after 2 rounds. The lights are dim, half of the passengers either sleeping or doing something on their holowatches. Sometime later Ashlin also come out of me and started looking curiously at the passengers. Only some people had their monster out, as rule no monster larger than the hand can stay on the train, so mostly young monsters fits that criteria. An announcement rang out from the train informing train will stop on the station at next stop. Soon the train stopped. Passengers got in and got out, and seat in front of me is filled by a cute young girl, same age as me, who is holding fire wolf cub, and the serious looking man who is wearing a black suit seemed to be with a young girl. This fire wolf looked different from the normal fire wolf. It has a distinguishable flame mark on its head which looked like a real fire. This wolf must be mutated or activated some high-level strain, and it giving off energy stronger than Ashlin. It must be at LV 2 of private stage. That wolf started barking playfully at Ashlin and trying his all to get out of that girl's hold. Fire. If you behave, I will give a treat later, she said and smiled apologetically at me. I smiled back at her. Time passed by and I purify my mana one more time. I don't want to waste any time as there are only 5 years till League of Heroes and I want to participate in it. The 9-hour train ride is over as we reach the Carol City. It is big class 6 city which is famous among the mid-level adventures. I told all my friends and the family that I am going to Carol City, but my real destination is Westblood City. Westblood City is class 9 city, same as a capital and also the most dangerous city in the Republic. It is known as Adventurer's Paradise as it's situated in the most fertile part of the Republic. Forests surrounding it filled with both monsters and magical plants. 1/3 new adventurers always die in their first year in hands monsters and man. It is also a city which most attacked by monster horde every year, but it also a city which is most wealthy as it's surrounded by dangerous but fertile. Many adventurers go to Westblood City to hunt monster and get rich every year. I decided to wait 3 hours in the station. To pass the time I brought a snack for both myself and Ashlin. The train came half an hour early and it will stay at half an hour. I walked towards the levitating train like rest of the people. According to my tickets, my seat at the rear end of the train. As I entered the train to find the box is very crowded, I brought the cheapest ticket I could find. I walk into crowd sometimes even stepping on someone's toe to find my seat. The seats in the box are so small that it barely looked bigger than 5-year-old child seats. I somehow sat on seat sandwiched between 2 hulky middle-aged men. I barely able to move an inch as I sit sandwiched between them. Thank God I took Ashlin inside me. Seeing her nature, she might have attacked some men here in anger. From the energies, I am sensing most of the men here seem to be in a private stage. This is the box of poor people, I suppose, as all people look here to be brute workers. The train started to speed up and soon it entered underground. It will take 2 days to reach the Westblood City. The boxcar is loud with all people shooting and taking. I even got little ruffled in it. I wanted to operate the refinement engine, but this is not a good time. Time passes on. It's been more that day. I am to the train to the Westblood. I never going by the cheap ticket again. It was so tiring as I can't properly move my own feet. Thud. Thud, I hear a faint sound like something hitting the train. Soon that noise increased. People started to look all direction as it coming from all over the train. Thudump, crash, the train is suddenly flipped over and crash. I started to pray at final movement before I lost consciousness due to shock. Chapter 13 Fight. When I woke up from my unconsciousness, I was on the train floor still sandwiched between bodies. A faint sounds of fighting could be heard from outside. I tried moving the body above me but it hardly budged. I craned my neck in limited space and activated torch from my watch to see. I was quite startled to find there are many bodies above. My shirt felt wet, when I touched it with my fingers it felt sticky, when looking at my fingers there is red substance sticking on it, something down to me and I petrified. It was blood. In hurry, I checked breathing of man above me to find there was no breathing, he is dead and the body beside it. I tried to wriggle out of dead bodies, it felt suffocating to be trapped between dead bodies. After efforts half an hour to somehow got out a pile of bodies. After getting out I take a good look my train car to see, there is a big pile of human bodies and I likely tossed inside them thinking I am dead. I felt horrified, some bodies had peaceful expression while others looked in extreme pain, there must be 50-60 bodies on that pile. I averted my gaze from the bodies, to hear the sound of fights from outside, from the sound I am hearing there must be some big fight going on. Chi-chi, I hear a sound to see, 3 rats type monster eating the bodies. They are red nails rats, a rat-type monster who is famous for their sharp teeth and red nails and has class 7 strain. They usually found in large groups, they look to be LV1 private stage, same as Ashlin. Ashlin suddenly comes out of me, feeling movement all 3 rats looked at me and attacked directly. Ashlin. Chew. She gave a long cry and started to throw her silver fireball at Aqua rates. That gave me enough time to take out my grade 1 magical artifact and activate it. I attack with my sword, slice 1 rat directly sliced into 2 by my sword, even I got startled by that. I never fought with any real monster before, I only have experience fighting monsters that produce by stimulation. Still, there is one remain. Ashlin already killed another rat with her fire, this last rat seemed to be in frenzy, barely dodging her fire. I come behind and sneakily attack it as it barely dodged Ashlin's attack that it had no time to dodge. Slice, it also cut into 2, let's go, Ashlin. I said the Aqua rat's monster had a strong sense of smell and they would go crazy, smelling their skins and attack in frenzy. The boxcar is upside down, I have to walk on dead bodies to reach the door and when I got out of the train, what greet is the heavy sense of smell. The scene I saw left me with an awestruck expression, about 600-something men and their monsters are fighting thousands of residential nail rats, the men seem to fighting in the organized manner. Powerful Evolver must have taken control of the battle, it's not easy to control men you have never met before. The battle strategy also simple, the powerful is fighting ahead and weaker are behind. Some 50-60 people resting and eating monster meat before going back to fight, many dead bodies of both humans and rats club. I about go back into train fearing to get dragged into the battle when I heard should. Kid, why are you just standing there like idiot, come and fight, shouted a scary looking man who is fighting left and right with the monsters. I gritted my teeth, walk toward the battle, if don't go, the man will likely kill me for being coward, in this type life and death battles no cowardness is tolerated, I have read many news people got killed for running from battle. The train tunnel is large with 5 supermagnetic tracks, so there is large space to fight. I and Ashlin joined and started to fight. Are you hiding in the train till now? Asked the boy who was fighting monsters beside me and looked to be in same age as me. No, when I wake up, I was in pile of bodies and when I got out it, I find all you are fighting here. I said, he nodded as if he understood. The boy beside me is same as me and holding grade 1 weapon. He is wearing a white uniform which had a design alchemical flask on his chest, it is a sign of Rothschild Alchemical, its organization which is especially known for their alchemical positions. His monster is quite unique, it is palm-sized snake dark as night, whoever that snake attacked the monster end up dead, the snake monster power must be poison related. I asked, I have my suspicion but I still wanted to know, it was all due to efforts of Sir Black. When the monster, Ashlin now and then ate the hearts of monsters, she didn't usually LV.1 monsters meat but the heart is tasty, I guess. She first cooks it with her fire then ate it as she did not like eating raw meat. I wanted to fight using supreme combat exercise but these monsters are too weak that even Ashlin same level as them attacking half-heartedly. The real fight is going on in front where stronger monsters are fighting but it is too risky for small private stage cultivators to go in front. When our reinforcement is coming? I asked the Jim as he told me, "You're liar, he came from a big organization and seemed to know many things. It will take more than a day. I startled hearing that. I thought it will take 5 to 6 hours. There is monster horde attacking the West Blood City. So, the reinforcement probably came from the capital. He said, his expression also turned grave in the thought of reinforcement. Currently, we are fighting in a stalemate with the monsters. If some unexpected happens we could all probably die. There is no fix-come outcome when it comes to the monster. If in the form Mr. Black able to kill that giant rat, then it could all end in an hour, but from the next to it is highly unlikely. He said that Mr. Black is lieutenant grade powerhouse who holding back Captain Stage Acri Rat. There are higher chances of Mr. Black being defeated than the monster. An hour passed by as we talked and swung the sword to kill the monster that came. It is a quite relaxed fight, but the situation suddenly changed by the heart-churning cry. Chapter 14 Half Skill. A loud cry rang out. We looked to see there is a big hole open near the center of the battlefield and the monsters started to pouring out from the hole. The unlucky man got eaten alive by the monsters. Ah! Another cry rang out from a different part of the battlefield. Holes started to open from the ground and monsters started pouring in. Soon, a new hole opened near us and monsters started to come out of it. Fuck. I cursed as LV, 3 private monsters come to attack us. Clang, my sword barely able of injuring that monster, instead I got injured by the sharp nail on the leg. Ashlin's fire also unable to do anything and panic building inside me is barely dodging monsters' attacks. I pour more mana into my sword and it covered in silver fire. Summoning fire drain more mana than operating magical artifact, but it is also more lethal. Clang, clang, I attacked but I countered with his claws. Ashlin also attacked from behind by throwing a small fireball, but it barely able to affect the monster. As I am attacking and dodging, my eyes landed on Jim's. His condition is not that better than me, he is also struggling to even injure the monster. Even his little snake who used to kill LV.1 monster at the bite but now its poison hardly seemed to work. Still, Jim seemed to be better conditioned than me. Clang clang clang, my sword and monster claws are countering each other, but I am still panicked as new holes are being opened by monsters. Shit! I said as another LV3 monster joined the fray that had put double pressure on us. Thank God Ashlin is a bird. If she had been ground monster, she definitely got have injured. Ashlin don't get to close, just distract them from above, I said to. She got quite close to the monster and red nail rat monster tried to swipe his nails at her. We are fighting with distract and attack strategy and it's barely working as I am getting more and more injuries. Although they are not lethal, they are still the injuries. If they pile up, it could be life-threatening. Gurgle, thud. A woman in front of me got her neck sliced by the nail of the monster. She died choking in her own blood. This was a tragic sight to see, but it is happening all around me. People are dying in front of me and monsters eating their flesh. It is a horrifying sight to see. The light around me brighten when I crane neck to what is happening. I see Jim's sword is glowing and bodies of LV3 rats sliced in two. Is it skill? I asked him. He is from a big organization. He had to be privy to some skills, but I am little confused. From what I know, skills could be only used by corporal stage or above powerhouse. No, I can't use skill yet. What I using now is half skill, he said. I've read about half skills, the techniques which have 10% to 20% might of the original skill they are based on. Seeing Jim using skill of bloodline in mind, fuck, I am such an idiot. I cursed myself under breath and started circulating the first move of the supreme combat exercise. Soon the pain came, but it is bearable. My attacks got a little bit faster, but still, I wasn't able to keep 2 monsters at bay. Making my mind, I circulated the second move and more pain came, but with pain, my attack speed also increased. Clang clang clang, I started to counter with my attacks, preventing monsters further attacking me and keeping them at bay. Ashlin and I coordinating during the fight, she detracts them and I attack. It was flawless coordination only possible by our shared bond. In the corner of my eye, I saw Jim took out a thumb-size bottle with red liquid in it and drank it with one chug. This must be mana potion he drank. They are the product of the alchemy and are quite expensive. The 4 bodies of monster could be seen in front of him as he used his half skill 2 times. From what I've read, the biggest drawback of half skills are their mana consumption, as they waste lot more mana. Only using it 2 times. Jim is nearly drained as he had to drink mana potion, but I have still 60% of my mana reserved. This isn't going anywhere when I think about the monsters in front of. Soon or later I will get tired and these monsters will finish me in second. Gritting my teeth, I circulated my mana to the direction of the third movement of the exercise. The pain came. I was about to close my eyes in pain, but I stopped myself somehow and controlled my shaky sword. If I was in the home, I wouldn't be able to handle this pain, but here in life and death battlefield I have to endure this pain to come out alive. There are many things I've left due, and most important, my unborn younger sibling. Thinking all those things, I endured the pain and started circulating fourth move of the exercise and endured the hellish pain that come with it. Slice, yes. I shouted when my sword hit the monster's fun, lightly injuring it in the process. This is the first time I injured it. These monsters are 2 levels higher than me and had higher strain than Ashlin, making them way stronger than me and Ashlin. It was quite good that I am able to injure it. Thinking fourth move will not be enough to heavily injure them, much less kill them, I circulated fifth and sixth move of them exercise in succession. I clenched my teeth so hard that even my gums started to hurt. Slick, tap-ata, my sword cut across monster's back, leaving a big wound. Feeling pain, it bared his teeth against me as both monsters started to attack me in frenzy. Bring it on! I also shouted. They are not the only one feeling pain. I am also in immense pain, but I am enduring it. If I didn't kill these monsters, they will kill me and eat in seconds. Another one of my attacks hit them. It wouldn't be long before I kill them. Jim is also seemed to struggling against the monsters, using his half skill time to time and chugging mana potions to supplement mana. It must be good to have a big organization as a backer. Having positions and skill available readily makes one envy then, but still, I wouldn't change the decision for all benefits of the world. When I looked at Ashlin, I felt it's all worth it. Despite her fire is no use on monsters, she's still helping me distract them with her fire. If her talent was little higher or her mana purity above 50%, she could have easily able harm these monsters. The purer the mana is, more destructive power would become. It's like difference between kerosene and petrol. Oh no! I thought when I saw 2 more LV. 3 red nail rat monsters coming toward my directions, and soon my fear come true and they joined the fray, attacking me. 4 monsters beside me and started to attack me from all direction. Ashlin looked at me worriedly and started attacking a monster with all her force, but it's no uses. Ah! I cried out as monster's red nail dug deep into the leg. The monster keeps injuring and one monster kept jumping to aim at my neck. I was barely able to dodge that. If this going on for another 10 minutes, I will surely will before these monsters dinner meat. Thinking this do or die situation, I started to circulate 7th, 8th, and 9th moves of exercise consecutively. I have stepped away from fainting due to pain and my gums started to bleed. I shout out with all my heart and attacked the monsters. Circulating 9th move, my speed grew exponentially and I started to attack monsters with madness. Tada, one monster jumped to attack my neck, but I attacked it in midair, cutting it into 2 pieces. Some of its blood even fell on my face. Seeing their kin dead, all 3 monsters started to attack me with madness. I also answered them with madness, killing another their kin, leaving behind only 2 monsters behind. Of the 2, one ID heavily injured earlier. I target that monster special after a short fight. I killed him as it was already injured. Now only remaining in one, seeing all his brother dead, it went into utter madness and directly jumped for my head, wanting it to pierce it with his nails. Come ONNN. I shouted and attacked it horizontally with my sword. When my attack touched it, directly sliced from head to tail, dividing it into 2 from the center. Chapter 15 Cave In. I was just about to dial it back my mana circulation to the 6th move of Supreme Combat Exercise, because this pain nearly making me nearly black out, but I didn't get the chance to do that because another hole opened near me and monsters started to swarm out. Fuck. I cursed, seeing a group of the monsters coming toward our direction. Soon it spits and 5 LV3 monsters come to my way. Ah, save me, save me. I heard when I looked to see a man being eaten alive by red nail rat monsters. Slink slice. I cut to kill another monster, leaving 4 behind. These new monsters are quite smart. they attack in coordination, it makes really hard to kill them. Clang 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 slice, another monster got heavily injured by me, I only able to slice 1/3 of its neck, a fountain of blood could seem to ooze from its neck, it will soon die to leave behind 3 monsters for me to kill. Having killed 2 monsters, I felt a little relaxed, it gave a chance to catch a breath. Fighting monster against life and death helping me endure the pain of 9th move of the exercise, the pain is still immense but at least L got out of the fear of blacking out amidst the fight. Slice, yeah. I shouted as I killed 2 monsters in one move, it was a little risky move as one monster jumped to attack my head and other 2 were attacking my legs. To kill 2 monsters on the ground, I had to sidestep at last second when Red Nail Rat's nail was very close and performed very large horizontal slash close to ground cutting both monsters in half. I didn't get unscathed out of it, my shoulder got injured by the rat who attacking me from jumping, I moved backward and stabbed last remaining monster in it head killing him on the spot. I didn't have the luxury to entertain rest as I quickly removed the bandits and quickly pasted them all over my body, I have to thank my mother if I am able to survive this for packing so many band-aids. These band-aids are especially for monsters band-aids but can also be used on a human, I just have to place them near the injury and they automatically spread on injury closing the wounds. These band-aids are called micro-band-aids made with nanotechnology, they are fingernail size but they cover the wound size of adult fist easily. Chew. Ashlin is eating the hearts of the monster that I killed, Ashlin eat quickly, I said to her because I know new monsters will soon come. It looked like a long time fighting but barely 3 hours passed since I started fighting and it will take near day at least for reinforcements to come, the situation looked bleak but still, all people are fighting with all their heart. Ashlin started cooking and eating the hearts of the, I really wonder sometimes how she able digest all in her palm-sized body, the 5 hearts she just ate right now is size small child's fists. I have to do something about the mana, I am running out, I only have about 20% left. I don't have mana potions like Jim, the only option is to eat monster's meat which is enriched with mana but for human digesting they take time. I was about to pick out a monster heart from their bodies to eat when a group of 3 red nail rat attacked me, I barely dodged their attacks, clang clang, as my sword and their nails touched sparks flew out. I took back the silver fire which was coating my sword to save mana but it decreases offense a little, I kept circulating the 9 the move of the exercise and didn't dare to circulate the 10th move fearing to blackout. Beep, a notification lighten on my holowatch but I am not in the mood to read as I fighting. Fuck me, cursed Jim, this was the first time I heard him cursing when I looked to find him reading something on his holowatch while fighting monsters. What is it? I asked, to make Jim curse this must be something important. Mr. Black informed that many low-level monsters will come from underground soon and he won't able help us as he and other lieutenant stage powerhouses are holding back lieutenant-level monsters, Jim replied. My heart skipped hearing that new, till now many holes were open and monster come out but Mr. Black didn't want anyone but this time he warned, this would mean only one thing a large amount of monster will come soon, that means we probably have maximum half an hour before big lot monsters come. Without thinking consequence of blacking out, I circulated mana in directions of the 10 NT move, I screamed in pain. Even if I black out and fell unconscious death await and if I didn't try my all, the death is awaiting me similarly, of the 2 choices I would prefer dying while fighting. I circulated 11th and 12th move consecutively without caring for consequences, the winds all over my body popped out as they will burst any second. Slice slock slice, within second I was able to kill all them but my mana also reaches extremely low, only 10% is remaining in central storage. Without resting, I dig out the heart of the monster and cooked it for 10 seconds with silver fire and ate it in one bite. I ate 7 hearts till I can't eat anymore, the tastes of the hearts are not as disgusting as I thought it would be, in fact, they are quite tasty. I just hoped they will be quick digested but to my surprise, I digested them within minutes I ate them. I didn't understand at first but then remembered. The information I read about the Supreme Combat exercise, it said that circulating exercise will help to digest faster, the more moves I circulate the faster my digestion would become but I didn't have put much load on that. 20 minutes passed since I heard the notification, the monsters will come soon. As I killing any stray monster which comes in my way, I notice my big mistake when I didn't feel any new mana which I should get from eating monster meat. I looked inside my mana world, fuck I am a fucking idiot. I cursed myself when I forget the most important drawback of my refinement engine. That I will not able to any other mana except which stored in central storage of refinement engine, the mana my body absorb and mana I get from the monster meat will turn it mana cloud around the refinement engine. To use that mana I have to absorb it into the engine to refine and store it into refinement engine. The large mana cloud already had surrounded the refinement engine, it was much time bigger than first mana cloud which I had absorbed into refinement engine. The mana I got from eating monster meat is faint in color, obviously purer than the mana my body absorbed from the surrounding. To know the purity of mana I have to refine it first. Ashlin comes, I said, and Ashlin come inside me. I started to operate refinement engine to refine mana cloud while performing the 12th move of mana calculation engine. It put so much strain on my mind that 3 blood veins of my head cracked apart and blood started to trickle from it. I was in no mood to consider that because I could feel little vibration under my feet and I know when they will reach the surface, large number of them will pour in. Bang! Loud bang heard from the center of the battlefield as the ground started to cave in. Many people in that fell into a big hole, there is no need to think about their outcome. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, sound could be heard from the ground and soon wave after wave of black and red started to come out of the hole. I gripped my sword strongly as I waited for monsters to come. Chapter 16 Second level of private stage. Wave after wave of monsters started to come out of the hole, I break into cold sweat seeing their huge numbers. I started to speed up my refinement. Another 2 veins popped up but I don't care because I am seeing hundreds of monsters coming in our directions. It's been 10 minutes, I've started refining mana and central storage is only 17% is filled, this refining speed tripled my normal refining speed but this time, it is too slow. I operated refinement engine without any fear because I will need a hell lot of mana in the fight. I see little change in the event. I look to see it's Jim who is leveled up, congratulations. I said and he nodded with a serious face because of his eyes on the large group of monsters which coming toward us. Soon as monster comes out of him, there is little change in Black Snake despite leveling up, the only change in the monster is that its eyes become dark forest green. I am happy for him being leveling up because Jim would able to release some pressure off me in the fight. The large group of 200 some monster come running toward us, my back clearly got wet seeing this, still, I gripped my sword ready to attack. We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. Voices rang across the whole battlefield, I don't know who shouted first but soon all people start to shout, I also joined in and started shout, I filled me courage in this hopeless situation. I shouted as 10-something monster break from the group come attacking toward me. I slice my sword toward them, every swing of the sword if touched will injure or kill a monster. The pressure is high as there are more than 10 monsters are attacking me, the veins are over my body is banging as bulging as I performing 3 most strenuous tasks simultaneously. I am operating refinement engine, circulating 12th move of supreme combat exercise and also fighting monsters, my head is hurting so bad that I just want to hit it on the wall. Poochie. I stab one monster in the skull directly killing him, fuck. I said as monster's nail attacked my calf, thank God, I dodged by the moment or my legs would have got seriously injured. These fucking monsters are seriously crafty, they are attacking me where I am most soft, they left to let a chance go, whenever they see my weakness they attack, the injuries are piling up all over my body and these fucking monsters not giving me moments rest to apply the band-aids. The most relaxed in our line of defense is Jim, his monster is back into form, whichever that monster bite, turns up dead at the moment and monsters can't seem to track that black snake that it was so fast that only its shadow could be seen. Jim is fighting smart, his snake attacking the only those monster who got very close to Jim conserving his monster's energy, so, it could be used in life and death situation. I don't have that luxury, I gave my all to kill this monsters as I don't have any trump card in hand. Slice, 2 masters fell to sword but still many are remaining and more will come if I didn't finish this monster quickly, I will get more than I could handle. My sword moved left to right, killing any monsters who came in its way, giving them no chance to retaliate. The numbers kept decreasing, but sometimes stray monster always joined, but making me feel more pressure. My mana had reached 70% in central storage and kept increasing. The mana I got from eating monsters' meat is pure that I refined, and it probably crossed 40% purity. Because of all these damn monsters I can't even check the purity scale. Shit. I cursed as I got bitten by monsters. I have to quickly finish all these monsters before I am dead due to excessive blood loss. I can feel my body getting stronger by seconds. The veins which had started popped all over my body earlier now turned to normal, and I got the feeling that the first wounds that I received are already half healed. I directly circulate 13th, 14th and 15th move of Supreme's combat exercise, pack. Veins started to pop all over my body, and I even wanted blood due to pressure my body experienced, but I didn't care. With little shaky sword and vision distorted, I started to kill monsters all around me. Every swing of sword killed the monster, their numbers kept decreasing. In 5 minutes I nearly kill all of them, remaining only 2. Fuck shits, take this. I said as I killed 2 monsters with a swing of the sword, and there are no monsters left in front of me. I took a heavy breath and just want rest as I am feeling extremely tired in both mind and body, but I know there is no time as next batch of monsters will soon come. I quickly remove the band-aids from my backpack and start to stick them all over my body. When I properly looked myself, even feel shocked, I completely had become a bloody man as all my body ridden with injuries. I started to remove hearts from the bodies of monsters and started to eat them. This time I didn't even cook them, I ate it raw because I don't have luxury cook them and then eat, even if it would take few seconds. Those few seconds for 1 heart turned out for 10, I kept eating even after I felt full. I only stopped when there is no space left in my stomach anymore. I've eaten 19 hearts, nearly 3 times more than last time. As I am circulating 15th move of exercise, I kept digesting and then refining it through my refining engine. As I checked my mana purity, I got quite startled. It reached 44.6%. They say is really eating monster meat is faster and favorable compared to absorbing mana through surrounding. Soon another wave of monsters came, this time 3 times more than last, but this time I am not scared as my injuries are controlled and healing. I have stored nearly 90% mana in central storage. I've eaten so many monster heart that lots mana kept refining, but there one small fear that I have to spend mana early as possible. If I don't, my body will bloat and explode like a balloon due to excessive mana production without any space to store it into my body. I lighten my sword with the silver fire. It looked like blazing sword, quite beautiful, and this way I'll lose mana quickly and it would also be lethal to the monsters. Slice, my every sword attack cut to kill without any wasted movement. Sometimes even I kill 2 or 3 monsters at once by throwing blazing fire in the monsters and them slicing them apart. Time begins to pass and it's been 10 hours since I've been fighting monsters, but monsters aren't lessening, instead they are increasing. Slice. I kill the monster who jumped on it. Choo. I heard Ashlin voice as she is inside me. I became ecstatic hearing what she said. She said she is ready to level. No, don't control it as long as you can, I said. I said it because my mana purity is only 48%. I want mana to be pure when we level up, because purer the mana is during leveling up, the more stronger she will become after level up. Central storage of the engine already 96% full, which satisfy the condition to level. There must above 90% mana in the body before leveling up, or there will be an adverse effect. Leveling up monster needs lots of mana. As a precaution, the more is better. I stopped absorbing mana from Mana Cloud and started re-refining mana, which is the central storage of the engine. I started to refine and compress process as I refine mana as well as I am fighting the monster. Time to time I absorb mana from the Mana Clouds to maintain 90% mana in the central storage. I kept re-refining the mana in the central storage. Till yesterday I was only able to maintain only 2 rounds of re-refining, but now I am refining at my 14th cycle. As cycle get increased, so is purity. Time passed on. It's 5 hours since it re-refining mana and 15 hours since I am fighting. I am feeling so tired. If I close my eyes for a second, I will fall asleep immediately, but I can't do that as I am fighting more 20 monsters. If my focus even slips for a second, they will eat me alive. Choo. Ashlin called saying she can't hold anymore. okay, I said, and she let loose the restine she has been holding on and started to level up. With her I also started to level up. She is leveled up when mana purity at 59%, which impressive, better than my parents who leveled up at 41% and 43%. A warm current of energy started to flow into my body, healing my injuries little while making my body stronger. I can feel the silver fire I've inherited from her also becoming stronger. Leveling up did not take long. With 15 minutes it's all over, but it became twice as a stringer. Choo! Ashlin come out of me with long cry, having her whole body covered in fire. Boom! A blast and out as collided with dance group of monsters, with that group having 10 or so monster. When fire cleared out, all monsters were dead and Ashlin sitting on the skull of the biggest monster with her held high. Choo choo, she cried out proudly, displaying her achievement. Chapter 17 3 hours till reinforcement. Choo choo choo, Ashlin stood on the skull of dead monster and cried out arrogantly with her head high. After she leveled up, her attack got stronger, especially due her mana purity has reached 59%. She really cooked all monsters alive. It is a good thing because I need a lot of hearts because I am completely drained. Ashlin's leveling up taken more than 80% of my mana. Ashlin, from now on attack only those who come me. I said, wildly killing monsters will not do, she has to conserve some mana when the need arises. Choo choo, she despondently, she also wants to test her power on new targets. After killing all the monsters near me, I started to remove the hearts and started eating them before the next wave of monsters come. This time I also 20 hearts just like before, but this time chances of being bloating and exploding due to excessive mana is really because I leveled up and by getting stronger by second as I am circulating the 15th move of Supreme Combat exercise. I started to absorb the mana cloud into the engine as I am running dangerously low on mana. I wouldn't take long, in this life and death environment, in little over 1 hour central storage will more than 80% will be filled. It's been 15 hours, I have been fighting the battle. In my whole life I've never stayed this long while holding them. I am so tired. If a pillow touched against my head, I will fell asleep standing. But I am shocked by some people's resistance who have been fighting without rest and has not changed in these people performance. I've asked him for the reason. He said that most of the people who are fighting are mostly from the Westblood City. Westblood City experience Horde 2 to 3 times year. Even today Westblood City is fighting the Horde. If not, reinforcement would have already had come from Westblood City. Tata, new wave of the monsters come, slice. I sliced across monsters. These bastards are kept increasing. Jim, are there any news of reinforcements? I asked. There are more and more monsters kept coming. Even Jim run out of his little mana potion and had to eat monsters' meat. No, there is no news yet, he said. We either have to hold till reinforcements arrive or kill all the monsters, but that likely happens as the monsters kept coming. Killing all the monster in front of Jim had started to collect the heart from the monsters. After collecting sufficient hearts, he removes the vial from his backpack and sprinkles its liquid on the hearts. Smoke started to come out of them and their color changed from blood red to light red. After all, smoke is evaporated. Jim started to eat the hearts of the counters cleanly without dirting his mouth. That liquid he sprinkled on the heart must be some digestive liquid which helped to digest monster meat easy. He had been doing this ever since his mana potions run dry. This seems to work for him as there is no sign which tells he is running low on mana. Beep beep beep. Holowatches of all the people started to ring out simultaneously. I opened the notification amidst fighting. When I read the notification, all color drained from my face, not only me, all the people who are a corporal stage or below. It was a notification from Mr. Black saying large groups of specialist and corporal stage monsters are moving underground. The only saving grace about this notification that according to him it will take them an hour to reach them on the surface, so now we have only an hour to prepare. Well, at least I had an hour. I have to be at my apex form when those monsters arrive. Slice, within half an hour, finished all the monsters in front of me. I looked up to find nearly half the people killed the monster and preparing for a big fight. I removed the band-aids from my backpack and paste them on the wound. I am running out band-aids, I have to use them sparingly. My injuries have been healing pretty fast. The half of my injuries are completely healed and the heavy injuries I received are in the healing process. If I have given 2 hours time, they will be healed enough that I can fight without feeling any discomfort. Ashlin is eating monster meat as I told her when the big fight starts she will not have any chances to do that. I also stuffed monster meat till I am full despite fear of bloating and exploding due to having excessive mana. Thump thump could be heard from underground, the monster will soon come from below. It didn't take long to monsters to came, this time they didn't open a new hole but come existing big hole which is opened by monsters previously. Monsters started to pour out from the hole but this time there was no private stage monsters, all the monsters which is coming of its specialist stage or above. Specialist stage red nail rats are bigger than private stage rats, while private stage height up to my knee, specialist stage red nail rats height reach my thigh and corporal level monsters are even bigger than that. Soon a specialist stage red nail rat monsters come to attack me while baring his teeth at me as the attacks with his nails, I attack with my sword to counter its cleaning, thud poo poo. Just my sword and its nail touched, I blasted backward colliding with tunnel wall and spewing out blood from my mouth. Thud, I barely dodge follow up the attack as it collided against the tunnel wall, fuck it. If this gong on any longer I will die in seconds. I lighten my sword with fire and I counter, it next incoming attack. Poo poo, I vomited blood as I blasted backward by the attack, this isn't going to work I have to do something. I scream with my bloodied mouth as circulated move after move of exercise while taking a heavy beating from the monster, I've never been so injured in my earlier battles. Soon the circulation reached the 10th cycle and I even black out for a moment from extreme pain, it was that monster's attack that took me out of my revelry. Clang 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 clang. My sword and monster's nails met hundreds of times in the minutes, even circulating the 20th move of supreme combat exercise I am barely able to hold it back. The power difference between stages is too great, even at the 20th move of exercise, I wasn't able to do anything. Many people are getting all around me but many people are still fighting back but not much longer. They are barely holding back their tiredness as they fighting back monsters, if some reinforcement or something didn't happen in few hours all of us going to die, just I was think a loud sound rang out in the tunnel. Reinforcement will come in 3 hours from West Blood City, we just have to hold on for 3 hours, the loud serious voice rang out in the tunnel in clear-cut voice but not many people believe it as most of the people thought it foe to inspire them to fight. Beep. But soon notification arrived from West Blood City itself, they must have deal with Horde to send reinforcement to us. That notification from West Blood City rekindled the flame of courage in the people's heart and they started to fight to give their all. Fuck. I cursed as monster left a deep gash on my thigh, it started bleeding heavily, even circulating 20th move, I found hard to kill the monster, much less kill it. Greeting my teeth I circulated 21th, 22nd and 23rd moves of exercise, fighting unconscious, keep myself fighting, pierce, take that you fucker. I said as I pierced the monster's stomach, clang clang, it is not dead as we keep fighting but it will as I hit its vital spot on his stomach. Poochie. My sword pierced its EY directly killing it, I didn't have much to Keedmoo injuries as Ashlin fighting another monster, she half injured it but it is very difficult for her to kill it due to their level difference. I also joined fight with her to kill that monster, it didn't take us long till we killed it within 20 minutes, barely 45 minutes passed since the announcement of reinforcement but there are more than 2 hours remaining for their arrival. I quickly remove all the band-aids and paste them on my injuries, I sighed as all my bandages are used nothing left, if I got injured again, I don't know what I will do. I opened the chest of monster and remove its heart out, taking my finger inside the heart and remove finger-size crystal, it mana crystal of monster which the only specialist and the above monster could produce. I removed the second mana crystal from another monster and pocketed them. Ashlin and I eat heat of specialist monster as we only have half our mana left, come to Ashlin. I said, she integrated inside me. We have to refine mana quickly as next group of monsters will soon come, Michael little help here. I heard to see Jim was fighting 3 monsters alone and nearly at the death's door. I rushed there to help me as he did to me when I surrounded by monsters earlier, I got them and help him kill the monsters. Only 2 hours before reinforcements arrive, said Jim as he applied ointment on his wound after applying his ailment he ate the monster meat of specialist grade for mana recovery. Yes, only 2 hours, I repeated, and soon we again started to kill the monsters as they came. Chapter 18 End of Battle. Only 2 hours till reinforcements arrive, I have to hold on till then, clang clang clang. I am fighting 2 monsters simultaneously and Ashlin also holding back another one. I have been fighting 18 to 19 hours and it's taking a heavy toll both on my body and mind. The only thing kept me going is the thought of reinforcement which said to arrive in 2 hours. I am scared for my life. I am scared that a big group of powerful monsters will swarm in before reinforcement. I have many dreams and most important, I haven't seen my younger sibling yet. Slick. I injure monster on its leg but not able to kill it. Being at the specialist stage they are more intelligent than private stage monster and can use better teamwork. Poochie. Fuck yeah. I shout out as I pierce the head of the monster, effectively killing it. Seeing their partner dead, monsters went to mad and started to attack me in frenzy. It is little hard to counter their frenzied speed as I kept getting injured now and then. Sparks fly as monsters' nails and my sword collides, countering each other offenses. Slice clang, damn. I cursed as I failed to kill that monster, just injuring slightly. That monster would have been dead if not for other monster stopped my attack with its nails. You fuckers are really egging me. I said an attack to match their frenzy. I sucked a deep breath as red nail rat's nail dug deep into my thigh, but there is not time mulling over this as I have monsters to kill. The circulating 23rd move of Supreme Combat Exercise, my body's heading ability increased a lot. Now whatever injury I receive, it will clot in minutes, preventing excessive blood loss. Kachak. Yeah. I shouted as I cleanly decapitated the monster, leaving behind only one monster to kill. It would take longer to finish it. Gripping my sword I start to attack the last monster. I want to quickly kill this bastard to provide help to Ashlin. She was fighting another specialist stage monster all by herself. Thud, the monster blasted apart by me and hit the tunnel wall. I followed behind too quickly, but that slippery bastard quickly got up and countered my attack with its nails. It will not alive for much time, clang slice, I got little startled as monster cut half by me. I thought the monster will counter my move, but it missed and my flaming sword cleanly cut through its middle. Not wasting any more time, sneakily walk toward Ashlin, who is having a tough time against her opponents. I want to sneak attack on that monster and kill it in a single attack. I asked Ashlin to use a big fireball to distract it. She did what I asked her. She summoned the silver fireball of her size and threw it at the monster. Boom, small boom rang out, as smoke was just clearing. Poochie. I sneakily got behind it and stabbed it on its skull, killing it one shot. I sigh looking at my injuries. Although they are not fatal, but they not harmless. If got piled up too quickly they could be life-threatening. I can't do anything about my injuries except quickly remove my clothes from my backpack and tear them to strips to use them as a bandage. I would have asked Jim for his ointment, but he used it all. The trick using cloths as a bandage, I learned from him as he was doing that. I quickly removed the fingernail-size monster cores from its heart. These monster cores are really expensive in markets. They are used in alchemy, magical weapons, and fuel for the various machines. They can also be eaten by monsters, but they had to eat in small quantities. It will take 10 days for Ashlin to finish it completely. The monster core contains extremely concentrated mana, and the nature of mana is very berserk in nature. If Ashlin ate it whole monster core now, she will explode in less than an hour. That's how berserk monster core's nature is. After counting 4 monster cores I've collected now, I got a total 7 total. This fortune for me. I even wish it for a second that more monsters would come so that I can get more monsters core out of them. Shit. Why, I said as I saw 6 specialist stage monsters coming toward me. I just had jokingly wished that more monster would come to so I could collect more cores, but now my wish come true. There are 6 monsters are coming toward me. Ashlin, do you mind handling 2 monsters? I said. If Ashlin would have been surface monster, I also lately would never ask her to do that, but she is bird-type monsters. As long as she didn't get too close to them she will be fine. Red nail rats are one of most weaker species who have no long range or projectile attacks. Their strength lies in their large numbers. Clang clang clang, I started to fight with 5 monsters. I have become an automated machine in this hour of fighting. I just swing sword whenever I find a weakness in monster's posture. People all over me fighting with a monster with all their heart. Some people even kept projection of clock activated on their holowatch to see time as they were waiting for the reinforcements. Gotcha. I killed last of the 6th monster by decapitating. To kill these 6 monsters, I had to pay a hefty price. My whole body had ridden with injuries. I quickly collected all the monster cores from monster bodies and started to bandage my injuries using my cloth strips. I looked my watch to see only 40 minutes till reinforcement comes, maximum they will take 1 hour. The notification came from the West Blood City said that reinforcement is coming using flying magical artifact which is many times faster than the train, so they should be able to arrive in time. Gasp totems. I shouted, not only I, but Jim was also shouted, seeing 5 beams lights of different color projected in the sky, distinct forms of the sword, saber, but shields could also be seen inside them. They are totems. One can create their totems after reaching the lieutenant stage. They can be any form of sword, armor, monster, what you desire. Totems can be used as direct weapons or can also be an argument in the weapons to fight. Totems can increase its user fighting power to a whole new level. But to create a totem one's mana purity have to be above 70% or above. 5 beams light there seemed to 5 people that brought out their totems. People only brought out their totems when they are serious because to use totems takes a lot of mana. Tata tata. There are 2 monsters coming toward me. I relaxed at first but then I noticed the size seemed to bigger than normal. LV1 specialist grade monsters. Fuck, I said slowly, I know what is coming. These 2 monsters may be LV2 or LV3 of specialist grade. I started circulated 24th move of Supreme Combat Exercise. I tried it earlier but feeling 10 times more pain than 23rd move I backed down, but now I have no option. Gritting my teeth, I fully circulated 24 the move and completed the first set of Supreme Combat Exercise. I attacked the monster who came in front of me. Clang thud, poo poo poo, I blasted backward and started vomiting blood. The power 24th move is no use against them. This difference between power level, no exercise can fill the gap, no matter how amazing the exercise may be. Thudded crack crack. I again blasted and collided with the wall, my bones broke and sword left my hand. I didn't have the energy to move my fingers. The situation changed so suddenly. A few minutes ago I was killing monsters and now monster is about to kill me. Shoo, Ashlin cried out and threw fireball double her size, but they're no use. She covered herself with fire and collided against the monster, but she was also blasted apart by the tail of the monster, Ashlin. I cried, but I don't have the energy to help her. I felt so powerless. The monsters had come close to me and attacked me, aiming for my head. I didn't close my eyes but look at sharp nails coming toward my head to take my life. Thud. Suddenly purple light flashed and the monster fell flat without completing his attack. I was shocked seeing this. I thought I was dead as monster comes so close killing me. I looked up to see where the purple light come from, as it was the one that killed. Hovering in the air is the man, looked to be in mid-20s. Releasing tens of purple bolts of lightning from his finger, whichever monster those purple bolts touched fell dead. The reinforcement had come. Thinking there is no danger to my life anyone, I closed my eyes and fell asleep in second. Chapter 19 Madame Marina. Chapter 19, Madame Marina. When I open my eyes, I find myself in the white environment. Inhaling the light smell of disinfectant, I know where I am in the hospital. I am wearing a hospital gown, and when I check my injuries, they are healed, not even a scar left on my skin. I was quite heavily injured. There were injuries all over me, especially broken bones which I've got just before reinforcements arrived. How many days as it had been? I mumble myself, it's been 4 days since the fight. I heard Jim's voice, it comes from the bed beside me. He still looked injured. How come your injuries not healed yet? I asked him. When those 2 high-level specialist grade monster fighting me, 1 high-level specialist grade monster also fighting Jim also getting trashed just like me. His injuries have been quite heavy. Not everyone is a freak like you. he said, even doctors were little startled seeing your injuries healing 3 times faster than the normal private stage, he continued. But they thought it was because it was probably due to I was an ability you got from your monster, but when I told them you have mutated gray spark Sparrow, they did an extensive test on your body, they found something amazing. He continued. You are practicing that devil's exercise, don't you? He asked. I didn't understand what he means by devil's exercise, but then it dawned on me, that he probably referring to the supreme combat exercise. Yes, I said, it's not much of a secret, everyone at least tried it once in their lifetime, it's just that I just completed its 1 set. I knew it. Jim exclaimed. I had my doubts when we were fighting because your attacks didn't look like they were a half skills but they had power of 1. When doctors did the test when they found out you were doing that devil's exercise and completed 1 set, they got very excited and told that woman, he said excitedly. Then his expression turned complex. Micheal, you have to be careful, he was cut off by melodious voice in midst of speaking. Are you saying something about me? Cry baby Jimmy, asked a beautiful lady, she looked to be in her early 30s with a beautiful face and blonde hair. She had very cute and fluffy snow-colored fox in between her hands. It looked little different than normal fox monsters I've read, but one thing is sure, it is the cutest monsters I've ever seen. Nothing, I am just talking to my friend, he said defensively. Madam Marina, how times I have to tell you my name is James, he said with little irritation. Did she just call him crybaby Jimmy? Looks like they know each other quite well. Well, it's not my fault that you always used to cry whenever you played with my cute Seychelles, she said as she lovingly stroked her cute fox's head, and that cute fox smiled in pleasure. Fear could be seen on Jim's face when he looked at that cute little fox. You always behave like this, crybaby Jimmy, I will talk to your mother about this later, she said, and then her gaze turns to me. Her eyes turned blue when she looked at me, from upside down. I felt like I am completely naked in front of her, it's like she can see every secret of my body and nothing can hide from her eyes. Well, your neural damage completely healed, I have to give it to you. Completing 1 set of supreme combat exercise at just 16 old is really praiseworthy, she said. I looked at confusingly. The reason you were unconscious for 4 days because you had neural damage, it's healed and your network became stronger than before, your neural network now can easily endure the pressure of more than 1 set of an exercise, she said. Thank you, I said, only I could understand how extensive injuries I've received, especially neural, it requires expertise to cure it very quickly. Oh, one more thing, if you're able to circulate 10 sets of supreme combat exercise in the years, then come to me, I'll run some tests on you. In exchange you can request any grade 2 or below potion from me. Remember, you have 3 years, 3 years later I'll leave and you will not have a chance to get grade 2 potion of choice, she said, got little startled by her proposition. She even left her number on my holowatch. I nodded to her, but I know it is impossible for me to complete 10 set 3 years, even 10 years would be not enough, million in one able complete supreme combat exercise yen sets, and it takes them more than 10 years to do that. You are now discharged, you are free to go, she said. I nodded. I am also feeling file except for sore on some places, which is fire, the soreness will go away in a day. Madam Marina, call back your damn fox. Jim shouted. He is scared stiff as that cute fox played around him. Jim is really weird, that cute little fox wants to play with him but he is scared instead. Seychelles, let's go, crybaby Jimmy didn't want to play with such a cute little fox like you, she said in mock anger and left with her cute four. What is wrong with you? You are scared of that fluffy little fox? I asked. Really, no sane person would be scared of such a cute monster, and that fox looked to be private stage monster. Jim can harm it with a wave of his hand. What stage do you think that fox is? Jim asked. Private stage, I said without much thinking. Jim shook head hearing my word. That fox you call fluffy and cute is probably brigadier or maybe higher stage monster. I was shocked hearing that cute little fox is brigadier storage monster, and Jim even said properly, he even sure of the exact level of the fox. 3 years ago, when biggest horde in the decade had attacked the city, that little fox entered the horde and killed the horde leader of brigadier stage with the swing its tail, he continued. To kill the brigadier stage monster with just a swing of its tail, that fox may be general or marshal level monster. That damn little fur used to come our home with Madame Marina to our home, that damn fox used to play me like a toy when no one was around, I became so scared of that I used to hide whenever Madame come to house, he said, and scared expression appeared on his as if he was remembering those days. Who is she? I asked the question before I control myself. I know this question is not I can ask. I don't know, my parents acquainted with her decade ago, she comes and go but every year she spends 1 or 2 months in the Republic, he said. We both felt silent that. Chapter 20 Exchange Point. I activated the barrier screen for the privacy and opened the drawer of the small table which is beside my bed. The hospital will keep your things in the drawer as long as its size is not bigger than a drawer. I opened the drawer to see my backpack and small box already there. I hastily opened the small box to find 13 fingernail-size monster cores inside it. Seeing them I heaved a sigh of relief. These monster cores are very important to me. Specialist stage monster cores usually sold at 5 to 10,000 credits, mine are the lowest quality. Even then I will get a minimum of 5,000 credit. I know they won't go anywhere, but I was still worried. With this 13 crystal my life in the West Blood City would be easier. I took out the set of clothes from my backpack and wore them. I have only 2 sets of clothing left. In the battle, I have used a lot of my clothes as a bandage. I have to buy a lot of clothes and accessories like my shoes, bandages and a new backpack. This backpack tattered and barely holding on. It did save me many times from the attack of a monster on my back. I deactivated the privacy screen, and about to leave saying goodbye to him when I remember he is local of West Blood City. Jim, do you know any good apartments in the outer ring under 5,000 credit? I asked him. Previously I had decided to live in the place which cost less than a 1,000 credit, but after obtaining the monster cores I decided to live in a better place. I have a friend who could help you. He is a property agent, who can help you find the best place at a good price, better than those sites on the web. He said. I nodded and waited for him as he called his friend. West Blood City housed more than 70 million people and it divided into 3 parts that known as 3 rings. The rings are known to be defense barriers of the city. West Blood City has the 3 defense barriers known to be Outer Ring, Middle Ring, and Central Ring. Outer Ring is the first line of defense of the city against the monsters and area which housed more than 2 times people combined of other 2 rings. It is where common people and low-level adventurers live, especially those below corporal stage. Middle Ring is the second line of defense of the city and house nearly 20 million people, and only those at corporal stage above has the right to live in it, or has corporal stage or above powerhouse has to vie for you to live there. The last is Central Ring, which also the last defense of the city, which housed less than 3 million people and mostly cities elite and powerhouses live there, but the funniest thing is you didn't need any qualification to live there. As long as you have enough money you can live in the Central Ring. The lowest cost of living in Central Ring above 300,000 credits, normal people can't afford it, only those at corporal stage or above able afford to live there. Michael, my friend wants to talk to you, said Jim. I nodded and walked toward him. His holowatch is showing a projection of his friend. He is the man in 20s wearing a professional suit. Hello, I greeted. Hello, Jim had mentioned you need an apartment. Here are 16 options I have selected for you. Please choose which you like. He said, and projection of 16 apartments and their detail appeared in front of me. I started to view all 16 apartments he had given me. There no need to check them personally as it is reality projection. All the apartments he had shown me are studio apartments, which costs 4,000 to 10,000 credit. All buildings which apartments are had offered food court for both humans and monsters, training facilities etc. after paying a certain price. All the apartment are very good, but I have the choice to make, to choose between 16 of these studio apartments. I selected the apartment. The specialty of this building that it had 15 training facilities and most of its residents are specialist stages. It cost me 7,000 credit, more than 6,000 of my initial price, but looking at the apartment I felt it's worth the price. I signed the apartment contract and paid the signing amount, but Jim's friend declined to take his commission and I didn't force him. I talked with him for a while and about say goodbye when Jim said something. Michael, will you be free in 2 weeks? He asked. He knows I come West Blood City for adventuring and didn't join the government or any organization. Yes, I am free, I said, as I don't have any plan except going outside for training and hunting monsters for meat and core. Do you mind joining me for training in the forest and we will hunt some monsters? He asked expectantly. Sure, I said, that is also my plan, having Jim with me also a good thing. See you in 2 weeks, Jim, I said and left the hospital. I tapped my holowatch a few times to find an exchange point. I had spent all my money on signing a lease of the apartment and did not have enough to take a cab to my new apartment, so I am finding an exchange point near me. Exchange points are places where people exchange monster cores for money. Yes. I shouted softly as finding exchange point in the lobby of the hospital. I get into the elevator for the ground floor, the elevator filled with people. One middle-aged man nodded and smiles at me. First I didn't why he did that, but then it dawned me that his middle-aged man also a survivor of the battle. I then smiled and nodded back. The lobby of the hospital is grand, lines of the elevators could be seen in the lobby, people are going in and out it. I feel awestruck seeing this scene. I never have seen such scenes except on TV. I've been in my small town whole life, I've never ventured outside it. I've spotted exchange point in the lobby and walked toward it. I strode inside the exchange point. Inside is machine half my size. I put 10 monster cores into the machine, soon it scanned it and shown the price it estimated of monster cores. I accepted the price. Beep. A minute later amount transferred to my account, a total of 51,000 credit. I exit out of the exchange with a bright smile on my face. Chapter 21 West Blood City. I ordered the hover car through my holowatch. It didn't take it long to arrive. I quickly sit in the back, drive slowest as possible. I commanded the car. It is a fully automatic laced with voice command. It will do as it rider required as long as commanded. Car's speed slowed down as it possibly could according to the rule. At normal speed, it would have taken the car to 1 hour to reach my new apartment, but now I order it to slow down. It would take little less than 2 hours. I have ordered it to slow down to see the scenery of the city. The hospital is at the outer ring of the city. What I seeing now is only scenery of the outer ring. I wonder how middle and central ring would. I will sightsee it when I have enough time. West Blood City looked majestic as it's seen on the web, with gigantic skyscrapers filling the sky, so it's crowded streets, and I can see gigantic barrier made of force field. An immense amount of energy must need to run that barrier. The city has life in it itself that kept people going. It is completely different from the small town I've come from, where only peace and tranquility and occasionally have some excitement. Chew. I felt an Ashlin comes out of me. Chew chew chew, she called out. She is saying she is feeling hungry. She is inside me for 4 days resting. She also got injured and was fatigued due to constant fighting, but after resting she is now feeling really hungry. I removed the packet of specialist grade monster food and give it to her. She started eating quickly and finished within minutes. Chew. She called out again for more food as she was still feeling hungry. I was startled, but then understand after she leveled up her diet also had increased. I took out another packet and give it to her. I have to admit Ashlin is a glutton. What she is now eating is her parents' death, who are the whole grade above her, but she who is a whole grade below is eating their diet. After eating she flew on my shoulder to watch the scenery of the outside. I have come to the West Blood City with no plan but one dream, that I have to reach Master Stage minimum in 5 years, 1 grade for each year to participate in the League of Heroes. Now that I reached the West Blood City, I am 1 step closer to reaching my dream. I just have to fight and progress. As long as never stops fighting, you will never stop progressing. Soon we reach the building where my apartment has. The building has 67-story tall, has 15 training facilities and 5 swimming pool, 3 cafeterias, and garden on the roof to relax. All the apartments in the building are studio apartments, this building specially designed for the adventurers to live. Most adventurers do not need large space. What they need is good training facilities for them to train and good cafeteria which have good and some facilities of entertainment. As long as these things a building could provide these, they will choose that place to live. I got out of the car and walk into the apartment building. The lobby was medium size, not as a grand hospital. In left has a reception desk which an old lady sitting on it, on the right had waiting seats, and in the front had an elevator. I directly walked to the elevator and flashed my holowatch to the screen. After signing the lease I got the command key of the apartment. My apartment is on the 32nd floor. In a minute, I reach my floor in a minute and walk to the number 16 door. My apartment's door opened as flashed my holowatch on it. Gasp! I let out a gasp as I saw my apartment's inside. It is not big, it has a single room of 25 sq/feet but it is fully furnished. It has everything one needs from the kitchen, refrigeration cube for storing and preserving food, washing machine for washing clothes, a wardrobe spacious enough to 10 sets of clothes and accessories and last a bed which 2 people can comfortably sleep. It is evening but I am already feeling tired. In the hospital, I was unconscious while my body was healing injuries. Technically I hadn't taken a rest. But before sleeping I should eat something as I hadn't eaten for 4 days. I took out some homemade food which my mother had forcefully packed in my backpack. My eyes moisture when I thought about my parents. My parents had called me when I fighting the battle. I had sent a quick text saying I was participating in the exam to enter an organization and will be a busy whole week and that I will call them in a week. I will call them 2 days later and have a good talk with them. If I called early they will suspect something and worry for nothing. Tomorrow I have a lot to do. I shop for new clothes and things I need when I go out and adventuring and sign up for a building training facility. I fell asleep as soon as my head touched the pillow. When I woke it already morning. Ashlin is still sleeping on my chest. I did not disturb her and let her sleep. I opened news feed for news. There is nothing new about the news and there is just small article about the train accident that happens 5 days ago. Choo! Ashlin woke up groggily. Good morning Ashlin, I said and pet her for a while. I freshen up and take a long bath. The hospital's robots must have cleaned me as I didn't see any dirt and blood on my body. Still, I scrub every inch of my body with soap. After taking bath, I also bathed Asylum. She is always quiet during bathing, not like other monsters who don't like a bath or those who enjoyed the baths. In the bath, she just stays quiet. I dried her feathers with dryer and removed her comb from my backpack to find its handle is broke. It must have broken during the battle. Still usable, I said and started to comb her hair. I have added a comb to the list of things I have buy in the mall. Let's go, Ashlin, I said as I strode out of my apartment with Ashlin in tow. I took the elevator for the lobby. The lobby is little active than yesterday. Youngsters could be seen coming and going out of the lobby. I didn't take a cab as the mall only 2 blocks away. The building also had a shop but I have to buy a variety of things, for that mall would be a better choice. The city is full of tall building. You will find barely any building which is smaller than 10 stories. Westblood City is built in the boundary of one of the most dangerous forests in a republic. Space is the luxury here. Manors and villas are very rare in the outer ring, can only see them in the middle ring and the central ring. I see many people walking on the streets, some alone while some with their monsters. People could be seen riding on there from the ground and in the air. It spotted tens of big birds who were flying with their partners and people riding many monsters on the road. Chapter 22 Shopping and Expenses. The mall has total 18 floors and sells everything from magical artifacts to home appliances. This is my first time to enter the mall. It is big as I expected to line with various brands storefront. I first walk into the clothing section. I am in really needs of cloths both everywhere and for adventuring. I chose the cloths which are currently in fashion. The adventuring and training suits really cost me a pretty penny, and not only clothes, I also brought all the accessories as well, such shoes, gloves, etc. After selecting clothes, I walked toward the adventuring department from which I brought necessary things which are required for adventuring outside, such as backpack, camps and preservation boxes which require to store the monster's material. The preservation boxes are really special. They are just thumb size but they can expand to the size of the half-meter cube. Now I have to buy the most important things, that are potions and medical supplies, which are on the 13th floor. When I enter the floor potions section, I am quite enthralled by glittery bottles of the potions. There are hundreds of type of them, if not thousands. I have never much read about the potions on the web, but when I saw the price these thumb-size colorful bottles, I so shocked that I nearly fall flat on my ass. The average price of this bottle is 10,000 credit. The potion with the lowest price cost 3,500 credit, and that potion is grade 1 low-level mana supplement potion, or simply known as mana potion, which used by LV.1 private grade evolvers. This is the potion which Jim drank during the battle to supplement his dried mana. This also the potion I came here for. Just that the potion I brought is grade 1 mid-level potion which costs 6,000 credit. I brought 3 of them costing me 18,000 credit. I had the wish to buy healing potion, but seeing it's the price of 20,000 credits, I decided to buy the ointment. I brought many miscellaneous things after that, such as Ashlin's comb, bandages, etc. The total shopping I spend a whopping 32,000 credits. The most expensive single thing is my backpack. It cost me whopping 7,000 credits, but seeing it's a function I thought it's totally worth it. It's sleek black in color, it can endure the attack of specialist stage. The most important thing about this backpack that it is semi-automated. During the battle, if need anything from the backpack, I just need to say it with my voice and it will automatically provide me without the need of me opening it. It is a very good function which prompted me to buy it. Despite its high price, it is the lowest price backpack in the semi-automatic range of the backpacks. All the things I have to buy I brought it. Even if I forgot something I can order it from the web and it would be delivered in a few minutes. In my apartment, sitting on the bed, I checked the services offered by the training hall. They all are standard services offered by the private training room, like private practice spaces, practice with robotic humans and monsters, etc. The fees of training facility are expensive. I have to pay 7,000 per month for it's a minimum package, but from what I read is all worth it. I sign up for it. Of the 50,000 credits which I got from selling monster cores now, I have only 11,000 left in my account, and me didn't think they will enough to last 10 days. Rent, food, and training, and for that, I have to spend 20,000 credit, and these are only basic necessities which adventurer needs. But to make the progress, one to have a different kind of potions and medicine, and to survive against both monsters and humans, one has to both offensive and defensive artifacts. I plan on leaving the city 3 days later, but first, I have to do practice in the training facility. Jim had said in the forest monsters aren't the only dangers, people also kill people. He said fighting with monsters and fighting with man is completely different. Before going outside, I should train with people first to get a hang of it. Thanks to the battle, my mana purity had reached 61%, only 4% away from the standard purity of 65%. One's mana purity, though innate talent or external sources like potions or monster material, could only be reached up to 65%, after that no innate talent or external source can help to purify your mana anymore. Only through hard work that you have to take further steps. That is where the most important job of refinement engine starts. It is the refinement engine that helps you to further. The more purified is your mana is, the more it helps you level up and evolve to next stage. Those who have low purity of mana have little chance advance into the further stage of evolver. If one wants to create a totem, one had to have least 70% of mana purity. Higher the purity is, stronger the totem would be. Many people wait for tens of years to level up to lieutenant stage to purify mana because of they only one chance to create a totem. Central storage of my refinement engine full. Now I just have to re-refine my mana for more purity. I sat on the lotus position on the mattress front of my bed and started to re-refining my mana. The whole process is dull and boring. I have moved mana from the central storage to refinement section, and the refinement mana then goes to condensation and then back to central storage. Before the battle, I barely able to refine my mana more than an hour, but now I have done it for 3 hours and I didn't feel much tired. It's like in the battle my state of mind had a big change, and I want to test that theory by practicing supreme combat exercise. The apartment is too small to perform any exercise. If I perform the exercise here I will probably break half the apartment. I will have to go to the training facility. I change into new white training suit that I have just brought especially to wear in the training facility. Ashlin, will you stay in the apartment or integrate into me? I asked her, as in the training facility, the monsters are not allowed. Shoo, she cried out in an angry manner, and integrate into me. I laugh seeing her antics. Still she can see everything that I am seeing when she is integrated inside me. Beep. I heard notification on my watch when I am walking toward the elevator. I open to see what it is about. It's from the building administration. it is saying that they have invited Sergeant Stage Evolver to give guidance lecture. I was said in apartment info that every month they invite someone to give guidance lecture about the magic practice. Being curious, I also decided to attend. It is only an hour lecture and starts in 10 minutes, there is nothing to lose even if it's a boring lecture, it's the only hour that I will waste. Chapter 23 Guidance. When I arrived at the training facility, there were already near 300 people waiting in there and had space for another 600. The training facility takes the whole floor, so there is enough space for 1,000 people to stand. The people kept coming, soon the hall filled with 500-something people. The guest speaker hadn't arrived, but I have come to know his details from the people. This time they had invited a master stage revolver to give guidance. Not long before the guest speaker came, and he also brought another young man with him, who waited below the stage. Today what I am going to tell you, some of you know this already know and some of you didn't. As you form a bond with your monster, you and your monster bonded for life. It is a symbiotic relationship where you both get something from each other. Monsters get intellect and faster progress and you get its powers, he said. What is saying is common knowledge. After forming a bond with the Ashlin, her intelligence had increased due to our telepathic and emotional bond with her, and I got her powers. Your monster level up and you also level up with it, but when you advance in specialist stage dynamics change a little. In private stage, you advance also as you put little efforts and give it little time. You will advance in specialist stage. The specialist stage is where real practice starts. In specialist stage, when if you have to level up, you have to satisfy several conditions first. Many of you those in specialist stage must know this and had access to know this information on the web, but private stage don't have access to this information. He continued, I am little intrigued about conditions he mentioned that specialist grade evolvers have to satisfy. In specialist grade your monster form core of mana which makes him many times stronger than private stage monster, but this is also becoming a problem for you, he said. Now I am curious about what he is saying. After leveling up to specialist stage your power also increased many times than your private stage, and that became problematic. You sometimes feel pain or soreness or has little difficulty in accessing mana from your mana world. He is saying, a lot of people looked bored, they must know about these things he is speaking about. That happened because your body isn't strong enough, your magic veins who carry mana every part of your body are not wide and strong enough to carry out mana, and that's where real expensive adventuring life starts. To solve these problems we have to buy various expensive potions to make our body and mana veins stronger, and those who can't afford to buy potions and to take medicine to counter this problem, he said. I am shocked hearing this. I have seen my parents and many people eat medicine, and I grew up with the thought that everybody eats it in specialist grade. Today what I am going to tell you potions and potions cocktail that is used during my practice. He said and started to say names of many potions and their names and names of potion cocktails which he used in the practice. Half the names of these positions and position cocktails I've seen in the mall. People only started to listen to him carefully when he started potions. The man seems to be very enthusiastic when he speaks about positions. Either he is an alchemist or he must have drunk many potions in his life. I started to sweat just thinking about the money I have to spend buying potions when I reached specialist stage and above. One had to buy hundreds of thousand credit worth potions, when they are specialist stage alone, and millions in corporal stage and number, would go up as he kept leveling up the grades. He is quite a good speaker also. From him I've come understand why all people are so excited in the name of joining an organization or government. He said in government and organizations have their own specially crafted positions which suit their members. As long as their members progress they provide everything to their members. He spoke so long without care for the time. It already passed 1 hour and his friend in the corner looked bored as he doing nothing. I will tell you a secret that everyone knows, but today Eve brought miracle in front of you. He said as he waved his hand toward his young friend who looked angry as he knows his friend going to say something about him. This is my nephew John and he is a very hard working. He had completed 7 sets of the Supreme Combat exercise without using those machines, and you will be shocked to know he didn't spend any money on the potions except for common mana supplement potions, he said. He face filled with pride when he said that, but his nephew looked little angry. Every in the hall had shocked faces when they heard his friend completed the 7 sets of the Supreme Combat exercise. It is a very painful exercise. If not for it's my life and death in the battle, I don't think I've ever able complete one set of it. I still shudder whenever I think about the pain I felt when I circulated 24th cycle. I was really painful, it felt like a death every second. He mentioned some machine, I have to ask someone about it later. His body and mana veins are way stronger than us potion drinkers, as along he able to complete the 10 sets of the exercise, he didn't have to drink one drop of potion and his body will be more than ready to bear magic of lieutenant grade monster, he said. After saying this his angry friend forcefully dragged him out of the training hall. Mr. Mason left hall rather smiling eberizingly. We all laughed seeing Mr. Mason's condition after he left the training hall. Some idiots being overexcited started to practice exercise then and there but cried out loudly at first cycle, ahaha. All the youths laugh after seeing this. Do you know what machines Mr. Mason mentioned which help in practicing exercise? I asked the pretty girl beside me who looked to be in her early 20s. Forget it about using them, only government and big organizations has them, she said curtly. I am felt little disappointed hearing them. Do you know how they work? I asked her again despite hearing her curt reply earlier. They numbed the pain of the exercise somehow, she said. This time she answered without any curt tone as if feeling my genuine curiosity. Chapter 24 Fighting Against Android. She walks into one of the private training rooms and the door automatically closed behind her. There are many private training rooms in the training hall and there are also open fields and ring. All the fighting trading floors have their specialty, one is free to choose whichever floor he wants to train. Many people of both private and specialist grade could be seen fighting in the rings. If one had found a partner to fight he just have to stand in the end. Challenges would come automatically if fights are gone to the life-threatening level. Then building AI. First will give a warning and if they didn't listen it will automatically fire grade 1 gun which filled with a heavy dose tranquilizer dart that can even knock out corporal stage warrior for the day. I first decided to train with a humanoid robot which said to be more powerful with the same level evolved. I went into the private training room and stand in the center of it and take a deep breath. I decided to practice supreme combat exercise first. I started to move my arm in a simple fashion and started to circulate the first move of the exercise. Soon pain hit me but it's bearable. I continue moving my arms started to circulate second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. At the sixth move, I started to feel strain still I continue to circulate moves of the exercise. The pain felt during performing supreme combat exercise is not like one felt beating of wooden stick on flesh, not like lacerating sword on the skin but felt thousands needle biting your flesh. As you continue to advance the moves, it transcends pain of flesh and felt like pain of soul, like needle biting you at your very core. When I reach a circulation of the 15th move I slowed down a little and continue circulating the 15th move. At 15 moves I started to feel the real soul-wrenching pain but still I continue to advance after taking little rest. Practicing supreme combat exercise is like climbing a steep mountain. Once you reach the top and want it to do the second time, it will have the same danger of falling but it will become familiar and easier as long as you kept concocting new footprints you can still find it easier to reach it a second time. After reaching the 20th cycle I kept going forward because I know, once I stopped I will not able to move forward. Fuck, I said though my gritted teeth as I can't able to circulate the 23rd move, however much I try but I wasn't able to move forward, it's like a gigantic wall of pain is blocking my advancing. Now, this is the time to test my theory. I started to operate my refinement engine while circulating the 23rd move of the supreme combat exercise. I screamed through my gritted teeth. I am feeling the immense pain. I felt like my head would if this keeps going on but I still continued. I started to get the hang of the pain after some time. The pain is still hard to endure but now I am able to think clearly. I start on the 23rd cycle and endure the pain of and never stop circulating mana. At 23rd move I felt like someone banging hammer made of full needles is banging on my head. I kept circulating the 23rd move for this half hour but I never able to move to the 24th move, no matter how many times I try. I may not able to circulate the 24th move of the supreme combat exercise but still, I am able to prove my theory right. Operating mana refining engine same time as circulating moves of supreme combat exercise makes my refining speed 5 times faster than the normal time I practice. I stopped both the exercise and refinement engine and tap a few time on my holowatch. I want to test my prowess against the robot of the same level as me. In the same level, it also has the sub-levels. I directly chose the highest difficulty. Soon 2 holes opened from ground, one opposite to and one beside me. The sword started to come out hole beside me. It is katana-style training sword which had dull edges. In the school, I used to practice with both rapiers and katana, but slowly I took more liking toward katana. While rapier had a bigger range and keep enemies at distance and good at trusting, but the problem is its lethality. Katana's range is smaller than the rapier's and user have to go really close to its opponent, but it has lethal offense and its every swing is used to cut the enemy in two. Katana can also be used as just as cutting, but its forte is in the swift kill, and that is the style I prefer. Soon 2-meter-tall humanoid robot comes to the front me, holding a scimitar and on its head had a life bar. When the life bar got emptied means I lost. To active the robot, I just have to say start. Start. I said and started to circulate the first move of the supreme combat exercise. Clang thud, I took a 2 steps back as our sword touch. Looked like I've taken this robot too lightly. I started to circulate the second round of the exercise. Clang clang clang, I felt little force on my wrist at all. As I kept attacking the robot, I circulated the third movement of the exercise because I was feeling little pressure. After circulating the third move, he and I are still little disadvantages fighting against him, but I have to say this android is a really good opponent to fight. I kept fighting it for 15 minutes without any fruit and decided to circulate the fourth and fifth movements of the exercise. As my power increased, his and my power is to come. Clin. I sword collided with his waist, emptying its life bar 30%. I thought Elite LV 2 private stage would be stronger, that would force me further circulate the exercise. Well, this is to be expected, this is an only android, not human. It is still bound by an algorithm, it can't think outside the box like a human, and another important thing is that it can't use any half skills. If any elite from organization's elite came, I may not necessarily able to beat him despite circulating the complete set exercise. Jim had told me that super elites from the organization can defeat those are a grade above them. In front them my little ability is no use. Jim had come from the alchemical organization and he is a novice alchemist who never fought the real battle before. The tunnel battle is the only reality he fought in his real life. Clin clin clin, I attacked consecutively and completely drained its life bar in one go. The robot stopped in its track and moved back to the original position. I've upgraded its fighting the power to LV 3 private stage and started to fight with it. Chapter 25 Battle of Specialists. Shink, my sword stab at its chest and it stops as its life bar is completely drained. I'd be fighting with this LV3 private grade android for last 20 minutes and finally defeated it when I am using the 13th move of the exercise. The android walks back to its place and just stand there. It was a good fight as it forced me to circulate the 13th move of the exercise. It feels good as I also refining my mana as I am fighting with an infighting mana refinement engine operation even faster. I decide to upgrade its fighting power to LV 1 specialist stage. I want to test how the power of specialist grade android. Start. Clang thud. I blasted backward, but fortunately, I didn't collide too hard with the wall as air blasts from the wall soften the thud. I am such an idiot. I said I started to specialist stage while still circulating the 13th move of exercise. I stand up and started to circulate move of the exercise till 18th. Clang 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 thud. Our swords collide by force. I started to take a step back by force. Looks like the 18th move would not be enough. After circulating 19th and the 20th move did I able to stop my steps. I am quite enjoying the fight. In this fight, there is no life and death fear. I can analyze and refine my moves without worries. I started to try different sword moves that I learned in school. What I am using now is simple sword moves and there are no overly complicated managers, just 10 moves comprising of attack and defense. Jim said I should take some advanced sword classes. He can tell the sword style I am using is a foundational technique which used build one's foundation in using sword, not fighting opponents. Learning advanced weapon styles are necessary. If I knew some styles I would need a lot fewer energy fights and my attacks become more lethal. Using weapon style, there is no mana utilization involved, they are just efficient and clean moves of weapons, not like a skill that needs specific route of mana utilization to create maximum power in either offense and defense. Learning a good weapon style expensive, to learn average weapon style cost. Clang, our sword collide and we both back down. I am currently circulating the 21st move of Supreme Combat Exercise. With it, I am a standstill with the android. We have been fighting like this for an hour but there is no result of who will win. Clang clang clang. I swing my sword directly towards its neck but I thwart it. Being android, its coordination is flawless with no waste of the energy. Compared to it, I felt I am a little rough. My moves aren't refined enough and I waste energy in some useless move. I do that not because I am doing it wrong, or there is the fault in my sword style, it's just a question of the experience. I don't have any experience in the combat, except for battle in the tunnel. To have smooth moves, one has to have experience, with enough battle experience one can even close the gap between stages. Everyone has their battle styles, some work on offense while some on defense, some on speed while some on precision. Every prominent evolver have their own forte in battle. To know this forte and perfect it to the apex, one needs experience. Shink. My attack grazes the android's shoulder, taking 4% from its life bar. This is my first attack which landed on it since our fight started an hour ago. I would have circulated the 22nd move of the exercise but I have to beat it while circulating the 21st move of the exercise. It will be very tough. As the fight progressed, the more data the android will collect on me and counter me using that data. Still, I will not give up. I will beat it while circulating the 21st move. Dab. Ouch. I cried out as I got hit by my shoulder by the android sword. That god, we were using practice sword, I would have got injured on my shoulder. I and android keep fighting, some I got hit, sometimes it. It's good thing my body is stronger thanks to me practicing Supreme Combat Exercise, otherwise my body would have got sore all over it and that affected my performance in the fight. Shink. I again hit it. I have been fighting it for the last 3 hours and many time I hit it, decreasing its life bar to a mere 15%. Clang, I attack the android but it counters it as is perfectly understood my moves. It is very difficult to launch a surprise attack but still, I try. In this hour of fighting, I started to gain an understanding of my weaknesses. Clin. Yes. I shouted as my sword collided with its neck. It stopped as its life bar completely empty. I tried a very different move and succeeded. I finally succeeded in defeating it. If it is a person, I don't have confidence in defining him because people have powers and they can also use skills. Boom boom. I hear the void sound as I exit out of private training room. I look to find 2 people were fighting in the ring in full abandon. Every move of their make loud noises and their fighting speed is so fast that I am having a problem clearly seeing them. They both are definitely specialist grade evolver and peak 1 at that, in the ring young man and women fighting each other. The boy looked to be the early 20s, wearing snow-white fighting suits. He must have handsome looks if not for him wearing ferocious expression when fighting against that girl. He is wearing copper-colored gauntlets which seem to be covered in ghost green gas. Looking at the ghost green gas, he seemed to have the poison-related ability. Opposite to him is serious-looking beautiful girl same age as him wearing a sports bra which tightly holding her bountiful breasts and tight-fitting pants. Some of the boys only looking at the breast which juggles whenever that girl moves. She is holding silver-colored short spear which covering in a grey layer of just like, that grey seemed her power which it seemed to be shielding her from the gas, also enhancing her attacks. This does not look like a friendly match. They are fighting very seriously. Who are they? And why are they fighting so seriously? I asked the friendly-looking youth who seemed to have more interest in watching the girl's jiggling breast than watching the real fight. Are you new in the building? He asked while his eyes still trained on the girl's jiggling breasts. Yes, I moved in just yesterday, I said. Well, it's quite a funny incident, he said with the laugh. The boy is Nigel and the girl is Madeline. They are also one of the powerful evolvers in our building. Nigel had been pursuing Madeline for 2 years without any fruit, and yesterday Madeline admitted in Crystal Knights and thinking she is leaving building. Nigel confessed to her openly in training facility, but she flat out rejected him. Feeling being shamed, he challenged her for the fight, without taking his eyes off Madeline's sports bra. Chapter 26 Battle's Conclusion. Her boobs are really nice, right? Asked friendly-looking guy beside in lost tone. Yes they are, I said out without thinking. Thank the heavens. I said softly, and no one paying attention to us, but Michael didn't know he will see those breasts in near future. I am Billy, by the way. He introduced himself as he took a short look at my face before he again started to stare at Madeline's boobs. Michael, I said. The fight is started to get serious. From their fighting it is clearly seen that both of them are using weapon styles. Any one of them can easily kill me second, even if I'm circulating the one set supreme combat exercise. Suddenly there is a change in their battle. Big amount of ghostly green smoke started to come of Nigel's body and started to solidify into basketball-size fist, and quickly 6 basketball-size fist which looks like smoke coming out of them. They started to float around Nigel. It looks like a long time, but the whole process finished within seconds. Take this. Nigel shouted as he whirled 6 solidified ghostly green fists toward Madeline, while the attack coming toward her. Madeline was also preparing for the defense as fist-size hexagonal glasses started to materialize in front of her, and soon all glass connected and formed a shield in front of her. It all happened so fast that even Michael barely able to see the half skills forming. Bang bang bang. As fists started to collide with shields on after another, the ghostly gas fist didn't dissipate after colliding with a shield. Nigel controls them and attacks with them on Madeline's shield over and over. The shocked expression could be seen on Nigel's face when he saw none of his story's fists able to penetrate her shield. Madeline's shield held out till that ghostly fists dissipated. Spider cracks had formed all over the shield when that last fist dissipate. Do you know what those half skills are? I asked Billy. You don't know? Billy asked back confusingly. Just I was about to say that I don't have access to read about them. Billy cut. Oh. You must be at the private stage, he asked. I nodded. Billy didn't ask in a delirious way. He must have thought I must be specialist grade as most of the tenants are. Sorry for that. I didn't know you were at the private stage. Billy apologized. It's okay. I said, as long as anyone shows its aura at his own will, no one can get their level, especially before the corporal stage. In corporal stage 1 since becomes sharp enough that one can easily guess the level of those below him. There is law in a republic that we only get access to the information according to our power grade. In a private stage, I could only read information that will useful to the private stage evolver. To read higher stage, either I have to level up or have to upgrade my access through other means, such as lieutenant grade evolver can upgrade my access to corporal level. The half skill that Nigel used is known as Deca Smoke Fist, which is derived from the skill known as Hecht Smoke Skill. In using half skill, one can create up to 10 fists, and using original skill one can create 100 fists, he said. And the half skill that Madeline used is known as Minor Glass Shield, and it is derived from skill known as Glass Shield. It is signature defense skill of Glass Knight, and only those at Class A or above can learn it, he said. A hint of envy could be seen in his eyes when he talks about Glass Shield. Having being signature defense skill of big organization, it has to have some might. This Madeline's intelligence in too great. It is just 2 days since she joined the Glass Knight, and in just 2 days she got basic mastery over it, Billy said in shocked voice. Not only the many people had a shocked expression seeing this. I don't know how to time it took to understand and acquire basic mastery over it, but looking at all of them's expression, it must have taken more than 2 days. The battle continues on, and more people also started to come in the training facility soon. Nearly those people, many of the people must have called their friends. Such interesting battle they rarely able to see. Madeline, can you at least tell me why you don't like me? Just give me a reason please, asked Nigel in nearly pleading tone. Madeline didn't say anything, just stayed silent and countered Nigel's move. This Nigel must really like Madeline to ask a question in front of all people without caring about reputation. Nigel's a good guy, but he is just too obsessed with Madeline. If he can divert his obsession into practice, he will achieve many things if he can. He won't able make much progress in the future, said Billy softly. Billy must have known Nigel for time to know to say this about him. Do you know Nigel? I asked him. Yes, he is my best friend. We grew up in the same town, said Billy enthusiastically. Hearing his answer, I really want to curse this Billy with all my heart. If he is your best friend, then why are you so insanely focused on boobs of best friend's crush? Can't you give your friend some respect and not to stare at your friend's crush? I wouldn't want a friend like Billy who looks at my girlfriend's assets with such a gaze. If you able to defeat me, I'll tell you, said Madeline softly. Hearing her voice, all crowd stopped talking and watched Nigel intently. To their discontent, Nigel just nodded and didn't say anything, but his attacks became more aggressive. Bang bang bang. Sounds could be heard as spear and gauntlet crash with other. No result could be determined to see their battle, as they both are each other equal in power. The battle has been going on for 3 hours, but results still couldn't be seen clearly. If one completely trust one's eye, one could see Nigel had the upper hand by a fraction. Both of them are exchanging raging blows. No one able to admit defeat. Someone even started the betting pool, and lots of people could be seen on betting Nigel. The chances of Nigel's winning are really few, said Billy. Why do you say so? From the battle, chances of Nigel's winning could be seen high, I said. Billy just smiled. You will see, he said. Still in the whole battle, Billy still hadn't taken his eyes off Madeline's chest. Another 2 hours pass when there is sudden change in the battle. A back color string start to spread out from the tip of Madeline's spear and sudden bonded Nigel. He didn't have chance to put any offensive when tip Madeline touched the Nigel's necks. I happened so fast that I have had to see it clearly. We have once accidentally had seen Madeline use this half skill outside. It was so swift that monster had no chance to escape when I string bonded it and Madeline's spear pierced that monster's skull, he said. Madeline walked out of the ring and left the training facility with her spear. Nigel stood motionless on the ring as he can't believe he lost Madeline in such fashion. Zip. Suddenly Billy vanish in front of me. When I look up, he is taking Nigel's hand and walking out of the ring with him toward the exit of the training facility. I sucked a cold breath when I think about the Bill's speed. His chubby cephal 1 second in front of me, the next second he was on stage taking Nigel out. Seeing this, I remember my father warning he had given me before I left that, in a big city, everyone on Powerhouse treads carefully. I sigh when I remember my father's words. What he said is really true. Chapter 27, Sparring with BR. Soon most of the people left after Madeline's and Nigel's battle is over. The battle is an eye-opener for me. After most of the people left, the training facility looked quite empty. There are still people here who sparring in the rings or going inside the private training rooms to train. Seeing empty ring, I walk into it and started to release my aura lightly. These rings specially made for sparring. One just has to stand inside the ring and someone will enter inside to spar with you. In this way you don't have to ask anyone personally. Those who wish to spar with you will automatically come to you. My only fear is that no one will come to challenge me. In this building majority of the residents are in the specialist stage and very few, because to stay in the building one had to pay nearly 20,000, so very few could afford it. I waited for 15 minutes and about to leave thinking no one would come when I saw a shifty-eyed looking young man is walking towards the ring. Do you mind if I spar with you? I have to tell you thou I in at LV3 of private stage. Asked shifty-eyed boy, you man. No problem, I said. I don't mind him being LV3. Before entering in the ring, my plan was that I first spar with LV2 Evolver and then fight LV3. It's just now I directly have to fight LV.3. Nice to meet you, I am Bert, said Shifty Eyes young man as we entered the ring. Nice to meet you too, I am Michael, I replied his greeting. This is going to fun watching rookie crusher Bert to crush another rookie, said the boy to his group of friends who are watching Bert entering the ring. Many people got interested in seeing rookie crusher Bert entering the ring. This rookie quite lucky though. Remember the last rookie that Bert crushed, he cried in the ring, said another boy. Bert had uploaded the whole video on the building feed for everyone to watch. That poor rook left the apartment building in the week. Thanks to fighting between Madeline and Nigel, not many people to go to watch, even if this boy also cried on the ring, said his friend. This one is going to get beaten badly. the last rookie was much better, he was at LV.3 but this rookie is only at LV.2, Bert is way stronger, he had fought with many LV.1 specialist grade and rarely lost, he even beat some weaker ones. Said the pixie hair girl in the group. They all nodded hearing in affirmation hearing pixie hair girl's words, thinking that the new rookie going to get beaten. We both stood opposite of each other and countdown of 10 projected in the middle of the ring. I started to circulate the moves of the exercise and stopped at the 13th move. I also started operating my refinement engine to refine my mana. I gripped my practice sword and stand in attacking position. In my comparison Bert seemed relaxed as he loosely holding his staff. Traying. The bell rang out and we both attack each other, the swishing sound could be heard as Bert waved his staff toward the head, I got startled by the sound made by his staff as it tore through the air, without wasting any time I circulated my mana to the 18th move of the exercise. Clank. Sound rang out in the ring as my sword and his staff collided, I felt a shock ran through my hands but I didn't take a step back. A clear shock could be seen on the best face, he hides it quickly but I am able to notice that flicker in his expression. Your skill is very, Bert said, I just smile and didn't reply. Not many people had keen eyes like Jim, who could notice I am not using skills but circulating supreme combat exercise. Clang clang clang. Our weapons started to collide as we fought on, Bert is really good at using staff. Many times Bert's staff grazed past my clothes, nearly injuring me but I never able to get my sword close to him. This damn staff of his, its range at too long never giving me any chance to get close to him, it's not just his staff but he also has advanced weapon style which helps him keeping me at bay. Clank. Our weapons collide loudly and we both took one step back, we both laugh seeing this, currently we are both fighting equally, while I am using more power in my attacks but Bert is experienced as he effortlessly diverting and blocking my attacks. I am really enjoying the fight, really if LV3 Red Nail Rat had been in Bert's place, I would have easily finished 3 of them but fighting human is really different, no matter how different moves I try, but is easily countering it. Clank clank clank, suddenly Bert changed his fighting, the staff become bloodhound whenever I go, it follows barely giving any chance to retaliate. I started to circulate the 19th move of the exercise to relive some of my pressure, I felt good as my speed and strength had increased due to the 19th move and I begin to fight back against Bert. Seeing he is losing his edge against me, attacks become more and more powerful that I have to circulate the 20th cycle of the exercise to fend off Bert's powerful moves. While he was fighting best, he didn't notice that more and more people looking at his fight. Wow, this rookie is really good, said young man to his friends. Yes, he is quite good, look at Bert's face, he looked like he had eaten some focus. I just wish that Bert got somehow, said his friend, hope could be seen in his face. Don't daydream. This rookie will also get beaten by Bert just like you did, said another of his friend, hearing this his expression turned ugly. He still remembers that day 3 months ago and he was new to the building. Just like this rookie, he was also sparred with Bert in his first day. Bert had beaten him and humiliated him in front of all people who were watching and then uploaded the video on building feed to watched by all people. Many powerful people wanted to teach him a lesson but they didn't dare to and respect his father who is superintendent of the building as well as corporal level evolver. Even now Bert had been fighting on at his 70% and he hadn't used his power and skills yet. Said the strongest boy in the group, this quieted down all of them and they begin watch battle silently. Chapter 28 Merging. Clank clank clank. Our attacks met each other hundreds of times, our weapon clashed but we can't seem to decide the winner. Seeing this Bert's expression is ugly then it suddenly turned crafty for a second before returning back to his ugly expression. Swish, when Bert's staff is in midair attacking me its speed suddenly increased, and at the moment it appeared in front of me without giving me chance to defend, I hastily put my sword front of me to block the staff. Clank thud thud thud. The staff hit me so hard that I have to more than 10 steps backward to diffuse its force and stopped myself from vomiting the blood. This move is really crafty and well timed. He had suddenly increased the power of staff when it's in mid-air and attacked me. Using the time of my retreating, I started to circulate advanced moves of the exercise and I got surprised that I able to reach the 24th circulation, but I did not get to celebrate because Bert's bloodhound-like staff speedily closing on me. Clang! Both of weapons collided and intense shock appeared on his face because this is the first time I have the upper hand in the fight against Bert. Stabilizing myself, I initiated the attack against him. Clank clank clang, swing of after swing I attacked Bert. He countered my moves easily with his staff. I just had a fraction of upper hand in this but is not enough to bring big change into a fight. You are very good, said Bert said with a smile, but his smile looked quite weird. Thank you, I replied to his compliment. After talking to me his moves became more aggressive but I am easily able to fend them off. In this fight, I don't have to worry about the mana. Supreme Combat exercise used very little mana and I still have about 50-60% mana in my central storage and I can always refine new mana clouds which surrounding my refinement engine. Bert is looking really angry. This is the first time I've seen him in this condition, especially against private grade Evolver. Usually, he finished his fights against private grade within an hour, said one boy. Really, they were little startled. Bert fighting against Evolver who is lower level and this and having a hard time against winning him. Don't forget Bert hadn't used his all yet, he had yet to use his power and skills yet. When he will use power or skill, the fight will be over in minutes, said another boy watching this fight. The crowd watching the battle has increased a lot, there are nearly 300 people are watching. Ever since the battle had started, someone had anonymously left the message on the building feed that Rookie Crusher being crushed by Rookie. Lots of new people had come to watch the battle. If it normal battle, not the battle between Rookie Crusher and Rookie, and not being a lot of people being discontent by Bert, not many people would have come to watch this battle. Clank clank clank, we fought on. I am feeling little down. Whatever fractions of superiority that I had gained against Bert had vanished as Bert changed his fighting style. He moves to become more smooth and refined. SSSS. I let out a sharp breath as Bert's staff grazed pat my soldier. Many times I barely dodged his attack and many times his staff grazed me, bringing stinging pain. This stinging pain is nothing compared to the soul stinging pain I am feeling due to circulating the 24th cycle of Supreme Combat exercise. I've tried many times to broke past the 24th move of the exercise. I find there is a giant wall blocking my way, that is not letting me pass. Seeing my mana storage lessening, I stopped the Mama refinement, purifying, process and started to absorb the mana cloud into my refinement engine. It will not take long, within 15-45 minutes my central storage will again fill up 75% to 80%. The battle raged on for again half an hour but there no change in the situation. I had a feeling that Bert hadn't given in all, he is still holding back something. I am vigilantly keeping eye on his every move. I don't be startled like before when he powers up his attack when he was midair attacking me. From the Bert's aggressive attacks, I can tell that he is seriously trying to hurt me. It is not just friendly spar anymore but become a full-fledged fight, that I intend to win, and for that every minute I am trying to breaking past 24th move of the exercise. But no matter how much I try, I can't seem to break that wall. Whenever I try to break it, it won't break, just leave some ripples on it. I've played enough Micheal, now I will fight for real. Bert said. Big smile blossomed on his face and cherry red colored fire enveloped his staff. He attacks me with fiery staff. I also lighten my sword with silver fire and swing my sword to counter it, clank whoosh. As our sword touched, the fire on our weapons blasted apart by shock wave on both of our bodies. Deadly hot waves of heat wash all over my body but didn't affect me in any way. I didn't even flinch seeing that. A shocked expression appeared on the bar's face seeing this. He probably counting on fire to injure me or distract me, but seeing there even no change in my expression, he becomes completely shocked seeing that. There are two reasons for his fire didn't affect me a bit. First is Ashlin silver. As fire user myself I have some fire immunity, but despite this little immunity, my skin definitely would have scorched by his fire if not for me circulating Supreme Combat exercise, which makes a defense of my body stronger. As we fight, Bert's face becoming more and more ugly and his blazing fire's heat having no effect on me. As long as his fire didn't touch me directly I will not get injured. Even if it did touch me, my skin will have some scorching marks, that's all. As long as I kept circulating exercise, my offense and defense always be good. I called back my silver fire from my sword as it is waste of mana and is no use against Bert as he also had fire immunity, but my choice seemed to irk Bert. His expression became so ugly seeing me calling back my fire. "You fucking cockroach, you won't just take a beating," he said as maniac expression comes across his face, totally different from his soft smile earlier. I started to get a bad feeling about this and attack him with wild abandon, but his defense is too tight, I can't get close him because of his fucking staff. I started attack wall to break past 24th move of the exercise, but it is no use, that wall wouldn't budge. "You're very lucky, Micheal, you will get to experience my half skill not people get to experience," he said, and vine made of fire started to form on his staff and soon hydrangea flowers started to grow out of vines, and quickly fist-size hydrangea formed on the vines. "Take this!" Bert shouted as whirled his staff toward me and 9 hydrangea flowers made of concentrated fire whirled toward me. It all happened so fast that it left me no chance to dodge. Time had slowed down as hundreds of thoughts came in my mind to how to defend against those flowers, but one is useful. I can see each and every movement of those flowers as they whirled toward me. I know, even one of the flower to touch me, I will be heavily injured and likely spend a week in the hospital, and this Bert is smart that he didn't aim any of my vital spot or building grade 2 weapon would have tranquilized him. Seeing there is no option but take this attack head on, gritting my teeth I circulated my mana violently, in big to break that wall and violently raged my mana against that wall. Boom! Sounded inside me as wall broke and immense pain drowned on me, but I gritted my teeth and endured as I have to survive these flaming hydrangea flowers. In this immense pain, I didn't notice that my mana rapidly draining away to form Mystery's seal on the center of my temple, which is also center of magic veins inside human bodies. Swish swish swish. I cut all the 9 hydrangea flowers and speedily moved toward Bert, who is standing on the ring with a shocked expression like a dumb chicken. I moved behind him and hit his head with the hilt of my sword. Thud. He unconsciously fell on the floor with a thud, but my sword also fell from my hand as me feeling very weak, I somehow sat on the floor and closed my eyes to look for a reason for weakness. When I looked inside me, I got startled by seeing my mana getting speedily, but then I laughed out loudly understanding the reason. This is happening because I have truly completed the 1 set of supreme combat exercise and the seal forming on the temple is proof of it. From now on all the power I got when I am circulating 24th move of the exercise, it will completely merge with my body and will belong to me and became mine. Now every move of mine will be infused with the power of the first set of exercise. Every time I circulate the supreme combat exercise in my body will be the second set of supreme combat exercise. When I complete second set, I will form a second seal. If I able to for 10 seals on my temple, they will merge and bring qualitative change in my body. The higher the circulation of move would be, the more immense pain I will have to endure. This is also the reason why very few people practice the supreme combat exercise. Chapter 29 Glutton Ashlin. Soon the seal had completed forming and it released warm current from it. I felt the warm current energy spreading all over my body, enriching every cell of my body. I feel so refreshed, feel like all the impurities are being washed away by that gentle current. The most important is that I feel strength raging through my body. I have merged with power that I got circulating the 24th move of the supreme combat exercise. Now I am back to circulating the first move of the exercise, but it will be second set's first move and the pain will be more immense than the pain I felt circulating the first set. I still remember earlier when I broke the wall of 24th levels, the pain, it was so immense that leg goes circulating after hitting Bert's head with practice sword's hilt. The only dangerous thing about this process that it took too much mana. It has completely emptied all the mana clouds that were lingering around my refinement engine and also taken nearly all the mana that I had in my central storage, leaving behind less than a 5% of it. When I am fighting Bert and after it, I didn't notice that there was a lot of crowds watching me and Bert fight. When I open me I see more than 100 people looking toward me and discussing something. The interesting thing, I keep hearing Rookie Crusher got crushed, many of them as they looked at the still unconscious Bert. Good fight. You really crushed the Rookie Crusher, said a boy, Hearing this, all people started to laugh. Many people started to praise me for winning the fight. I just smiled at them and started to walk toward the door. Suddenly the training hall becomes silent when I look to see the reason for silence. It is the man in his early 40s, who is walking towards Bert. He lifted Bert on his shoulder and started to walk back toward the elevator, but he suddenly stopped. "Good fight," he said with a small smile, but his eyes were scary. His face was all smile but his eyes had anger, I could clearly see it. "Who is he?" I asked the group of youths. "He is Bert's father and also superintendent of the building." He said. I got little startled after that but then shrugged off. He would be that petty to harm just because I defeated his son in the fight. "Be careful, Bert had an elder brother who is very petty," he said. "Even if his brother is specialist, what he can do, he can't blatantly beat me in the building without cause, and outside of the building, he won't have guts to do that because the city had very strict rules against violence in the city. You don't have to worry though, he left on the mission, he will not return in a month," said another young man, he clearly hinting me that I can easily change apartment in that time. "Thank for the advice," I said to them and walked to the elevator. "I will not change my apartment because of the fear of his brother and father. If worst comes worst, I'll endure it till I enough power to fight back." It is already night when I entered my apartment. I am feeling so tired despite my body filled with vigor. It was due to mana. It is said that the body always has a 10% mana in their body or they will feel tired and weak. Choo choo choo. Ashlin come out me and nodded in affirmation. Completing one set exercise also brought change into her body, making her body stronger and faster. I never able to read the reason behind that. It may do how humans got the monster's power from them, so it could happen vice versa. As I completed the first set of supreme combat exercise and integrated its power inside, Ashlin must have shared that benefit as her mana is also about 10% left. Choo choo choo. She called out again. I am hungry too. I am ordering food from building kitchen. It will arrive in 10 minutes, I said to her and ordered to takeouts from building a kitchen. This food I ordered is very special. It is monster meat which cooked chef who specializes in cooking monsters meat dishes. My mouth started to water as normally cooked monster meat is so tasty, then I can't imagine how it would taste like after cooked by the chef. Ding ding, doorbell rang through my apartment. I opened my apartment door to find a square-shaped drone flying from my door. I flashed my holowatch to it. After receiving ID check, its front opened revealing 2 dinner boxes. I took out 2 dinner boxes from the drone and closed the door of my apartment. Choo choo, Ashlin's cried out as she asked for her dinner. Calm down, your dinner is not going anywhere, I said. The put 2 boxes on kitchen stand and opened, then, pash, a mouth-watering smell come out of food boxes. Ashlin didn't even let the steam out boxes before she started to eat. Seeing her, I also started to eat. I let out the sound as I took the first bite of the food. It is really delicious, the most delicious food I've ever eaten. Every bite gives a juicy flavor of the meat with spicy ting in it. This is the first time I've ever eaten well-made monster food and I loved, but it also cost the pretty penny. It is 400 credits for 2 boxes of food, nearly double what I am going to spend for each day on the food, but tasting the food is worth it, and it is the cheapest dish on the menu which had specialist grade monsters meat. If I were to order a dish made the heart of specialist grade monster, it would cost thousands of credits. I ordered this food from the kitchen because I want to taste how food made by the monster chef would taste like, and I have to. It tastes really good, but what a pity we can't eat this type of food as all my money will vanish if we keep eating this food every day. I plan on going outside after 3 days. I first decided to only hunt private stage monster, but earlier today I had merged with the power of the first set exercise. Because of that I will see if I could hunt any LV1 specialist grade monsters. Choo choo, Ashlin called out, you're so glutton, you already ate your and now you ask for mine, I said to her. Really, she ate food more twice much her size, but she is still asking for more. Take this. I took a small portion, my box gave it to her. Chew. She cried out, feeling dissatisfied with the portion of food she received. You will not get any more, I said sternly. She did ask for more again and ate her fill with her neck down. After I finished with eating, I removed the fist-size machine from the drawer. Its square is shaped and had a single clear luminous line across it. I put monster core inside it and activated it. It cleanly divided into 20 parts. I took out 1/20th part of the monster core from the machine and feed it, Ashlin. Choo choo, she called out after tasting its bitter taste, but soon felt a surge of mana rushing inside her and stopped complaining. Good night, Ashlin. I said to her as I laid on the bed to sleep. I plan on going early in the training facility to train. Chapter 30 Mayasta Bazaar. Training. The alarm rang out from my holowatch, waking me and Ashlin both. Last night I had set an alarm. At 5:30 it's Westwood City's dawn. Today is we will go for training and hunting outside. I had already made all preparations last. Packed everything, whatever I will need outside. Now I just have to freshen up and eat. Good morning, Ashlin. I said to Ashlin. She just cocked her head a little as she heard my greeting and went back to the staring at the balcony. For 3 she had been not talking to me. The next morning after we ordered that delicious food, I gave her she's regular packet food, but she refused to eat and demanded we order same delicious food that we ordered last night, but I refused. I had tried to appease her saying after we killed some specialist stage monsters and got some money after selling we will order monsters food daily, but she refused to listen and stopped talking to me. She did eat her regular food, sometime later as she felt hungry, but to this day she is being stubborn and did not talk to me. Seeing still not looking, I smiled and walked toward the bathroom to freshen up and take bath. After freshen up, I picked her from the balcony and combed her feathers with a brush. She may be not talking, but still, let me comb her feathers every day. There are 2 things Ashlin is caring about. First is delicious food and second is her grooming. She will even forget her mortal enemy for few minutes as long as he gave her delicious food and groom her. She flew away from me automatically after I comb her feathers for 10 minutes. I put back the comb into the drawer by the bed and removes 2 packets of preserved food and a small part of specialist grade monster core for Ashlin to eat. I microwaved mine and put her into her bowl as she liked to heat her food herself. She ate her food with grudging expression. Before tasting monster food made in the hands of chef she had no problem eating this food, but since 3 days ago she ate that delicious food, she formed the grudge against this preserved monster food. I wore a gray suit which had light armor clothing sewing above vital parts of the body. The training suit is medium quality and defend against any attack of private stage monster and can lessen the blow of initial specialist grade, and it is in trend and looked very good on me. Let's go, Ashlin, I said. As I walked toward the door, she flew from the balcony window and sat atop of my head. She knows I don't like it when she sat on the head, but she has been doing from past 3 days just to irk me. I didn't bother saying something to her because I know she will not going to listen. Mayasta Park is the most dangerous forest in the Republic. The deeper you go, most dangerous monsters you will find. Our continent, which only 15% occupied by a human while rest by monsters, except the cities, no area could be called safe. Sometimes even cities got destroyed by the Horde. In this cruel world only strong can survive. Westblood City is established on the outskirt of Mayasta Forest and home for nearly 20 million adventurers, but when you venture into Mayasta Park you hardly come across another human being. I had ordered hover car that will take me to first gate of the city, and from there, I will take another hover car which will drop me near Austin Lake. Austin Lake is a destination I chose for the monster hunting. It is the where peak private grade and initial specialist grade monster reside. It is the best place for me to hunt monsters and train, and it is also one popular spot where peak private stage evolver train. Despite being popular area, it is still cover big areas. Autumn Lake spread in 40 kilometers area, and it will be very hard to seek for help if I found myself in difficult position. The hover car came, and in half an hour, it dropped me at first gate. It my first time seeing gigantic force field wall up close. There is big square is open between them for the field to let's transport pass through. It dropped me outside big wall, near the bazaar. There is big bazaar just outside the first wall. It is known as Mayasta Bazaar for its close proximity to Mayasta Park. It is set up for the convenience of adventurers. They can easily sell the monster material they had hunted and get a good price. The Mayasta Bazaar sells and buys everything whatever an adventurer need. Every grade of magic weapon you will find it here. It is also the hub where all big, small organizations buy raw materials for them, not just monster material. rare and precious herbs, minerals, gems etc., you can sell and buy everything here. This bazaar had a specialty, that it can be disbanded at a moment's notice if the monster horde or any other emergency ever come across the city. The market will be expanded within half an hour. There are more than 20,000 small and big shops in the bazaar, but if the need arises they can be disbanded within minutes. I don't have anything to buy as I already brought everything from the mall and other things that I can't afford to buy. Ashlin, who is using my head as nest, looking around curiously as this is also hers first time seeing such crowd in one place. She many times asked me to buy food for her, seeing thousands of restaurants and smelling mouth-watering smell coming from, but I declined her wish. That further ruffled her feather. In a tantrum she started to mess with my hair in the anger. I strode in the market for half an hour before ordered the ride. It will drop me as close Austin Lake within the limit of communication. In my Asta Park, any form of modern technological communications doesn't work, so it will drop me at the limit of communication range. Soon my ride came, this hover car little different than hover cars that run on the city. These are heavily armored and have to pay more than 10 times for their service. I got in the car and it begins to speed up. I again started to study the map which I brought at a high price from the web. After going over it one more time I closed it as the car had reached the destination. It landed near an open space as all around me a tall tree. As soon as I landed, it flew away automatically closing the door. I once again projected the map from my holowatch to reassess my location. I have to walk 8 kilometers to reach the outskirts of Austin Lake. Without wasting any time, I strode toward it. Chapter 31 Brown Stripped Badger. The sound of monsters could be heard all over the forest. I have come across many low-level monsters but I didn't bother with them as long as they didn't bother me. Swish. I kill the LV. 2 private grade monster in one move. I did not even collect its material because they are not worth much and only dead weight. I am only going to take Hearts LV, 3 private grade monsters because they sold at 500 credits while other parts are not worth taking. Only specialist grade monsters are treasure, that is why I have come to the Austin Lake, to hunt specialist grade monsters. Soon I reached the outskirt of Austin Lake. The lake is some 10 to 15 kilometers away, but this is an area where initial specialist grade monsters and peak private grade monsters are found. Growl. I heard, when I looked toward it, it is Swift Gale Cougar. It looked quite young and at LV3 private grade. Its fur looked luxurious and shiny and it is one of the monsters that are in high demand. Swift Gale Cougars inhabit mountainous region which is ahead of Austin Lake. They rarely venture in the Austin Lake. This young Swift Gale Cougar must have got lost from its mother. It dashed towards me, ferocious glint in its eyes. I just swiftly remove my sword and wait for it to come closer. As it is 3 meters ahead of me, it suddenly jumps with intentions of biting my neck. It is fast but I can clearly see. I gripped my sword and stood in my original position. I want to let it come closer to me and decapitate it in a single move. Just as it came close and only at hand distance from, I swing my sword to cut its neck in a single move. Slick spurt. My sword touched across its neck but as my sword enters the inch deep and draws out a spurt of blood, but it changed its direction midair by swinging its body at an unnatural angle and fled into the forest and soon disappeared into the forest. Really it's swift as gale as it named. Damn. I said as such price got away. Just the price of its fur is equal to the LV.1 specialist grade monster cores. Those red nail rats that we encountered are one of the weakest monster special. Even that cougar monster that I just fought just now can easily kill tens of initial level specialist grade red nail rats. I was too overconfident just now. I thought I could kill it with one swing, but I didn't consider that Swift Gale Cougar, as its name suggests, is extremely fast, especially when its life is in danger. Sigh, I sighed and take a note to remember full details about the monster that I am fighting. I walk toward the lake. I plan to 5 km away from the lake, this neither close to lake nor too far. I chose this distance because I do not want to alert another monster while I am fighting the different monster. Choo choo. Ashlin called out, telepathy. She told me to look left. When I see, in the bushes is a brown stripped badger and it was preparing to launch sneak attack me. It is LV.1 of specialist grade monster. Seeing being caught, it didn't shrink in the bushes but come to attack me head on. Clank clank clank. Sparks fly out as its nails and my sword met. This brown strips badger monster is tall as my thighs and has nails that are double size of a palm. Good, I said, and I fought against this badger. This badger is strong as Bert and very agile despite its chubby figure. The good this is, that it didn't have any casting, elemental/long range, powers, or it will be very hectic. What I see in front of me is not brown stripped badger monster but possible 8,000 credits. Being specialist grade monster, not just its core is important, its skin, meat and nails will also fetch a good price. Slick. I aimed for its neck but it dodges on the time, while my sword got few of its hair. Clang clang, my sword clash with the monster but never able to injure it. One of my weakness is that I am having difficulties following it, due to its an agile body, it could easily climb the tree and dodge my attack at last second. It's not that I don't have the strength to follow it, it's that I don't have a method to utilize that strength to the apex. Combat styles are these methods, they have complicated movements, can be used in any environment or terrain or situation. With the combat weapon, I can draw out the full potential of my body. Clang. I defended from its attack as it attacked me from the tree, it does it all the time since we were fighting. It is not missing any chance of attacking me. It is a good thing that power of the first set of exercise has merged with me, with that power, I can fend off its attack. In 3 days have never successfully circulated the moves of the exercise, the immense pain hit me as soon as I start to circulate it, it is many times stronger than the 24th movement of the first set, feeling that pain, I just never want to do it again. I have been fighting Badger for an hour but I've never able to injure it because of its damn agility, and Ashlin isn't helping me as she is still angry with me. Ashlin, if you help me now, I promise I'll order delicious food for you daily as long as we have money for it. Money, I said. Half an hour ago I have also given her offer for a whole week and then a month, but she refused to budge, saying she wanted to eat that delicious food every day. Hearing her say that through our emotion bond, I didn't give another offer to her again, thinking I'll be able to defeat this badger soon, but half an hour passes and that badger is still energetic as ever. Choo choo, she cried out with her head high arrogantly and flew away from my hair. Badger got cautious after that in fighting, but after 15 minutes she flew away and didn't near, he let go of his cautions. Clang clang. Brown stripped badger monster and I kept fighting. As for Ashlin, she is hiding in the sky waiting for form order to attack. I want this fight finished. One move as she sneaked attack on. Now, I said as Badger jumped down from a tall tree to attack me. Whoosh, a big silver fireball double the size of Ashlin rained down from the sky aiming for Badger. Seeing a big fireball coming toward it with full speed, monster agility changed in the direction in midair. Stab thud. I stab its skull in a single move and it fell on the ground. I have been carefully observing this badger for an hour and a half, studying all of his moves. When it jumps from tall tree to attack me, I saw it is the best chance for attack and order Ashlin to attack with a fireball that she had been holding on for a while. I already expected it to dodge the attack, seeing it agility, I just wanted to dodge it. It dodged in the left direction as I predicted, and I had already moved there when Monster Mind was occupied with the incoming sneak attack, and when it moved left to dodge, it already served itself to on silver platter and I just have to stab it. Choo choo. Ashlin cried out victoriously, "Good job, Ashlin," I said and patted her as she was flying in front of me in joy. Chapter 32 The Complete Mysteries of Totems. I looked the dead body of the monster on the ground, bleeding it from a stab wound on the. Minutes later even bleeding had stopped. I put down my backpack and remove all the things which I need to skin the monster. Ashlin keeps an eye around. I said, "Choo," she cried out and flew away on the tallest tree to watch the surrounding. I carefully skinned the monster without damaging much with my sword. I remove core, heart and meat and other monster parts. I quickly pocketed the core in my pocket as it most important and expensive part of the monster's body. Separating all of it, I removed the preservation cubes and placed them on the heart and meat of the monster. The preservation will keep the meat fresh and safe. The preservation cube melted as soon as it touched the monster's parts and started to encase all in its film automatically, soon all of the parts covered in a thin transparent film. I put monster heart and skin and nails inside my backpack. as they take less weight on my backpack, and I buried the meat which is heaviest in the ground. I will take it out on my way back to the city. Ashlin, let's go, I said as I burned waste material of monster. I again begin to walk with Ashlin in two, as we again searching for a new monster to hunt. It was a very good hunt. If I take it back everything to the city, it would fetch me 8,000 easily. Now it is only late morning, I have the whole day to hunt. If I could find one or more specialist stage monster, I could easily earn 20 to 25,000 easily. I was basking in the glory of a recent kill when the very nauseating smell hit me. I thought it was the smell of rotten monster and about to walk away around it, but being curious I took a peek where the rotten smell was coming from. Gasp. I gasped from what I saw. It was a half-rotten body of human being. Its half-skeleton could be seen in rotten flesh and most of the bones on the skeleton looked broken. It didn't look like a monster, did it? He doesn't have any accessory on him except for his clothes. I can tell he is killed by humans, but after killing him, they didn't do the basic courtesy to bury or burn his body. At least it's something they can do, but they didn't. Seeing this body, I remember what I have read and heard about solo adventurers. Only 6 out of 10 can remain alive in their first year of adventuring. To them it's not just danger of monster but also the fellow humans. Enduring the rotten smell, I got closer to it and threw a fireball at it to burn the body. Soon body started to burn. As a decent human being, this is least I could do to burn his body and bury his ashes in the ground. This body took longer than I thought to burn. The normal private stage body could burn within a minute, and that specialist grade monster was turned into ash within few minutes, but this rotten body took nearly half an hour to turn in ash. I waited till the whole body turned in ash and dug a small hole beside to bury the ashes in it. I wore the gloves before touching the ashes. I consider myself a nice person, but I am not that nice to touch ashes of an unknown person with naked hand. I pick ashes with both of my hand, put in the hole that I just dug. My hands touch some solid in the ashes. Thinking it is stone, I let be, but when I throwing ashes into the hole, I got a clear look at. It is thumbnail size transparent tiny glass box. I put it back on the ground to inspect later. After burying the ashes of that man, wash my hand and that tiny box with water. When I carefully looked at it, that inside the tiny glass box is a tiny copper color thing. I couldn't contain my curiosity and opens the box. Oh my God. I shout out, it is a relic of the past. Inside the box is a small chip which people used thousands of years ago to store the data. This is a huge fortune. There is a high demand on the market about this past relic. It is data chip that was used to store data in it. If put it on the site, I will get millions of offers. I still remember the news I've read 2 years ago, written by women who found this type of data chip by luck. A woman found a chip of this kind when she was planting flowers in garden and thinking of it just trinket of the past she put on the web for auction casually and didn't expect much from it, but in middle of the night she was woken by the insane amounts of notification, thousands, and overnight it had reached millions of notification had rung on her holowatch about the offer for data chip. That chip was sold to more than 100 million credits, and she said if there was even an ounce of data in that chip, she could have gotten 10 times more than she got from the empty chip. Feeling excited, I hastily opened the glass box and activate the scanner of my holowatch to scan that chip. The holowatch has a function to scan many things, and reading these data chip is a very simple thing for it. My heart thumped as my holowatch is scanning the chip. I prayed that it had some kind of data in it so its price could rise again. By selling this chip I will get enough money that I can peacefully train, and maybe I'll even have a chance to become Master Grade Evolver and participate in the League of Heroes. In second the process of scanning is over, I carefully put the chip back into my backpack, safest space. Then I looked at holowatch to see if that chip had any data stored in it. Yes. I shouted top of my lungs when I find there is a file, but I got little disappointed when I see there is only one file. I cursed myself for being overgreedy. I touched open the file and greeted by the book cover. It is a book, and I got pleasantly surprised by seeing familiar languages. Just that, it is written in a different format. When I read the cover of the book, I stayed silent a while. Even I don't know what to feel, but one thing I am sure I absolutely can't anyone knows that I've data chip relic or the information it contained. Even I, mostly clueless about the world, can feel what catastrophe it will bring me or my family because of the title of the book is The Complete Mysteries of Totems by Alexander Copperfield. Chapter 33 Iron Rhinos. Totem is sacred, those who can construct it are considered elite. As far as I know, no one in the Republic understands the runes from which totems and mana refinement engine are created. In this book had complete information about totem creating and introduction of each and every rune to algorithms and formulas, everything is there. I didn't understand much after reading some pages. It will require a detailed study of years to fully understand this book, but in that time I have to make sure I will not tell a soul about it. After closing the window, I burn the surrounding area which had my smell and walks away. I have to leave an hour before the dusk. In the night monsters became more active. After walking 15 minutes in the forest, I didn't encounter monster that I want to kill. All were low-level monster, but still I didn't dare to go too close to the lake, that the place where groups of monsters gather. Any group of 5 to 6 monsters of specialist grade can easily kill me. I heard faint metallic sounds on the west side. Some people must be fighting near. Curiously I walked toward it. As I got closer to sounds of fighting became more distinct. Not long after I reached near the fighting scene. 2 people not much older than me, a boy and girl, were fighting 4 aqua bulls. They didn't look like they are surrounded by monsters but hunting them. They all are at LV 1 specialist stage. Seeing those 4 aqua bull monsters I felt jealous. That's not just aqua bulls but 50,000 credits or more due to their big size. Their meat would sell for more money than their monster cores. I left after watching the fight for some time. I don't want to have much time and didn't want to give the wrong signal. For the past 2 days, I have been operating my refinement engine from waking up to sleep. First, it was uncomfortable and painful. My head was in constant pain, but still, I endure and continued. In the past 2 days, I never stopped operating my refinement engine except for sleeping. When I first constructed it, I could only able to operate it for near 2 hours, but the battle in the tunnel my psyche had a big change as I keep operating refinement engine while fighting the monsters. In the training facility, I also keep operating refinement engine while fighting. My head hurts, but it is nothing compared to the pain I felt when I circulate the exercise. 2 days ago, an idea comes to my mind that what if I operate refinement engine whole while training and doing other activities. First it seems crazy idea, but then I thought it through. With my low-level talent, if I were to refine my mana only 2 or 3 hours day or while fighting when refinement process became unexpectedly fast, it would take me years to reach my desired purity, which is above 80%. There are also many potions which could help purify mana after mana reached 65%. No position could directly help to purify mana, but that doesn't mean there aren't potions which couldn't help indirectly. There are my potions which indirectly help and purify mana. One of such potion is Heart Racing Potion. This potion indirectly help to accelerate refinement engine process. There are hundreds of such potions, but they all are expensive that I can't afford. My only option is this way. The first day I felt an immense headache. I endured it and carried on operating my refinement engine. The second was also not much better, but I carried on, and today is the 3rd day and I am currently feeling headache, but I am enduring it. My mana's purity had risen by few points in 2 days. If I keep refining it may able to reach my desirable purity in mana. I know it will be difficult in the future because it takes more time and efforts to further purify mana after it reached certainly purity. I did not come across any specialist grade monster as I was roaming in the outskirt area of the Autumn Lake, but I did find 2 LV 3 specialist grade monster S which I finished in half an hour, including taking out their precious parts. As I was walking, I saw 3 specialist grade evolvers, walking toward me with their bloating backpack. Each of those backpacks weight more than doubles that their weight. Looks like they had a big haul. We just gave each other smile and didn't talk much. Seeing their haul, I make my mind and walk toward the lake. There are thousands of monster near the lake, but it is also dangerous. Austin Lake considered one of the safest areas in Mayasta part because it has few high-level monsters inside the lake and they rarely come out. I make my mind and decide to enter core R of the lake periphery. As I was walking inside, I stopped when I heard something. It seemed to cry of some angry monster. I silently hide in the bushes and slowly walk toward the sound. If monsters are, I might be able to fish in troubled water. I told Ashlin to come inside me and silently crawl without making any sound in the bushes. The angry growls getting louder and louder, and I even felt little vibration under my feet. That monster may be little heavy to create such vibration. My mouth started to salivate just thinking of monster size. I try to guess what type of monster it would be, but the sound is too indistinct to know which monsters are. As I got closes, the sound became clear and I am 90% sure to my guess, but I am not happy making that guess because killing that monster would be too difficult, but I didn't stop going toward it. I am hoping that the monster injured as I might able to kill it, as I got closer. I got into the boundary of open area and I had been correct, there are 2 young iron rhinos in front of me. Fuck fuck fuck. I cursed inside my mind, seeing scene front on me. There are a group of 6 devil monkeys teasing the 2 iron rhinos, and those 2 rhinos very angry about it. They were so angry they fallen 20 to 30 trees in their rage. The devil monkeys looked like the monkey monster that Kevin had, but the only difference is that Kevin's monkey had a 3rd eye on its temple. The monkeys are in private stage and couldn't make a scratch on specialist grade iron rhinos, but they still attack iron rhinos with their nails just to piss them off and have fun teasing them. I was about to leave seeing devil monkeys there, but just as I was about to leave, the monkeys started to leave after hitting rhinos on their temple one after another. I guess they had their fun. I am not surprised seeing them leave. The devil monkeys irritate anyone as long as it interests them, but they also quickly lose their interests after having enough fun. Within minutes all monkeys left and angry rhinos sat on the grass tiredly. I guess their monkey must have been irritating them for quite a while. I am in a deep dilemma to attack these 2 rhinos or not. I am not sure I can penetrate the skin of the rhinos as they are monsters which are known for their tight defense, but if I leave, I will be saying goodbye to 40,000 credits. Chapter 34, Leaving my ass to park. Choo choo. Ashlin called out telepathically. She said attack it. She could tell that more monster we kill, the more delicious food she will get to eat. Alright, I said and stand up from the bushes. She also comes out of me. You distract one while I handle the other one. I said to Ashlin. I grip my sword and come out of bushes. It's only been minutes since devil monkey left and iron rhinos are still angry. These young iron rhinos at LV.1 specialist grade monster, they are 2 meters wide and look like made of rusty iron. Their offense is a sharp horn on their head and has an extremely tough hide that is very difficult to pierce. That is why only LV1 specialist stage or higher level evolver hunt it. The biggest reason I even try to go hunt them is that of their biggest weakness. Their speed is their biggest weakness, that is why the devil monkey able to harass them so easily. Less speed doesn't mean they are defenseless, their strength is immense. If I got straight blow from them, I'll be crushed in a single move. Let's attack. I said to the Ashley and we moved toward our respective monsters. Bellow, a cry come out of rhinoceros mouth as we move to attack them. Swish, slice. I stuck towards its back, but nothing happens except for blood red line, inside which blood is trickled. It's not even called the light injury to iron rhino, it was just scratch. Bellow. Thud. Swish, it tried to ram its horn in me but I speed to move away. Being missed, it bellowed angrily and again tried to ram its horn in me. Doing its attack, I again struck it with my sword. Boom, it missed me and struck the 3, the whole tree broke in 2 by the rhino. I am here, you idiot. I shout out loudly to anger it. Bellow. It again bellowed and run toward me with it heavy steps. I have to say this iron rhino looked and is very dangerous. Just using single horn attack it broke the tree trunk that is double size me. If I were in that place I would have directly gone to heaven. Slice slice slice. I attack it again, this time it's behind. What I wanted to do is make it tired by it headlessly attacking trees. It bellowed again and attacked me with its horn. That horn on its head is extremely sharp and it is also core material in making grade 1 magical weapons. It is said that direct attack from LV 3 corporal stage evolver can't cut it, that attack can only dent its horn. Some of the monsters have something important on them except for their monster cores. That cougar monster I encountered earlier had skin in high demand, just like that iron rhinos also had in it. Its horn and its hidden cell really expensive. It hides also use in making grade 1 magical artifact, armor and shoes. Ashlin also doing quite a good job distracting the other rhino. She was attacked with her fire now and then and sometimes she just sits on its head and breath fire on it. The rhino has no other option that rams its head onto trees to get Ashlin out of its head. Clank. Bang poo, all of sudden, this rhino speedily moved its head to attack me with its horn, leaving me no option to dodge. I have to counter it with my sword, just as it horn and my touch. Next moment I am thrown backward by full force. I directly banged the tree and waited for the bird. Boom! I dodge as it came attacking me, seeing injured by the tree, but I dodge early. I am really injured. First be the shock I receive when I countered its a horn, and again when by back blasted against the tree. My injury is neither light or heavy, but it will take more than an hour to heal. I am done playing around, I said with bloodied teeth, and lighted my sword with silver fire. With it my attacks become more lethal. Slice. Bellow. Iron Rhino bellowed angry as I attack his neck with the flaming sword. This time sword dug deeper and draws out more blood. I would have its eyes, as they were the weakest spots of any monster, but eyelashes of Iron Rhino are hard as iron, and any attack of mine will just leave scratches on it. Its neck is also extra this to cut, but now that I have lightened my sword with fire, I try to attack only its neck, but all I can draw is a thin line of blood, no matter how I try. Still, I am trying to concentrate attacks the one spot, I want to bleed it die. Slice slice slice, whoosh. I attacked, but as soon as its neck moved little I dodge it. It had grown little smart, it always attack me in unexpected time, but I am not an idiot either. After getting beat up by its a surprise attack, I move away from it, with the slightest movement of its neck. Choo choo. Ashlin dancing in front of the rhino, teasing it and intentionally breathing fire on its face. That rhino got so angry that it tried to attack her with every one of its strength. Slice. Bellow. It below as I attack it again on its neck. That wound got nearly 2 meters deep, but it's still not hitting its blood artery. If this going on, I may be not able to finish it before the dark. Just as that thought surfaced in my mind, I hurriedly looked at my watch. Damn! I cursed loudly. Only 50 minutes till the time I have left the forest, and about 1.5 hours till dusk. I don't want to in the forest in time of dusk, that is period when monsters start to become active. I don't want to leave these 2 rhinos. These rhinos will help me solve a lot of my problems, but I don't have much time. At current speed, it will take me 2 hours to kill them, and I don't have that much time. Now there is only one option left, supreme combat exercise. I thought I would relax for a month before again starting that devil exercise, but this condition left me a choice. I have to endure that pain for 40,000 credit. Gritting my teeth, I started to circulate the first move. After completing 1 set, a seal had been formed in my temple, and now the first move that I circulate would be that of the second set. Ah! I circulated the first move. The only thought kept me going is the money that I will get the selling these 2 iron rhinos. Slice. I again slice at its neck. The wound deepened but not much. Enduring the pain I circulated the second move. Dodging its horn I attack again. It deepens more. At this speed it would take me a half an hour to kill it. Burning in this immense pain, I circulated the third. I nearly blacked out and killed by its horn in my days, if not for the Ashlin calling me out telepathically. Screaming loudly, I started to attack its neck, with all the strength in my body. Spurt. Finally it started bleeding heavily. I again attacked. Much time, did to blood lost, it started to slow down. Whoosh. Tear. Fuck. I attacked me so speedily at last minute that, I barely had a chance to dodge. I dodged, but suit got hurt and got lightly injured on the stomach. After getting injured, I attack it again crazily. Thud. That rhino fell down heavily. I did not give second look to fell rhino and moved to second rhino. The other rhino will be dead by bleeding. I finished with the second rhino. Seeing its partner dying, the second rhino tried to run, but its speed is very slow, and I am now circulating their move of the exercise. It was no match by being and killed by me in 10 minutes. Ashlin, keep an eye. I said to Ashlin as began to dissecting and preserving them. I didn't stop the circulation of exercise as I will need to endure the way of materials of 2 rhinos. My backpack weighed near 1,000 kilograms when I finished putting everything in my backpack. My backpack had become tall as me. I drank mana potion as I have less than 10% of mana left. I lift my heavy backpack while circulating the third movement of the exercise. It's already 10 minutes more than the time limit I had set up for leaving the forest. I ran with all my might. Some low-level monsters had come to me attacking, but I cut them while running. I didn't even pick the badger meat that I had berries, thinking if return within a week I'll retrieve it. Just as my watch catched the signals again, I ordered hover car and still kept running. It can track my location so it will have no problems finding me. I kept running as I was still in the vicinity. After half an hour of running, I saw hover car floating above me and stopped. Keen, as I landed it, door already opened. I put down my backpack and entered the hover car. The hover car had a robotic arm which will carry my backpack. After the hover car's door closed, did I stop circulating the third move of the exercise and close my eyes in peace. Chapter 35, Selling Monster Material. BZZZ. I woke up to the loud ringing bell and vibrating seats. I knew that I had fallen asleep in the hover car due to tiredness. Quickly, I got out of the hover car still feeling a little groggy. It flew away after it had dropped my backpack with its robotic arm. Thousands of other hover cars could be seen around me, picking up and dropping off the adventurers, but mostly dropping them. Some hover cars had special logos from different organizations. They probably came back from training their members in different areas where normal adventurers would rarely pass by. I picked up my backpack and walked towards the building which had Wells' logo on it. They are one of the top company in the monster food distribution business. Even the packed monster food that Ashlin eats is from them. "Sir, how may I help you?" said the pretty lady from behind the counter. Probably having an idea of what I want to do and seeing my backpack, she continued. "Please, place them all on the counter," all the while maintaining a polite smile. I started removing all the monster materials from my backpack and placing it onto the counter. In about a minute when I did, a shining ray flashed starting from the left then going to the right of the counter, scanning all of the materials. After a few seconds and glancing at something behind the counter, the lady said, "The store can offer you 34,000 credits. "I accept," I replied, and almost immediately a notification rang out of my holowatch. "Pleasure doing business with you, sir," she said politely after nodding. I left the building with a happy smile. This was the first credit I earned from the selling monster materials. No wonder, most of the adventures I have seen have luxurious clothing. Just hunting 4 or 5 monsters they can get a normal grade 1 magical artifact. Almost all of the specialist grade adventurers I've seen today have at least 2 grade 1 magical artifact, but it isn't all sunshine and roses for them. As of 10 new adventurers that come to Westblood City, only 6 survive. In the first place, you never know when a strong monster is going to appear in front of you. The lives of the adventurers are unpredictable. One day you are alive and the next you may be dead while out hunting. That is why most common adventurers retire after they have amassed enough fortune to live their life happily without any worries. Choo choo choo. While I was still in deep thought, Ashlin comes out of me and starts to demand food. I smile seeing this. I was just waiting to see how long she could hold on, seeing there are hundreds of food trucks hovering all around us. Choo choo. She continues to demand more, seeing that I gave in to her request. "Okay. I'll order a large portion for you," I said while I laughed at her. She says that eating a normal portion won't do anymore and that she wanted a bigger portion. I took a seat at one of the empty tables which are placed in front of food trucks. Almost all of them are full, as it is time for the adventurers to come back from the forest and enjoy the food with their friends and partners. Many droids could be seen hurling the dishes and empty plate in and out of the food truck. It didn't take long until our order to arrive, with droid flying to us with it. As usual, Ashlin didn't wait for anything and started to dig in. She ate the food with relish and her face didn't come out of the plate for even a second. She really did love food. I also started to eat too. It is delicious, just like the food from the apartment canteen. Enjoying the taste, an idea pops out of my head and I open the web to check if it is possible. "It's possible," I said in excitement. I was checking if it was possible to deliver food to my town. They say that they can deliver the monster food to my parents, but there is an 8-hour distance from my town and their closest branch in a Class 6 city. I made arrangements so that my parents would get the delivery of monster food 3 days a week, every week, as it is important for them. In the past few days, I read that the human body has to bear a huge pressure in exchange for the monster pet's powers. So this food will help them immensely in bearing the load of the power, and more important, my mother is pregnant, so she will need much more nutrition than normal. Thinking about my family, I still felt a little uncomfortable and had complex feelings about my mother's pregnancy. I know I should not feel as such because it is a natural thing, but, still, I cannot do anything about it. The food delivery will cost me 12,000 credits per month and put pressure on my finances, but if my haul every time will be good as today, then I wouldn't have to worry about the credits. Knowing that most of the adventures go outside twice a week, I also decided to the same. Every 3 days I will get out to hunt. 3 days would be long enough for me to heal any injuries and train. As I still had to finish eating half of my meal, Ashlin had already nearly finished eating hers, which was double that of mine. One thing for sure, her eating speed hadn't slowed down by a bit. Choo! Ashlin cried out in content as she finished eating and laid on her stomach lazily. I would say it's become her habit to lay on her stomach after overeating to digest the food. I also finished my meal soon enough. I stood up ready to leave the table when I noticed that Ashlin was not moving, this glutton. Ashlin, let's go, I said, but she didn't move and only called out in lazy tone, choo-choo. You! I said, exasperated. She is forcing me to carry her as she is too tired and full from eating. Helpless, I picked her up into my hands as she is laid there lazily. Then I called a hover car to take me to my apartment. I didn't even have to wait for a minute when a hover car arrived. I got into it with Ashlin still refusing to move. Choo-choo, Ashlin called out again, telling me to lift her to the window as she wants to see the outside scenery. She is a very curious monster who likes to see and experience the world. With reluctance I lifted her enough to let her see the flashing scenery. Soon enough, we reached our apartment building, but before entering the lift I walked towards the exchange point. As I still hadn't cashed in the 3 specialist grade monster cores that I got from the 3 specialist stage monsters that I had killed. Putting my 3 monster cores into the slider, I waited for them to be scanned. Soon the machine quoted the price for the monster crystal and I accepted it. The 3 LV-1 specialist grade monster cores sold for 17,000 credit. I got a little bit more money because Iron Rhino's cores were of higher quality. I have a total of 49,000 credits in my account, and in a single week, I had spent nearly 50,000 credits. I still have to buy many things, and one of the most important ones is some higher quality training suits, as the one I am wearing is wasted already. Chapter 36, Ellen's Call. Train. I woke up to the sound of my holowatch ringing. Someone is calling me. I woke up groggily and received the call without even checking the caller's ID. Micheal. Were you sleeping? Asked a high-pitched voice. I hadn't heard that voice in a week. Yes, I just woke because of your call, I said in a groggy voice. Yesterday's hunting trip really tired me out. The one who is calling me is my good friend Ellen. She had been selected by Crystal Knights and sent Carol City for training. So, how's Carol City? She asked, now that I could clearly see her projection on my holowatch. She was wearing a form-fit training suit and had cut her hair into a stylish bob. Whenever I see a bob, I remember one of the most embarrassing memories in my brain. I think it was 6 months ago. I had to do some homework that I hadn't finished the previous day for some reason. So during the break, I went to one of the abandoned rooms in the school to do my homework in peace. But when I opened the door, I found myself seeing 2 naked girls kissing each other in a passionate frenzy. And you guessed it, one of the 2 girls was Ellen and other was some cute girl with a short bob. I closed the door slowly, took a step, sighed and ran away fast as I can. So for a few days, things got awkward between us, and we soon forget about it. The worst thing is that I saw Ellen take another girl to the abandoned room. And here I was, I who hadn't been able to get past first base with my ex-girlfriend. What are you thinking about? She asked, seeing me zoned out. Your haircut, I replied without thinking. What about my haircut? Doesn't it look good? Ellen asked, thankfully not understanding my reference. It really suits you, I said with a pleasing smile and continued, how is Mayfield City treating you? Seeing that she is wearing her training suit, she must be going to train. It is really fun but also a little tense, she said in an excited tone. She seemed to have a good time in the Mayfield. 3 days ago, Stella leveled up to LV2 private stage. And yesterday, I was to fight against a specialist stage monster in the facility. I got beaten so badly that I was barely able to walk. She said, if one carefully looked at her face, you could see a little faint red mark on her face. Enough about me. How is Carol City? She asked me. I lied to my friends and family about coming to Westblood to train. I told them that I was going to Carol City, which is famous amongst low-level adventurers and is way less dangerous compared to the Westblood City. It's not as interesting as yours, I said to dodge the question. She also didn't press the issue. Choo-choo. Ashlin chirped as she flew onto my shoulder, calling out my lie. It's not like I don't want to tell her the truth, it's just that I've also leveled up it and I don't want to be discouraged and all. Ashlin, look at you, you have become even more chubby, Ellen said looking at Ashlin. Of course, she had become chubby, she ate like a glutton. Chew, she chirped happily, taking it as a compliment. Suddenly, I remembered about the combat styles and decided to ask her, Ellen, are you studying advanced combat styles? I wanted to know if she had been learning advanced combat style. I also decided to earn enough money from monster hunting to study a good combat style. Yes, they have been teaching it to us from the first day of training, she said. I nodded, thinking, so it's true. I have heard from the most adventurers here that one of the first things an organization teaches to their members are their advanced combat styles. Their training lasts a year and after that, they get sent to different branches across the Republic and sometimes outside of it too. Which grade did they put you in? I asked cautiously. I have many questions regarding organizations that I can't ask anyone, not even as we weren't that good of friends, and now I can finally ask Ellen without hesitation. But hearing my question, her face fell, then became bright and resolute. All the youths who were selected from small towns are automatically placed in the D group, but you can give a 3 days exam to upgrade in C, she said. I know that the organization's trainees are divided into 4 categories, which A, B, C, and D, with being the highest and D being the lowest. The higher level class there are in training, the more advanced training methods and resources they will receive. Madeline from a few days ago also got accepted in Crystal Knights, but she directly selected at Class B. I obviously will not tell Ellen that though. I've given the advancement exam and passed. I am now a level C trainee, but my aim is to enter at Class A, she said while determination flooded her eyes. I know that she will try her best and work very hard to enter Class A, and she may just succeed, who knows. Ellen, let's go. I heard another voice from the background of her call. Hearing some of her college calling her, I have to go, Michael, we will talk later. Ellen said. I'll call you later. I sighed after seeing her progress. I leveled up because I had to experience a life and death situation, but she caught up to me with just a little training. This is the main difference between the strain of the monsters. Ellen's monster's talent may be low but its strain is high. And her glass spider's ancestor is a higher strain monster, and by coincidence her monster is able to inherit the strain of the ancestor, making her progress even faster. Compared to her, my progress will be slow as a snail. I might be able to keep up with her till specialist stage, but after that, I don't know what I will do. Ashlin has class 2 strain from which she could level up to the specialist stage, but after that, to promote further, she has to tap the most of her potential in her body. If she is able to do that, she will have no problem until she reaches her bloodline limit. Thinking there is no use going over it now, I decided to freshen up and head to the training facility after eating. Chapter 37 Reynard. The training facility was same as ever, full of activity. Everyone was training with their own methods. There were various types of instrument, like pressure suits scattered around the floor. They were all good, but none could compare to the gravity chamber. Only advanced training facilities had the gravity chamber. It was the best training machinery available in the Republic. I checked to see if there were any pressure suits available for usage, even though, the pressure suits are called a cheaper version of gravity chamber. The pressure suits looked like normal training suits but were a little heavier and applied pressure on the wearer's body according to their needs. Still, there are no suits available. I sighed at the results, but I was not surprised or shocked. Because there were rarely any suits available, most of them were already used by others. On another note, it is no fun fighting androids. I was about to go and find challengers to fight, but all the rings are occupied. Seeing this, I had no choice but to wait for a ring to empty. I watch some battles happening in the rings as I wait for a ring to empty. Soon enough, a battle was over and both of the parties got out of the ring. Before anyone else could enter, I hastily ran into the ring and started waiting for challengers to come. I didn't take a second for a challenger to come, but I got little startled by seeing their level. It's a specialist grade evolver. I had never fought against a specialist grade ever before. I only fought against people who were at the peak of private grade. You don't mind me challenging you, right? Do you? He asked with a polite smile. He looked quite old, around his mid-20s. I have seen very few people around that age here, especially those who were at specialist grade. He had a stocky body with a round face, a small beard grew upon it, and together with his long blonde hair he had a charming look. Of course not. To fight against a specialist grade is my fortune. I said with a smile. I am Micheal. I continued by introducing myself. Reynard, he replied, and immediately the countdown started. We both held our weapons tight. He was using a falchion and I was using my katana. Ding! As soon as the bell rang, we both started to attack each other. Clank, both of our weapons collided, resulting in Reynard being pushed back by 2 steps. Shock was clearly visible on face as he, LV-1 specialist grade, was forced 2 steps back from the attack of a measly LV-2 private stage evolver. Quickly regaining his control over his emotions, he started to attack me again. Clank clank. Both of our swords went through multiple battles, but neither of us is able to gain an upper hand. I have not seen you before, are you new here? He asked while attacking, looking clearly relaxed, as though the fight had put 0 strain on him. Yes, it's only been weeks since I've come to this building. I replied as we fought. That's good, he said, ending the conversation. If others were to see our fight, they would believe that we are equally matched and neither has an advantage on the other. But I knew the truth, it was different. I could tell that Reynard had total control over his body and was using minimum amounts of energy to counter my moves. Not just that, his moves, which seemed to be simple on the surface, had mysterious rhythm to it. It may be some kind of advances combat style. Clank clank clank. Seeing that the fight was not going anywhere, I gritted my teeth and I decided to circulate the first move of the second set of the Devil's Exercise. The pain hit me hard, but I endured it. Just as my power increased, so did Reynard's. He closely matched his power with mine, and yet again we come to a standstill. I smile wryly at this, but this was also a chance for me to refine my moves. With an expert fighting me, I can see my mistakes and the path to improvement more easily. Reynard seemed to be no hurry to finish the fight, and I have no problem with that. In fact, it was better for me, as the longer the fight lasted, the higher the chance to improve. When humans and monsters of the same level fought, the humans will win 70% of all fights. The monsters are inherently stronger, and it had double the mana reserve than normal humans, but it still struggled to beat lower-leveled humans. The reason was intelligence. The monsters have a very low intelligence. Only monsters bonded with humans had a chance of gaining higher intelligence. If it had been any specialist monster instead of Reynard, it would be either dead or gravely injured. But with a human opponent like Reynard, I couldn't seem to get even the slightest upper hand. The feeling I got from him, I think he could finish me in maximum 3 moves if he wants to, and that was considering if I was lucky. As the fight progressed, Reynard started to increase the power behind his moves. Left with no other choice, I had to circulate the second movement of the exercise to keep up with him. Most of the people who were watching our fight soon lost interest as they did not find anything fun or interesting in it, but for me, it is one of the best fights I've ever had yet. I was able to find many of my mistakes and started to fix them. Reynard understandingly, did not rush the fight but increased the pressure on me, but it was at speed that neither too slow nor was it too fast. Slick. I failed to counter Reynard's sword and it grazed my shoulder. I would have gotten more injured if Reynard hadn't controlled the force behind the move. Soon, due to the great pressure increase, I had to circulate the third movement of the second set of the demon's exercise. The pain I felt was immense, but I had to endure it. I know that it will be difficult for me come across such opportunity again. I fought with Reynard for more than 2 hours and pressure of his sword kept constantly increasing. For a short while I was able to keep up, but soon the pressure increased even more. As expected, I got hit by Reynard more than 10 times, many times I tried to circulate fourth move but I was unable to. With there being no use fighting anymore, I admitted my loss. "Thank you," I said as I left the ring, but he just smiled and stayed there. Chapter 38 Practicing with Pressure Suits. I didn't leave after I finished my spar with Reynard because I wanted to watch Reynard's battles with other opponents. The second I left the ring, another person entered the ring to challenge the Reynard. It was none other than Nigel, the one who got beaten up by Madeline. He still looked gloomy but not as much as the other day when he lost to Madeline. Nigel is at the peak of the specialist grade whereas Reynard is still at LV1 of specialist stage. But that did not mean Nigel would win. I don't know why, but I had a feeling that Reynard is way stronger than he appears on the surface. And hopefully, with this matchup, I would learn of his true level of strength and skill. I was looking forward to this spar. I really wanted to know who would win this battle. They started to fight almost immediately and Reynard still had a relaxed attitude, same as when he was fighting with me. They both kept exchanging moves, but Nigel was never able to gain the upper hand with Reynard. From what I see, I can tell that Reynard is way more powerful than I initially thought. Because he was handling Nigel with ease, nevertheless Nigel's performance is also quite good. Also, he was beaten quite badly by Madeline that day. I thought he was going to wallow in self-pity with how Madeline crushed him. Especially considering that it was in front of hundreds of people paired with his abnormal obsession with Madeline. Though to my surprise, his performance had improved but his face still looked gloomy. The fight was in full swing. Nigel is giving his everything except for his half skills. Watching him, I have to say he is quite talented with how he is using different types of moves on Reynard. Some of his combat moves looked quite complex and it should have taken him a lot of hard work to perform them. While watching the spar, I kept an eye out for pressure suits. Hun. A sound escaped my mouth because I saw there were 3 pressure suits available. I was quite startled seeing this and was rooted on my spot for a while like a dumb idiot. But soon releasing this fact, I hastily walked towards the elevator without caring about the ongoing battle in the ring. I could watch it later on as all the fights were recorded. All the clips were available for free in the building's feed. I was practically skipping towards the elevator since the training facility which housed the pressure suits were in training facility number 5. I prayed that by the time I reached there, at least one would be left for me. There are about 100 pressure suits in the building but the demand was in the thousands. They are the only training instruments in the building which never free for more than 5 minutes and also in the highest demand. Fidgeting while I waited in the elevator, I hoped that others wouldn't have arrived before me. I was so tense that I felt that every single second spent in the elevator was equivalent to an hour. Ting! As soon the elevator arrived it reached the training facility number 5 and the doors opened. I ran at full speed out of the elevator and towards the room with the highly demanded pressure suits. Thank God! I sighed of relief, as I looked at the pressure suit inside the glass case. After I finished flashing my holowatch on the case, I opened the zip and I took out the pressure suit. This particular suit has a red and black color combination, is a little thicker than a normal training suit and has a helmet, otherwise it looks exactly like my training suit. I take the pressure suit to the private changing room and wore it. The suit is completely skin tight but not one part of my body visible through it. It is designed to be in that way so that it can apply some pressure on every part of my body, almost like increasing gravity. It was invented before the gravity chamber. So after gravity chamber became available, some modifications were made into it so that the one wearing it could experience something similar to increased gravity instead of higher pressure only. I got out of the room to see many people wearing the pressure suits and performing various exercises. Some were performing squats while the others were running in the tracks, and one weird girl is even dancing with the pressure suit on. I found an empty corner and increased the pressure setting to 100 kilograms. Slowly the pressure I felt increased as if I was wearing a suit of lead. I feel that I am freely able to move my body under 100 kilograms. So I started doing a simple exercise. Even though it is the basics, it is proven scientifically that doing any exercise using gravity chambers or pressure suits yields better results in body coordination and strength training. Feeling that I can manage 100 kilograms, I increased the pressure to the 200 kg. It was still bearable, and I am able to perform simple exercises that I learned in school. Not just me, but many people are also doing the basic high school level exercises. I can't spar using these suits even if these are the cheapest ones, as it is too expensive for me to afford a replacement or even repair in case of damage. So the only option left is to do basic exercises, considering I do not know any advanced ones. So I kept increasing the weight of the suit by 100 kilograms until 500 kg. This time I truly felt the pressure. After slowly doing the exercise in the corner, I decided to run the track. There are many people running the tracks, some are slow while some are fast. But one thing common about them is that all of them are working hard. I even saw one of the youths fall down from exhaustion. After a while, I increased the pressure to 600 kilograms. As the weight of suit increased, my speed decreased to the point I started walking instead of running. So to counter this, I started to circulate the first move of the exercise. In return, I felt immense amounts of pain, but also felt some more strength starting to flow inside my veins and bones. The main reason I am so excited about pressure is that it greatly helps ensure that I circulate the moves of the exercise, and it helps at greater efficiency. It is proved that the best time to do the exercise is while you exert your physical strength. As per my experience, the better you are at enduring the pain, the more progress you will make in circulating exercises. Even though it was obvious, I did not expect it to directly correlate to this extent. Soon, I upped the weight to 800 directly to push myself to the second step. I felt that it would have crushed me to death if I had not already begun circulating the second movement of the exercise, but I still felt huge pressure. Left with no other choice, I had to circulate the third movement of the exercise. Time passed on, it was late evening and I was still running across the track. The only thing different from this morning when I entered is that the weight of the suit is at 900 kg, 800 more than before. I still did not leave, as I had promised something to myself. I promised that as long as I did not complete running one lap around the track with the weight of 1000 kgs, I would not leave. Few more hours passed. Ashlin called to me. She says that she is feeling hungry, but I ignore her and kept running. Before long, more than 8 hours have passed since I wore this suit. Currently, I am running with the weight of 990 kilograms. Every step is excruciating, it requires me to call upon every muscle in my body. So I grit my teeth and try to circulate the fourth movement of the exercise. Ah! I screamed in pain and a muffled voice rang through my helmet. But I am somehow able to circulate the fourth movement of the exercise. With the help of the newfound power, I increased the pressure to 1000 kilograms and completed a lap of the whole track. Yes! I screamed through the mask. My goal of the day is completed. I wanted to circulate the fourth movement, second step of the exercise, because I knew without it I would not have a chance to break the strain boundary. Even if I did, it would next to zero. Back when I was in my hometown, I had believed that with enough hard work I would be able to break the strain boundary. But it took only a week since I came to West Blood City that I have come to understand the truth. I have come to understand how naive I was. To break boundary, hard work is not enough, you need more than that. You needed luck. So all I can do for now is to try and complete 10 sets of the exercise. Which will bring a qualitative change in my body while also increasing mine and Ashlin's talent by a little. Above all I can that this little increase in strength after the 10th set will help in breaking Ashlin's strain limit. All I can do for now is hope that I am right. Chapter 39 Searing Hog. Days passed by, it is time to go hunting again. I have decided to hunt every 3 days. I need a lot of money, I need it to learn advanced combat styles and to buy magical artifacts, potions, and other things. I have finished preparation for everything I need in this trip. I bought a new training suit and this one is of better quality. After double-checking everything is ready, I walk towards the door. Ashlin, let's go. I shout and in 1 second, she is on my shoulder. It is early morning, the sun has risen fully. I have decided to leave earlier today because I wanted to have the full day at my disposal, unlike last time when I had to run away with all my might. The hover car was already waiting for me. I got in and it soon dropped me to the Mayasta market. The market had not changed, still active and crowded even this early morning. I didn't linger in the market after getting out of the hover car, I immediately called for the armored one to take me to the boundary of Austin Lake. But this time, I chose a different area of the Austin Lake. My plan was to get familiar with this area so I can spend the night there. Not for now though, it is for when I reach the specialist stage. It is at night when monsters are the most active and it is also the time adventurers gain a big haul. But it is equally as dangerous because one can find themselves attacked by a large group of monster. I looked on, as the hover car flew away after dropping me off. Projecting a map of the area, I decide which route to take as there are multiple areas marked as a high monster density area. Last time, I didn't need to as the area I chose had a thinned monster density. Except for this time, the area I chose had a higher density than last time but it is still less than high density monster areas. After choosing the route, I begin walking hoping to find a specialist grade monster yet the reality is cruel. I did not find a single specialist grade beast even after an hour that I spent walking in the forest. I continued to roam in the forest while feeling downhearted. When suddenly my gaze fell upon a yellow vine. The vine was coiled around a tree, I was about to walk away thinking it was just another normal yellow vine. But something inside me urges me to observe it more carefully. This vine was unusually dense and was circling tree stumps and branches. Oh, heavens! I said looking at the mature yellow vine snake. Yellow vine snakes are like gray spark sparrow, they are also a class 2 strain monster and their limit of evolution is specialist grade. But this is where the similarities end. Yellow vine snake is planted type monster meaning it is a treasure. Every part of a plant type monster is used in potion making, especially the heart and core. Its heart, sap, and core are the main ingredients in making a healing potion. A plant's core is also used to make a magical artifact for people who had healing powers, ensuring that all plant-type monsters are treasures but there was one problem in killing them. Their immense vitality, it made killing it very difficult. That was also the reason why every part of it is a treasure. If you cannot kill it in one move then forget about killing it. Considering that every plant-type monster has a super healing ability if it did not die in a single move then killing it would be very, very difficult since it can even heal fatal injuries in seconds. To hunt a plant-type monster was a very tiring job. I just took a brief look at it and walked away. To attempt to hunt it, it will take me too much mana and stamina. Moreover, I wasn't even sure I would be able to kill it. I decided to return here in the afternoon and try to kill it if it stays here. I spent some since I walked past that yellow vine snake and in this time I was only able to kill 2 level 2 private stage monsters. Besides they were the worst type, whose heart is the only useful material while other parts are a useless waste. Just as I was beginning to lament on my bad luck when I heard a faint grinding. I couldn't properly distinguish what made it was but I was sure it had something to do with rocks. I sneak towards the sound and I see the creature that made the sound. It turned out to be a big searing hog, it was busy sharpening its small tusks with the rocks. It is known as searing hog, because when the creature attacks its tusks would turn red hot and could easily melt iron with a single touch. It had a thick skin which made it a little difficult to kill, but if I am able to kill it. Furthermore, I will easily get 15 to 20,000 credits as its skin, tusk and meat were all useful. Seeing me come towards it, it became vigilant. Its tusk started to turn red in preparation to attack. It runs towards me. Turns out despite its humongous body, it is relatively fast and it reaches me with just a second. Slice. I dodged its attack while struck its face to test its defense. Looking at a thin line of blood left behind on my sword and face, I decided that should be able to finish it off within 30 minutes if I circulate the third movement of the exercise. Grunt. It cried out loudly as I attack without waiting. I immediately started to circulate the third movement of the exercise. SSS. I sucked in cold breath and endured the pain. Whoosh clank. It countered my strike with its tusks as I was aiming for the neck, but I had no major worries as it will be dead soon. I keep attacking it without stop. It is able to sometimes counter, but most of the time it could only take the strike with its body. Its whole body is soon riddled with the injuries and its eyes turn red in the anger, but it is helpless against my strikes. It tried to escape, but I was faster. Soon it started to slow down due to excessive blood loss. Clank. It somehow countered my attack, but it zoned out due to shock. Seeing my chance, I moved my sword to stab its eye. I tried it previously, but I failed as it dodged on time, but this time I had full confidence. Poochie. Thud. As my sword stabbed through its eyes, and within a second it fell on the ground with a loud thud. Without wasting my time, I started to skin and pack it as it is worth 20,000 credits. Chapter 40 Luring the Aqua Bulls. I lifted my backpack and wore it. It became heavy, but I still able to walk with it. First I planned on burying heavy monster parts and picking them after hunting, but obviously that method didn't work as I did it last time, as it got very late hinting iron rhinos, and I decided to forego it seeing it was very late. The Austin Lake had many monsters, but most of them at private stage. I had killed tens of LV.1 and LV.2 monsters that come in my way. I decided to enter the core area of Austin Lake as there are more monsters that I could hunt. I silently started to make my way to the core area of Austin Lake. I had first decided to get familiar with monster hunting before venturing into the core area, but now it seems like I have to go inside to them. According to the map and information I brought, it says that the 2 km around Austin Lake are densely packed with the monster, and all of them are in the peak of the private grade or specialist grade. Especially half km around Austin Lake is filled with the specialist grade monsters. I heard sounds of moos from the distance. It looks like a herd of aqua bulls ahead. I hide my backpack in a good spot and slowly crept into bushes and silently moved toward the sounds. I had guessed right, there are herd aqua bulls ahead, but the quantity of them is more than I imagined. There are looked to be more than 300 bulls in that herd, or maybe more, as I can clearly see them as they were far away. It is good that I am far away from them. If aqua bull to notice, all herd would follow me, attack me till the end. They were protective of their herd and would rarely found alone or in a small group. Ashlin. Go and lure the bull out. I ask Ashlin, choo-choo. She affirmed and flew away. Ashlin is the best choice for lure aqua bull away. Aqua bulls are water elemental monsters who hate anything fire, and Ashlin is small enough to easily dodge their water jets. Soon Ashley reaches the aqua bulls. She found the small group of aqua bull and started to irritate them by throwing fireballs at them. Provoked aqua bull also tried to use water jets on them, but it's no use. She easily dodges them with her tiny size. Moo. The monsters mooed loudly, but it is no use. Seeing the commotion in the corner, aqua bull's leader also looked toward, but seeing its only private stage small Sparrow, he looked away after losing interest. Ashlin doing quite a good job provoking them. She just has to keep doing it for some time and leave. 1 or 2 aqua bull will easily follow. What I fear is the leader of the herd. It is looked mutated and nearly double that of normal aqua bull size. I hope it didn't care 1 or 2 bull chasing the little Sparrow. I silently crept out of bushes. I didn't want that mutated aqua bull to get the smell of me. I heaved a sigh of relief after getting out of that bull's vision range. That mutated bull gave me creeps whenever I looked at it. In my current level, if I come across it, I don't think I will able to beat it despite it being LV1 specialist grade. I will have no but run if I ever come across it. I walked toward the area where I hid my backpack. I quickly wore it and started to walk toward the place where I asked Ashley to lure the bull. The place I chose is very far from the herd of aqua bulls. Even if anyone cried out of its lungs, I don't think the herd able to hear it. In half an hour, I reached the place where I told Ashlin to lure the bull. I hid my backpack in the indiscreet location and found a spot to hide. I wanted to land a sneak attack on it and kill it in one shot. Whoosh, clank. My sword deflected the thing. I was hiding on the spot silently waiting for the Allen to lure the bull in. As I was waiting, I felt life-threatening sensation on my back. Without waiting, I activated my grade 1 magical artifact and swing behind me. Luckily I countered that thing which is attacking me. When I looked to see what attacked me, it looked like a snake which made of countless pebbles. Pebble snake. I said out loud, it is pebble snake. It is 1m long snake which made of countless thumb-size pebbles, and it is LV1 specialist grade monster. This pebble snake has low-class toe strain, but it had an earth-shaking origin. It is said that it had originated from Medusa origin. There happen many cases when pebble snake has awakened higher strain. Hiss, it hisses at me, showing its fangs which seems to drip with a black substance. If it were able to bit me, I'll be gone. Its poison has a strong petrification effect which can easily stun me for a full minute. Seeing it's going to attack me again, I started to circulate the third movement of the exercise. I don't want to take any chances. Single bite from this pebble snake and I is surely dead. Clank, it was thrown away far by my attack. I waited to grip my sword and waited for it attacks it again. The one good thing is despite it made of rocks, its defense is not that good. If I am able to hit 2-3 times it sure will be dead. I waited for it to attack, but 10 minutes passed and then 15, but there is no sign of it. First thought came into my mind that it ran away, and this is also a best possible option, but I didn't want to take any chances, so I decided to check if it ran away or not. I slowly walked toward the direction where it flew away when it hit my sword. Walking toward that direction, oh! I exclaimed, seeing pebble snake lying on the earth and cracks could be seen on its pebbly head. Looks like it was killed by my single sword strike. Chapter 41, Fighting the Aqua Bulls. To be safe, I again hit its head again with a sword. Some monsters are really vicious. They act dead and attack when one got really close to it. It didn't move when I hit its head with my sword. This pebble snake is treasure, each and every part of it. Aside from its core, its fangs and petrifying poison had its uses, but the most expensive thing is it a body. The pebble that made of its use as fertilizer, very expensive fertilizer, the fertilizer used for precious plants and herbs. Within 5 minutes, I separated all parts off and put them into my backpack. If I am able to hunt the bull, this trip will be very fruitful and I will be able to earn more than the last trip, but it all depends on Ashlin. After hiding my backpack, I hit again on my previous, but this time I am more vigilant. I still shudder when I thought about that pebble snake's sneak attack. If that snake had a little bit faster and able to bite, I would have been lying dead and my heart being eaten by it. About time. I whispered when I felt Ashlin is coming closer. She will arrive in a few minutes. Ashlin and I can sense each other. It would be nice if I can see what she is seeing, but it not possible private grade. It is only possible at advanced grade. Moo. Moo. I heard loud mooing from the aqua bulls. I told Ashlin only to lure only one bull, but from the sound seemed like she brought 2 bulls. Ashlin coming closer and closes rose from my heart, and I waited patiently for her to arrive. As soon as she comes luring those aqua bulls, I'll attack them sneakily at the perfect moment. Chew. Ashlin comes flying and started shooting toward the direction she came from, an irritating tone. Oh, the bulls moved out. Swoosh. Suddenly a water jet comes out of the tree, trying to hit Ashlin, but she easily dodged it with a flap of her wings. Moo. Thud. Soon, 3 equal bulls come out of the thicket and started to attack Ashlin with their water jets. This concentrated water attack is really dangerous. If it hit, I would definitely get injured. Fuck. I cursed inside my mind. I specifically advocated Ashlin that not to lure more than 2 bulls and now they are 3. If it had been normal specialist grade monsters, I would handle it easily by circulating third move, but the problem with these Aqua bull is that. Thud. A branch of a tree fell, the water jet attack misses Ashlin and hit the tree branch, that is thick as my thigh. One can imagine what will happen if it touched me. These 3 Aqua bulls, white in color and thin layer of water could be seen covering its whole body. As its name suggests, it is water elemental monster, and that thin water screen on its body is its defensive and healing measure. Its defense is not as strong as earlier Searing Hog, but its healing capabilities are quite good, because that extremely thin water screen spread all over its body. Whenever it received an injury, that thin water screen will concentrate over the wound and help it heal speedily. Have 2 offensive methods. First are water jet, which it throws from its body, and another one its horns. It has a quite good offense, and if I want to kill 3 of these Aqua bulls, it will be quite difficult to kill them. I would have walked away, but I have put up too much time and energy on these bull. If I leave now, I will waste quite a time before I find my next prey, and I didn't even know to find it and kill before the time of leaving. I wanted to kill them at my full power. I started circulating the moves of the exercise. I can circulate till the 3rd move, the pain of 4th one for me is too difficult to handle. Moo. Aqua bulls mooed in anger as Ashlin kept angering them. I watch the bulls as I wait for the perfect moment while I keep circulating the 3rd movement of the exercise. I would have lightened my sword with my fire, but water elemental monsters tend to have a sensitivity toward heat. I didn't wait for long before the perfect moment came. The Aqua bull is only 5-6 steps away from me, and all 3 of their gazes are forward, same as me. This perfect chance for me to attack. Controlling my breathing, I leapt out of my place to attack it. My aim is its skull. Time slow down, I speedily move toward it, sensing my attack. All Aqua bulls looked toward me and prepared to attack. Boom! Ashlin had summoned big fireball and attack when 3 bull mind diverted to me. She took out 1 bull with her fire. It will not disturb me for few seconds, and Ashlin also can't help me for few seconds as she had just summoned a big fireball. I lightened my sword with fire as I was when I was inches away from the Aqua bull. The one I am attacking is only 5 or 6 steps away from, while other 2 bulls 2 or 3 meters away. They won't be able to save their kin from me even if they wanted to. This bull, nearly helpless, out of instinct, it moves its head toward me to attack me with its horns, and that is what I was counting on, as it will make killing it even faster. I was experiencing all this at very slow speed. I know I can't make any mistake in this. If I miss, then that's bull's horns will directly pierce my chest, but that won't happen as between us there is still a distance of sword. Sizzle. Sound rang out as my fiery sword touched the thin water screen, but it didn't obstruct my sword as it touched its skull and started piercing it inside. Corner of my eye could see Ashlin trying to summon fireball in front of her, but it is forming very slow. The second bull hand nearly formed water globe in its mouth, and its water jet will hit me at any moment, while the bull that Ashlin attack also forming water in its mouth, but that attack came a little late than first bull. Poochie. My whole sword entered the skull of the Aqua bull and it's lost its shine in its eyes. My problems aren't over yet, their life-threatening attack coming toward me. Chapter 42, Killing the Bulls. I didn't have time to enjoy my victory of killing the Aqua bull. I can see as slowly bull falling into the ground. The water jet attack from other bull is also midway in the air. I wanted to dodge that attack, but I can't as my body is moving ever so slowly. I can seem to do anything except for moving my body a little by little. Bang! Thud! Crack! Thud thud. Many things happened in a second. It feels like time sped up. The body of the ball hit the ground and water jet from the bull hit me viciously. I barely able to dodge that attack by my heart, but it squarely hit me on my shoulder, cracking my shoulder bone and giving me searing pain, but this pain is nothing compared to the one I am feeling now while circulating the third movement of the exercise. As the attack landed on my shoulder, I had to take a few steps back to diffuse the force. I am not out of danger yet. The bull that just attacked me is charging toward me with full speed, and second bull also attacked me with a water jet, and Ashlin hadn't formed her fireball yet. Swish, the second water jet attack left from its mouth, while this time I better conditioned to dodge the attack, but another bull is also coming with its horns toward me. Clank. Thud. I resist Aqua Bull's horns with my sword, but I had to take a few steps back as the force of attack hard for me to handle. Boom! Moo! I heard, and then a painful cry of bull rang out. It seems then when the second bull was preparing to attack me with another water jet, Ashley hit her fireball on its head, disrupting, forming a water jet and blasting it inside its mouth. The blood is dripping from its mouth. The injury is not heavy, but I don't think I able form water jet before some time. Clan clank. I many time tried to attack its skull, but is no use as it easily deflects with its horns, and one bull is not enough. The other bull is also coming toward me with its eyes completely red. I was little surprised seeing this because I thought taking Ashlin attack it will angry at her and would disturb me, but I was wrong, that bull directly coming toward me with viciousness and madness in its eyes. Whoosh, clank. I dodge one bull charge while countering another bullhorn. These bull are clearly very angry and attacking me in frenzy, each and every attack of it forceful that diffuse the force. I have to take many steps back. Boom. Ashlin again attacks with a fireball to some bull, making it angrier. I have been barely able to dodge its. It is good though, anger will dull its instant, and when I get chance, I will give it a fatal blow. Sizzle slice. Moo. My flaming sword cut across the bull's back, making a sizzling noise and drawing out blood, but this movie hadn't come free. That charging bull's horn left a centimeter deep wound in my back. The bull in a frenzy is very dangerous. They are stupid, but their frenzy makes up for their stupidity as their attack become faster and stronger. The only good thing is that with repetitive attacks, this bull hadn't had a chance of attacking me at water jet while others got injured in its mouth by Ashley. Clank, my attack got stopped by the bull's horn. I was trying to attack its neck. Whoosh, I again barely dodge another charge of the mad bull. If any of its charge was to hit me, I would be severely injured and only have to run, leaving behind this precious bounty. If this going on, I will not able to finish these bull before the time of leaving. Gritting my teeth, I started to circulate the fourth movement of the exercise. What a pain, such immense pain. These days whenever I circulate the moves exercise, I thought about machines that government and organization have to reduce the pain, and I wonder how much the pain they reduce. Even if they able to reduce 20% of the pain, that would be an immense help to the practitioner who practices the exercise. My power increased even more and I felt my pressure to decrease a little, but still it too hard to handle two frenzied bull as they attacking so aggressively. Clank. Thud thud, bam. I tried to attack frenzied bull, but just as aiming for his back, it suddenly moved his head and countered my shock. That shock hit me so hard that I am blasted backward and collided with the tree. Boom, thank God I moved away early or I swede to that bull. Creak. I quickly got out of my shock and swing my flaming sword with all my strength toward the bull's neck. When attacking second ago, its horns hit trees as I dog, and its two horns directly skewed into the tree trunk. It will take moments to remove, but it will be enough to kill this aqua bull. This is a very risky move as Ashley just attacked the bull, but it is charging toward me in frenzy. I will surely get injured by it, but it is worth it in exchange for killing this bull. Moo. Sizzle kacha. Bam swish thud. Crack, many things happened in a single second. First, as my flaming sword touched the neck of the bull, making a sizzling sound, as it cut the neck of bull, more than half charging bull hit me with its head, I barely able to avoid its horns. I flew away from shock, losing the grip on the sword which is still as the bull neck. As I was in midair, the monster attacked me with water jet which directly hit my thigh, and last I slammed to the big tree, breaking several bones of mine. It all happened in seconds. I didn't have a chance to relax as I was unarmed and the bull is coming from me. Good. Ashley again hit it fireball, slowing it momentum and giving me chance to dodge it charge. Without relaxing, I run toward my sword which is in the bull neck. Moo, the bull roared as it charged toward me. I quickly summoned fireballs in both of my hands and threw toward it. It didn't do any damage to him, but it gave me little time to get my sword. I am feeling pain at every step as some of my bones cracked earlier, but I don't have the luxury to think about as I unsteadily run toward my sword. Slink. Clank. Pooh. Just as I remove my sword from the dead bull's neck, I have to counter bull's charge. That shook me and blood vomit out of my mouth. Ashlin attack it when it is very close to me. I said to her she was ready to throw a fireball. Choo choo, she cried out, and fireball in front of her getting bigger and bigger. I am planning a daring move, many of my bones cracked and I am not on a stage to run around, I have to finish it within one move. The bull is 7-8 meters away from me and started to charge toward me, not at all depends on Ashlin timing. The anger could be seen of the bull face as its body is also ridden with the injuries, it breathing out watery mist from its mouth and forming water jet in the mouth, probably do the same thing that it did earlier. First, it will hit me with its head and then with water jets, it come closer and closer, and when it was 1 meter away from did the Ashlin threw away her fireball. Boom! Rang out and scary heat wave released from the fireball. It was the biggest fireball that she has ever created, it is more than double her size. Moo, angry moo rang out as the fireball stopped its momentum, its mouth also looked bloody, Ashlin fireball must have disrupted water jet attack. Ah! I screamed and used every ounce of energy of my body to attack it, see attached coming toward it, the bull cried out and moved his horses toward. As its horns and my sword about to touch, I slightly changed the direction of the sword so it could pierce its skull. Seeing it about to madness come into its eyes and it directly moves its skull towards my sword. Damn! I said, seeing what will it do but powerless to stop it. Poochie, boom, as my sword piercing its skull, with last ounce at the energy it created water jet attack and attack it toward my chest before dying. I flew away as water jet squarely landed on my chest with such close distance. Bang! Pooh! Pooh! I landed on the ground squarely and kept vomiting blood with my eyes open. The only good thing is that dangerous monsters will not come seeing the commotion, as this location is at the outskirt of Austin Lake and even finding peak private grade monster is difficult. Chapter 43 Leaving. I lay on the ground without moving with my eyes open. Many of my bones were either cracked or broken, the only redeeming factor was that it was not very serious. My body is healing at a very fast rate, in half an hour, all my injuries would nearly be healed given that I kept circulating the fourth move of Supreme Combat exercise. I didn't stop circulating the exercise after killing all the bulls because I knew once I stopped, I wouldn't reach the fourth move again anytime soon. I somehow managed to sit up and drink the mana potion from my pocket. As during the battle I had used most of my mana and now I was running low. After drinking the mana potion I stand up. I feel pain from every inch of my body as I move, but this pain was nothing compared to the one from the exercise. One thing I am going to do is to buy a healing potion. Last time I didn't buy it because I needed money for something else. But this time I will make sure to buy it before coming outside for hunting again. The bleedings had stopped, but I still kept the bandages wrapped all over the wounds as the wounds would tear and bleed if I do anything that strains my body. Sometimes, I wonder, if the creator of Supreme Combat exercise intentionally made one feel immense pain at every circulation so that one can endure any other pain in the world. Emptying useless thoughts, I start to walk towards the carcasses of the Aqua bulls. These monsters sure gave me a lot of pain and broken bones, but it's all worth it. The earning from selling 3 bulls make the pain seem a lot less. I started to clean, preserve and pack all important parts of the Aqua bulls. Not leaving one part behind. If it was any other region I would have to leave behind a body or 2 behind. Hell, if it was the same location as where I killed those rhinos, I would have left the bodies considering my current condition. Luckily this place is near the outskirts of Austin Lake, it will take me only half an hour of traveling to reach the boundary needed to call the hover car so I can take all the bodies. Sure, the half an hour with the weights of the corpses will put a lot of pressure on my already exhausted body, but I have bear with it for the money. Aqua bull's meat is one of the most demanded meats in the market. Its beef is very delicious. Ashlin and I had a taste of it 2 days ago and we loved it. My backpack stuffed to limit, its size was larger than me. I don't think I could lift it, it is a good thing that it had wheels. Somehow I have to manage with the wheels on the way back. I guess I will just have to use more force to pull the backpack. Ski. To make the wheels of backpack roll on the uneven surface, I had to use all my energy to pull the luggage. I hastened my pace watching the sun setting down. The dangerous monsters will begin to roam around at night. Moreover, there is no pattern in danger level at night. As I was walked, I remembered the conversation I had with my parents 3 days ago. When my mom called me 5 minutes after she received the delivery of food. They knew immediately after receiving it, that only I could send it to them as we don't have any other relatives. She admonished me for spending excessive money by sending them food. She only stopped when I told her that I got admitted into a good organization with a generous salary. She told me to come home if I got left. I promised to come after the baby is born. While we were in the middle of the conversion, she began to cry, saying how much she missed me. I also had tears in my eyes seeing her cry. This was my first time away from home, and I also missed them and our house immensely. Only after talking for another hour, Mother cut the call before forcing me to promise her to call home every week. Even after walking for more than 20 minutes, I didn't get a signal on my holowatch. Sighing, I continued to pull my wheeled backpack as the sky darkened. Boom! Good job, Ashlin, I said, as she killed the LV2 private monster that came in our way. During normal times I would have killed the monster with one swing of my sword, but now I purely concentrated on pulling my backpack. We came across many low-level monsters on our way, but Ashlin finished them all with a single fireball. Reviewing today's battle, I came across a major flaw. The silver fire that both Ashlin and I use lacks the power to harm specialist-grade monsters. It only augments my sword attacks, increasing the force a little, and Ashlin's fire attacks just irritate them at most. The only way we could make it lethal is to use skills, half skills, or training the flame. But I don't have enough money to buy half skills from the market, so the only option left is to train our fire ability. We both have to increase the concentration of the flames. Currently, all we do is just summon and mold the fire into a ball for attacking. But that's what novices do. Saying that we need to condense our flames is easy, but applying it is a whole another level. To condense a palm-sized flammel to fist-sized or even a thumb-sized to increase its lethality require training of months to years. Additionally, just training is not enough, one has to have powerful psyche and will to achieve results. I kept pulling my backpack and Ashlin kept killing the monsters as we progressed our way towards the exit of the forest. Beep. A sound rang out of my holowatch as it received the signal. I immediately let go of the backpack and ordered a cab. 5 minutes later, a hover car came flying across the horizon and I boarded into it while the robotic arm picked the bag. Chapter 44 Med Pods. Thud, the hover car dropped my backpack and flew away. I looked at as it flew away in the sky. My backpack is twice as large as last time and twice as heavy. I activated its wheels again and pulled toward the big Wells building. I can't stop smiling as I pulling my backpack. This hunt had been so good. I have hunted 5 specialist-grade monster, the minimum I will get selling them is 100,000 credits. Just when I am thinking how amazing the adventuring life is, I saw it a harsh reality in front of. A hover car landed not far from me and 3 people come out it. All 3 of them were bloodied, looked heavily injured, but one man had his arm missing. It clearly looked bandaged. It must be chewed or cut by a monster. They are hurriedly walking toward medical bay, which specially set for the injured adventurers for immediate care. This is the harsh reality of adventuring. One day you're live and kicking, but very next day you might be on stretchers. One has been careful outside not only from monsters but also from fellow humans. That man's arm is gone, but it's not like there are options. Magic and technology are both developed today. He can get prosthetic, which can work perfectly as normal arm, but he has to goodbye to adventuring. There is another option in prosthetic. He can get a grade 1 prosthetic type magical artifact, which would be better than a real armor. He can buy very expensive regeneration potion which could regrow his, but it not possible he could afford it. How may I help you, sir? Said the clerk as soon as I reached the counter. She looked prettier than the clerk that was here last time. I didn't say anything and start unloading all the monster materials. Soon I unloaded monster parts on the counter, including the monster core. Last time I sold my monster through the exchange center in my apartment building, fearing I will not get a good price at bazaar, but it was just my misconception. The shops in the Mayasta bazaar offered the same price as exchange machines. The ray of light soon finished scanning all the monster material. Sir, the store will offer you 109,000 credits, the clerk said with her usual polite smile. Okay, I accept, I said and accepted her offer, and next moment the notification rang out on my holowatch. With the money I got today, I have little more than 150,000, I am feeling happy having this much money in my account. I started to walk toward the medical bay as some of my bones were broken. I entered the med bay flashing my holowatch to door and walk into one of the pod rooms. There is not much medical personnel here and they only check when there is an emergency. I enter the pod room. The room is small and there is not much except for the big medical pod and hanger for clothes. I swiftly remove my clothes and enter the pod after flashing my hooch onto it. The pod's door closed and as I laid inside. Soon the whole pod started to fill with viscous green liquid except for my nose and mouth which has breathing mask on. These are the healing pods which are used to heal normal to semi-fatal injuries. They filled with a healing liquid which could heal injuries. Wounds and broken bones could easily be healed in, we just have spent some time in it. In our town, we only have 2 of these med pods but there are thousands of them and to the townspeople, these methods are too expensive to use them. They only used by certain people and only in the emergency. I have spent 4 hours in the healing pod, my surface wounds are healed and bones are set, still, I have to take a day rest in my apartment to be completely fine. Choo-choo. Ashley called out loudly as she waiting by the pod, she is saying she is feeling very hungry, soon, little glutton. I said as patted her head. I and Ashlin got out of the medical bay and walked toward one of the food truck. This time we ordered from a different food truck. I hope to take food from all the food trucks. As our order arrived we started to dig into the food. After eating some bites I decided to take a photo and upload to the social media. Ashlin looks up for the photo. She looked up for the photo with annoying expression, as I was disturbing her from her great hobby of eating. As I posted the photo, it soon got liked and commented. It saw Ron who commented with silly face emojis. Closing my account I started to eat again. After we are done eating, I ordered the hover car for our apartment. I had started to feel tired and dozed off a little while I was in the car. As soon as I reached my apartment, I slept on the bed without changing. This is one of the perks of living alone. If I was in my home, mother would have given me an earful if I ever did that. But many times I hope, I were in my home or my parents were here. Some might say I homesick or I am being crybaby but it is as I am. When I woke up it's already mid-morning and I am feeling good except for little sore muscle. My body's healing speed increased even since I've completed the first set of the exercise. I have to take rest today as recommended by MedPod, so I thought why not read. I haven't read Totem book ever since I found it in the forest, but before that have freshened up myself and get something to eat for me and Ashlin. Chapter 45 Studying. The Complete Mysterious of Totems by Alexander Copperfield. This is the book that I found in that data storage relic. I haven't had time to read this book ever since I roughly overviewed in the forest. This will be my first time seriously reading it. I started to read it and soon became engrossed in it, as its content is really interesting and the things written here is a treasure trove of knowledge for me. Books first give an introduction about the totems. The first totem is constructed at lieutenant grade, right after one level up to lieutenant grade from master grade. Constructing totem is not a simple thing as it has various conditions attached to. First, there is only one chance in constructing totem, right after one level up to lieutenant grade. If one missed it, then his chance is gone and only will get his next chance when one level up to marshal grade. The second condition is one's mana purity have to over 70%, without enough mana purity there is no chance of constructing totem. Totems are divided into 3 grades, low grade, medium grade, and high grade. Low-grade totems are those who made when mana purity is below 80%, medium-grade totems are made when mana purity is below 90% and high-grade totems are made when mana purity is below 100%. When humans first started to make totems, they used to inspiration from the monster and used to construct their totems in beast form, and there is another reason to it as well, as it required very few materials to construct. But as time passed, the techniques also advanced and people started to construct more lethal and more efficient totems. In today's age, most of the people construct their totems in weapon forms as they more lethal and easy to use, and most importantly magical artifacts can't compare to the totemic weapons. Currently, I am using grade 1 magical artifact, which is my sword, but if I were to use grade 2 artifact, it won't activate in my hand. Even specialist grade won't able to activate grade 2 magical artifacts, only corporal grade and above evolvers can do that. The totemic weapons are completely different, they give major enhancement to their user that magical artifact can't do, and totems take half the energy to operate than the magical artifact. The thing that startles me most in the book is that it says a man can construct 7 totems in total, although to create 7 totems one had to become very powerful evolver. 7 totems, I used to think that man can only construct 2 totems, one at lieutenant grade and other at marshal stage, but I didn't think there would be more totems and higher grades of the revolver. The introduction is an easy part of the books, the next comes the runes which help in the construction of the totem. There are thousands and thousands of runes and every run with different meaning, and the most tiring thing are it takes lot mental energy to read the runes. I thought these runes were like normal world easy to read and write, but I was wrong. As I kept reading, I kept feeling tired, it's like they are leeching off my mental energy. Something came into my mind and I removed the relic storage from my drawer, and compared to the relic storage on the web, I clearly saw a distinction between them. The relic storage discs on market are black and copper just like mine, but when I looked relic storage that I found, that copper color looked more of gold and extremely tiny runes carved on it which could not be seen by naked eye. I only saw when I took a photo of it and magnify that photo. This relic storage is really special. It must be used to store some special type of data. I kept studying the book whole day, but I felt like I haven't scratched the surface. To read this book one must have a lot of mental energy. I barely able to keep up till evening. After feeling I've read enough, I closed the window and laid on the bed and shut my eyes for a while. I feeling really drained reading that book, but I found it very interesting. If I hadn't been feeling really tired, I would have read it till night. I have decided to study that book 1 hour a day if I could ever reach the lieutenant grade. Choo choo. I was just going to shut eye for the few minutes, but I slept for an hour. I only woke up because of Ashlin's chirp. Good girl, I said as I patted her head as I woke. It's good thing Ashlin woke me up, or I wouldn't have had good sleep in the rest of the night. I order a meal for us. It's still an hour early for us to eat, but seeing Ashlin feeling hungry, I decided to order the food. It didn't take long to food to arrive. In 10 minutes the drone delivered our food. Choo choo, Ashley called out as I putting boxes on the table. I smile seeing that, this glutton always will be glutton. I opened the box for her to eat and also opened mine to eat. This monster food is really delicious. No matter how many times you eat, it will always be delicious. As I am eating, I am also browsing the web. In the yesterday fight, I have to face some harsh reality. In this world power is not enough, it also need good equipment to augment it. If I had armor type magical artifact yesterday, not many of my bones were broken, or I had shoes type magical artifacts, lots of my injuries would have been avoidable. The thing is, there are a lot of magical artifacts and potions, so I didn't get succumb to the fatal injuries or worse death when I was adventuring outside. It's good thing is I've earned some money while adventuring, so I could afford to buy armor type magical artifact. The normal grade 1 magical artifacts start from 50,000 credits, and that's only for the lowest grade 1 artifact. The lowest armor grade magical artifact starts from 100,000, and I am currently browsing through them. Chapter 46 Training. There are thousands of different kind of magical artifacts. Some artifacts' price had even reached near million credit, which is also starting price of the grade 2 magical artifacts. I kept browsing for the armor type magical artifacts. There are hundreds of them and their price had reached up to 500,000 credits. I selected the one which is best for in my current price range. It is one lowest quality in grade 1 magical artifacts, but it has one specialty that attracted me most. The quick activation and deactivation method of it. My private stage mana is not sufficient enough that I constantly kept using armor type magical artifact, and I have to use it only when the need arises. This armor I can activate in moments. On the outside it looked like light armor gray west, but as soon as it activated, it would spread all over my body from neck to the feet in 2 seconds. I had cost me 120,000 credits and my shopping isn't over. I've yet to buy a healing potion. I let out a small sigh as I looked at the total bill of shopping. It is 150-300 credits, except for magical artifacts and a healing potion. I also brought 2 mana potions. I had 3 mana potions, but I had used 2 of them in my 2 trips to the outside. I again decide to buy another 2, in case an emergency occurs. I only have 6,000 something in my account, which would last me for a week. After placing an order, I resumed my eating. It will take half an hour for them to make a delivery. I am very eager to see my new artifact which I brought from my own hard-earned money. Tap tap, I was just putting Ashlin and my dinner boxes into the trash when tapping sound rang out from the balcony door. When I looked up to see it as a delivery drone that was tapping on my window, I quickly opened the balcony door to take my package from the delivery drone. After closing the balcony door, I took my package to bed and began to open its packaging. There is a big white box inside it. When I opened the box, I find there are 3 glass vials and grey west. The 3 glass vials, the 2 glass vials are of mana potions and 1 is of healing potions. The armor-type artifact looked like grey waste. I took out from the box and wore. It is 3 kilograms in weight, but it felt light as a feather after wearing it. I activated the armor by instilling my mana into 2 and soon it started to cover my body from neck to toe. It just looks like I am wearing a training suit. I move my hands and feet to see if it obstruct any of my movement, but when I move my hands and feet, I didn't feel any obstruction on my movements. I removed the west and put it back in my wardrobe and vials in the drawer. I decided to read the monster encyclopedia before sleeping. I have come across some monsters outside that I can't seem to identify. I was good that they were the low-level monster that I easily able to kill. If they were in specialist grade I would have suffered a little while fighting them. I had read for about 2 or 3 hours before I fell into sleep while reading. When I woke up the next day I was already early morning and I was woken by Ashlin. I petted her for some time before going to freshen up. From today I decided to concentrate on training mine and Ashlin. Till now, I felt like we have been using our abilities like newbies. Although we are newbies, I want to train our powers, so it could be lethal in fights. Let's go, Ashlin. I said to Ashlin. It took me an hour to get out of my apartment. I had to massage Ashlin feathers and ate the breakfast before getting out of my apartment. I had already booked the room for me and Ashlin to train. One had to pay an additional few hundred credits to use the training facility which is specially designed for training monsters. Soon I reached the floor which is specially designed for monster training. I had already booked the special training room. The training room looks like normal with various targets to shoot, but it is equipped with a high sensor which can track small progress of both human and monster. Ashlin, summon the fireball and try to confidence that fire. I said to Ashlin, choo-choo. Ashlin cried out enthusiastically and started to summon a palm-size fireball in front of her. She quickly summons a palm-size silver fireball. Good, now try to condense it. I said, chew. She chirped as if understanding and tried to condense it. Her eyes are full of concentration as she tried to convince that fireball, but there was no change in that fireball. Choo-choo. She chirped and again concentrated. There was no change in its size except for shaking a little. Boom, she threw fire in one of the targets in frustration. Seeing there was not single scratch appear on the target, she became more frustrated. Ashlin, try again, I said. She started to summon another palm-size fireball. Ashlin is moody and throws tantrum now and then, but she has one quality in her, that she is diligent. Throwing tantrum or being moody, she has always been diligent. She never gives up in the hallway. She will only back down when her wishes are met. I also summoned silver fireball in my form and try to condense it. I tried applying pressure on it, but it wouldn't budge a single point. For 20 minutes, I am trying to convince that fireball, but it's no uses. My head and back became wet with all the efforts but not use. Boom. Ashlin threw another fireball in her frustration as she was not able to do it. I also diffused the fireball in my palm and decided to look into the web. I would have done before coming here so I wouldn't have wasted this much time. Chapter 47 Swirling Fireball. As I started browsing the web for techniques related to the controlling ability, I was in big shock. There were very few, as most of the people don't work on controlling their abilities, as this work is done by half skills and skills. They just have to move air ability in a certain sequence to use skills, so who will train in controlling their ability, and most of the people earn enough money to buy skills and half skills from the government. I watch many tutorials, but I did not find any technique that helps my confidence and concentrate my power. Most of these techniques on a high level and need a lot of mental energy. I was just closing a tab when I noticed a pay-per-view video. I have already viewed 2 pay-per-view video, but they had not been useful. Sighing, I decided to give this video also try. I pay 50 credits and video started to play. Shit. I said when I looked blue light. The blue light suggested it is water-related power. I had hastily clicked the video without reading it. Well, now that I clicked on it, I may just as well watch. It was the man in his late 20s started to talk about how to make a waterfall more lethal without using any skill. He started to summon a waterfall. The summoned waterfall started to spin slowly, soon the spinning becoming so fast that I can't notice anything except it spinning. It is not easy as it looks. After displaying waterball spinning, he started to give pointers and do and don't while doing it. The technique is pretty good, according to logic. It should able to help me make my fireballs little condensed and lethal. After closing the video, I again go over all the technique he mentions and started to explain Ashlin via our telepathy. Choo choo, she cries out in affirmation. With her high she started to summon her fireball according to instructions. Puff. Just as she started to spin her fire, it dissipated with a puff. Without losing her mind on it, she again tried, but second was also failure, so third, fourth, and next, but she never stopped. Seeing her trying so hard, I also started summoning my fireball according to the mentioned technique. Puff. Mine also got puffed at first try. I never expected to succeed in my first, and I again summoned the fireball same way. It puffed many times, but after every try, it will last moment more. Yes. I said as I was able to maintain swirl for the 5 seconds. 5 seconds is enough for me to summon a fist-size fireball, but it is very hard to maintain the swirl. To control any ability needs one thing most is mental energy. With enough mental energy one can manipulate his however he wishes, but I don't have that kind of mental energy, only lieutenant grade or above have that kind of energy. The most important thing about this swirling technique is that one has to swirl its core. If the speed of swirling core is enough, it will keep concentrating the power of all fireball into one place, that with make fireball size will decrease and its lethality will increase. I smiled looking at the fist-size fireball which swirling in my hand for more than 20 seconds. I am feeling extremely tired and my mana is also drained. This is the last fireball that I could summon for the day and first fireball that didn't destabilize. But I am happy. All the puffs and fuss came to an end as this fist-size fireball swirling in my hand, and there is no size of disability. Seeing the fireball is stable, I threw it on the target. Boom! The sound rang out and the lethal score is also projected on the screen. I was shocked seeing its score as it is nearly equal to large fireball which requires mana than fist-size fireball. The only problem with that fireball is that it didn't hit the target because is swirling, it slightly changed its course and missed the target. I have to work on that tomorrow. If I am able to swirl the small fireball then I can do it with the large in few weeks of training. The main challenge has reduced the timing. No monster will wait for me till my fireball is ready. Chirp chirp. Ashlin called out dejectedly. She had come very close to successfully forming a swirling fireball, but it got puffed just as she was ready to throw it. She had tried harder than me successfully forming a fireball just was a fluke. I don't know if I able form tomorrow without few tries. Don't worry, you will succeed tomorrow, I said as I picked her from the floor and leave the training room with her. I will do better tomorrow, I promised myself. As I am waiting for the elevator to come, a girl came from behind and stood beside me waiting for the elevator. I remember her. She was the same girl which I asked the question about the machine that helps to elevate the pain of the devil's exercise. We looked at each other but didn't talk and waited for the elevator. Soon the elevator came and we both went inside. When the elevator reached my flood and I was getting out, she also came out with me and walked toward the door which is beside mine. Looks like she is my neighbor. I didn't do much when I went to my apartment. I took a quick bath to clean my sweat-filled body and ordered food with the Ashlin. I thought about reading little but I fell into sleep as soon as I laid on the bed. Beep. I woke up by a message tone from my watch. it was a message from the gym, telling me we will go for training 4 days later. I totally forget about that, I mumble as I get out from the bed. It's already been 8 days, I have already planned on going outside 2 days later, now I have a whole 4 days for practicing, I should be able to make some small progress on my ability in 4 days. Chapter 48 Results. Jim's message said we will leave in 4 days. In this time, I've solely decided to train on my ability. After freshen up and eating, I leave for the training. Let's start. Ashlin, I said, as I started to summon the swirling fireball. Choo-choo. Ashlin cried out enthusiastically and the fire started to materialize in front of her beak. Puff, the fireball in my hand puffed as it was gaining traction. I didn't feel dejected looking at the puffed fireball. I knew that yesterday's attempt in successfully summoning fireball was a fluke, but because of that I understood the process and it will take just little more time. Boom! Ashlin threw a successfully formed fireball. It is also fist size but it packed the punch of palm size fireball and it also hit the off target just like mine. Choo-choo. Ashlin gave happy chirp as she successfully formed the swirling fireballs. Very good, Ashlin, I said as I petted her head. I also keep trying to successfully form the swirling fireball. It didn't take long as I thought. After 1.5 hours of constantly trying, I formed my second successful fireball. And within 4 hours I perfectly got hang of it without failing once just like Ashlin. Now what I have to do is work on its summoning time and my aim. It takes 16 seconds to successful form but it is not enough if it takes that much time in the fight, my opponent will kill me 2 times over. Because the fireball is swirling, it will change in trajectory little in the air and if the target is far it will miss the target altogether, just like it did with mine and Ashlin fireballs. We both started to work on the 2 weakness trying a different approach on the fireball. I started to modify a technique which suits me. Most of them unsurprisingly failed but one did work and it helps me to lessen the time by 2 seconds. Every time you practice something for enough time, you start to develop the rhythm of your own which suits you most. Ashlin had tried to swirl the palm-size fireball but it puffed as soon as she summoned. I have not tried because I know, to swirl the fireball need more mental energy than fist-size fireball. Ashlin, do the normal fireballs, I said to her, seeing trying will be worthless. First she did not listen to me but after repeated failures, she again started on the normal fireballs. I practiced till evening. By the time I finished for the day, I already brought down the timing of summoning a fireball to the 12 seconds and my aim is also improved as well. The repeated training with my ability has also improved my control with the ability, its lethalness has improved 5% to 7% and mana consumption has come down to 10%. If I continue practicing, it will help me a lot now and in the future. I have read that those have extreme control over their abilities, they can make their abilities transformed into fine threads and needles. Time passes on and it is already 4th day, tomorrow I will go outside with him. So, today I decided to fight Android. I will not use a sword, just my ability, and Ashlin will also fight with me. I chose Android, it is in monster form and looked similar to Hog species monster. I chose its combat level at LV.1 specialist. If I were using my sword it would be easy for me to defeat it, but with using ability it is hard to say. I will find out when I attack it. Grunt. I commanded the start of the fight. Grunt. It grunted like real hog monster and come to attack me as Ashlin is in the air. I started to summon fireball as it comes toward me. It comes closer to as I was summoning the fireball but I dodge its attack. Grunt. It grunted as it missed the attack. I startled because the swirling fireball I was summoning got puffed as my mind diverted for the second. Boom, my mind was diverted but Ashlin not. She attacked with worries that gave me to dodge its another attack. It is as I expected. In midst of fighting it is very difficult to summon a swirling fireball. I didn't waste time and readily started to summon another fireball. I didn't stop at that. I started to circulate the third movement of the exercise as I was having difficult problem dodging its attacks, but most important reason is to give myself pressure as in real combat. I will be circulating the moves of the supreme combat exercise and I have to have practice of successfully able summon fireball amidst fight and bearing pain of the exercise. The fights go on. In the first 2 hours, I was able to create a single swirling fireball and only kept dodging. The only one attacking is Ashlin. As she is flying, she bore no pressure of fight and continued to rain down fireball after fireball. Many times in the fight, I sensed her enjoying my misery as I kept dodging and wasn't able to attack for a single time. Grunt. It roar as I dodge another it attacks. I have to say this android is a way too similar to the monster. If it was in its silvery form and I hadn't seen its metal parts, I would have thought is a real monster. Yes. I said as I created my first swirling fireball during the fight. I have been feeling really miserable as I haven't able to launch a single attack on it. Boom. Rang out as I attack it. It feels really good to attack it, but the sad thing is my attack's damage isn't that strong. Ashlin has thrown nearly 100 fireballs and its life bar is half empty. I kept attacking it. More than half of my fireballs had diffused without even forming, but still, Ashlin and I able to beat it together with little more than an hour later. After resting for some 10 minutes we again started to fight as there is a whole day left. We fight total 6 times with monster in the whole day, and last 2 fights were able to beat it within an hour, and my success rate in summoning fireball had also increased to 78%. When we left the training room at evening, we were both sweat-ridden and extremely tired, but it was worth it. We have made a lot of progress and it will enough for my tomorrow's trip with him. Chapter 49 Sarah. Today is a day when I and Jim will go outside for the hunting. I have made all the preparations and also brought some things which may need in hunting the monsters. Jim had just messaged me that he will meet me in half an hour outside my building. I've already eaten and packed my backpack. I am just waiting half an hour to pass. A half hour passed as I was reading the news. I lifted my backpack and exit my apartment with Ashlin. I stood outside my apartment building waiting for Jim to come. I was just waiting when I saw Bert come out of building with another young man. He looked similar to Bert, just little older. He must be Robert's elder brother. When Bert's and my eyes met, his facial features became little distorted. A mixture of anger and shame could be seen on his face. He said something to his brother and his brother also looked at me with anger in his eyes and started walking towards me. I can clearly see the complacent expression on Bert's face. I don't know what Bert's problem is. Ever since I beat him, whenever we met outside or in training facilities, he always looked as if he wants to kill me. It was just a little spar. He may have been carried away in the fight by his emotions, but it was still just spar. There is no need to show anger. As they were walking toward me, I just stood there. Even if his brother is powerful enough to beat me, he will not do anything here as we are just outside our apartment building. Sue. A hover car suddenly landed in front, is the sleek black armored type and looked very powerful. It is from Trident, one of the best brands out there, and are insanely expensive. They are especially known for their solid defense. Sup? It door opened and Jim's voice rang out from inside the car, "Get in, Michael. We are already late, someone has been grumping being late." Jim said. I walked toward the car without caring as Bert and brother who were stopped on their tracks seeing the car. As I was entering the car, I noticed there is the very beautiful girl sitting him. I already had noticed that there is someone in the car but her view hidden by Jim's. The most striking thing about her is her shoulder-length shiny purple hair. They looked very striking on her. In her lap has cute lynx monster cub that I hadn't seen before. Normally lynx monsters have this fur and black hairs above their ears and they have an aggressive look in their eyes, while this lynx monster cub is a complete furball. Although lynx have thick fur, they are not furball like this one. This is a complete furball. If not for the thick line of hair above it and its padded claws which are lynx no for, I would have thought of it any other lynx monster. This monster has golden/orange fur with purple spots from which purple bolts of lightning could be seen traveling all over it. As I took a seat beside Jim, the door automatically starts. The front part is blocked. I can't see if it is an automatic car or someone is driving away. "Michael, this is my girlfriend Sarah." He introduced me to the purple hair girl. "Hello." I said. She nodded with a small smile. I am always a little awkward meeting new people. We stayed silent for a while during the ride, but then I noticed we hadn't really planned anything and me completely clueless. "Jim, where are we hunting monsters?" I asked. As he brought his girlfriend, he must surely have made a plan. The only idiot will invite his girlfriend without a plan. I decided on the outskirt of Mist Valley. there are a lot of initial level specialist grade monster and only 15 minutes away from the signal range, he said enthusiastically. I have to say, he really made a great choice. Mist Valley is also on my list when I choosing on the location for hunting. The reason I had chose Austin Lake because it's less dangerous. Mist Valley is one of the optimum areas for the hunting. It is filled with monsters, it also very good scenic spots, so one can enjoy good scenery while hunting in the valley. It is called Mist Valley because the whole valley filled with light fog all year around, but there is one problem with the valley, that most of the monster are in groups. Most of the people who hunt in the Mist Valley are hunts in groups because of the large amount of monster there. We didn't stop at Mista Bazaar as we have everything we need in our backpack. It will take us about half an hour to reach our location. The ride was silent as everyone doing their thing. I was studying the very detailed map of Mist Valley that Jim had just passed me. It is the most detailed map I've ever seen. The detailed map of Austin Lake that I had brought, is looked nothing front of it. I try to memorize the map as I didn't want to project it every minute to see that I am walking in the right direction. The current Jim and the Jim I know 2 weeks ago are completely different. I am really confused as more than I was 2 weeks ago. First time I had seen Jim, when he was fighting rat monsters, he was wearing normal clothes and had only grade 1 sword in his hand. He seemed normal except for his little cultured manners. But today's Jim completely different. He is riding in very expensive and wearing at least 4 magical artifacts, and I can sense little difference in him. I am not confused about the expensive car or magical artifacts as I know his parents are very rich and he lives in Center Ring. What I am confused about, why wasn't he wearing any of his artifacts 2 weeks ago? It was that they took lot space. They are just like normal clothing, just a little heavier, and most importantly any of his parents hadn't come to visit him at the hospital. If my parents had known I was in the hospital, they would have booked ticket to next train no matter how expensive it is. Anyway, it not my business to pry into his affairs, and we are not that great friends, that I ask him about such personal thing. Chapter 50 Razor Teeth Hyenas. The hover car landed in the outskirts of Mist Valley. The 3 of us got out and started to walk toward the valley. We are only going to hunt outskirt of the valley, that is where the most initial level specialist grade monsters roam. Light mist could be seen as we were walking toward the entrance of the mist is very light and unobstructed to eyes. It is also this mist that gave this valley name of Mist Valley. Buzz. My watch vibrated, signaling it had lost the signal. We don't talk much as we walk. Sarah is leading the way and looking at how confidently she is walking. She must be familiar. I can't sense her power level, but I am pretty sure, she more powerful than me and Jim both combine. We didn't encounter any powerful monsters on the way. There was some low-level monster who attacked us but soon were cut down by us. It's only been half an hour since we entered the Misty Valley. It really is beautiful as people say. Small streams of crystal-like water could be seen and many monsters drinking from it. It feels serene and peaceful, but it did not long to turn this peaceful environment to dangerous one as long as strong monster shows up. When we were walking past the small stream we heard the sounds of fighting. Sounds seemed to come from far, we can hear it faintly. Sarah and Jim started to walk toward the sound. There seemed to be a lot of monsters fighting. We shouldn't go there. I said. The little power fluctuation I am feeling, these monsters are definitely at specialist grade. Nothing will happen, we are only looking, and if it's dangerous, we could always run, Jim said. Sarah and Jim did not listen to me and kept walking closer to the monsters' fight scene. I really wanted to bolt out of there. From the sound I can tell how dangerous these monsters are. Still, I gritted my teeth and followed behind them. We didn't have to walk that long. In 10 some minutes we reach from where we can see the monsters fighting. Please God, have mercy. I prayed in my mind and started back down from the scene slowly because the monsters that we are seeing are one of the most vicious monsters on the continent. They are razor teeth hyenas. There are 6 of them, and 2 biggest ones are fighting each other, while 4 are watching the fight. They seem to fight for the domination of the pack or something. Razor teeth hyenas. These monsters are very dangerous. They are known as razor teeth hyenas because of their teeth. They are sharp enough to cut through steel as it is cheese. There is no need to think what they will do if any of my body parts come into their teeth. I started to curse this boyfriend-girlfriend pair. Why do they have to be curious? I told them it is very dangerous, but they didn't listen. There are more than 50% chances that I will die here if the hyena monsters notice us. Bam! I paled, my back drenched with sweat because just now when two bigger hyenas collided, we got the clear sense of their power. Their state is clearly higher than LV.1 specialist grade, probable they are LV.2 specialist grade monsters, we will definitely die if they sense of us. 3 of us are silently retreating from our spot, it is a good thing they hadn't noticed us, if they got the smell of us they will forget their fight and come to kill us as a pack. Shush, a soft whisper of wind come from behind and fly towards the hyena monsters. Fuck. Jim and I cursed as hyena monster stopped fighting as looked toward us, I cursed this fucking wind, if it hadn't blown behind us these hyena monsters wouldn't have noticed us. Our stalemate of eyes lasted for the moment before the pack of hyenas ran toward us, there are very few chances of me coming out of this alive but I wouldn't go down without fighting. I activated my grade 1 armor artifact, it quickly encompasses my whole body from head to toe, I also took out my sword and activated it. I will handle 2 bigger one, the rest is up to you too, said Sarah, this is the first time I have heard Sarah speak, on the whole journey she was silent. Her body started to exclude power, I wasn't surprised when I sensed her power, it is peak of private grade, Sarah is at LV, 3 of private grade. Her voice is melodies but firm, I hadn't given look to her as all my attention on hyena monsters but when I look at her whole body donning beautiful purple armor with beautiful runes all over it. Her whole body is cased in armor not even eyes could be seen, it's called armor but technically is suited, with such tight-fitting suit, every curve of her beautiful body could be seen. The armor is not a single entity but a suit made of a collection of 6 different grade 1 artifact, helmet, armor, shoes, 2 short swords in both of her hands and a light glowing bracelet that is in her right hand. Not only she, but Jim is also wearing the same type of armor, just that he is scarlet red. I wonder why hadn't he wore any part of suit 2 weeks ago when we were fighting in the tunnel. I am so confused right now because I know for that fact that private grade evolved cannot use more 2 grade 1 artifact but these 2 people using more than 5. Choo choo. Ashlin also comes out of me, not only her Jim's palm-size black snake and Sarah's furball lynx also had come out. The razor teeth hyena is already halfway and it will take them a few seconds to come at us. We have already taken our position, at a certain distance from each other, we are far enough that we could not disturb each other in the fight but near enough to reinforce each other if one needs. I lighten my sword with fire, the fire sword little different than before, the fire of the fire sword little condensed, although the change is minute and very hard to see. The hyenas are about 100 meters away from us, the attack will come in seconds. I quickly started to go over all the important characteristics of razor teeth hyenas, remembering one extra point will make difference in life and death. Razor teeth hyenas are swift, famous for their deceitful attacks, if the enemy is stronger, they will bleed it, by their deceitful attacks slowly before killing it and they have only one weakness it's their defense. Chapter 51 Sarah in danger. They suddenly stopped 20 meters in front of us, looking at us viciously. This monster's bigger than I noticed earlier, just a little smaller than searing hog that I fought in the past. Laugh, this is the scariest part of hyena monsters, their creepy cry that sound in between laugh and cry, every time I hear it, all hair of my body stands. Saliva could be seen dripping from their mouth, I have read that some monsters really love to eat human meat than other monsters, hyenas seemed one of them. Whoosh, they attack, all 6 of them move towards Sarah to attack, shit. I said and just had taken a step to reinforce her that suddenly these hyenas split into 2 groups, each bigger hyena leading the group. Their target is Jim and me, they completely ignored Sarah. I am dead. I thought of seeing 3 hyenas running toward me. These monsters really are deceitful, first, they made us think they were attacking Sarah, seeing that we let our guard a little, seeing this opportunity they split in 2 groups, to hunt weaker members of our party. I gripped sword and tried to circulate the 5th move of the exercise, last time I have circulated till the 4th move but in today's desperation, I was able to circulate the 5th, although it's extremely painful and I was stepped away from blacking out, I still endured it, in the time of death. Seeing 3 monsters coming toward me, I know there is little chance of me coming alive out of this, but I am holding on that hope to live. Just as they were 2 meters apart from and I lifted my sword to attack, bam, a big purple lightning ball suddenly came out of nowhere and directly hit the head of the big monster. This distracted all 3 monsters from attacking me as their leader got hit. Oh! The lightning ball that attacked the hyena monster leader turned out to Sarah Fluffy Lynx cub, although it only able make some burn mark on it, but it's unbelievable that this cute little lynx monster can do that. Laugh. Hyena monster let out its weird cry and attacked that fluff ball lynx, but soon purple lightning covered at the body and it dodged the attack easily. It all looked long, but it happened within seconds. When I took a quick look at the other side, Sarah was fighting the second leader monster and Jim is between 2 hyena monsters. The 2 hyenas that were staring dumb for a second cried out and came to attack. Laugh, laugh. I barely dodged the teeth to the 2 monsters. They are really fast without giving me the choice. They attack me again, I have no option but dodge their attacks. Their agility is so high that they are attacking me from every angle. It is a good thing that I brought the armor. It has been doing a good job protecting against their attacks, and due to my strong body, I will able to bear the extra force that my armor can't handle. Laugh. A mournful cry comes out of the monster. I look toward it, see that Sarah's swords were releasing lightning element skill on the wolf leader. Burned mark appear all over its body. I was shocked seeing that. It hadn't been 2 minutes since the fight started and she already this injured the monster. Even if I was fighting only 1 hyena right now, I wouldn't be able to inflict a regular wound on it. The other monster, who was busy chasing Sarah's lynx monster, quickly gone to his partner's rescue. Slick. Fuck. I cursed as I received an injury just above my ear when I was busy looking at Sarah. It is heavy injury but not fatal. Thank God I was attacked by monster claws, not its teeth. If it were its teeth, it would have easily broken my skull. This is the price I paid for distracting in between fight. I will not repeat this mistake again. Chomp. I barely able to save my ear getting eaten by monsters. I can still feel it breathe by my ear. These monsters are really vicious. In the past 10 minutes I didn't get the single chance of attacking, instead, I got hit by many times. Because of armor I have been wearing saved me from injuries. I just have to bear the extra force that goes over the limit of armor with the body. It is a good thing I am practicing exercise, that has made my body stronger than the others of my level. Using armor had come with a high price. I can only support armor for 2 hours before my mana drained completely. If it's only armor I've been using solely, my mana would have to be supported more than 2 hours, but I am also using my sword artifact, which is lightened with fire. And the thing is, the armor and sword artifacts are running only at their 20% to 25% capability. Only when I level up specialist grade then did I able to use it at its full capability. Currently, I am barely dodging these 2 monsters' attacks. I don't have any choice. I am powerless to do anything as these monsters are too powerful for me to do dodge. I only have one hope, that is Devil's Exercise. I am sure if I am able to circulate to the 7th move, I will have enough power to go offensive on these monsters. I have been trying to circulate the 6th move, but pain is so immense that I didn't able to it. Still, I was backing down. I am trying it every second. With enough tries I will be able to endure it. Boom, another one. Ashlin fireball hit the hyena monster, but it didn't do any damage except for irritating it and burning it few of its hair. Laugh. It weirdly cried out at Ashlin for a moment before again started attacking me. Dap. Monster had sneakily attacked my back with me sentencing. It is good we are clearing and there aren't any big trees near, or I would have directly collided in it. Using the force of the move, I put some distance between me monsters. It would take them seconds to catch up, but it's enough for me to catch my breath and ready myself from them. Laugh. I heard the mournful sound of hyena when I looked up to see, Sarah already had killed 1 leader and heavily injured another one. I am shocked seeing this. Between hyenas she fighting and hyenas I am fighting are same difference. She even has a greater difference, that as she was fighting against LV2 of specialist grade, but she's still able to finish it while I wasn't able to make a scratch on monsters I am fighting. Even Jim, he also injured the 2 hyenas he fighting. Although injuries are light, they are still injuries. I felt happy seeing Sarah killing the monster. The more early she finished, the more quickly she will give us assistance killing the monster. Russell. I faintly heard. I got bad feeling hearing this voice. Not soon after 3 big hyenas come out trees, and seeing their kin dead, they both ran toward Sarah to attack her. Chapter 52 Killing Razor Teeth Hyenas. I paled seeing them running at her, but I couldn't do anything as I am busy with 2 monsters attacking me. Learning from my past mistake, I didn't look at her more than a moment. I didn't think Sarah is more in danger than us, as she was able to finish monster in few minutes while we couldn't injure it. Bloop. See, I barely dodged it, but its saliva had fallen in my head wound and started to burn the injured flesh. It feels little painful, but nothing compares to the exercise. Its saliva could be dangerous to the people with low defense and vitality, but I didn't think it will affect me anyway. I sense little hike in power fluctuation from Jim's direction. It looks like he leveled up the 3rd level of private grade. I felt happy for him but also sad for myself. Jim and I had leveled up to 2nd stage same day 2 weeks ago, and now he leveled up, but I hadn't sensed any signs of leveling up from the Ashlin. In me, feeling multiple emotion helped circulate not only 6th but also the 7th movement of the exercise. It hurts like hell and my sword is little shaky in my hand, but I gripped it tightly and tried to attack it. But I was wrong. Despite me circulating 2 extra moves, my speed increased a little, but they are able to dodge it if I want to harm them. Then I have to circulate minimum 10th round of the exercise. I have to kill these monsters early or I will be in grave danger if more of these monsters come. Swish, they dodge another of my attacks. These hyenas are really swift. Any of my attacks didn't land on them. I wasn't even able to cut single hair of their skin. The only thing I can do is dodge their attack and see if any of my attacks luckily strike them. While I was fighting, from the corner of my eyes I saw that all 3 of hyena's monsters that Sarah is fighting are bleeding and very injured. She will soon able to finish. I also looked at him, seeing he also injured the 2 hyena monster he is fighting injured. He would be able to finish the battle in half of the hour. Instead of feeling the happiness that they will reinforce me after they kill the monster they fighting, I felt unwillingness and sad. I don't want to make them look down on me, make them help at every fight. If I cannot match their footsteps, then I will be too ashamed to hunt with him next time. I don't want that. My pride won't let me do that. With that in mind, I started to circulate 8 moves of exercise with the help of this emotion, and after few tries, I was able to circulate the 8 movements of the exercise. With this, my speed increased a little and it becomes hard for the monsters to hit me, but it was hard for me to hit them too. Boom, another one Ashlin fireball hit a monster. It didn't do anything, just angered and annoyed it a little. Ashlin had been throwing more and fireball ever since she sensed that Jim and his black snake is leveled up. She is more competitive than me, and seeing that black snake leveled up before her, she becomes angry and annoyed. It's also good thing though, in the past 10 minutes her fireball became more frequent. In a fit of anger she had to lessen the time of fire summoning. Bam! Suddenly Ashlin had lit herself on fire and attacked monster, but it also had no effects. I can clearly sense her emotions and know what is she thinking. She had been feeling frustrated from past few days as she hadn't been able to help me against any specialist grade monsters except for distracting them, and now seeing her fireball even able to distract the monsters, the frustration started to bubble inside her. Because of that bubbling frustration, she had just lightened herself with her silver fire and attacked the monster. Enough, Ashlin. Calm down. I said as she was preparing another of that attack. This time she was lucky that monster didn't catch, but it got more annoying and caught her at midair. The monster will eat her in a single bite. Choo choo, she calmed down, but she didn't stop throwing a fireball at the monster. Slick. My sword speed increased as I was able to circulate the 9th move, and that is when I was able to injure the monster. It's not even can call an injury, it is just my sword touched me. Seeing there another chance, I quickly circulated the 10th move of the exercise. Bang! I squarely hit my stomach by the monster head, when blacked out for a second due to immense pain, but the shock of hit on my stomach, wake me up again. I quickly stabilize myself and save myself from the attack that coming for me. Slice. Yes. I said through my gritted teeth, now this is my time to get on the offensive. Calming myself, I started to circulate the 11th move, and I was able to successfully circulate it, on the price of immense pain. Slice. Laugh. I cried out painfully as my sword hit the monster vital spots, at circulating 11th move, my offense sufficient enough to kill them. Sarah and Jim had only one monster to fight, they should be able to kill monsters in a few minutes. Laugh laugh. It cried of mournfully and my sword hit its neck, although the wound is not big enough to kill it directly, the fountain of blood started to come out of it and soon it will die through excessive bleeding. Seeing pressure lessen as another monster flaying in the ground, I started to attack the remaining one. Laugh, it angrily growled at me and its attacks become more vicious, but no matter how vicious its attacks had become, I can dodge them easily. Slice. My sword slashed through its back, making a long wound, feeling pain, it became mad and started to attack me like crazy. Poochie. Seeing chance, I stabbed monster which was flying in the ground. I didn't want any surprise attack from him when it at its last moment. Now I can fully concentrate on the fight with the remaining monster, seeing me killing its minister, it became madder and keep attacking me without Kate for its defense. With such a mad monster, the fight became easier as it wasn't too keen on dodging my moves in its rage. Stab. I stabbed through its eye directly, seeing my chance, effectively killing it in a single move. Thud, it fell on the ground with a thud and I let go my circulation of exercise as it was being a way too painful. When I looked ahead, I find Sarah and Jim looking at me from the distance, they must have finished their fight some time ago to watch me fight so relaxedly. Chapter 53 Tips. Good kill Micheal, Jim said excitedly, Sarah also has given nod, I gave them smile without saying anything. They both went back to their monsters to process it, I also started to clean and preserve the monster parts. Hyena monster's teeth are also just important, its skin and heart, I went to remove its teeth with carefulness, it can cut my bone with the slightest pressure, that's how sharp they are. After removing all important parts of the monsters, I started to preserve them one by one, it's a good thing that I already brought some special preservation cubes for sensitive materials like hyena teeth. I startled but soon got happy, Ashlin quickly entered inside me, there's signs of Ashlin leveling up and she wanted to do it now. I was about to drink mana potions when Ashlin stooped me, saying it's not time yet. I am not saddened by hearing this as long as monster get feeling of leveling up, it will level up in 1 or 2 days. Most of the time monsters level instantaneously when they get the feeling of leveling, just like Jim's black snake had leveled up earlier, but in some cases, it takes time to level up after feeling rose up. I finished cutting and preserving monster parts within 10 minutes, I looked back to see if Jim and Sarah finished or not, but what I saw is shocked me to the core. I am shocked because I saw Sarah putting one after another monster parts in her backpack, but there is no change occurring in the bag, she already filled half of the monster materials of 4 monsters in the bag, but there is no change in the size of it. Marsupial pouch, commonly known as space bags, these bags are made of special monster material which can store more than its size. Some monster have a marsupial pouch to store newborn cubs, or some monsters have special stomach organ where they can eat a month of meal in a single day, but there will be no change in their stomachs. This type of monster material used to manufacture space bags, after making them into space bags their capacity again increases, the marsupial monsters are extremely rare and some are hunted to extinction for their organ. I have heard that powerful organizations have facilities where they bred marsupial monsters for their parts. Anyway, the fact is marsupial bags are extremely rare and their minimum price is 50 million credits, and in an auction, their price goes extremely higher. To Sarah and Jim have one, their families must be super rich. I opened the map on my holowatch and started to study it, I can feel Sarah has a psych targeted on me. If I can make the slightest movement toward her or him she will attack me. I have heard many stories where hunting partners injure or even kill each other for special herb or expensive monster of some few 100,000 credits, and I seeing thing of millions of credits, anyone hearts move for such price, even mine had moved for a moment, but I swiftly controlled my mind and started to study map to distract my mind from the thought space bags. I got one more surprise in this fight, that my mana purity had reached 64.9%, only 0.1% away from standard mana purity. After my purity reached the standard 65%, I and other people in the world will have no difference, after 65% mana purity, all would depend on your efforts. Because only one can get maximum 65% mana purity with the talent they get from their monster. To increase purity further they have depended on their refinement engine and efforts. For past week, I have been operating my mana refinement engine from the moment I woke up to the moment I sleep. In that time I haven't refining my mana for the second, not when I am practicing, not when I fighting. I didn't even stop earlier when I was nearly death's door and feeling like my head would explode. It will all worth it when I reach the standard mana purity later this day. This refinement engine is really miraculous to able to that. I only half believed it when I read, but I took a leap of faith and constructed this refinement engine. After reaching standard mana purity, the refinement of further mana refinement became many times hard. The purer the mana is, the more efforts it will take to further purify it. You are practicing supreme combat exercise, right? I heard a melodious voice, UNN. I startled hearing Sarah's voice. I got quite startled when I heard Sarah is speaking to me. This is the first time I heard Sarah speak to personally. I thought Sarah didn't like me for some reason as she didn't talk to me when I first greeted, and after entering the forest, I tried to make small talk with her but she didn't reply. I was surprised at such cold treatment. Even my worst classmate and bully Kevin used to reply whenever I talked to him. I didn't take it hard. I remember before leaving my mother said some people will look down on you for whatever reason and prejudices their mind make because of their narrow-mindedness. I didn't have to take it at heart. It's their loss for not talking to you. There were some complicated emotions when my mother said this to me. She must have suffered her fair share of prejudices in her life. Yes, I am practicing it, I said. I didn't want to answer her question, but seeing many favors Jim has done for me and her monster had saved my life earlier, I answered it. Which set are you? She asked again. Jim had already finished putting monster material in the bag. He didn't stop his girlfriend asking this question, but his eyes look hopeful for an answer. Although I know him for a very short time, I know he had a good heart. He only had one bad habit, that being nosy. 9th circulation of the second set, I answered. SSS that far, it is even higher than Sarah and she is using Maki. He stopped mid-sentence when he finds Sarah looking at him angrily. Seeing you, I also tried and only able to reach the 7th circulation of the first cycle. It damn painful even using machine. Michael, you have to give me some tips, Jim said excitedly. Enough talking. We have wasted enough time here, let's go. Sarah said and started walking. We also followed behind her. Chapter 54 Stone Gorillas. We started to follow behind Sarah. It is a little awkward for me as my backpack had gotten big and every now and then it will make a sound whenever it touched some brambles or twigs. As we were walking, Michael slowed down his step and put some distance between Sarah and us. Michael, give me some tips. Michael asked whisper. I thought he won't able to control himself and will ask, but I hadn't expected him to ask within 10 minutes after his girlfriend admonished him. Why do you need it? I asked teasingly. I just wanted to have fun at his expense. Have you seen her fight? Every time we spar she beat the hell out of me. I just wanted to strong enough not to take a beating from her anymore, he said with a sad face while looking at Sarah. I just want to pity him, but I can't. To get beaten by such beautiful girlfriend, I will ready any time to get beaten. There is no trick, you just have to circulate its moves whenever you fight. I said. He struck dumb when he heard saying that. If you practicing using the machine, try to refine your mana while circulating the exercise. It will be painful at first, but you will learn to endure it, and this method will give you immense benefits, I said. He looked little confused when he heard it. Isn't it become even more painful, if I refine my mana and circulate the exercise at the same time? He asked. He really sounded like he didn't believe me. It will feel like your head is going to explode and some of the veins of head might pop out, but this will distract you from the pain you're feeling all over your body if you are able to endure it. It will be really helpful to you, I said. He still looked confused, but he nodded. I think he will try it when he returned to the city. I have one question. Were you circulating exercise while fighting earlier? He asked. Yes, I was able to reach 9th circulation earlier, I said. I didn't mention that I was refining my mana also and still doing it now. If he hears that, he might fall unconscious due to shock. He just nodded when he heard this. We whispered talk as Sarah leading the way. Suddenly Sarah stopped and looked angrily at us. What are you two doing walking so slowly? Get ready. There are monsters ahead. she whispers shouted at us. We silently followed her as she leads the way towards the monsters. We followed her silently and soon, we reached the place where the monsters were. Stone gorillas, there are 4 of them and all of them at LV1 of the specialist grade. I started to go over information of stone gorillas in my mind. Stone gorillas have a layer of stone defense on them. They are a defense-oriented monster but their offense is also strong. One punch of it will easily break my bones. It likes to throw punches and they are very fast. There is a simple way to kill it, dodge from its punches and keep injuring it till it drops dead due to excessive bleeding. It is very hard to attack its vital spots as there is an extra layer of stone protecting it. I'll take 2, you both handle 2, she said. We nodded in affirmation. I silently put my backpack in the clearing and followed behind them to attack the monsters. Hoot! Thump thump thump, seeing us coming toward them they started to scream and started thumping their chest. Gorillas are a very territorial monster. Whenever someone had come into their territory, they think a challenge to their authority and attack at first chance I got. I have over 60% mana left in me. It should be enough to handle these gorillas. I can drink a mana potion if my mana got low. Choo choo. Ashley wanted to come out but I stopped her, her fire not going to work on it and instead irritate and seeing how smart gorilla monsters are they may run away seeing more of our numbers that are why 3 have opted to keep our monsters inside us. We will have to finish this fight early if these monsters saw fighting is fatal to them they will run away. These gorilla monsters are rather smart, they ran away whenever they see their opponent is too strong. I circulated the 8th move of the exercise. I tried the 9th move but it is too painful to do that. Whoosh! Slice! I dodge its attack and attack it with my sword. A clear would be seen in its chest. I didn't stop there and keep attacking it. I know Sarah will finish her fight early and seeing their comrades dead this monster will surely try to run. I have to at least seriously injure it before that. Hoot! It screamed as I keep attacking it. It tried to attack me with its punches but I dodged them. One thing I have to say, I felt fear whenever these punches pass by ears. If any of them were to hit my head I will be fatally injured. Death also will be not out of question. Slice slice slice. My sword kept injuring with every move. The injuries may not seem bigger but when they well up, they will prove disastrous to the monster. Whoosh! SSSS. I sucked a deep breath as the gorilla's punch just passed by my head. It just nailed with away. Some of my hair also get touched by it. I have to be careful, with a little mistake on my part my head would explode like a watermelon. Thud. I heard I know what sound that is without looking. Sarah had finished killing her first monster. Hoot! A mournful cry rang out of the other monster that was fighting Sarah and all 3 remaining monsters started to run. Slick, it's good that I already attacking the monster at my full power at the beginning. Its body already had riddled with injuries at 10 some sort it will be dead. Slice slice slice. I attacked it back and it ran. It tried to fend off my attacks but it no used. Its speed started to decrease as it is bleeding all over its body. Thud. Hoot. It felled as I cut it feet's nerves. Slice. I attack it from a certain distance. Dying monster is the most dangerous monster and I totally understand that. Soon it stopped moving. I attack it few times before feeling sure that it's dead. I started to cut it and preserve it. It is very dangerous and being alone would be very dangerous. After preserving all its parts, I removed the special bag from my pocket and started to fill its monster parts. I brought it just for emergencies as sometimes I put my backpack away for being heavy. After putting all monster parts in the bag I started to walk toward the original fighting scene to meet Jim and Sarah. Chapter 55 LV 3. Sarah and Jim were already dissecting monsters when I reached the place where we fought. Looks like you killed it, Jim said looking at the big bag that I am carrying. I nodded and walked toward my backpack. I opened my backpack and started to place all monster parts inside it from the temporary bag. The backpack is nearly all reached its capacity. If we knew monster, I have to put them into the temporary bag. It's now early afternoon, we can easily hunt monsters one time before leaving. Seeing my mana is below 15% I decided to drink a mana potion. With drinking this I have only 2 mana potions left. If not for an emergency, I don't like to drink mana potion as each one cost nearly 5,000 credits. Let's go, Micheal, said Jim. I nodded and walked behind him. It has become very difficult to walk with due to the size of my backpack. I have to circulate till fourth move of exercise to comfortably walk with my backpack as it has become too heavy. As Sarah leading the way, I don't have to worry about not finding enough monsters to hunt. She looked very familiar with this area. Sarah stopped suddenly and made some hand signs. Understanding them, we quietly retreated and changed the direction. The hand sign she made earlier means dangerous monsters ahead that we can beat, and retreat would be the best option for us. We had already run into 3 such lairs, but Sarah warned us early and we able to change our direction. Get down and hide, Sarah said out of sudden. Seeing her paled pace, I can say that the situation is very dangerous. I quickly threw my backpack and hide in the bushes near me. Although it has some thorns, I didn't care and hide deep inside. The whole air had suddenly became dead silence. Not chirp or roar of the monster could be heard. It's like all the monsters had hidden in their lairs out of fear. Caw caw caw. Just as I heard this sound, I know the reason for the dead silence. It is wind crows. They have class 3 strain. They could maximum level up to the corporal stage, but that's not most fearful about, the morphal in their quantity. The smallest group of them had 5,000 monsters. With this quality they could even threaten some lieutenant grade monsters. Wind crows are very vengeful. If you kill one of them, the whole group will attack you. That is why whenever one hears this caw, monster or human, their first instinct would be hidden. Caw caw caw. Sky blanketed dark as wind crows started to pass over our head. I with from little gaps of brambles as they pass over. The scene is really fearful. If anyone of crow notices us and attack, all it is group will follow, and that would be certain death. I didn't even dare to breathe as the wind crows flew over us. It took them only 2 minutes to pass us by, but we strictly stayed 10 minutes hidden out of cautions. They are gone. It's safe to come. Sarah's voice sounded. I come out from the bramble while removing thorns from my head and clothes. We didn't waste time on dill-dallying and started to look for the monster to hunt, and it didn't take Sarah long to find another group of monsters to hunt. We started to attack the monster group and finished them within little more than 1 hour. Jim and I killed 2 each while Sarah killed 3. Jim and Sarah's space bags had reached the limit and they have to use their backpacks to store monster material. My backpack also had reached the limit earlier. I have to use the temporary bags to store the material. Jim offered to put some of my monster material in his backpack, but I declined, but now I regretting declining Jim's kind offer. I have backbeat on my back and 2 temporary bags in my both hands. If any monster to attack me, I have to depend on the Ashlin as she comfortably sitting on my backpack. We are walking toward the exit and only half hour is remaining to sunset, but is no a problem as we will exit in 15 minutes and easily call hover car. Good! I exclaimed in my mind. My mana had finally reached the 65% purity. From now on there will be no difference between those with talent and me in mana purity. Now the real difficulty starts, as it will be many times difficult to purify mana. Beep finally sounded. The signal had returned and I can now call, however. Thud. I put 3 of my bags on the and flex my muscle. They were feeling sore. I was about call hover car, but Micheal stopped me saying that he can lift everything. Soon Jim's hover car came and its robotic arm had expertly lifted bag of all 3 of us. Jim had dropped me off at my Asta Bazaar at my request. I thought they were also going to sell their monster materials at my Asta Bazaar, but he said he has the use of them. He offers to wait for me while I sell all my material, but I declined to say I had business in the bazaar. He left with Sarah saying he will call me later about our next trip. The store will offer you 140,000 sirs, said male clerk. I accepted the offer and instantly money had transferred to my account. Ashlin and I ate in one of the food truck and left for our apartment after we finished eating. Today was the most productive hunting I've ever had. I killed 5 specialist monsters, but that had made me so tired that I just want to sleep. Click. I opened my apartment door and went in. I made myself take a bath before sleeping as my body smelling very bad and I don't want to wake next day smelling this smell. After bathing, I am about to get ready for sleep when I remembered something. Ashlin, come here. I called Ashlin as I removed a small piece of core from the tower. I forget to feed it to Ashlin in the morning and she didn't remind as she didn't like the taste of it. Eat this, I said, putting clipped nail-size monster core part in her mouth. She didn't resist because she knew there will be no delicious tomorrow if she didn't eat it. Good night, Ashlin, I said, laid on the bed to sleep. I had just lightly fallen asleep when Ashlin suddenly entered inside me and started leveling up. She is leveling up. This thought woke me afresh and I quickly downed a mana potion as I will need mana while leveling up. Chapter 57, Leveling Up. I could feel the changes occurring in my body as I leveling up, each and every pore of my body brimming with mana. This is the first time I am experiencing leveling up in my full concentration. Last time when I was leveling up I was in the midst of combat and had no time to check on my body, but this time I am experiencing all. The mana in my central storage had continued decreasing at visible speed. It is good that I had mana potion in hand. This process feels good but not as good as creating a seal in a supreme combat exercise. That feeling is wonderful, nothing could compare it. Leveling up feels like mana flowing in every pore of my body and enhancing every virtue of my body, but creating a seal of supreme combat exercise is all about physical, the feeling one got from it really wonderful. Choo choo. Ashlin come out of me chirping happily. I am also elated as I also felt my power increased. From now on I could easily kill any LV1 specialist grade monsters. Killing normal mid-level specialist grade monster wouldn't be a problem, but slightly powerful mid-specialist grade monster come, I will have no choice but run. In center ring. I am feeling really happy today. After so much material I've collected today, I will able to pay back at least $500,000 to $1 million back to my parents. I wouldn't be thing huge dead if I hadn't sneaked into my father's lab and accidentally broke that instrument. To all the things I've owned is loan from my parents. No matter genius I am in alchemy, it will take me years to pay off that loan. Who told me to broke that 100 million credit synthesizer in my father's lab? Taking a long sigh, I went back to the making potions. After exchanging some monster material, I got all the herbs and other things I needed for making potions. It should be able to last me for 2 weeks. I feel little gleeful on the thought of paying back my father, as little as they may be. I had promised myself that I will pay my debt within 3 years. Click. I just had taken a bath to remove the smell of the lab and about to sleep. A beautiful purple-haired girl came in with a seductive smile on her face. She is wearing a loose red slip dress which clearly shows off her assets. Gulp. I gulp as saw her coming toward me. Seeing her smile I know trouble is coming, but so blessing, I know that smile too well. She now looked completely different from the morning Sarah, who was cold and serious. That was just her facade for Micheal, as she had her reservation about him, but the Sarah in front of me, real Sarah, unbridled and free. Sarah and I are childhood friends. We both like each other since we were teens. It's been more than a year we are a relationship. Sarah, why are you here? I asked as it's already past midnight. I just miss you, she said, and come near me as to hug me. I can smell her enchanting perfume as she comes closer to me. She crossed her arms around my neck and just looked at me. Sarah, what do you want? I asked with a straight face. I am not going to show weakness. Once I showed weakness, she will get upper hand. She always does this, whenever she wants something from me. Since childhood, she first set a trap for me with whatever thing I want and then fell into it before making her demand. And in past 1 year, it has become even worse. As a hormonal teenager, the one thing I want most is her, and she has been using that very well. Why, can't I come to meet you because I missed you? She said in blaming tone. Her face also looks so sad that one just wants to hold her and comfort her. If not for her knowing her too well, I would have thought she is really sad and comforted her, but I know all these is acting. She is a really good actor. No, you won't. I said, hearing straight answer. She went back into her seductive face. Well, you are right. I do want to know something, but before that, she said, and suddenly kissed me. Rejecting her kiss didn't come into my mind. Only an idiot would reject such offer, and she is kissing me on her own. I plan to enjoy her and will think about what she wanted later. I am in cloud 9 as we kissed, it feels enchanting and invigorating, feels like I am heaven, and when she adds little found her in the mix, I don't have words to describe it how wonderful it feels. We kept kissing, as kisses grew long so is passion. We had only reached second base in our relationship and she only let me enjoy her beautiful breast only once. I tried it many after then, but whenever I tried she halted my advances. Working up my courage, I started to move my hands up from her waist. I didn't do it hastily, learning from past mistakes. I slowly worked my hands toward her breast. I stopped just before reaching her breasts and started kissing Sarah more passionately. Seeing she didn't have any intent options to stop me, I wove me on her breast with great courage. My heart started to beat faster as in doing that, I got stopped many times at this stage. As my hand touched her soft breast, I feel so good that I felt only one time before. Even though there is a layer of clothing between my hands and her breasts, it still feels good. Her breast is still quite good while in teens. I start to salivate whenever I think about how wonderful her breast will become in a few years. As this thought come to my mind, I become more excited and started to kiss her passionately while my hands were busy fondling her wonderful breasts. I became more daring as passion grew and started to feel unsatisfied with fondling her breast through clothing and wanted to touch the real thing. I slowly moved my hand toward the hem of her dress and about enter inside her dress. That's when she broke the kiss, not letting my hands go any further. Chapter 58 Empath. As our lips separate, a small string of saliva formed between. Seeing this made me more excited that my lips went for her, but she stopped with her hands my chest. Her cheeks are red and I can sense the blazing passion in her emotions, but I know she will stop me if I made further moves despite her being high on emotions. Her seductive smile back on her face, and there is something more in that smile, a meaning of triumph and victory. I again fell into her trap despite knowing it is a trap, and I will do it again. Sweetie, you got your price but you haven't paid you for it yet. Tell you what, if you answer a few of my questions, I will not stop you doing what you're doing earlier. Sarah said with a sweet smile. My eyes went wide and my heart started to beat faster when I heard her saying that. She will not me. How many times did I dream about it, in the past few months? To feel her amorous body with my hand without any restriction, how many times had I dreamed about this moment? But I came to myself and looked at her. She still has a seductive smile on her face. We were so close that we can feel each other's breaths. Sweetie, you asked your bumpkin friend for tips, haven't you? Don't you want to share those with your girlfriend? She said with an innocent smile. Now I understand why she initiated the kiss and even let me do the second base and even promised for more, so this is the reason. If she had asked me before making out, I would have rejected, but now I had made out with her and my emotions are raging. She knew I will answer any of her questions with such enchanting offer she had made. We both made a pact with our monster about a month ago, and Sarah started practicing supreme combat exercise from the next hour, as all the elites of big organizations do. Within 20 days she had created her first seal, leaving behind all elites of other organizations, but as she started second set of the exercise, she can't seem to go further in the first move of the second set of the exercise, even using machines and various potions that elevates more than half of the pain. Well, she is already quite ahead of her peers, but she shows she is nothing close to those on the mainland, and that's vexing her for the past week. And today she met Micheal, who she treated like nobody, is way ahead of her, and he hadn't used machines or any potions, who left her behind while using less time than her. Her pride is taken a blow seeing that. She wanted to ask Micheal for tips, but her pride wouldn't let her do that, as she always thought and still think that she is above free adventures. I also in dilemma to tell her or not. Micheal did trust me greatly, giving me his precious tips. I don't want to betray his trust like that. Don't fret over it. If it hadn't been for you, he wouldn't be alive today, said Sarah. What is said right? If it hadn't been for me, he and other in tunnels 2 weeks ago. When an accident happened in the tunnel, seeing the monster horde, I grudgingly asked for my father help with a special communication device that he gave me. West Blood City was fighting the monster from Myasta Forest and had no time or manpower to rescue. The one rescued us were my father and his team. He would have come within an hour to me if not for the brigadier-level monsters he encountered on the way. Thinking this, I felt little less guilty as I was about to tell a Micheal's secret to Sarah. It's not enough. I said, if I am going to tell her Micheal tips and feel guilty about it, then I might as well get more from Sarah for betraying my friend's trust. An irritating expression flashed across Sarah's face as well as in her as she looked at me with her angry eyes, but I didn't bat an eye seeing her angry face. What do you want? She said grudgingly. I smiled as she asked me. She knows me very well, but I also know her very well too. Ever since she comes to know about the mainland, a fire of competition lit inside her that made her compare herself to those at mainland, and she will do almost anything to reach the mainland standard. You will spend every night with me for a week, I said smilingly. If this was for any other thing she would have rejected it without a second thought, but this time is different, she will definitely do this. Hearing this, Sarah's face bloomed into full smile all of a sudden, and I can sense she is really feeling happy. Now I feel my boyfriend has some guts. I thought you would never ask, she said, and suddenly kissed me passionately. I am so stumped by her action that I had responded to her kiss for few seconds late. Tell me, she said after she broke the kiss. I am still dazed by her actions. Well, he said. I dazedly finished telling her what Micheal told me. She stayed silent for a while. I also got stumped when I heard this from Micheal. It's quite unbelievable and dangerous to do it in Michael's way. Are you sure he's telling the truth? Sarah asked, her mind is filled with questions. Your boyfriend is an empath, you know, right? I said to Sarah with a smile. My monster's name is Myriad Dwarf Snake, it brought by parents from the mainland just like Sarah's Thunder Shorttail. Myriad Dwarf Snake, special monster species. Even in the mainland, there is a dwarf in their name because they never grow or more than palm size. They have average attack power compared to other monsters in the mainland, but the special thing about these is shown in their name, Myriad. Myriad is attached to their name because 1 in every 100 myriad dwarf snakes is born with special ability except for poison, and are very expensive, especially when they were in eggs. My parents got it as a gift from the organization when he was in the mainland. The organization gave it as a gift. When they checked, it didn't develop, and when he came back to West Blood he wanted to sell it as he already brought Wind Shorthair for me just like Sarah's Thunder Shorthair, but I rejected it and wanted Little Guy instead. Seeing me adamant about it, my parents accepted, but when I made a pact with it, all of us got a very big surprise, as this myriad dwarf snake had a second ability. It's just that it couldn't be seen, and that ability is sense others' emotions that I inherited from it, which made me empath. I can sense others' emotions. I can easily tell which emotions others feeling and one is telling the truth or not. It has limitations though. I can only sense the emotions of those 1 grade higher than me. Above that, my ability didn't work. Only 5 people knew about this, and Sarah is one of them. It is little dangerous but worth trying, said Sarah. After some thinking, I also found it plausible and wanted to try it the next day. Now that serious matters are over, we should enjoy ourselves, said Sarah seductively, and pushed me. I fell on my bed, but I don't have time to worry about that, as Sarah climbed the top of me and started kissing me in frenzy. The night is one best in my life and will be forever etched in my memories. Chapter 59, Nightblade Style. Choo choo. I woke up by Ashlin's pleasant chirp. When I looked at the time, it is already past 9. Yesterday was really fulfilling, especially leveling up. It was really unexpected. I thought it would take 1 or 2 days more, but she just leveled up at night. Choo choo choo. Ashlin chirped, saying she is hungry and she wants food right now. I ordered food, both of us, and went for freshening up. Just as I got out from the bathroom, my doorbell rang. I took our food from the drone and we both started to eat. I am also feeling hungry as I also leveled up with her. I have 150,000 credit, and it is enough to pay for the first installment of Advanced Combat Styles. I have seen yesterday how Sarah fights. She makes use of her body's every part. Her every movement she makes is precise without making any excessive moves. From my point of view, her fighting style is simply perfect. She must be learning advanced fighting style for years to get such mastery on it. Thinking is the time that I also should learn some advanced fighting style. I started to browse the web. There are hundreds of types of advanced combat styles are taught in the city, but finding one that suits me and the one I can afford is very difficult. My searching criteria for the styles which are government certifies at highest grade. Many people regret choosing uncertified courses just because they are cheap and promised guaranteed enhancement in combat. I was astonished when I learned how many people fell for it. Even I might have fallen into it if not for I warned by many people. Well, they did offer their courses 3 times cheaper than certified courses. Any normal man would think, why do I have to pay 3 times more just because it's certified by the government? The minimum price of courses starts from 250,000 credits and highest reach till 1 million, which is enough to buy 2 half skills. There are many specialties of advanced combat styles, some are good for offense while some are good for defense or speed or agility. Of all these styles, many are used by famous people, which are tended to be popular and are most expensive. As I researched these popular styles, I noticed that more 70% focused on the balance of offense and defense, which are suited most of the people, while remaining 25% focused on pure offense or defense and rest 5% focused on the speed, stealth, etc. From my limited experience of fighting, I had clearly understood my weakness. In the fights many times I feel that I haven't used all power of my body, and this feeling further reinforced when the first seal of supreme combat exercise is formed, that I haven't used my body's full potential as there is much left untapped. I wanted to use that untapped potential of my body, and I think the styles which help me increase my speed and agility would be best. It will help to quickly kill the monsters, and if the need arises it would even help me to run from the monster that I can't handle. I started to browse styles for speed and agility, and soon I got results. From those results, I started to select those that I liked, and soon 7 results appeared in front of me. The 7 of them are good and I don't know to choose one, but soon an idea comes to my mind: why not choose the style whichever class starts first? Blade Combat Style. This is the combat style I selected because its new class starts from the day after tomorrow. It is a 6 months course and will cost me about 500,000 credits to learn, but they have a special offer for independent adventures. I have paid 500,000 in 3-month period. Even before leveling up I would have easily able to pay 500,000 in 3 months, but now that I am leveled up I didn't think I would even need a whole month to do that. I immediately signed up class and paid 100,000 credits, and I just have to pay 400,000 credits more. It had taken me more than 4 hours to research and select fighting style. Seeing it's the early afternoon, I quickly wore my practice suit and walked toward the training facility. I am really excited to test my power after leveling up and decided to fight against initial specialist grade evolver. When I reach the training facility there is no empty ring available for me to issue a challenge. Looks like I just have to wait for a little to get a chance to test my power. Some people were watching the fights while others were doing their own training. I spotted some familiar faces but didn't go there to talk to them as I might lose ring if I distracted. All the people that are fighting in the ring, I don't think any of them compare to Sarah and Reynard in point of combat technique. I had fought with Reynard and watched Sarah fight. I can clearly see the distance between them and us. According to me, Sarah hasn't shown her in yesterday's hunting. I think she is much more powerful than she let on yesterday, and if I fought with her, she can finish me off in 10 minutes. She is the best example. Big organizations elite, we normal people can't compare to them. I may be not compared to her now, but I will triumph over her in the future. That's the promise I made to myself. Soon the fight ended in 1 ring. I circulated the move of exercise to gain more speed. If I were second late other people will enter in my stead. But just as I entered the ring, I find another boy entered ahead of me. He is a normal looking boy wearing black practice suit. The most distinctive thing about him that 2 practice daggers in his hand. It is very hard to see people who use daggers, as most of the people use medium or long reach weapons. Chapter 60 Anderson Training Center. You are not my match, you should leave. Said Dagger Boy. I called him as he didn't introduce me his name. I groaned inwardly with annoyance. This dialogue had been very popular in the training facility. Whenever lower level evolver go against high level revolver, the high level evolver most of the time said this dialogue. Even I experienced it in many times. I just smiled and didn't reply to his words. Soon countdown started and we readied our weapons to fight. Fight! Rang out and we both moved toward each other to fight. I did not circulate the move of the exercise as I want to test the power of LV3. Comes out of my mouth seeing my opponent's speed. It really fast. Clang, sparks flew as our weapons touch. I have to say this Dagger's boy's speed is really good. I fended off his daggers with my sword. If not for an increase in my speed after creating a seal, I would have finished in our first bout. I know it's just testing moves of ours, but these testing moves tell a lot about our combat power. There is no change occur in Dagger Boy's expression as our weapon crossed, clank clank. I take 2 steps back due to the force of the daggers. His dagger sneakily tried to reach toward my neck. I reacted on time and able to fend off that dagger's attack, but I had to take few steps back while doing that. We crossed tens of such moves in few minutes, but no winner had shown. But in these few minutes I got better control over my body. I have been feeling little off balance ever since I started to fight. It's probably because leveling up last night, I had got full control over my body, but now exchanging some moves with Dagger Boy, I got full control over my body just as before. Suddenly I felt the light wind on my face. When I look at the Dagger Boy, I found barely noticeable faint green layer covering his body. Seeing him started using his power, I also started to circulate the third movement of the exercise to counter his power. In this fight, there is no aggression, we both were just fighting for our progress. Fighting this Dagger Boy, I've come to understand that he's amateur as me and probably recently had come to West Blood City. Clank clank. My sword and his dagger touched and drew apart, his attacks becoming faster and faster. To keep up with his speed, I kept advancing moves of the exercise. Although my opponent is immature in fighting style like me, he had a great fighting instinct. She must have hunted lot of monster wherever he comes from. Sup. I barely avoided his dagger. He sped away from his dagger in mid-attack to surprise attack me. I got hit by his moves many times. If I opened my practice suit, I would see a lot of red marks on my both hands, as that's where his attacks most concentrated on. Thud thud thud. Seeing him increasing his power again, I also circulated another move of exercise to match his power. I had nearly reached my limit fighting this Dagger Boy and don't think I can last more. He just has to increase his power 2 more times and I will be finished. The fight would have really ended quickly if he knew any combat technique, or would have lasted little more if I knew any. Clink clink. My sword had attacked his daggers. I knew that the fight would end soon, so I went offensive and started to attack with all my heart. Yesterday after leveling up I thought I would be able to beat most of the initial spatial grade evolvers, but really is hard. I think I would be able to beat the dregs of the initial specialist grade. Monster and men are really different. Monsters fight by their instinct while men with their brains. That is why men always triumph over the monster of the same level or level above them, despite monster having the advantage of all stats. Sup. You lost, said the Dagger Boy as his one dagger touched my neck. Yes, I've lost. Thank you for the spar. I said and got out of the ring. Just as I got out of rings to limit, a girl quickly entered the ring to challenge. The 2 days pass quickly. In the past 2 days I've challenged many specialist grade evolver but only able to beat the 2 of them. I beat them because 2 of them was rookie and recently had come to West Blood City to train. Today is the day I will start my advanced combat class. They will teach 2 days a week, 6 hours per day. I am sitting in the hover car with Ashlin traveling toward the middle ring. That is where the classes were held. It took us half an hour to the middle and 10 minutes from there to reach classes center. I got out of the hover car as I reached my destination. First thing gaze fell giant structure which had Anderson Training Center written in the big bold letter. The building is about 50 stories tall oval structure which seems to exclude strength. Hundreds of people coming and going outside of the building could be seen. Seeing all these people I also entered the building. Chapter 61 Instructor Kelly. When I entered the building, I was greeted by the large lobby. It is very big, more than 5 times bigger than lobby in my building. People could be seen entering and exiting from the rows of elevators, and tens of projection screen are showing information on each floor and services it offers. The projector screens are showing the services the training center is offering. I was a little shocked seeing the list of them. Aside from advanced combat classes, it also has a gravity room, gravity training, monster battle, etc. Curiously I checked the rates of services. Seeing the rates my eyes went wide. Advanced combat styles are one of the cheapest ones, whilst gravity training and monsters battle is one of the expensive. I've heard that these courses help a lot in increasing one's power, but they too expensive. Anderson Training Center is one mediocre one. There are many high-end training centers in middle and central ring, but they are too expensive for me to consider. There is still half an hour till my class starts. I decided to wait beside the class than the lobby. I got out elevator on the 6th floor, this where my class is. When I reach my class, I saw 50-something people already there waiting for the present class to end. There is a big glass which separates the class from the waiting area. My expression turned quite funny when I look 100-something people performing extremely weird moves. Not all people are doing that, only half of them while another half just huffing their breaths. They look like they have run 100 km race and just resting, and some 10 or so people are laid unmoving on their mats. They look they're unconscious, and there is any looking instructor who seemed to shout those who were not performing, and he even kicked the one who looked unconscious. Is this Nightblade class? I said, I am really confused. I thought I will see people swinging their blades in different style or 2 people sparring on teacher's induction, but here I see people with no practice weapon on side performing weird exercise while teacher shouting and kicking them. It is really out of my expectations. Yes, it is Nightblade class. This class is 15 days ahead of us, he said. It really is our class. I would if able to perform such exercise. As time passes more and people unable to keep up with exercise, some people even fell unconscious. After some shouting and kicking, some people did the class end, and by the end of the class, only 19 people were able to perform till last. All people from the previous batch exited the hall and we entered as hall become empty. There are still 15 minutes till class starts. The teacher seems nowhere. Seeing another door, he must have left through it. I hope we didn't get the same teacher as the previous class. I don't want to shout or kicked in front of all these people. All people took their places. There are about 100 people are present in the hall, some talking while others silent waiting for the instructor to come. It didn't take long though. Soon the door opened and instructor walked in. He looked to be in the early 40s with a lean build. He had not released his aura, so I didn't know his level, and I didn't dare to check it with my speech seeing his earlier actions. Listen well, I am going to say this only once, said instructor in loud voice. Those who want to cancel this class can cancel it now, at least you will get half of the money back. He continued. This class going to be very painful for you, Nightblade style, mainly focus speed and agility. You will have to perform many exercises that seemed hard or near impossible. I may curse you and hit, but I promise you once you successfully completed the course you will see a noticeable change in your fighting power. So, those who want to leave can leave within 5 minutes, and by the way, you can call me Instructor Kelly, she said, and sat on the small podium waiting. All of us have come here to become stronger and we already paid for it, so, there is no question of leaving. Seeing no one leaving, Instructor Kelly smiled, but his smile has little sadist tinge in it. Good, very good, you all are young men and women full of spirit. Now you just have to do what I say and do. While performing the exercise you can use whatever skill, technique, move you want, Instructor Kelly said, and started instructing and performing exercises. The exercises at first were simple, such normal stretching and all, but soon it started to become little complicated at times passes. Just when I thinking the instructor is good and how he not angry and violent as before, I heard his voice that made me realize that previous opinion of him is true. You fucking shit, no. 29. Why do it like a sissy, do it like a man, he shouted. All people stopped for a moment when they heard this shout, but quickly realizing if they dally, they will be his next target. He shouted at many people as time passed on. He is really killing us by making us do this god-awful exercise. I am currently standing on my single feet while my other leg touching my head from behind, and I am standing in this position for 10 minutes. More than half of the students were already down and the instructor already kicked for them in his annoyance. Only half time had passed in this 3-hour class. I already feeling sore all over my body, and the only thing that kept me going is that not want to become the target of his insults and kicks. As time passed the exercise become more complicated and new student fell and every few minutes. If not for me creating the first seal in the exercise, I would have won people who fell or became unconscious due exhaustion, and instructor said we have to perform this for 3 months before we could learn any fighting moves. He then in 3 months we practice these exercises regularly at home. It will free every pressure point and pore of our body, automatically increasing our speed in combat. Chapter 62 Adventurers Guild. Bam! You little sissy, you are worse than shit. Our instructor shouted and kicked yet another unconscious girl. he had kicked more than 15 people and there is no counting how many people he cursed in this past 2.5 hours. I am currently standing on palms of my 2 hands while legs are in the air in no style. It is really uncomfortable and I am barely hanging on this pose for a few minutes. I have been performing this weird exercises for hours and there is a half hour more till this class end. I don't know why, but after performing this exercise for half an hour, I feel like my energy draining at faster than normal rate and I know I'm at my last leg. Everyone here is at LV3 of the private stage and they have enough energy to run around for 12 hours constantly and not feels this drain that we are feeling right now. But somehow as we perform these exercises, we feel exertion as if had run around the city for day and night. I am counting seconds as they passed. Change in position, shouted instructor. I sigh a relief for white thinking I will get few seconds of rest while performing. Instructor soon started showing new position on holographic projection and correction posture of those who do it wrong. When I sign up for advanced combat class, I thought I will get chance to fight new people as I learn, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. As our instructor said it, we have to perform these weird exercises for 2 months before we could learn any concrete fighting style. Rest, said instructor finally. I slowly unwind myself from the complicated position. Your next class will be 3 days later at the same time. I recommend you perform their exercises at home for maximum benefits. Class dismisses, you all can leave, said instructor. Hearing instructor saying the class is over, the class which is earlier had been full of gloom now turned lively. Those who were unconscious or were acting unconsciously suddenly became conscious with full of energy. I smiled seeing, just minuet before we pain but now we were jumping without care for sword muscle and tiredness. Nodding toward the boy I talked to earlier I left the hall and walked toward the elevator. My walk is a little funny as I am feeling sore all over my body. I wanted to look at the other facilities of the training center but I am too tired to do that. Leaving the building I ordered for hover car for the ride home. Choo choo. Ashlin comes out of me just as I sat on the hover car. She loved sitting on the hover car and watching scenery passed by. Choo. Ashlin cried out as strong wind passed by her face. It is already evening and night is starry. The shining stars could be seen through the transparent roof of hover car. We got out of the middle ring and entered the outer ring. It will only take 10 to 15 minutes to reach my apartment. As I watching scenery passed by from the hover car window, I noticed a peculiar building. Adventurers Guild, Class 5 above the city has one. The status of this building is completely different as no government or organization could touch it. Adventurers Guild, most popular place in Westblood City or any other city, it livelihood of millions of people. The minimum requirement to join the Adventurers Guild is one has to be a specialist grade evolver. I also want to quickly level up to specialist grade so I could join Adventurers Guild. There are immense benefits joining it. With one it's a member, one can post a job or receive the job from Adventurers Guild. Almost all business, organizations, and government post jobs on the Adventurers Guild. One can never return empty-handed from Adventurers Guild as long as one sufficiently powerful. Almost all adventurers sign up in the Adventurers Guild and not only they, but the members of the various organization and government also sign up in the Adventurers Guild. Finding and posting a job isn't the only thing Adventurers Guild do, its a trading function is also popular. One can barter or auction any of his items on its platforms, with minute commission compared to another trading center. The current area I am hunting is the very outer edge of Myasta Forest. Except for monsters nothing is there, but as one enters deeper into the forest he will come across many resources. The resources in the deep area are many, rare herbs which used in making an expensive potion, ores and minerals for teams, exotic and powerful monster that can easily kill those above their level, all these in deep area. Many high-level adventurers enter deep in the Myasta Forest for precious bounty that will make them rich enough to retire and live a comfortable life while others go for practice and thrill for danger. I've heard that Adventurers Guild had constructed many bunkers inside Myasta Forest for adventurers for their safety and rest. Almost all the specialist grade evolvers in my apartment building are members of the Adventurers Guilds. Seeing them I also wanted to join Adventurers Guild but alas I can't, I am not specialist grade yet. If Ashley keeps going in this pace, she will be able to evolve into specialist grade within 2 months, but it's all on premise on if she was able to evolve in current pace. But that is highly unlikely to happen. Ashlin is low-strain monster, her progress to tame to be slow. My parents' gray spark sparrows had taken 2 years to evolve into specialist from peak private stage. I am not going to lament on her low strain. There have been many monsters who were able to level up quick speed despite their low strain and low talent. If they could then Ashlin also could do that. I have full confidence in her. As I was in my deep thoughts, the hover car had already reached my apartment. I pick up Ashlin in my hand and got out of the car and walked toward my apartment building. Chapter 64 Green Hills. 10 minutes more. I said through my gritted teeth. Beads of sweat flooded my temple as all of my clothes were drenched with sweat. It's been a month since I've started attending advanced combat classes twice a week and it's hell. Aside from the pain and extreme discomfort, this exercise like a sponge which sucks all of your energy, but there is the result though. First, I half-hearted practiced because the instructor had said, but when I went to hunting that week, it clearly saw improvement in me, although it was minute. I noticed it but did not dwell on it. But in the second week, I went to hunting. I come across young razor mantis, which is known of its speed and blade-like sharp body parts. While fighting it, I noticed that my body had become very agile and free and there no friction of muscle. When I use my sword, moves because of that I successfully able run away from it. That is when I decided to practice wholeheartedly and practice daily at home. As the classes advanced, so is difficult, and soon it became difficult to last more than 2 hours. That is when I started to use moves of exercise. Through it I was able to endure the 3 hours of exercise. It didn't help me circulate any advanced moves, it did help me with their smooth circulation. I now can instantly circulate up to 9th move within a second, before it used to take me a few seconds to reach the 9th move. I currently circulating 9th move of the exercise. While performing this exercise, only 2 exercises remain. I will be able to finish them in 10 minutes. I first used to practice at a training facility, but there were many problems there. Sometimes the private rooms were occupied, and in the open field, I got disturbed many times. Experiencing this, I decided to practice in my apartment. I just had to move some furniture to make enough that I could do exercise. Although my apartment had become cramped because of this, but adjustable. This pose is really weird. Both legs are wrangling on the waist and my one hand is around my neck and other around my bottom. This pose by worst of all exercises I've ever performed. When our instructor first time, all the hall rang out with laughter. Even our ever stoic instructor had an uncomfortable expression. We only stopped laughing when our instructor started cursing through his gritted teeth. The good thing is this is the last pose and I will be free after I perform this last pose. Choo choo. Ashlin also chirped seeing me like this. I can clearly sense mirth in her chirp. I just have to do it for 2 more minutes, then it will be finished. In the past month, I had gone hunting in the forest for 5 times and made little more than 500,000 credits selling monster materials. With it, I completely paid my fees of advanced combat class and have little over 100,000 left in my account. Ting. Sound rang out my holowatch and I relaxed from my position. I let out a sigh of relief as finally finished this god-awful exercise for today. Without wasting any time, I took my sweat-filled body to shower to get rid of all this filth. Train. I was happily singing in the shower when my holowatch rang out. When I looked at watch who it was, it is Vince. He is one good friend I made in my advanced combat class. Hey, Vince. I said after activating the audio-only mode. Did you check the newsfeed of the West Blood City? Vice asked instead of greeting. What happened? I asked feeling curious. I never heard Vice so serious and excited at the same time. It's all over the news feed. From the last midnight spatial disturbances started to occur in Green Hills, many exotic monsters, herbs, minerals come out it, hundreds of people struck rich, he said. I got shocked hearing this, but what he said next shocked me more. One of my friends found fist-size mineral, it turned out very rare and sold for 1,000,000 credits, he said. My mind simply stopped working hearing this. You are not lying, right? I asked, it too good to be true. Struck rich overnight, I had a hard time believing what Vince is saying. I swear on my mother. It's not lying. He swore. It's not all fortune though, there have been hundreds of deaths. the monsters that come out it are really dangerous, a lower level monsters are killing higher level, developers, he said. Lower level monster killing higher level evolver, it is really incomprehensible, normally lower level evolvers easily kill the higher level monster. I have to go now Michael, I already reached Green Hills, call me if you came, he cut the call before I can ask any more questions. I quickly got out of the shower and started to check Westblood City's news feed, as I started reading utter disbelief appeared on my face. What Vince said seemed true but things are more complicated than he told me. Thousands of people had found fortune but also death, they found more than thousands of bodies of people and the majority of them were adventurers. The government and many organizations had put a barricade in our but Green Hills area is big enough that they can't barricade on all. Millions of people from adventurers to organizations and government is already there and many more are going by second. Not only low-level over but high-level developers are also going there, to them million is nothing, killing one high-level monster can earn them millions, they are going because one adventurer had come across Mana Gem. Mana Gem is irresistible to high evolve, I don't know much about Mana Get, only knew that they are an immense help to high-level evolver. The most disturbing thing is that thousands of low-level evolvers had disappeared mysteriously and they are saying that these low-level evolvers must have stepped away in spatial getaway somehow. After carefully reading all the news feed, I decided to go, it will be dangerous but if I luckily found some fortune even a small one, that will help me in a big way. I changed into my adventuring clothes, wore my armor and packed me a backpack and left my apartment. The elevator is nearly packed by people and from their get-up and looks, it seems like all of them going toward the Green Hills. Beep, a notification rang out on my holo as got out of the elevator, it is mail from Jim. It is just like Vince informing me about the Green Hills, it just Jim mail had additional information of Green Hills that wasn't shown on news. It will be very helpful to me when I reach the Green Hills, I try to call him to say thank you but he is not reachable. After trying calling him many times, I mail him thank you and waited for a cab to appear. Chapter 65 Space Realm. It took me 20 minutes to get a cab from my apartment and have to wait more than an hour at my Asta Bazaar before I could get the second cab for Green Hills. The cab had charged me 4 times more than normal fare, looks like these day cab companies going to earn a shitload of money. As I am flying in the hover car, I see thousands of hover cars every second in the route of Green Hills, usually seeing hundreds are very rare. Green Hills is not part of my Asta forest, it is a different area which has a chain of small and big hills. It is a low danger area, only specialist grade monsters were found there and rarely any corporal level monster was found there and that is why there are hundreds of small towns are around the Green Hills. It would take car little more than 3 hours to reach the Green Hills, not wasting any time in the ride I decided to view the information that Jim had to send me. Earlier at my apartment building, I just viewed it on the surface but now that I carefully read it is quite detailed. Aside from mentioning safe areas and the areas which are occupied government and various organizations he also mentioned the areas where most fortune is found. They found precious ores, exotic monsters, and mana gems. People have been going crazy over mana gems, a thumb-size mana gem had been selling for millions of credits. It is written here that there is some kind of spatial disturbance over Green Hills and only corporal level or below evolver can venture inside. Many sergeant grades, master grade, and other high-level evolvers tried to venture inside but most of them were cut by spatial tides, only those below corporal level can remain unaffected by it. But spatial tides were least of their worries, many dangerous monsters said have come out spatial passageways, it said some of the monsters are completely different from those that are found in the continent. These peculiar monsters are very dangerous and attack at first sight, that not a bad thing, the bad thing is that they're extremely dangerous and same-level developers are no match for them. And disturbingly many of revolvers are disappearing every second. Jim said that some kind of unstable space realm had coincided with the space of Green Hills and the disappeared ones are probably accidentally entered this space realm. Space realms are not a new thing, I've heard of them, there are many space realms across the Republic but all of them in control of government and organizations and only their elites can train there. There are many types of space realms, they appear and disappear at specific time cycle, some are stable that they are always opened and some like this one that opened on the green hills unstable and dangerous. Still, many people go there despite a high chance of dying. It is all because of fortune, because once they have stuck rich they can easily retire and live off their life spending that fortune. After reading all the information that Jim had sent, I changed the course of hover car. I decided to go west side of Green Hills than previously decided south side. West side is dangerous but many people had found fortune there. I will not enter deep and only scourge on the outskirt. I still love my life more than any fortune. Soon, I reached the west side of Green Hills and my hover car stopped at the entrance of a small town. As I stepped out of hover car, I saw thousands of hover car coming and going, dropping thousands of people every minute. The town looked small, not more than 1,000 houses are there, but now there are thousands of camps surrounding the town. Not just people, there are hundreds of makeshift shops are there selling all kinds of things an adventurer will need. This is only one town, there are hundreds of towns are surrounding Green Hills. These spatial tides are probably both blessing and curse for the townspeople. They will earn enough money in a week that they probably earn in a year, but they also have bear all unruly adventurers in their town. Fortunately, I have everything I need in my backpack. After asking around some people, I left after choosing my destination. I have come across many people on the some were alone while others were in groups, but just as I got near hills crowd began to thin out and as I about enter the boundary of the hill I barely saw anyone. I activated both my armors and sword. I heard many dangerous monsters had come out of it. I don't want to be entangled by them. I don't have any high hopes, I just come here to try my luck. Even if I didn't find any fortune I will not be sad. It is already late afternoon. I will spend a maximum of 3 hours in the hill before going back to the town as I already paid for the tent space to the town. As I walk upward toward the hill, I've come across many private grade monsters but I killed them while walking. I about reached the top of the hill when I heard some sound. I quietly walked toward it. When I got close, I spotted the body of the monster. The monster is definitely dead seeing its position. I wasn't able to tell which monster's body it is, half of its body hidden by brambles, but on careful observation, I think it's probably blank-horn antelope. The sound is still coming from it. I can't see clearly what made the sound as the body is already half hidden. Making my mind I walked closer to it when my eyes fell on the body. I got startled because I found cute monster cub of a tiger eating the heart of the antelope. I don't know what monster it is, but it one of the cuties I've seen. It white but all over its body had blue lines. These blue lines are radiating enchanting blue glow which kind looked like blue fire. I don't know what species of tiger monster it is, but looking at its size and its level, it's probably still a cub, means it is eligible for bonding. If I am able to capture and sell it, I will able quite some of the money. Even it is a useless monster, many girls will buy it just because of its looks. I was about to move to capture it when I carefully looked at the dead monster body. From the size of its body, it is a specialist grade monster, its body full of claw marks, and they probably 3 inches, but when I looked at the size of claw my heat stopped. Because they are the same size as a little tiger, seeing it fear filled my eyes and I started to retreat slowly and silently, but it was too late. The cub had already noticed me. It looked at me with its cute round eyes. It looked completely harmless, but soon its mouth suffused with a smile. It looked extremely mocking and cruel. Suddenly 3-inch blue claws come out of its paws and it jumps toward me to attack. Clank! Thud thud! As its claws and my sword touched, I felt the immense force that knocks me back. It is a good thing and that I speedily circulated the 10th move of exercise within a minute, but all aside that little cub still caught me off guard. Clank clank clank! It started the attack with stopping. Its speed is so fast that I am barely able to counter it. Slice! See! I let out sound as its claws touched my neck, drawing a thin line of blood. I was barely able to survive that claw, but I still can't control my heartbeat because of that. I started retreating while trying to circulate the move of the exercise. Clang clang, slice! I got another scratch, but this time it is my cheeks. Ashlin wanted to come out but asked her to stay put. I can still handle this. I don't if this little monster alone or had any other accomplices. Ashlin would be very useful if any little tiger's accomplices appeared. Clang! I finally able to reach the 11th move, but it is no use, this monster still has upper hand. A sound come out of my mouth as I felt sudden heat, all greenery disappeared. When I looked around I find myself at a completely different place. Shit. I cursed out loud. I accidentally entered the space realm. One moment I was surrounded by greenery and next moment I am at completely barren landscape. Fuck. I cursed again. Unstable spaces are always like this, you can never predict anything with them. Chapter 66 Space Realm 2. Fuck. I cursed out loud. I fucking entered this spatial realm and an unstable one at that. After cursing few minutes, I calmed myself. It's not the end of the world. From what I know, thousands of people entered the spatial realm accidentally and many of them from various organizations and government. They will not stand idly by and will do something, rescue the people. Now what I have to do is find some people. I didn't see the sun in the sky, but I am feeling uncomfortable sun rays. Except for barren earth there is nothing I could see. I have enough food and water which would last me for 2 days. In 2 days I have to find a new source of food and waters. Choo. I asked Ashlin to come. She had wanting to come out for some time. Ashlin, see if you could find something from high above, I said, but then I remember something. Quickly look and come down, there are many dangerous monsters are here. I reminded her, many dangerous monsters had come out that spatial tide, and that tiger monster that I fought earlier was only at private grade, but I barely able counter its moving. Choo. She chirped in affirmation and flew away in the sky. When I looked at her in the sky, I had to shield my eyes from intense sun rays. Come out of my mouth because I noticed something peculiar about this environment. I noticed that mana I am inhaling is many times purer than that in the Republic. It is a very good thing for me. My man purity is currently at 71%, if I spend 10 days in this realm, I am pretty sure, my mana purity could reach 75% purity. I take a deep breath, it felt good but also very hot. I can feel Ashlin is very near me, I just can't see her with this intense sun rays. Chew. Ashlin smoothly landed on my shoulder. Did you find something? She nodded and started wave her wings toward the west. Good job Ashlin, I said and patted her. I started to walk toward west while she flew ahead. I already cautioned her to fly low and if she saw any flying monster, she had to inform me quickly. I walked toward the direction that Ashlin mentioned for 2 hours, but there is no change in scenery. All I saw was barren land. I even begin to doubt the way I am walking. After checking compass many times did I feel sure that I am walking in the right direction. Choo. I heard Ashlin's urgent chirp as she flew toward me. Urgency. I can even sense little fear from her emotions, seeing that I quickly activated my sword and armor and circulated the moves of exercise to peak. Chew. Ashlin quickly come closer and started to flew around me. I didn't see any monster but Ashlin saw, then must be closer. Soon I spotted a black spot in the air and it is coming toward me. I got the good look at it as it came closer. It is some kind of eagle monster. It is black and gray color and about half of my size. Screech. Swish, it screeched loudly and flapped its wing, a light black wind blade come out its wings. Shit. I said, seeing the wind blade. The wind blade is the same size as me and speedily coming toward me. It looked really dangerous. I prepared to counter but wind blade was halfway in the air. Ashlin threw palm-size fireball at the wind blade. In the past 1 month Ashlin and I are both working on our abilities. Now Ashlin can make palm-size swirling fireball. Ban! Sounded as fireball and wind blade met at air, but soon that wind blade comes out of blast. It looked little dim but still feels lethal. Shing! Metallic sound come out as wind blade and my sword touched. I easily countered the wind blade without any obstruction. Screech scream. Monster eagle screeched loudly and quickly send 2 wind blades one after, at seconds difference successively. Ashlin also threw a fireball. But Ashley able to slow down only 1 wind blade as she can't successively summon 1 fireball after another. She has to take little rest between every fireball. I dodged the first wind blade but second, I have to count with a sword as it is right behind the first one. Shining, A big force came to my sword countered the wind blade. It is forceful but not enough to make me take a step back. Shit. I cursed as I saw that eagle coming toward me. Its sharp talons could easily pierce my skull. Ashlin released the fireball. Seeing a fireball coming toward it, it didn't dodge but dived toward it. Boom! Rang out as fireball hit monster, but soon monster comes out of fireball unscathed, not even its feathers were burned. Seeing those sharp talons coming toward me, I moved my sword to counter. Clang! Rang out, and seeing it attack had failed, it flew away in the sky using my sword as leverage. Screech, screeching loudly in the sky, it again attacks with wind blades, but this time it attacks with 3 wind blades consecutively and followed behind. It wanted to attack me, while I am busy with wind blades. Ashlin, leave wind blades to me and try to stall monster with a fireball. Ashlin nodded with her head while creating a swirling fireball. The fireball didn't do any damage to the monster, but it stalls it for a second. That will be enough for me to deal with wind blades. Shing shing shing. Clang. My plan worked perfectly fine. With time brought by Ashlin fireball, I am able to deal with 3 wind blades and monster later. It started to attack with the same pattern every minute. Thank God that it can release only 3 wind blades at one time. With flawless teamwork of Ashlin and me, we were able to resist the attacks of the monster. Our fight was going on for more than 1 hour. I can clearly understand its strategy. It wanted to tire me out with a constant attack before killing me. It probably never come across with human, or it wouldn't be this dumb. With it constantly attacking me for 1 hour, I have already made a plan to kill it in one move. In the past 10 minutes, I've been acting tired, showing how difficulty I am having to resist its attacks. I even let its talons scratch my face, but now the time had come to finish this fight. Screech. It attacked with 3 wind blades consecutively and followed behind with its talons in front like always. Ashlin also releases her fireball to delay the monster. As I dodge and counter 3 wind blade, it comes right behind and attacked me with its talons. Clank. Thud. I took 2 steps back while countering its claws. Seeing this, it moves its claw forward to attack me with second time, but this time its claw's speed is very slow that I can easily dodge. Dodging its claws, I speedily moved my sword toward its neck. It goes wide. Seeing this, no matter how stupid the monster is, it can always sense it's dead before it ends. Slice, thud. I decapitated it in a single move and it fell on the ground with the loud thud. Chapter 67 Space Realm 3. I quickly remove and packed the heart of the eagle monster and strode away from the fight scene after burning the monster's body. I can't predict the time as there is no sun in the sky, but feeling sun rays had to become less intense. I can tell that evening will come within 2 hours. I hope I can see another human at that time. This walking alone in barren land started getting into my head. It has been more than an hour since I killed the eagle monster, but I did not see any greenery. Except for a few cactuses, there is no plant in this barren land. Are you sure we going in right direction, Ashlin? I asked. It's been 5 hours since I entered this space realm and more than 4 hours since I am walking, but I didn't not any sign of the forest that Ashlin spotted on the sky. Choo choo choo. Ashlin chirped in affirmation annoyingly. I already asked this question to her more than 10 times since we started walking. Even I felt bad asking her question repeatedly. I asked Ashlin to search forest because that where I will find another person. People tend to travel toward a place where enough food and water is present, and the forest is a prime location for that. Forget the forest, I didn't see the sign of an oasis which are found in barren places. This wasteland really feels weird. I was walking as usual when I spotted little green dot far ahead. It is barely noticeable. I started to walk speedily. After half an hour that green dot and turned small outline. Ashlin, that is forest, right? I asked her. I was sure what I am seeing is real or not. She flew away from my shoulder and came down within minutes. Choo choo. She affirmed excitedly. Hearing her excited chirp, I broke into run toward that outline, but reality is harsh. After running for an hour, that outline had only become little larger. I have to walk for a few hours to reach it there, and that is not possible today as sky already started turning dark. After walking 15 minutes, I decided to stop for today as the sky had already turned half dark, and within half an hour, the sky will darken whole. I look around for a good spot for camp. Some distance away I spotted a big boulder. The boulder is thrice my size and will be a perfect shield against any surface monster's vision. I removed the palm-sized square box from my backpack. This is the thing I brought at 70,000 credit last week. I felt quite conflicted when I brought it. I wanted to buy a new sword as it is little damaged, but weighing pro and cons I brought this. This is the first time I will be using this. Putting it only the drought, I pressed the button the top. Just as I pressed the button it started to expand and within a minute, it turned into a camp. It is big enough that 3 people comfortably sleep inside. I opened its a flap and went inside of quite plain but comfortable. It is grade 1 utility type artifact. It is barely qualified to grade 1 artifact as it had defended against specialist grade monster, but here it only defends against private stage monster. It also had sensors which will notify me if any living being come inside its 100 meters range. I don't have to provide it mana to activate it. It runs on the monster core. I had already put monster core inside it the past week. It will stay activated for 5 days. Putting my backpack down, I removed a few things from my backpack. A monster's heart that killed earlier, a bottle of spices and oil and adjustable utensils. I walk outside the camp taking these. I inject my mana into fist-size utensils, changing them to normal size. I added oil in a pan and started to heat it with fire I summoned. I want to cook the monster heart with species. This is my first time cooking monster food. I had little experience in cooking, but cooking normal food and monster are different. I started to cook the food in the direction of a recipe that read in passing. I asked Ashlin to keep an eye out while I am cooking. Some monster may come toward our following the smell. The mouth-watering smell started to come out cooked meat. After checking it's cooked enough, I stopped the fire and went inside the camp. I decided food in 2 plates for both of us and started to eat. Ashlin started to dig before I even touched my fork. Seeing she is complaining about the food, I also started to eat. It's better than expected, I thought as I stated the food. It is not as good as the food we ate in our apartment, but it quite good for the rookie cook. After eating dinner, I slept early as I feeling tired both physically and mentally. Ting ting. I woke up by the sound of the alarm when I opened the flap of the tent. It is still dark outside. Looking at the dim light, it will take an hour to the sky to fully brighten up. Freshening up quickly, I heated last night's leftovers. Choo choo. Ashlin woke by its smell and started demanding the food. Little glutton. I said and served her plate. In the past month, I many times trained with Ashlin, but there no change in her weight. She looks chubby as usual. It became visible when I packed my camp, although I can't see the forest outline forest because it's still a little dark, but I know the general direction of it. After walking half an hour the sky had fully brightened and I can see the forest outline. I will have to walk for 3 hours to reach it, but if I quicken my pace, it will be even more sooner. As I reach near the forest, I started spotting monsters now and then, and because Ashlin early reminding me we were able to avoid most them while one being adamant in fighting which I have to kill it. It took me 4 hours to reach near the forest, that I see its lush trees. As I walked near I heard the fighting sound. When I got close enough, I saw 3 people surrounded by 20-something monster wolves. Seeing this I quickly retreat back and hide behind the small mound. Chapter 68 Unbelievable. I quickly asked Ashlin to come inside me as I sneakily hide behind the dry tree trunk. I would have hidden in a better place, but there is no spot near me which could hide my body perfectly. I don't want to run because once they caught the sight of me, I will be dead. Seeing I am well hidden, I took out binocular from my backpack. After carefully looking at the wolves, I guesses which monster species these wolves are. They are ice wolves from elemental wolves family, as this particular shade of white coat only ice wolves had. Due to the distance between us I can't accurately sense their level, but looking at monster sizes I am sure that they are definitely specialist grade and their 2 leaders are at corporal grade. The wolves are howling at the 3 people of which, 2 are boys and 1 is a girl, but there is something weird going on there. The wolves are just howling at them as if thinking attack or not. I don't know what exact level of these 3 people, but they are definitely younger than me, so, they most probably at private grade, and if I am generous with my estimation then they would be at specialist grade. This is why I don't understand why aren't these wolves are attacking. There is another peculiar thing that three youths seemed very relaxed, so relaxed that they hadn't drawn out their weapons. I can think of only two reasons for their relaxing posture in this time of peril: either several corporal-grade evolvers were hiding and using these three people as bait, or these three people had a trump card that could threaten the ice wolves. Ill with former than latter, I want to see the corporal-grade evolver, only they will have enough information about this realm. The howling of ice wolves became increasingly loud and some beta wolves even tried to attack, but they are stopped halfway by the two leaders. The leaders of ice wolves seem cautious and patient, but their patience also thinning out, they will likely to attack any second. My guess was right, the ice wolves attack at next second by showing three people with their sharp ice projectiles. As I am sure these people would turn into skewed meat if they did not call reinforcement or use their trump cards, but what happened next left me startled. Three blue-colored light shields appeared in front of three people which defended them from sharp icicles from ice wolves. There was not scratch appeared on the shield as they defended the attack, but their problem is just started as all the 20-something wolves coming toward them. One boy and girl shrank their shield to arm size while activating their sword, while another boy completely forgoes shield and activated his warhammer. It is the same size as his and he had to use his both hands to wield it. As the ice wolves came closer, they attacked. I got immensely startled by their attacking speed. Even attacks are 20-something wolves, these three people attacked unhesitatingly. Their attacks are swift and ruthless, every swing of their weapon hit the monster, never missing their target. The wolves can seem to touch despite their quantity, not only attacking, but they are also defending skillfully. Even the boy who is using warhammer didn't get hit by any attack of ice wolves, as he expertly using his warhammer to attack and defend. When I looked at their attire, I noticed it looked similar to that of what Jim and his girlfriend wore that day, but these three people's attire seemed higher quality than theirs. It means that their people had done artifacts all over their body. Everything they wore is an artifact: armor, shoes, shield, etc. The battle raged on. The wounds on monsters' bodies are increasing. Although their wounds didn't look life-threatening, they got piled up. It will be very life-threatening. The two leaders did not sit idle. Now and then both the leaders sneakily attack with the sharp icicle, but it every time dodged or defended by three of them. As the times passed on, the wounds on the bodies of the monsters became heavy with injury and killed by a boy with warhammer as he squarely hit the monster on its head. As I watch the fight, I understand few things about these three people. First is they are extremely proficient in combat. This proficiency only comes from fighting hundreds of fights. Second, they are using their advanced combat technique very skillfully, using it became instinct to them. And last is what shocked me to the core. I am pretty sure that all three of them had created the 10 seals of supreme combat exercise. Their physical prowess is extremely great. As soon warhammer of that boy hit the monster, its bones broken, and it is very very difficult to break bones of a monster with a single move. That is why I always go for weak spots of a monster such eyes and neck. The two-sword user isn't any worse than a boy with warhammer. Every attack of their sword left the deep gash on their skin. Seeing their kin dying every few minutes, the leaders jumped into the fight without caring there may be other people hiding. As the two leaders joined the fight, it put the strain on the three people, but they are still fighting back despite leaders joining the fight. There are only 15 monsters are left including two leaders. Currently, the fight is in a stalemate. No side is gaining upper hand in battle. Suddenly weapons of three of them started to glow and Lion's phantom had formed appeared on them. Soon they phantom became more corporal and big. Seeing something is not right, the wolf leaders started to attack more aggressively, but it was already as three youths had waved their swords same time and three giant phantoms left the swords. The ice wolf started to dodge the attack, but phantoms were too fast as it swiftly enveloped all of the wolves inside. This is definitely a skill. Half skill does not have this much power. I am really confused right now. Isn't the skill can only be used by corporal stage or above? This skill had drained too much of their mana as three of them quickly removed potions from their pockets and drank it. Mournful cries of wolves can be heard where I am hiding. In a minute, the phantoms started dispersing. As the phantoms dispersed, I get the clear look. The wolves, all ice wolves, look lifeless except for two leaders. Seeing all their kin dead, instead of fighting, the wolves broke into a run, but before they could go run any far, they took and bow and fired the two shots. The arrows of her hit ice wolf skulls and the monster fell. I feel dazed seeing this. That girl only uses 2 shots to kill 2 corporal level ice wolves. I am still in a daze when the 3 of them started walking without looking at the bodies of ice wolves. Hey! I called out loudly, seeing them walking away, seeing how powerful they are. They must know some information about this realm. Hearing my shout, they stopped. I started to run toward them as I had many questions to ask. As I got near enough to sense their level, I stopped on my track, that I nearly fell. It's like lightning had struck me hard. I thought 3 of them at specialist grade and can kill above their level, but I was so wrong. Their level, all 3 of them are the peak of private grade same as me. Then how the fuck are they able to kill corporal grade monster while being at private grade? I asked myself loudly. Chapter 70 The Map. I stopped on my tracks seeing all of them are at private grade. It really incomprehensible to think they can kill the monsters 2 grade above easily, and these monsters were not normal monsters either. They are many times stronger than the normal monsters back home. Hey, what happened to you? Said Hammer Welding Boy snappily, which brought me out my stupor. Are you all from the West Blood City? I asked. I know they are not from the West Blood City. Their strength is completely different level compared to elites in the Republic. I watched many videos on the web and come across many elites of the organization while hunting, but I've never seen anyone have fighting prowess to skip 2 grades in combat. No, we are from the Central Continent, replied the girl in their team. Central Continent? I asked back. I know there are other continents besides ours, but I never heard Central. Central Cont. She is just answering my queries when other boy cut in. Nina, enough chit-chatting. If we waste our time here, we will lose to the other teams. Look, friend, we are in a hurry, so ask whatever you want to ask quickly, said the other boy. I had accidentally entered this spatial realm. Do you know how to get out of it? I asked. I just want to quickly get out of this realm. God knows what will happen if I stayed longer. These type unstable space realms are extremely dangerous. Looks like this realm had formed 2 connection. No, we don't know. We have our own entrance, he said. I got disappointed hearing that. Did you encounter any new people since yesterday? I asked. This is the only choice I have. Find people from the West Blood City and try to find a solution with them. The government will not leave this much person stranded. They will do something, rescue us. Yes, we did. 50-something people were fighting some grade 3 monsters deep inside the forest. I don't suggest you go inside before finding reinforcement, he cautioned. My mood worsens as he said they are inside the forest, and he mentioned that there are lots of corporal monsters are there. I don't think most of them will survive, seeing the strength of the monsters in this space realm. Let me give you the map we have. Girl names Nana offered said and sent my map into my holowatch. Thank you, I said, giving me the nod. They left in a hurry. Looking at their actions, some sort of competition is going on here. This means my earlier conjecture is wrong. This realm is quite stable, but that doesn't make it any better for me, as here any specialist grade monster is a danger to me. The new I've read before coming into Greenhill said that there are approximately 5,000 people had disappeared, so I can find many other people who had accidentally entered this realm. I opened the map that girl named Nina had given me. This realm is a lot bigger than I thought. The map is expertly drawn, a map with all the details, and I can say that they had already scoured this realm and using it for training. Taking space realm is stable. I don't have to worry about its collapsing anymore, and now that I am free from that worry, I can relaxedly decide my next course of action. I've decided to walk by the outskirt of forest, which is less dangerous than the depth of the forest. It will take some time, but I will eventually find some people. I looked at the 24 bodies of ice wolves. They didn't even look at bodies after they killed it. So much wealth. I quickly started to take out their cores. These cores alone sell for 300 credits. Except for cores, I took out some meat and hearts of the corporal stage monster for eating. All these ice wolves' bodies worth more than million credit, but I can't take them with me. My heart pains seeing so many credits going waste. I started to walk the outskirt of the forest. I still didn't dare to enter inside, fearing I've come across any specialist grade monster. I've enough water for now, but I have to remove it from the trees later. It feels good to walk in the shadow to trees, feeling light breeze of air, but all can change in a minute if any monster spotted me. It's only been 2 hours since I started walking by outskirts of the forest, but I have already come across more than 10 private grade monsters. I've barely able to avoid their notice, but one time I've caught by the group of 100-some scarlet crows and they all were at specialist grade. I had got so scared seeing them and was about fight them when luckily Ashlin noticed hollow tree trunk inside the bushes. I quickly hide inside it, although I had to stay inside cramped space for a half an hour and the monster was still searching for me above. That was a hell of an experience. I would have surely died if not for a timely finding hiding spot. It's like every minute I am walking on the tightrope of life and death. If a strong monster notices me, then it will be my death. It is a good thing that this realm's limit is corporal grade, otherwise, it would have been many times dangerous. Cry. I heard faint cry from the sky. Without looking up, I scrambled to find a hiding spot. Seeing no notable spot except for the tree, I crouched down at the base of the tree, making myself small as possible. I pray that whatever is coming didn't notice. Craning my neck a little, I looked at the sky. Most of my view is obstructed, but I can still see between the cries. The cries of birds getting louder and louder. I am sure that monsters will fly above me within a seconds. HNN. Comes out of my mouth when I saw that 3 yellow birds big as me flew above, and right behind them are the group of 100-something scarlet crows. I am sure I saw a human silhouette on the birds, and these crows were probably the same crows as that come after just earlier. Sighing, I picked my backpack and started to walk. Finding more people is utmost important. This is the only way of returning home. After walking for an hour, I come across battle scene. There is a signs of battle all over it, especially swords marks on the trees and specialist grade monsters' carcass. Looking at small destruction it caused around it, both monster and human, probably at specialist grade, and these signs of battle looked quite fresh, only a few hours old. Chapter 71 Trail. I quietly follow the marks left behind. The person is definitely got injured or injured while fighting the monsters, otherwise he wouldn't have left such visible trail. He or she probably hiding in a secure spot while healing their wound. As I walk ahead it is getting difficult to detect the trail. He would have recovered enough to hide his trail from the monster, but I could see the faint tresses of through my armature eyes. I did not have much experience in following the trail, but I read about it in details and many times put into use while hunting. Ever since I entered this realm, my refinement had been going very well. I am pretty sure my mana purity would reach 75%, seeing how concentrated this world mana is, and also because of meat of corporal grade monster I am carrying in my backpack. My stomach growled as I thought of food. I haven't eaten anything since morning and there are only 2 hours till evening. I can't eat anything despite me and Ashlin feeling hungry. There are many dangerous monsters are here and I can't relax for any second, even for eating. Slice. I killed the monster. It is mid-stage private grade monster. It tried to sneak attack me but I killed it. I have killed many of these monsters as I come across them. I only hide from those who are harder to kill or those I can't kill. As I follow the trail, I've come across the small hills and trail just disappeared. There are no signs of broken twigs and crushed. It's like a sign suddenly gone. There are 2 ways that could happen. One is either he flew away self or with his monster, or he is hiding nearby. I'll think it's former. If he had an ability to fly he would have flown away earlier, not walk all the way here. That means he is hiding nearby. I would have shouted if not for fearing the monsters will hear it. I look carefully around me. He may be hiding beside me. This is full of dried shrubs and vines. I sigh in defeat as I fail to find the person. I am back toward the place which I noticed when I was following the trail earlier. It looks quite safe to spend the night. I am just walking past the hill when something caught my eye. In the dried vines on the left side of the small hill looked little peculiar than rest. I activated my sword and walked toward it cautiously. When getting near enough, I moved the vines with my sword. I am right. I said, behind the vines is a small cave entrance. The vine is narrow enough that only person at a time could walk it. My guess was right. The vines around the cave entrance are too dense, as it was clearly a man's work. No monster could do this perfect. Keep a close eye behind Ashlin. I said to Ashlin as she is resting on my shoulder. Choo choo, she chirped in affirmation. I light small fireball in my palm while keeping sword activated in other for unseen circumstances. I notice some human footprints as I walk into the cave and they looked fresh. Earlier I was only 70% sure but now I am 100% sure that there's someone inside the cave. I walk for 5 minutes before I reach the end of it but there is a problem, its entrance is blocked by a giant rock. Dumb hub. Hello. Is someone inside? I said as I knocked on the rock with the grip of my sword. I could have cut down the rock with my sword but will be disrespectful to whoever inside. Who are you? A voice from behind the rock. It's the female voice and sound young, from her voice she seems around my age. I am Micheal from Westblood City, I said. I deliberately said Westblood City. Whoever is inside is from Westbound City. I think that because seeing prowess of those who from the central continent, they wouldn't need to hide in the cave, even if she were alone, at least in the outskin. Growling, the big stone stars to slide, I thought I would see them but I saw the monster sliding the rock. It is a stone panda, it looked little roughed up, it must have fought some battle recently. The stone panda looks like it made of gray and brown rock and are a class 3 strain monster. It is a common monster and usually is a little expensive than a common monster because of its cuteness. This one looked about 1 meter tall. Stone panda monster usually grew up to 2.5 meters. They usually gave their partner higher defense and strength and some luckily partners get stone skin. My one classmate also has bonded with the stone panda but his was arm size and looked cuter than one front of me. Seeing enough space had made, I entered inside the cave but when I saw monster's partner, I got shocked. You. I and she said in unison, I know her, she lives in the same building as me and she is the first girl I talked to in my apartment building. Her condition did not look good, she looked quite injured and using her clothes as bandages which made her look bloody and half naked. The only things that are good shape are her artifacts. I even saw monster material beside in makeshift bag which made out of her clothes. I didn't see her backpack or any emergency bag, she must have lost it some way. She tried to activate her armor to cover her body but failed to do so, her looked injuries quite worse than I expected. Here. I said and quickly removed healing potion from my pocket and gave her. I felt little pinch giving as I only had 3, 1 medium grade 1 healing potion and 2 low grade 1 healing potion. I just gave her medium grade 1 which is mostly used by specialist grade. Thank you. She did not reject it and took with her feeble hands, she opened a bottle and drank it and lost conscious within second. Growl. The panda monster quickly comes to the front of its partner and growled at me as a warning. Seeing its warning I backed down a little. She is probably too tired and injured to stay awake, she will wake up when her injuries healed a little. Chapter 72 Rhea. I smile seeing Panda threateningly stand in front of her partner defending her. From the monster action I can see that their bond is very strong. I didn't take a good look at the cave ever since I entered. It is quite big, its area about 400 feet in oval shape. There is a small stream of underground water flowing through the cave and the cave had a natural source of light from the crystal above the cave. This cave is perfect for one life if one smoothed out the jagged floor of the cave. Seeing she wouldn't wake for at least 1 hour. I put my backpack down and laid out the camp after finding a smooth surface. I have been feeling sweaty since yesterday since the cave had a stream of fresh water. I should enjoy well and take a bath. There is small, all-natural partition of rock by the stream which good for privacy. As I come out of the stream, feeling fresh I felt the sharp gaze on me, I smiled seeing little monster taking its job seriously. Choo choo. Ashlin chirped saying she is feeling hungry and make food for quickly. Okay. I'll make now. I am also feeling very hungry seeing today we only ate it once and that is at early morning. I brought out cooking utensils and cooking material out camp and started preparing food. I enlarged the pan to large size seeing, I am making food for 4 people. I only took monster parts of corporal stage monster and I am really excited to taste the meat of the corporal grade monster but I am taking caution cooking it. I am only using a few pieces of heart while rest is normal meat of corporal grade monster. I've read many times that people got fatally injured and die by eating high energy food. I felt the gaze of two monsters staring at the pan hungrily as I am cooking. When I looked at the panda monster, I even saw saliva dripping from its mouth. The food is started to smell really good. Even I felt ravenous as I see meat in the pan. This will be my first time tasting the meat of corporal grade monster. I noticed the movement behind my back. When I looked up, I saw she had woken up. Some color comes back on her skin as she looked much better than earlier. How are you feeling? I asked while stirring the pan. Much better, thank you for the potion, she said. It's nothing, I replied, and we stayed silent for a while in a quiet, comfortable environment. When did you enter this realm? How come you were so injured? I asked. I saw the carcasses of monsters she fought earlier, and seeing she is at the peak of specialist grade, I don't think the monster she fought earlier can injure her this much. I have seen her fight many times in the training facility, and she has easily beaten those at the same level as her. Those two monsters can't injure her this much. Despite being stronger than the normal monsters, she must have been injured by some other monster earlier. She took a big sigh before answering my question. I had taken the mission of information collection from Adventurers Guild yesterday morning because the reward was high. I walking toward Green Hills from near town when I suddenly find myself a completely different place. She said. Not even 5 minutes in this realm, I was attacked by a corporal level monster. If it was normal initial level monster, I would kill it, or at least would have fatally injured it, but that monster way too strong for me to even injure. She shuddered as said this. I can totally understand her sentiment. In the back home, I could easily kill peak private stage monster with one swing, but here, it took me more than 1 hour to kill it, and there is no question about specialist stage monster. I have hidden and changed my way many times after seeing the specialist stage monsters. I've come across many corporal grade monsters on the way here while running from. I kept eating injured. I've had many healing potions with, but they all used in healing my injuries. I even lost my backpack while running from monsters. She said. Did you met any people from West Blood or Central Continent? I asked, her face saddened as she heard my question. I did not see any people from West Blood, but I've seen many bodies on my way. I even recognized one boy. He used to live in our building, she replied. Not many people were lucky as is. I can consider myself lucky one as I entered the wasteland, not the forest. As if remembering something, she asked me about me. What are people from Central Continent, you just mentioned? She asked. I told her what occurred in the morning today, to spotting them and watching them killing corporal level monsters with ease. She had shocked expression on her face when heard this. She couldn't come to her senses for a while. Are you telling the truth? She asked in a serious voice, her voice clearly stating that she had a hard time believing this. All I said the truth. The meat that I cooking now is from the corporal level monster that they had killed, I said, and cut fire as dinner is ready. I have an extra battle suit in the back, I can give you if you want. I said after looking her tattered suit. I always keep 2 extra battle suit whenever I go to hunting, and this time I was out of 2 to 3 days, and for that I pack extra 1, making them 3. Okay, she said after some thinking. I quickly took out a battle suit from my backpack. These battle suits are specially made for outdoor training, so take half of the space of normal battle suit. I am Rhea, by the way. She introduces herself as I giving her my battle suit. Micheal, I said as I gave her my battle suit. She walked toward the water stream to bath. She did not go alone, her monster also walks behind to protect her from prying eyes. The whole body is laced with dried blood. She must have been feeling terrible, feeling all blood and sweat dried around her body. Chapter 73, Leaving the Cave. Choo choo. Ashlin protested as I served her portion smaller than she usually eats. It's corporal grade monster's meat, Ashlin, you will not able to eat it fully, I said. Choo choo, she chirps in protest again, saying she doesn't care, she will eat a regular portion that she eats daily. You glutton. First, you finish this plate, and if you still feel hungry after eating it, I will give you more. I said exasperatedly. Choo choo choo. She chirped again, asking why are they getting bigger portion than her. Because they are at specialist grade. When you evolve in specialist grade, you will also get more food, I said. Chuckle. I heard a chuckle from behind, it Rhea, who came out after taking a bath. She looked very beautiful with black eyes and hair and had a certain charm about her that attracts people to her. All her outer injuries mostly healed, just marks are remaining, they will be healed by the next morning. She must have listened to our conversation from behind, I just smiled awkwardly at her, seeing getting a laugh out of her banter. Come sit. Dinner is ready, I said as I gave them their plates. Just as I was giving them plates, Ria's panda monster took the plate with such nimbleness that I hadn't thought possible with such size. It took a plate from my hand, started to eat speedily. Its speed is comparable to Ashlin. Ha ha ha, we both started to laugh seeing it eating like, Didi eat slowly, food is not going anywhere, Ria advises to her monster, but it didn't listen. I got a little surprised knowing this panda is female, I thought it was male all along. When I looked beside me, I saw Ashlin already finished eating and laid on her stomach with her eyes closed. It is an old habit of her, whenever she overeats she did sleep in this position. After I finished eating, I walked toward my tent, pressed a button top of it, it started to grow bigger, it changes in toe size, one is fit to sleep for 3 people while other for 5. You can sleep in a tent, there is enough space for 2 people. I said she had lost her backpack with it, she lost her tent cloths, everything. She nodded without saying anything, they both had finished eating and I am just about to take plates for cleaning. At least let me clean the dishes, I feel like useless taking all these favors from you, she said while taking the plates from my hat, and I nodded and left with dishes. I started to study the map sitting beside Ashlin. This realm is bigger than I expected, it has 2 small forests and 1 mountain range. I am going to sleep. Ria said. I nodded toward her. She obviously hadn't slept since yesterday, and the past 2 days had been constant life and death struggle. If I had been her place I would have succumbed to sleep already. As I am studying the map, I started to feel little hot at first. I thought I am just sweating due to little humidity which had in a cave, but soon temperature have started to increase and my body started to sweat profusely and my skin started to turn red. Fuck. I said and quickly checked on the Ashlin. This little glutton looks fine except in sleep with her stomach down. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing she is fine. I quickly smoothed the cave floor with my sword and started to perform positions I learned in advanced combat class. Simultaneously operating my refinement engine at full speed while circulating the 10th move of exercise and trying toward the 11th circle, and I even activated the grade 1 armor I am wearing, which I can't kept activated more than 2 hours. The reason for my body turning red is the meat of corporal stage monster that I ate earlier. I've eaten more than I could handle, now that extra energy is trying to find an outlet to come out. I have to use this energy quickly or results will be disastrous. Seeing my skin is still turning red, I started to perform those weird combat exercise more speedily. These weird moves have a specialty, they seem to zap energy from one's body, and slower you perform the less energy it will take and you will feel less fatigue, but currently I am trying to perform it fast as I could. I am also trying to operate refinement engine with all my might, to take and purify more mana. As I am circulating the 10th move of exercise while trying on 11th, I crashed into the 11th circulation, although pain is unbearable but dying like cooked meat is more frightening. I am performing that weird combat exercise as fast as I could, but all it did recess down, burning my body a little. If I stop my body will turn in cooked shrimp within minutes. Times passes by, soon it's been an hour since my skin started to turn red, but there are no changes except for I am circulating 12th circle of exercise. I used turn tired after I performed that weird exercise for an hour, and I did slowly, but here I am performing it very fast, but I didn't feel a speck of tiredness. I feel like water tank which filled out of its limit and can burst out any second. I don't know when Ashlin woke up, but she is sitting top to the tent and looking at me with her mirthful eyes. This glutton. She ate the same as me, no. She ate little more than me, but she looked absolutely fine. Nothing seemed wrong with her except for her little bloated stomach, which will turn normal after she digested all the food she ate. I sometimes really wonder, where did she put all the food that she ate? Her body is only a little bigger than my palm. As time passed by, redness of my skin stopped spreading, but that didn't lessen. If someone would look at me they will find my body red as a tomato. Not only my supreme combat exercise is advancing, but my refinement engine also purifying mana at a much higher rate. I broke past 13th and a 14th circle simultaneously, and because of that my performing weird exercise become even faster. The redness of my skin started to recede when I barged into the 15th cycle Supreme Combat exercise, and I performed weird exercises even faster. Within an hour all redness on my skin tone, but I suddenly felt very tired and suddenly just wanted to sleep on the floor of the cave. I control my urge sleep and walk upstream to wash my body of the sweat. I never sweated in my life this much as I sweated earlier when I felt like cooking. I got a little surprised when I checked the time. It took me more than 5 hours to let out extra energy from my body as it is midnight now. I have to be little careful eating corporal grade monster from on. I got out of the stream, wore my clothes, entered the camp to sleep. Rhea is sleeping soundly with complete guard down. If anyone had nefarious intentions, she could nothing than be a pig on butcher's blade. I fell asleep, and as soon as I laid on the floor when I woke up it's already morning, but Rhea is still sleeping soundlessly. Her injuries seem to have healed already, she will wake up soon. Flexing my sore muscles which became sore after intense physical exertion of last night. I quickly freshen up and started to cook. The spices which were enough for me to last for the week will be finished in 3 days as if I continue with Rhea. How are feeling? I ask as when I head tent's flap opening. Very good, she said with a bright smile. I am leaving after eating, do you? I asked her, told my plan of finding a rescue team from West Blood or group of those who's accidentally entered this realm like us, so we could find the way out of this realm. I'll come with you. Can you show me the map? She asked. I will send it to your holowatch, I said, and sent her the map. We left the cave after planning the route. The cave is safe, but we can't stay here. We have to find a chance to return home, no matter how slim the chance is. Chapter 74 The Corpse. We greeted with bright sunlight after coming out of the cave. I have to shield my eyes for a while to let them adjust to the light. We will follow your plan of the searching outskirt of the forest. It is the very good and safe plan, she said. When I told her about my plan searching the only outskirt of the forest, she accepted without any objection. It will be very, with you here, I said. I really mean it when I said it. In the outskirt of the forest, there are only private and specialist grade monsters, and she is being at the peak of specialist grade. Very few specialist grades could harm her. Even if we come across corporal grade monster, I will have a minute chance of survival because of her. That is what I am most happy about. Ashlin, don't eat unknown fruits. I admonished Ashlin, this palm-sized chubby monster really glutton. This is her 3rd time today eating unknown things. She never listened to me, especially when it comes to food. It hadn't been more than 2 hours since she ate lunch and she is still eating hungrily. I heard many people got poisoned or dead by eating unknown in the forest, but I don't want something happen to her. There are no hospitals here, nor did I have anti-poison potions. She will be in quite a dire state if she is something poisonous. Choo choo. She chirped in defiance and ate another berry while looking at me. Ha! This little birdie of yours is quite a glutton, said Rhea as she laughed seeing Ashlin antics. Yeah, she loves to eat. I said even Rhea's panda monster, who is quite big, is not as glutton as Ashlin, as stone pandas are known to be gluttonous. We talked as we were walking. I come to know many things about Rhea. She 1.5 years older than me and also come from a small town like me. I noticed some sadness as she talked about her hometown. I think she also misses it. She said that she reaches a peak of specialist grade 1 year ago and trying to level up corporal grade many times but failed. I felt sad hearing this because of my condition worse than her. Ashlin is only had class 2 strain, forget about the corporal grade, even leveling up to specialist grade will be difficult for me. The only solace I have that Ashlin is mutated gray spark Sparrow, and despite her being having class 2 strain but being mutated will help level up quicker than her peers. As we were walking, we saw something that stopped us on our track. I didn't think we will discover the dead person before a live one. It looks too male from what left. It was already eaten by the monsters. All that left of the body was little flesh and broken bones. It was quite a gruesome scene to see. I shuddered to see this scene. I didn't think I will find dead before finding someone alive, especially at the outskirts. As long as one is little careful, one can stay alive at outskirt despite being at private grade. Either he must have not careful enough or has the bad luck to come across a powerful monster. Seeing the condition of armor he wearing, it is probably a corporal grade monster that had killed him because only corporal grade monster could damage grade 1 artifact this much. Looking at core, it seems to be day old and was killed quite brutally, seeing broken and splintered bones here and there. Covering my clothes, I picked out shoes near the body. Thank God the shoes were not attached to the body, or I wouldn't have moved even if they were grade 1 shoe type artifact. Seeing faint teeth marks on them, some monster must remove them to chew and left them here after having its fun. I stored them at my backpack. I currently can operate more than 2 grade 1 artifact. I will only able to activate them when I reach the specialist grade. When I looked at Rhea, I saw her rummaging the dusty backpack. The backpacks look fine except for some dirt on it. Throwing out useless things, she wore a backpack on her shoulders. Without wasting any time, we left the scene silently after burning the body. If I was back in West Blood, I would have definitely buried the bodies, but here I don't have the luxury to do that. We didn't judge each other taking things from the dead body because we need them. Even if I didn't need it, I still would have taken it to sell it later. We walked in comfortable silence without talking, both of us not as mood talk after seeing the body. Seeing that body made me realize the cold hard reality of this realm. Being in outskirts doesn't mean you won't come across any corporal level monster. Every step has to be cautious, lest you get noticed by the dangerous monster. We change our course a little after seeing the body. We were little inside the forest when we were traveling, but now we were walking in the boundary of wasteland and forest for the safety. Ashlin also controlled herself seeing our mood. She still flew away and ate unknown things, but this time she stayed within my vision range. Hours passed by. Soon it is afternoon, but we did not see the shadow of the person. We expected this. The area of this realm is very large, not seeing the single person normal, but still, I hoped that we will come across some person, but that didn't happen. Soon the past and next come, but that was also without any result. After dinner, Rhea and I studying the map. This small lake here, it is nearly outside of the forest. It is a best possible spot for any large group to gather. It has water and monsters they can hunt for food. Rhea said. What she said right, it is the closest spot where large people could gather. What you said right, but it would take us 4 to 5 days to reach there. I said. We discuss it some more before deciding to walk toward the small lake from tomorrow. Chapter 75 Sudden Level Up. After we finished eating, I packed the camp and started our journey towards the small lake. That is the perfect spot for any large group to stay, as it is abundant in everything. The one good thing happened to me yesterday afternoon, that my mana had reached 75% purity. After 65%, every increase in mana became very difficult. My mana purity reached this high only because I entered in this space realm. I am just happy that my mana purity had reached 75%. Those who have 75% mana purity are considered elite in the Republic, because very few could make their mana this pure. I thought it would take me near week reach at least 1 week, but it happened in 3 days. But soon the scene of 3 private grade evolvers killing corporal level monsters appeared in my mind, and I became sober from my happiness. In front of them, I am nothing. Any one of them can kill me with a single move, and seeing the power of their skills, I am sure their mana purity must be 90% or above. Rustle, we heard the rustle of leaves, and soon pure white python appears in front of us. It is about 4 meters in length and wide enough that its mouth can easily bite my head off. I took a step back, as usual, sensing its aura, which is the peak of specialist grade like Rhea. While walking toward the monster, she activated her great sword and also summoned her panda monster. Her great sword is only 1 meter in length, but it is wide my palm. I got quite startled when I saw her weapon of choice. Girls normally used swords and knives and very used other weapons. It is a perfect weapon for her, as she had no specific power except for enhancement in defense and strength. She and her panda monster both attacked the white python same time. It got little startled first, but did both attacks smooths. In the past 2 days, we come across many monsters. Private grade will be handled by me and specialist grade by Rhea. This white python is unusually fast. I am not worried though. I know Rhea is much stronger than she is showing. The python craftily tried to spray poison on her, but Rhea countered it with her broad sword expertly, as there was no way to dodge. Bam! Python monster hit Panda's paw, python had overlooked the panda looking at its slowness, but this panda nimbly sneaks beside it and attacked with the paw. The snake had controlled itself mid-air and dodged Rhea's sword, which was coming from the behind. As the battle raged on, Python got hit many times but did not get seriously injured. It's been only 15 minutes seen fight had and would be over in 10 minutes, she has been holding back till now to find if this monster has hidden ability. Once she is sure that monster had used all its ability, she will attack it with her full might. I got quite surprised seeing when that white python had suddenly increased its speed and attacked Rhea. She was startled, but she barely able to survive that blow, really. One can't judge this realm's monsters too early. Rhea and White Snake begin to fight in earnest while Stone Panda stood in a side alone waiting for a chance to attack. I put up a little more distance fight and myself, I didn't want to repeat yesterday's mistake. Yesterday when Rhea and Specialist Stage Monster was fighting, that monster suddenly attacked me, although I had put distance between me and fight it was not enough. Seeing I was easy to target, it attacked me. I would have died or at least got fatally injured if not for Stone Panda saving me at last moment. It has been nearly half an hour Rhea started fighting the white python, its longest fight had fought Rhea in front of me. Usually, she killed monster within 20 minutes but it got over 30 minutes. I used to think of myself as talented when I created the first seal of supreme combat technique, and I was 9 heavens when I compared myself with Sarah and Jim, who are the same age as but had an organization backing them. But I got herd reality checks in this world, first by those 3 from the central continent who could easily skip the 2 grade of combat power, and then with Rhea who at least created 4 seal supreme combat exercise. Although she did not tell specifically how many seals she had created, I can guess by her fighting prowess, and that's not the most shocking thing. She told many people of the same age as she created more seals than her, especially those from the organization. She even told me one interesting secret that she come to know by accident. She said no one can seem to create the 10th seal before age of 20, no matter how much they try. That is why she became so shocked when I told her private grade evolver skipping 2 grades and probability of them creating more than 10 seals. I sometimes feel ashamed seeing Rhea killing all the powerful monsters, and I promise myself that I will use every chance to become a stronger, no matter how dangerous that is. Thud, Rhea's sword decapitated monster while I was lost in my thinking. She uses quite a crafty plan to kill that snake. Sneakily her Stone Panda had gripped the python's tail, making it immovable for a moment, and used this chance to kill the snake in one move. It is quite an efficient kill. She quickly removes the core from the monster and we walk after lighting a fire to the monster's core. As we were walking, Ashlin swiftly flew away from my shoulder on the tree front of us after seeing wild fruit on the tree. She quickly swipes the fruit off the tree with quick precision and started to eat with relish. I didn't say anything seeing she wouldn't listen to me, no matter how many times I told her not to eat any unknown fruit. But as we were walking I suddenly stopped on my track as I felt something with my bond with Ashlin. What happened? Rhea asked vigilantly while looking around. I didn't answer her as Ashlin suddenly went inside me. My mana begins to drain at the quick speed as she went inside. I turned extremely happy seeing this because I know what is happening. I am leveling up. Chapter 76 Miracle Free. She is leveling up, means I am leveling up. Soon mana inside my body started to drain. I quickly put down my backpack and removed the fist-size portion meat from the heart of corporal grade monster. If it were normal level up this portion would have been too much, but it is level up between grades, so it will be fine. I would have drink mana potions, but that would have been such waste of mana potions as they are better used during emergencies. I quickly cooked it with my strongest fire for a few seconds and then ate it without wasting any second. Rhea started to understand what is happening after seeing Micheal eating the heart of the corporal level monster. Micheal is quite surprised by sudden leveling up of Ashlin, but he didn't think much as sometimes unexpected leveling up did happen. I started to operate refinement engine at full speed, to provide much needed mana for the level up. The changes started to occur all over my body, giving me enhancement in all aspect from physical to magical. Not only that, my runes on my refinement engine also started to brighten, and soon my refinement engine started to expand. This goes for half an hour and I and Ashlin leveled up to specialist grade when the seal of supreme combat exercise began to throb rapidly and started sucking all the limited mana I have in my body at abnormal speed, so fast that I started to feel pain in my body. Without cooking, I started to take bites out of the heart of corporal level monster. It tasted awful but I still ate it. The seal started to suck more and more energy out of me, and to provide enough energy, I have to keep taking bites of the heart of the corporal monster. The throb of the seals only stopped when I ate 1/4 of heart. I felt relieved as it stopped sucking my mana, but then seal brightened and it started to transfer its energy to toward the certain source. I got startled realizing that source is Ashlin, and after my careful probing I noticed that the seal is copying itself on Ashlin. The seal had to start to form on Ashlin's body. I didn't know that monster can have seals of supreme combat exercise. I have to conform with Rhea later. If the seal fully copied into the body of Ashlin, then her physique would enhance greatly. As monster her defense would be better than mine. I can feel Ashlin ID feeling very good as the seal is forming in her body. I can understand the feeling. I felt it too when the seal is forming in my body. The forming of seal going on for 10 minutes before stopping. Choo choo. Ashlin comes out of me and flew high in the air. Only after a few seconds later did she come down and I got the good look at her. Apart from growing few centimeters and her feathers becoming more vibrant than before, there are no changes in her. Choo choo choo. Ashlin said something that made startled, but I soon controlled my emotions. Did supreme combat exercise seals imprinted on our monster during level up? I asked Rhea, in order to divert my mind from the thing that Ashlin told me. When Ashlin parents leveled up, they grew 3 times that normal size, but she stayed near the same. Yes, they do, but the only level up between grades, not level up between normal levels. She said. I nodded in understanding and take out the grade 1 shoes that I found near the dead body yesterday. I had already cleaned them well yesterday. Well, now that level up to specialist grade, I can wear them without further ado. I want to test my power so badly, but here not the place. Many powerful monsters are lurking here. Without wasting time we resumed our journey. I took a sneak peek at Rhea as we walking, but she seemed normal. I am still quite shocked by the thing Ashlin told me after leveling up. She said when she was on shoulder earlier, she smelled the wonderful fragrance from fruit and she ate that wonderful fruit with relish, but when she was about to fly away from that tree, she started to feel hot suddenly, and feeling of leveling up came soon after. After being shocked for a while, I reasonably thought it through and found there is only one reasonable explanation to had. Miracle fruit. She definitely ate the miracle fruit. They are known as miracle fruit because they have miraculous abilities. Some may help and level up like the one Ashlin did, some may enhance physical abilities and power one have. I even read some miracle fruit that can even grant power. I thought all that is faux, but after seeing the effects of miracle fruits. They are extremely hard to find and recognize like the one Ashlin ate. It looked like any other normal fruit. They say only some monster had some innate talent to recognize them. Wait. Didn't she said she smelled the wonderful fragrance from the fruit? She may have the talent to find miracle fruit. I will ask her later when we are alone. I become so happy that I couldn't contain myself. Rhea even frowned, seeing me but she thought it was because I leveled up. Suddenly I came to myself. Miracle fruits aren't the normal fruits which were lying around waiting for Ashlin to smell them. The miracle fruit may well be the only miracle fruit in this realm. But still, talent to detect fruit has immense value. Whenever Ashlin near any miracle fruit she will be able to smell it. Chapter 77 A Job Offer. 2 more days passed by and we were only 2 to 3 days away from the small lake. Angra flower. Rhea exclaimed and cautiously cut the flower off the tree with expert precision. Rhea has extensive knowledge of herbs and ores and she been able to identify them and pick them easily. She said when she was deep in the forest, she spotted precious ores and herbs everywhere but was in no condition to take them. She must have picked tens of herbs till now. I don't know much about it as I never extensively read about them. I only had read about them a little when I left my building for the Green Heel, as many people were finding precious herbs or ores here. Although I may have not picked as much as Rhea, I still found few ingots of ores that worth quite a credits. We didn't put every precious ore into our backpack lest it makes our backpack heavy. We only took a minimum and only precious. Rhea even threw away some of the ores she had picked earlier because it is making her backpack heavy. If she was hunting in Westblood, she never would have done that. She would have easily taken 10 times more ores she has now, but here is different. The danger is everywhere in this realm. It's been 6 days since I entered this realm, but I didn't see anyone except for Rhea and that dead body from the Westblood. It's been 2 days since I leveled up, but I hadn't had a chance to test my powers fully. Now I can kill private grade with the swing of my sword, but all the specialist grade monsters that I had come across these days are at peak and I am no match for them. I feel quite bored sometimes when we just walk and walk but no monster come across us. I know it's a good thing, lesser the monster we encounter the quicker we will reach our destination. We suddenly stopped on track when we heard the big rustling come toward us. We quickly activated our weapons hearing the sound. From the sound of rustle, I can say there are more than 3 monsters coming toward. Just as we attacked, it caught the monsters off guard but stopped on time because we noticed something peculiar. It was human silhouettes. Soon they come out one by one. There's 6 of them in 2 groups, 3 boys and 3 girls. They are definitely the same as the group I met earlier. 6 of them looked 14, 15 years old and are at private grade. I am sure they are from the central continent as well. See, didn't tell you I sense people coming toward us, but you wouldn't believe me, said the boy complacently at the girl. He had blue hair and blue eyes and looked quite handsome. Stop bragging your sensing ability, Aaron, said the beautiful girl with hair black as night. We just stayed silent, listening to their conversation. This boy and girl seemed to leaders of their team. The boy wanted to say something but he stopped and looked toward us smilingly. My dear friends from the outer continent, I am Sean and this is Carol. Sean introduced himself. We like to offer a job to you. And you won't be disappointed in our payment, he said. He sound businessman in those old movies. We both became vigilant after hearing him, although I didn't sense any bad intention from still we better be careful. And saying outer continent means he knows we come from a different place than him. What job? I asked vigilantly. All of them had the power to fight with the corporal level monster, and if they are requesting our help, then it is really dangerous. It is very dangerous and chances of you getting injured or maybe dead are high, but if you are successful, what we will pay will be a fortune to you, he said. I got little startled hearing his utterly honest offer. Most of the people will say no to such job, but he said he will pay a fortune. He is saying that what he will pay us a fortune to us but not to him. What is the job? Rhea asked. Although it may be very and we may not do it, but it doesn't hurt to ask. There is underground cave 1 hour from here. It is the cave of grade 3 sandworm monsters, he said. I also heard this grade 3 term from the other team from the central continent. It probably means corporal grade. There are about some 15, 16 monsters are there and 5 or 6 grade 3 monsters while rest is grade 2. What you two have to throw the thing inside that we gave you. He continued while we silently while keeping our expression straight. After that, you just have to run, we will handle the rest what comes after, he said so nonchalantly like selling candy. Rhea and I may look expressionless but we are shocked inside. They are really asking us to risk our lives, although he said before that there is a threat to our life by still. Why aren't you doing this? I asked. Instead of getting angry at my question he smiled. We would have done it but it would take a lot of our time and energy. Like I said, you just have thrown the things we gave and run and we will handle the rest. I was about to reject them but Rhea asked the question. What we will get if we do this? Rhea asked. I got little startled when she asked this question. I didn't think she will be interested in a life-threatening job. Our seniors had hidden 2 pouches inside that cave. We only need badge inside the pouches and rest it will be yours, he said. What's in the pouches? I can't stop asking myself. Beside the badge, it will have at least 1 night grade artifact and skill and of course the space pouch which containing them if you are lucky, you may get potions and mana stones also, he said with still that slight smile on his face. Night grade? Rhea asked. I also wanted to ask this question. It is the first time I've heard it. Knight grade refers to 12 basic grades. Knight grade skills and artifacts can be used by all 12 basic stages. He patiently explained to us. I am really feeling conflicted right now. I would have definitely rejected it before mentioning payment, but now that he mentioned it, I am really doing it. I'll do it, Rhea said before I could answer. I can understand her choice, they are paying a lot. Fuck it. I'll do it too. I said fortune comes with the risk, I can't always cling to my life, I have to take certain risks to progress. Let's get going then. Time is precious. He said, and we followed the 6 of them as we ran. Chapter 78 Strike to the Skull. A.W. Bang bang. I heard loud noises behind me. When I looked back I saw Sean and his teammates are attacking monsters. I can't see clearly how many monsters died, but they keep coming out of caves as there has been a large cloud of dust at the entrance, but Sean and friend keep attacking and drinking a mana potion. I could hear faint sounds from afar, Carol and her team also fighting the monsters like Sean. Grr. Grr. Bang bang bang, loud cries of monster and attacks from the show's team is grating my ears. Soon smoke cleared and I can see 4 bodies were lying in the ground, but 3 giant earthworm monsters were moving toward Sean and his 2 teammates. From their size and aura, they are definitely corporal stage monster, but Sean did not seem flustered seeing them and attacked them at his own will. Although those 3 monsters looked fatally injured, they are not, and only their outer defense is broken. They started to fight in wild abandon. Seeing the fight, I shook internally. It did not look to fight between private grade and corporal grade, but corporal grade versus corporal grade. The fight is going for half an hour, but there is no clear winner on the surface, but I can tell that those 3 corporal level monsters not going to survive more than half an hour. The fight would have finished in the first 20 minutes if not for monsters' ability to burrow into the ground from time to time. I started to feel faint vibration under my feet, but I didn't think much, assuming they were just the vibration created by the fight, but I was so wrong. Bang! Grr! An earthworm monster comes out ground not far from me and started to cry out in its grating voice. It stalled for a while as if since the environment, and then suddenly it comes toward me making that uncomfortable notice. It is small compared to monsters that Sean and team fighting, but it could still eat me whole easily. I thought of running, but there is no use as this is mid-level specialist grade monster. In the cave I successfully able to run away from corporal grade monster because space was narrow and it wasn't able to chase me at its full speed, but here is different. I activated my sword, armor, and shoes while still circulating the 20th move of exercise. I know, I am not its match right now, but I just have stalled it for a while as Sean finished his fight and saved me. Fuck. I hit myself hard, feeling ashamed, since when I became such loser that I want others to save me, and especially from those who are lower grade than me. Ah! I screamed loud and run toward the monster to attack it. No matter how powerful this monster is, if not kill it, I will at least injure it for my pride. I run toward it with all my speed. By making a momentum, I wanted to make my strongest attack. These shoes are really amazing. My speed had increased nearly 2 times, these shoes are best to make an instant movement. Clank, my sword hit it, cracking the earth layer off its skin and even drawing out its blood. Grr. It roared and tried to eat me with its mouth, but using the counter force of my sword, I dodge its the mouth. Seeing it's coming toward me with its mouth opened, seeing its speed, I don't have any option but meet it with my sword. Clank. Thud thud thud. As I attacked it with my sword, I felt a shock ran through my body and I have to take a few steps back. I even received some internal injuries due to shock, but I don't have time to dwell on it as it is coming toward me. Clank clank clank. I kept defending against its an attack. If this keeps going, my internal injuries definitely will worsen. I can't do anything except for defense and of course, try to circulate advanced moves of exercise, but harder as I already feeling immense pain. Now I truly understand the necessity of skills. I had thought as long as I am able to circulate more moves of exercise it will be, but it is not. Supreme combat exercise best used to make the body stronger by creating more seals, but it can't give you instantaneous and lethal power, only skills give that. I am really regretting not accepting Jim's offer. Half a month ago Jim suddenly asked if I had any half skill. When I said no, he wanted to give me one, saying he had many. I declined to say I had no need for skills as I had supreme combat exercise and that is enough, but I am so wrong, I know that now. Clang. I felt a little less shocked this time as I successfully circulated the 21st move. Still, it not enough. Not enough. I roared inside and started madly attacking it, although I barely able injure, but it gives me some release from feeling repressed past few weeks. Clank clank clank. Thud thud thud. Pooh. I vomited the blood as my internal organs shook. Even receiving injuries, I didn't stop madly attacking while still circulating exercise. This madness started to pay off. My attacks become lethal as the circulation of exercise reached the 23rd circle, only one move 24th. Grrrr, we both engulf in madness. The monster was already quite mad of inhaling the gas from glass ball and now gaining small injuries from my relentless attacks. It moved its mouth toward head without caring for consequence, but I defended it from while taking a few steps back. Gotcha. Fuck. I shouted as my shouted dislocated by the attack. I quickly adjusted it back to its place without wasting any time and attacked it again. I may look mad who fighting without his life, but that is not, there is a method in my madness. Even since I attacking it, 5 out of 3 of my attacks were concentrated on a single spot on its head. I already removed the defensive layer of it with my attack and I only need to make attack accurately to finish it off, but there is a problem. I didn't think my attacks are powerful enough to pierce its skull. I think only after circulating 24th move of supreme combat exercise, and that's what I trying to achieve through my madness. Crack, another one of my bone cracked, this times it's my hips, but I did not and keep attacking. Yes. I shouted through my gritted teeth as I succeeded in circulating 24th move of supreme combat exercise. Bam. Crack. Another some of my bones crack. In my happiness of circulating 24th move of exercise, I get distracted and got. Wiping my bloodied mouth, I quickly get up. This is a blessing in the curse, monster, and I have enough space between us that I could probably jump over its head. Ah, shouting with all my heart, I ran towards it with heart. Grr. It shouted, seeing me running toward it when there is only 3 meters distance between us. I jumped. If I want wearing grade 1 shoes, making this jump would have been quite hard, but it is quite effortless. Grr. I opened its mouth, seeing me jump toward. I will definitely end up as its food, but I smiled seeing the monster acting as I predicted. As I was only 1 meter away from it, I did flip in the air with the aid of my grade 1 shoe artifact. Poochie. I pieced the blade into the skull of the monster as I directly above it and left the sword in its skull. Grrrr, growling. Thud. I heard its mournful cry as I landed on the ground with the thud. Growling, it cried out at pain loudly, but soon its cries started to slow down and it fell on the earth motionless. I removed the bottle healing potion from my pocket and drank it and let go of everything. I powerlessly fell on the ground as I watched the dead monster body. I didn't even want to take out my sword from the monster as I am feeling pain due countless broken bones in my body. Chapter 79 Paymen. Sitting on the ground, I watch the fight which is happening in front of me. Of the 3 corporal level monsters, 1 has fallen while Sean and his teammates fighting the remaining 2. The fight should be over within an hour, the only reason it taking so long because of the defense of the monsters. Earthworm monsters have thick layer earth covering their body. It is quite harder breach, especially corporal level earthworm, which defense layer has metallic texture in on it, which makes it even harder to penetrate. But I can see many injuries on the bodies of monsters. They should not be able to last more than an hour. It's good thing for me though, an hour rest would be enough for me to walk normally again. Seeing many amazing skills that Sean and his teammates are using, I also want to see if I will get any skills in my payment. If I had such skill that Sean is attacking with, I would have finished my fight 1/4 of the original time. As I watched the Sean fight, I learned many things, especially on how to fight. Their way of fighting is really precise and efficient, not a single moment is wasteful, every flick of their finger to thump of their foot for the purpose. The one thing startled me as much as skipping of the grade is their teamwork. It's flawless. They rarely talk in the fight but each other seem to know what other going do and they act according to it. If I could implement any of the good points in my fighting, it will be very helpful to me. Sometime later they killed another monster leaving behind only one. Seeing the fight is going to over soon, I walked toward them but not before taking out the core from the monster that I just killed. I stopped walking after I reached a certain distance from the fight and wait for it finishes it. I don't want to become a casualty of my recklessness. Bang, 3 of them released different skills but they had merged seamlessly and attacked the monster. Thud. This was the attack that broke the last lifeline of monster and it fell into the ground with a thud. 3 of them had rested on the ground while taking out a potion from their pocket. Sean just gave me tired smile but didn't talk. Looks like this fight had taken too much out of them. I am very happy seeing that. I didn't have to immediately go into the cave immediately as I wanted to remove the core of the monster. If it were other monsters, I would have removed the herd from the corporal level monster but looking at their horrible faces, I didn't want to do it. If is West blood I would have taken their heart to sell but here I only took the heart of monster to eat and I don't want to eat the heart of these horrible looking monsters. I quickly removed the core of 8 monsters, including the monster that I killed earlier. I got a total of 9 monster cores today. 6 specialist grade and 3 corporal grade. When I taking out the core, I didn't see any ridicule or satire in Sean's eyes but I did see in his teammates' eyes. I didn't mind that looks least a bit, compared to this much money, there looks nothing to me. Let's go. Carol may be already waiting for us, he said after resting for 15 minutes. All 4 of us follow behind Sean, this time his speed not that fast and I could easily follow behind him. On the way to the monster's cave, I've asked many questions to Sean, some he answered while on some he just smiled without saying anything but all the questions Sean answered me will be very helpful to me in my future practice. A half an hour later we reached the place from which I threw the glass balls but we didn't stop there and kept going. Only when we reached the intersection of 2 caves did we stop as we found Carol standing there with 3 girls. What took you so long? Carol asked. There was 3 grade 3 monster on our part. Sean replied with his usual smile on his face. Now that you arrived, we should head inside, said Carol and we walked towards the last cave. Rhea and I walked behind 6 people, she seemed little roughed up, looks like she also fought with the monsters. Cave, where monster resides, is extremely big and it didn't seems to smell foul which is expected. Sarah and Sean had lightened the light stone to the limit which made the whole cave bright as a day. The cave looked mostly empty, except for some monster shit and few rock and stones here and there. Sean and Sarah walked toward the corner of the cave and picked up 2 while color palm-size leather pouches which seemed to have runes drawn all over them. My heart beating fast as Sean and Sarah picked pouches and removed the fist-size black badge from it. Not only me even Rhea can't seem to control her face and emotion seeing those pouched. I can feel the satirical gazes but didn't mind, my breath starts to quicken as Sean and Carol come towards us. Sean had again removed something from them this time half fist-sized disc, seeing him doing Carol also did that. Sean took the disc off the Carol hand and seemed to read it, 2 low-level night grade skills, Blazing Strikes, and Mirabelle's Dance, these are a quite good low-level skill. He said looking toward us. Blazing Strikes. Mirabelle's Dance. This is my first time hearing these skills name and Rhea also seems to be clueless about it. Seeing our clueless faces, Sean explained to us. Blazing Strikes is fire manipulation skill and Mirabelle's Dance is speed-related skill, Sean explained in the short term. Which one do you want? He asked as he looks at us. There is a no question about which skill I want, Ashlin and I share fire ability, of course, I will select fire-related ability. I will take Mirabelle's Dance, Rhea answered before me. I will take Blazing Strikes. I also said after Rhea. Sean nodded seeing our choices. Give me your holowatch. He said, I got confused but I moved my hand toward him. He did something with a rectangular disc. Beep. A notification sounded on my holowatch, their folder named Blazing Layers, but when I tried to open it, it reminded code. When L looked shown in confusion, OSC *3H. He said extra long code which I typed after him, soon the folder opened. He repeated the same process to Rhea. Here, take this, he said, and handed me and Rhea the pouches. We had already wasted enough time in this cave, we should get going. He said to Carol, nodding. Both Carol and his team started to leave, but he suddenly stopped. I'll give advice, don't use mana crystal for practice, it does more harm than good. Use it only when you get past 12 basic stages. Saying this, he left with his teammates. Chapter 80 Fortune. I got little startled by Sean's advice. I had thought that mana crystals were one of the practice resources, but Sean said it will be detrimental to practice. I was little disappointed, but soon my expression turned very happy. Sean giving advice about mana crystals means, there is a possibility of having some mana crystals in a pouch in my hand. I opened the skill folder first because I want to check skill above all. Blazing Strikes is the skill which throws the concentrated bolts of fire. The more concentrated fire is, the more lethal it will become. As I keep reading it's a description, my expression morphed in utter shock. This skill is too powerful. As long as I get basic mastery over it, I don't think any leftovers in Westblood will be my match, either from the government or organization. Only those who have skill comparable to Blazing Strikes will be matched for me in the same realm. And this is only low-level knight grade skill. I wonder how powerful medium and high-level knight skills are, but I am sure about the one thing. The skills that Sean and his friends use are only low-level skill, because medium and high-level knight skill has a very high requirement that even Sean can't able satisfy at private grade. The only prerequisite of this skill is that your mana has to be 80% minimum. My mana will reach that purity will in a few days. My hand is shaking a little bit excited as I look at the pouch, the white in color with white runes drawn all over it. I was shocked when looked inside the pouch. It had about 1 meter cubic space, but that's not what shocked. What shocked me most is the things inside it. There are sword hilt, a silver bracelet which looked quite stylish, 1 potion bottle and 5 thumbnail-size colorless crystals. They are mana crystals. They look like coins made of crystals, and top of them is the same logo I've seen on the clothing of Central Continent's youth. A 5 petals red jasmines, this seemed to be the logo of their organization. The pouch size can be adjusted, it can be made big as my arm and small as the current palm size. As I removed the sword hilt from the pouch, I saw Rhea also doing the same. The sword did not look as normal sword hilt, but did not look that special. If someone looked at it, he would only give second glance before forgetting about it. It's less noticeable than Sean and Jim were using. I feel happy seeing that, as I could use outside without noticed being special. I only hope this sword would suit me. If it turned in broad sword or long sword, then it would be quite troublesome. I startled because when I input my mana into it, I come to know that I can manipulate its size. I can turn to scimitar or falchion any sword I want, or completely different sword which suitable for me. I have heard this type of size manipulating artifacts exist, but never seen with my eyes. Rhea had also manipulated her sword size. It is a little different than before, it wider than before, and looking at her bulging muscle little heavier also. I notice that when I am manipulating the sword its weight increased and decreased, and that is not controllable. And I notice another interesting thing, that it took very less mana than the grade 1 sword that I am using, approximately 5 times less. Even if I was in the initial level of private grade, I still could use this sword easily, and another thing is, I could activate and deactivate this sword easily. Next, I received the bracelet. I know this is not a bracelet but shield, like sword earlier. It can also be easily manipulatable. It will be very helpful to me defending against my opponent easily. If I had this shield earlier, I would have had an easier time fighting that monster and would have been less injured. The bottle is normal thumb-size potion bottle which is continuing yellow liquid. There is no information on it, but I know it is very precious. The last thing is 5 colorless thumbnail-size mana crystals. The ones saw on news were very coarse and not refined as these ones. Rhea and I found 3 things on our space pouch similarly. Instead of shield-type artifact she got shoe-type artifacts. I don't think it is a coincidence that we got artifacts that is suitable for us. When Sean and Carol discussed something earlier, I saw him doing something to our space pouches. It must be Sean doing, given us the artifacts that is suitable for us, as Ria's offense is strong but her speed is slow, so shoe type artifact best suited for her, and I focused very less on my defense, so, the shield is necessary for me to defend against the attacks that I can't dodge. I will have to thank Sean if I am ever able to meet him again. I am about to put the pouch in my backpack. It will be quite dangerous if someone takes note I have space pouch with me. Gasp, Ria gasped. When I looked I found her staring at the right pocket of her pants. What happened? I asked her, seeing her acting like that. Try to put your space pouch in your pocket, she said instead. I looked at her confusedly, seeing she not saying anything. I put my space pouch in my pocket. Gasp. I also gasped, seeing what happened. My space pouch which I put in my pocket had merged with my pocket. If someone looked from outside, one will find it nothing different, and I just have to supply the mana inside to store or took out the thing inside it. It is simply miraculous. It will immensely help in time of emergency, and I would have to be little careful inputting and removing things in others' presence. There are a lot of precious ores and crystals here. I said. She nodded in affirmation. We both started to collect the crystals and ores that we found precious, and this time we don't have to worry about space and weight, as whatever we put inside the space pouch will become weightless. I also put the precious things that I have in my backpack into my space pouch. Not to be too obvious to others, we still decided to keep many things in my pack back and only keep most precious into the space pouch. The space pouch is only 1/3 is filled after putting so many things inside. Dark will come soon. We shout, get out of this cave, said Ria. I nodded and started to leave with her. Looking at my holowatch, only 1 hour remained till dark, and we hadn't found a suitable spot yet. Chapter 81. Traying. I woken up by the sound of the alarm. Just as I woke up, I quickly checked my right pocket. I sighed relief, seeing my space pocket is still there. It was not the dream. I said to myself, the events of yesterday were really quite unbelievable. That made me think if it weren't all the dream. There is only faint light coming from the sky. There is still time to dawn fully broke through. Ria had already woken up and making food with Ashlin help. I got quite surprised seeing that, as till now only I was cooking. All the spices that I had brought with me are used in the cooking food, and the only salt had, but it will last for 3 days at maximum. By the time I had to freshen up, the outside had become visible, but Ria and Ashlin are still cooking the hog on fire. Yesterday when we were looking for the camp, we come across peak specialist grade hog, which Ria killed quickly with the help new night grade shoes and sword. With the help of those 2 night grade artifacts, Ria's power has more than doubled. Now she can peak specialist grade monsters within 5 minutes. Choo choo. Ashlin chirped in pride while providing the fire for Ria's cooking. I thought I should cook today, and your little birdie offered to help. Them who I am to refuse to help, said Ria. Choo choo. Ashlin chirped again, but this time she asking for praise. Ashlin is such good girl, I said as I patted her feathers. She again chirped in happiness before coming back to her indifferent self. In 15 minutes the hog is fully cooked. As I take a bite of the meat, I found it surprisingly tasty, and itis only cooked with salt. It's really tasty. I praised Ria while eating. Thanks, I learned it in passing, she replied. After we finished eating, we packed the leftover food for the night. Seeing how much food is left, I don't think we will have to cook in the night. We didn't cover much distance yesterday, Ria said as she looked at the map. I nodded. Yesterday we were busy doing the job for Sean and Carol and didn't walk much toward our destination. We will have to 2 days, at most 3 to reach that lake. Hopefully, we will find some people there, Ria said. We will definitely, I said. Going home is a most important thing. This realm is good for practice, but as long as we didn't find a secure way for home, there always be uncertainty in our heart that will drive us to madness. We started walking like always while killing the monsters that come into our way. Our enthusiasm is high due to the fortune we made yesterday. There is only one dangerous spot on the way to the lake, that is a small valley. We will have to cross that valley to reach the lake. The valley is dangerous, but we have to cross because if we walk around the valley, it will take us near a week to reach the lake and we can't afford to lose that much time. I have been pushing my refinement engine extra hard since yesterday. Ria's skill also has a condition 80% mana purity and her mana already had reached the purity of 80% reversing she entered this realm. Ria is saying that she will be able to perform her skill within a week of study. I will not be much behind her as I already started studying the skill and if my luck is good, my mana purity will reach within 10 days and that time I will also able to perform the skill. Time passed by and we had reached near the valley, we could see it with our eyes and it would take little more than an hour to reach it. We had decided to camp by valley for today and enter the valley tomorrow as we think it would take us whole day or more to cross the valley. Choo choo choo. Ashlin called out. As we look we saw a feline monster coming toward us. It is half a meter in length and has aqua white stripped all over its coat. This realm has many unidentified beasts that we can't seem to know. Choo choo choo, chirped Ashlin saying she wanted to fight. She had already asked earlier many times to fight. I said no to that thinking it will waste a lot of time, but now seeing we are very close to the valley, I decided to let her fight the monster. Okay, you can fight but finish it quickly, I said, giving in to her wishes. Choo choo, she chirped loudly and flew toward that feline monster. I and Ria stood some distance away watching the fight. Boom! Ashley threw away the fireball at the feline monster but it dodges nimbly and attacked with water needles from the coat. I was quite surprised seeing water type attack as it is the first monster I've seen so far which could do water type attack. This is ranged domain type attack, it will be difficult for me to kill it if I am not wearing my armor. Ashlin effortlessly dodges the water needle and again attack with the fireball. After entering specialist grade her fire had before more lethal and she can control it more easily and that why she took less time to construct fireball than before. It keeps going on, attack and dodges all over but no monster ever able to hit another. Suddenly Ashlin changed her strategy and started to attack with fist-size fireball then palm-size fireball and because of that her speed of constructing fireball had increased and the feline monster is a hard time avoiding Ashlin attack despite its nimbleness. Growl, the feline monster growled as Ashlin fire grazed past as a coat. We thought it will attack Ashlin in retribution but it ran away so fast that we barely noticed its running away. It was really sudden turn that feline monster took. Ashlin don't follow it. I shouted seeing Ashlin about to follow it. Choo choo. Ashlin chirped in indignation, don't worry Ashlin, you will get many chances to fight after we entered the valley, I said to Ashlin. Chapter 82 Poison Eye. We have reached the entrance of the valley an hour before the evening and started to find a spot for camp. This time we were extra careful when looking at the spot. We are very close to the valley and probably of some corporal level monster coming here is very high. Sometime later we did find a good spot to set up camp. Just when I about to press the button on my camp gear we found two people coming toward us. We became vigilant seeing them coming toward us. As they come closer, I got the good look at them. This pair is quite peculiar, one tall and thin while the other is short and chubby. The tall one is peak level specialist grade evolver while short one mid-level specialist grade evolver. Hello, are you setting a camp here? Asked the tall boy. He is not good looking but he had a face which gave a familiar and harmless feeling. Yes, we are. Is there any problem? Ria asked, her behavior is very cautious. It is very hard to trust others, especially those who in the same condition as us. I had also been very careful when I followed the signs of Ria in the cave. I only relaxed when I found her familiar. Our interaction with Sean and Control was completely different. They had no interest in whatever measly things we were carrying but two people in front of us are completely different. They are the same US and came from the same place as us and will be very interested in whatever we have. No problem, we just came here to invite you, he said. We looked at him questioningly at his invitation. You guys are also trying to pass valley, right? We did that yesterday but we come across the corporal level monsters, so we decided to wait for a few people before going into the valley. Explained the chubby youth, Andrew. I nodded in understanding. we also thought we might come across some corporal level monsters but had not thought there will be many corporal level monsters in such a small valley. We were just about to cook food. You are welcome to join, and it will be very safe if we put the camp in one place to defend against unforeseen circumstances," said Neil. "Okay," Rhea and I said in unison after thinking through. It will be very hard to defend against corporal level monster if attack us night, as even two us won't able to beat it, but it is completely different for two people. "Follow us. Our camp is not far from here," said Neil, and walked with Andrew, Rhea, and I followed behind them. "Why do you want to cross the valley?" I asked. "We want to cross it because we have a map. After crossing the valley we will come across the lake, which will likely be gathering spot for many people." From their talking, I can conclude that they have a specific place to go, which is only possible if they have a map or someone had told them. "Aren't you going Sin Forest?" he asked. Sin Forest, one of two forests of this realm, the one we are currently in know as Conrad Forest. "Sin First?" we both asked in unison. "Why are they going to the Sin Forest?" He removed the square paper from his pocket, but soon it tuned into foot-length paper on which map is drawn. It looked identical to ours, but it has some extra markings on it. "For days ago, we saw a rider flying through the sky, throwing these maps from above. It says that they had found an exit of this realm and asked everyone to reach there within 2 weeks, Neil replied. We were quite shocked hearing this news. We thought we know if someone knows anything when we reached the small lake, but looks like Westblood had already sent the rescue. "Can you show us the map?" asked Rhea. "I also want to see the map. If what he said is true, then our way home is already found and we just have to reach there." "Sure," he said, and gave us the map. As we looked at the map, what he said true. On the front of the paper is printed map, and back of it has information that Neil had just told us. There is even seal of government on the map, which can be forged easily. "Thank you," Rhea said while holding back the map. Sin Forest is another part of the realm. To reach the Sin Forest from Conrad Forest, we have to travel through Westland. For days had been already and only 10 days had remained. If we cross the valley in 2 days, we will have 8 days to reach the Westland. And seeing the distance, I am confident we can reach it in 6 days if any unforeseen circumstances didn't occur. Even if they occur, we have an extra 2 days. I don't think we will come across any major problem in the wasteland as long we pass the valley safely. Soon we reached Neil and Andrew's camp. They found a better place than us and is quite defensive if any monster ever attacks. Another thing is their camp. It is true grade 1 camp, not like mine which has barely reached the grade 1. It can even hold against corporal level monsters as long as one has enough corporal level core crystal. It is black in color and 10 people can easily sleep inside it comfortably. You don't have to put your camp, you can sleep in ours. Neil offered to see me putting on our own camp. It's okay. We don't want to impose, I said firmly. Seeing me declining, he didn't ask again. We don't know them enough to sleep in their tent. Rhea and I had already discussed this when we were coming here. As Rhea about to prepare for the food, this type Neil again invited us to eat. This time we didn't decline. Chubby Andrew started to cook front. He seemed quite an expert in cooking food. Soon the food is ready and everybody started to say, but just like always, the first to eat food is little glutton Ashlin. She gave everyone a good laugh by her antics. Neil had an angry looking iron hog monster. It is higher rank species of searing hog. It is a class 9 strain monster which known for its extreme anger. Andrew, where is your monster? I asked, seeing Andrew had called his monster. It is resting. It got fatally injured yesterday, he said. After dinner, we made plans for tomorrow, as both of them had ventured into the valley. We left for our camp after an hour of discussion. We decided one will keep watch for 2 hours to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Rhea offered to keep the first watch. I nodded and slept. She will wake me after 4 hours after hers and her minister's watch is over. Chapter 83 Poison 2. I was woken by Rhea 4 hours later for the watch. I washed my face with cold water to wake myself from the half-awake state. There are still a few hours till dawn. I decided to study the skill to pass the time. Blazing Strikes is really amazing skill. First I thought it would just like throwing concentrated fire arrows through certain method, but I was wrong. This skill much more than that. As I kept studying it, I have come to know the true value of this skill. If I am able to successfully master this skill to the end, my mana manipulation will reach a completely different level. The swirling fireballs which are still taking me second to contract will be made by with the thought. With absolute mastery over this skill, I will be able to deliver thousands of blazing arrows every moment, which will be comparable to high-level night-level skill. Hours passed by as I got immersed in studying the skill. I didn't even notice when the sky is brightening. I only come out my immersion when I felt movement beside me. It is Rhea who had woken up, nodding toward me. She left to freshen up. I closed the folder, seeing studies enough. Ashlin still hasn't woken up. This glutton really ate a lot last night. She asked for the second plate after she finished her first, and now she will wake up late because she overate. I quickly freshen up, seeing there is only an hour before the time of leaving. When I went outside the camp, I found that chubby Andrew is already cooking the food and Rhea is talking to Neil, asking him about monsters they encountered in the valley. "Good morning," said chubby Andrew. I reciprocate his greeting and sit beside him to watch him cook. Andrew is a really good cook, his food comparable to which I get in my apartment. He had all types of cooking instruments, condiments, and spices for cooking. When I asked him yesterday how did he learn such good cooking, he said he had taken classes. I got quite surprised hearing that. Adventurers rarely learned anything other than combat-related classes. Tasting his cooking, I also decided to take weekly cooking classes after I got out of this realm. Soon Andrew finished cooking and started to make plates. Seeing Ashlin still hasn't come out the tent, "Excuse me, I'll bring Ashlin," I said, and walked back into my camp to wake up Ashley. "Ashlin, wake up," I said while shaking her awake. "Choo-choo." Ashlin chirped annoyedly, asking why do I waking up her so early. I stilled suddenly. Isn't her emotion way too clear? Ever since she leveled up to specialist grade, her intelligence increased by far compared to normal specialist grade monsters. Normally any specialist grade bonded monster's intelligence could be compared 2 years child, and it increased as time passed or it leveled up, but Ashlin intelligence is currently compared to the 3 years child, and only corporal grade bonded monsters have the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. I sigh. It is not the time to think about such a heavy subject. I hit her head lightly and said, "It's already early morning, don't you want to eat?" Chew. Just as I said food, she became active again, forgetting she was still in half-sleep moment ago. "Let's go." I picked her in my hands and get out of the camp. The plates were already served and they were waiting for us. "Come," I even water coming Rhea's stone panda. I took the seat and placed Ashlin beside me and about to eat the food. Chew chew chew. Ashlin chirped loudly, cautioning me to not to eat the food. I've never felt Ashlin emotions so serious. "Rhea, don't eat," I said loudly. Rhea's hand stopped as she was about to take the bite. Not only she, her monster also stopped. She must have stopped her monster from taking the bite. "Is there something wrong with it?" she asked. I nodded while her right hand reached near her right pocket without anyone noticing. "What's the meaning of this?" Andrew said angrily. "You tell us. What did you add in the food?" I asked back. I completely trust Ashlin's judgment, especially when it comes to food. She was even able to smell the miracle fruit compared to that whatever that in the fruit not worth mentioning. "Do you think we did something with the food?" said Neil accusingly. "I am definitely sure something is wrong with the food, and there is no one but these two who could do something to food." We stayed silent to Neil's question and just stared at them, a quietly demanding answer. "We have nothing but hospitable ever since we met you. We invited you to our camp and even shared our food with yesterday, and now you are accusing us of poisoning food?" "Just because your monster didn't like it," said Andrew vehemently. "Forget it, Andrew. This may just be a big understanding, some ingredient in the dish that must have ticked the monster." Neil said. A sad expression could be seen on both of their faces. Our friends didn't seem to believe us. "Might as well eat the food to assure them," he said, and both of them started to eat food in front of them. Looking at them eating, I even doubted Ashlin's sense for the moment, but soon squashed it. I asked Ashlin many times telepathically, If she had made a mistake regarding food, but she is quite adamant about how she is right and something is definitely wrong with the food. Look, we are eating and nothing happens to us, said Neil while eating. Rhea looked at me, asking me the next course of action. I am quite relieved seeing she is still trusted me. Ask Didi to catch the small monster and have her taste food? I asked. You got to be kidding me, you still didn't believe us even after we ate in front of you? Andrew said, anger seeing Didi walking in the trees. Neil, Andrew, I know it won't feel good to you, but I trust Ashlin immensely and there may be some problem in the ingredient which had a problem. It's better be cautious. And if she is wrong I will profusely apologize to you and compensate you, I said. They didn't say anything and we sat in uncomfortable silence. Suddenly all changed. Neil, Andrew, and their monster suddenly, thank God, we were already ready. Bam, rang out as defended Andrew's attack with my shield. I had already worn my shield bracelet when Ashlin told when something wrong with the food and now they suddenly attacked. I quickly activated my shield at moment notice. While Rhea dodged Neil and his monster's attack with the help of her night grade shoes. Hee. Andrew, these two quite smart, looks like we have to do this old way. You should now summon your monster, there's no use hiding it now. Said Neil while laughing weirdly. You right Neil, it's no use hiding it now, he said and summoned his monster. Our eyes went wide when we saw the monster and everything fell back in place because Andrew monster is Tri-colored poison toad. Chapter 84 Clash. Tri-colored poison frog, this explained it all, no wonder. They were able to mix the food without noticing anyone because of its poison is odorless and colorless and could kill those with the same level as it within 10 minutes. They must have mixed poison tri-colored poison frog in the food and had eaten antidote before, so it couldn't affect them. Such clever planning, if not being for Ashlin sensing something, we would have laid on the floor dying. Hee, you caught us. But no worries, we kill you and take all of your things and might as well have some fun with you if you were in one piece, said Andrew. His words were especially directed at Rhea. Enough talking Andrew. Quickly finish them off, we only have 10 days to reach the Sin Forest. Neil snapped and both of them attacked us at unison. Clank, as Andrew and my swords clashed, I felt a heavy shock in my arms, I got quite startled. Clank. I felt heavy shock traveling through my arms as Andrew and my swords clashed, I barely able to keep myself from taking a step back. Fortunately I started to circulate the supreme combat exercise as soon as Ashlin said something is wrong with the food. Still, I felt the heavy shock in my hand even after circulating 24th move of the exercise. I think that was just casual strike from Andrew just to test my power and I was right. Clank. Thud. I have to take a step back to neutralize the blow. Hee. Andrew laughed and his attacks became even faster. Sizzle. I heard the burning sound. Tricolored poison frog didn't have any offensive except for spitting poison and now that frog is busy with Ashlin. The frog would have easily dealt with a monster of the same level but it can do anything to Ashlin despite Ashlin being one level lower than it. No matter how much it tried to attack Ashlin, she is easily dodging it with a flap of her wings. Ashlin has been constantly attacking it with mini fireballs, not giving it any chance to attack me. Hell. It is quite busy trying to survive from the Ashlin's fireballs. Swish. I dodged Andrew offense and attacked him but he avoided that quite easily. You made a big mistake sending your monster. Said Neil to Rhea gloatingly as he and his monsters attacking constantly while she focused on dodging both of their attacks. Did I? Rhea asked back and one could be seen Stone Panda Didi is coming toward them. I got pleasantly surprised seeing Didi coming toward the battlefield. Looks like Rhea really didn't send her monster, just asked it to hide in the trees. Neil got quite startled seeing this but soon got his emotion under control and started to fight earnestly. Where are you looking, do you finding me an easy opponent, said Andrew and swung her sword toward me. My heart skipped seeing his sword coming toward me, it was many times faster than his earlier moves, I didn't think much and activated my night grade. Bam! Andrew's sword clashed with my shield. I was quite surprised because except for slight tremor, I didn't quite feel anything. Seeing I am totally fine without any scratch, Andrew's faces contorted, which looked extremely ideas which had put a smile on face. He became extremely angry seeing that and started to attack me in frenzy. Bam bam bam, his attacks are so fast that I am having little difficulty moving my shield to counter his attacks. If I haven't had this shield, I would have got fatally injured by now. Looks like your shield is quite special, it will suit very well in my hand, he said with his smile on his and his left hand moved toward extra sword hilt which is hanging by his waist. My heart started to beat faster. If he is dual sword wielder as I am guessing right now, then I am in big trouble because it would be very hard to counter both his swords with my sword. Soon he activated his second sword and attacked me with it. One sword is coming towards my waist. I cannot dodge the attack of this speed, my only option is to defend it with my sword and shield. Bam! Clank! Crack! Thud thud thud. I didn't feel anything when I countered his first sword with my shield, but when his second sword clashes against my shield, I felt like someone hit my hand with a huge hammer. The bone of the shoulder splintered a little with me taking back more than 10 steps back, even blood has come into my mouth but I drink down forcefully. I have been circulating 24th move Supreme Combat exercise ever since the fight started and trying to circulate way past it, but every time I do I come across the block as if giant thick steel wall blocking me, and if I have to circulate past it and create the second seal, I will have to crush that giant steel wall. I didn't even get a moment of rest before I saw Andrew coming towards me with both of his swords. This time I barely dodged his first sword while countering others with my shield, but I was lucky only one, and when he launched another attack I have no chance of dodge and had countered with my shield and sword. Pooh! I vomit mouthful blood as I got internal injuries through shock and had to take several steps back to defuse the force. Andrew keeps attacking while I kept attacking giant obstacle to creating the second seal. That's my only chance or I will die sooner or later. Keep resisting while trying to complete the circulation of the second set of exercise. Bones of both my hands broke as I had to exchange my sword and shield in my hand, but that was temporary, and within 4-5 moves my other hand's bones also broke. Where do you think your opponent is? Me? I hear Neil saying from distance. Rhea must have tried to come to my rescue but stopped by Neil. I kept taking a beating from Andrew to the point. All bones of my arms and legs were broken and I am having hard keep active my weapons despite that I still trying to break past 24th move as that my only chance. I stood up from the ground as I just took another hit from Andrew and rolled away a few steps. I have to commend you are quite tenacious. If I were at your place, I definitely would have asked for a swift death, said Andrew while coming toward me slowly. I know he is toying with me but still every time he hit me, I stand up and meet his blows head on. I will not give up, as long as there is a chance. No matter how much he toyed with me, I'll fight him to the end. Let's see how much you can last. Andrew said with his ugly mouth and swung his both swords toward me. Ah, without backing down, I screamed loudly and met both of swords with my sword and shield. Chapter 85 Clash 2. Screaming my heart out, I move my shield and sword to counter it. Looking at Andrew dual swords, I know they are lethal than any other past moves. Suddenly all slowed down, the dual swords which seemed fast earlier had become slow that I can see them piercing through the air so slowly. Not only the swords, but I also become slow. I wanted to move my weapons to counter it but my body can't seem to follow my lead. In that nearly static time, I have been trying to breach the wall of Supreme Combat exercise. It is the only candle in the dark that can give me the hope of survival. I could see the blooming hideous smile of Andrew as our weapons about to clash. I can feel that this class going to send me near death. Bam! Crash! Our weapons clashed and I felt incensed force my body that it flew backward. That force entered my body, injuring my internal organs and breaking my bones, but at that intense shock helped me crash the barrier that had been obstructing me from creating the second seal of exercise. All mana from my body is moving toward my temple. I had nearly 70% mana remaining but is far from enough to create a seal. Bang! I crashed on the rock and time turned back to normal. My sword had left my hand and I turned off became of me losing connection with it. Many bones of my spine had broke, but I didn't think of that, and some reached for my right pocket to remove mana potion. As I am removing mana potion, I saw Andrew coming toward me with victory's smile, his slow steps making a crunching sound as he crushed the dried even with his feet. I removed the potion bottle from my pocket. My face fell when I looked at the bottle. It's the same potion bottle that I found in Space Pouch. I wanted to change the bottle, but seeing Andrew coming toward me, I didn't change it and chugged the bottle. It's no use, no matter how many potion bottles you drink, they are not going to save you from me, said Andrew, who stopped just opposite of me. Crack, he put his left leg on my chest and said, "Why aren't you standing up right now? You were full of spirit second ago." Andrew said with a mocking voice. I didn't say anything and just laid on the ground blinking at him while thinking, why hasn't potion working yet? No matter which type of position it should have shown some signs. If not, I will be in grave danger, as less than 10% mana left in me and quarter of seal hadn't been formed. Suddenly, as potion reached my stomach, it started to churn and a huge amount of mana produce from I thought I am going to blast like a balloon, but all my worries were unfounded as seal started to suck all the mana of the potion, but it will take time and I have to survive till then. You are worthless. Bang! Said Andrew and kicked me full force that I blasted into the tree. This is the 5th time that Andrew kicked me, making my injuries even more serious than I am barely hanging on to my life. Taking a beating is the best course of action. Andrew had a sick mentality. He likes it when people laid helpless before him, he gets some type of release out of it. If I fight back, he will finish me quicker while I act defeated in front of him and let him hit me without fighting back. He will get some sort of sick pleasure out of it. It just has to endure this humiliating beating for a few seconds before the seal is completed. With the finishing off the seal, my injuries would also heal. Take this, you worthless shit. Bank. I received another kick and flew away. As seal completed, it hummed and started releasing cool refreshing energy all over my body and started healing my body speedily. My body was so fatally injured that the seal has sucked more mana from my body to heal my injuries, thank God. The potion I had drunk had more than enough mana. If I had a drink that potion when I was fine, would have burst like bubble due to excess mana. Bang! Pooh! Andrew again kicked me. This time more than 80% of injuries had been healed, and this will be last humiliating hit I received from Andrew. And as for that blood I just vomited, I had been holding it in my mouth for some time and vomited as I received the hit so Andrew wouldn't suspect anything. My whole body had a suit of armor from neck to feet and my face colored with dirt. With such look it will be hard for Andrew to notice that I nearly did healing. Any other person would have noticed it, but Andrew, who is high on his sick pleasure, barely noticed anything wrong. In a few moments, the cool current healed all injuries on the body, including the one received from an earlier hit. Soon the cool current of energy stopped from the seal while making my body faster and stronger. Come out my mouth when I noticed that Andrew had stopped on its tracks and looking at the fight between Neil and Rhea. That Neil looked quite pitiful. He had been taking hit after hit, even his half skill wasn't doing anything as Rhea is digging it quite skillfully. What are you doing, you fucking fattard? Shouted Neil angrily at Andrew. I have been holding her back so you could finish him and help me deal with her, but you are still in the mood of having your sick fun. Barked Neil. Andrew wanted to say something but he again cut off by Neil. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Quickly finish him off and help me, said Neil while launching another attack at Rhea which she effortlessly dodges. You fucker. Because of you, I had to listen to Neil's cursing. You should just die, said Andrew and come toward me with his dual sword. I quickly got up and removed my knight-grade sword from my space pouch as my other sword had flung from my hat. Looks like you healed from that potion you drank earlier. No matter. You will reach the heaven from my blade in few seconds, said Andrew and swiftly swung both of his swords at me. Chapter 86 Clash I activated my sword and shield to counter Andrew's swords. This time I am using my knight-grade sword. The first time, I modified it according to my need. It is still a katana. It is around 80 centimeters and slightly more curved than the sword than normal katana. I really excited to see if it is as good as my shield. I really want to beat the shit of this Andrew for humiliating hits he had given me. Bam! Clank! Our weapons clash, and except for little shock from my sword, I didn't feel anything. How do you? He asked stammeringly. I didn't reply to his question and swing my sword toward him. Andrew is slightly stronger than normal medium-level specialist grade revolvers. He was able to beat me to the half-dead state because he is one level above me. If we were the same level, I would have easily beaten him. Clang! 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 Andrew and I keep clashing our weapons without one getting upper hand. Seeing he is not having upper hand in battle like earlier when he absolutely crushed me, his fat face became even more ugly than it was. I should have never given you a chance to drink that potions, but no worries. This time I will make you experience such pain that you will beg for death. He said with a cruel smile. Both of his sword hands turned green and dense green liquid started to come out of them. The green liquid started to ascend and started coating both his swords green. I watch in horror as few drops of green liquid fell and touched the grass below. Zee! As the green drops touched the grass, it withered with extreme speed and returned to earth. I am quite horror-struck seeing that. Really, what people said is right, the poison of tricolored poison frog is really dangerous. Thank God. That Ashlin is a flying monster, or it would be in deep trouble because of this poison. He looked like a villain from movies, with his ugly face and his hands and covered with nauseous green liquid. He. Let's see how you survive this, said Andrew, and attacked me with his dual swords. Except feeling fear for a moment, I contrived my emotions and lightened my sword and shield. My weapons are completely covered in fire. Fire is the best weapon against poison. It will be able to burn it before it could even reach me. As Andrew's sword's coming toward me, leaving drops of poisonous green drops behind its wakes. I am safe in all my body except for my face. I have to be careful of that green poison, or my face would also face consequences of that withered grass. Clank! Z! As our weapons clashed, the green poison the swords of Andrew started to burn as it comes in contact with my fire. Some drips of poison did come towards my body, but most of it blocked my armor, while some drops coming toward my face were dodged by me. Son of a bitch! Cursed Andrew and started to attack me ferociously. His attacks I've defended, sometimes I barely able to defend my face against it. Z! I missed to defend against, and one drop of poison passed by my defense and touched my neck. Thank God. It was an only small drop, except for hurting like hell. It wasn't able to do anything. If I hadn't had created the 2 seals of the exercise, it would have been lot more serious. Still, I have to be careful. If a large amount of this poison touched my body, I will be a dead man. He kept attacking me and I kept defending, and to keep using my fire ability, I've been burning man like crazy. I thought I would maximum have 50% mana left, but I got quite surprised seeing there is more than 90% mana left in my body. I was quite surprised at first, but on careful checking, I noticed that the mana I kept burning were from potion bottle which I had to drink earlier, and I have been using that leftover mana from the potion. Only 10-something minutes earlier did I started to use my own mana. It gives me quite surprised and fearful, seeing mana potion I drank earlier was high grade. If I had drunk it in the normal times, I would have definitely experienced some repercussions. You idiot fat ass. Do you want dead? Neil's voice sounded from the distance. Quickly finish him and help me, or we both will reach the heaven today. He sounded quite panicky. When I looked towards him for a moment, I was quite shocked seeing his condition. He looked really pitiful, and looking at his gait, Rhea much broken several of his bones. His condition is a little better than me, and if this keeps going on, his condition won't be worse than mine. You can count yourself fortunate to first to die by skill, said Andrew, but before he could do anything, I attacked him. Idiot. Didn't tell your opponent what you going to do before doing it. I attacked him with all my strength without giving him any time to perform the skill. It's no use, said Andrew with the laugh, and light grease smoke started to cover his body, and suddenly he attacked. His speed is nearly double than before, he came so fast that I am barely able to counter his moves. Clang! Thud thud thud. The shock I felt through the collision was so strong that I had to take several steps back, and it was not over. Let's see how you survive next strike. Said and attacked me again. This time, without thinking, I enlarged the size of the shield to the same size as so it could cover the whole me. These night-grade artifacts usually take 5 times less mana than normal, but if one wants to increase their power or size from the normal, they need shitload of mana for that. That is why last time I didn't increase my shield size, and the second reason that it would evoke the greed from Andrew, and I was not powerful enough to protect my possession earlier. I can only maintain this size of the shield for 15 to 20 minutes before going out of mana. Andrew didn't waits for a moment and attacks the second time. This time, he is, even more, faster than last time. Bam! Thud 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 thud. As his sword and my shield touched, I felt an immense force ran through my body. I have to take several steps back to dissolve the force lest it injures my internal organs. But just as I was taking steps back, Andrew comes toward me, this time even faster, so faster than I barely able to see his figure, just saw a body which is cloaked in faint green smoke. I move my shield as I am taking steps backward, this attack of Andrew going to be very dangerous. Bon! Crack! Pooh! Thud thud thud. It all happened at the moment. As his sword hit my shield, I felt like a truck crashed into me. Both of my hands, which is holding the shield for better leverage, had some bones broken, my internal organs got injured that I had to vomit blood. I barely able to control myself to flew like cannonball because of the blow. My night-grade shield is very good at defense, it would barely shake when Andrew attacked at his full strength, but the skill he had just used now made his attacks very strong. The attack I just felt was 3 times stronger than his normal attacks. If he attacks one more time with the more aggressive attack, I don't think I can handle it. When I looked up, I got very startled seeing Andrew as he is drinking a mana potion. He looked completely different from earlier, his skin lost a glow and he looked little thing. He threw the potion bottle and came attacking me again. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing his attack looks only twice stronger than his normal attack. That means the skill he is using can only attack with 3 moves, every move is 1 time stronger than last. This quite fearful skill. If he had 5 moves, I would have definitely finished at the 5th move. The first move, I easily endured. At second move, I had to take a few steps back and drink back the blood that came to my throat, and at third move I barely able to save myself being cannon. But this I saw Andrew, my mind is completely blown, his skin looked sickly yellow and he became even thinner, now he just looked like little fatter than normal kinds. I wiped my bloody mouth from my hand sleeve and ran toward the Andrew, who was drinking a potion with shaking the hand. Seeing me running toward him, Andrew directly swallows the potion bottle to defend against my sword. Clang! Whoosh! As our sword clashed, due to shock or weakness, his sword from the right hand left flung away. I saw him activating his shield and it started forming slowly, but before it could fully be formed I swung my sword toward his neck unconsciously. Pook! My sword stabbed in Andrew's neck and next moment I am completely stilled. Like a statue, not even a single muscle of my body moved. Chapter 87 9 Raging Tides. Thud! The body of Andrew with my sword in its neck fell on the ground, but I lay standing on the ground, without moving. I killed a person. I screamed in my mind, I had never killed a person ever before. He was just waking talking person a few minutes ago. I never thought what I would feel when killing a person, but now that I killed a person, I felt nothing. Nothing. And that is what makes me fear. I don't want a person who kills a person without emotion. Killing a monster is a different thing. We were taught from the childhood that killing a monster is a good thing and killing a human is a bad thing. But now that I had just killed Andrew I feel nothing. No guilt, anger, pleasure, pain, nothing, and that is scaring the hell out of me. I have read many times that after one kill a person, one would feel some sort of emotion, even for a moment one would feel something, but I am feeling nothing. Choo choo. Ashlin woke me out of my stupor, she is feeling worried about me. I am fine. I reassure her and patted her silver wings. Did you finish that tricolored poison frog? I asked. Choo 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 choo, she chirped in succession, but I clearly understood her. She is saying that when the fighting that monster earlier, it suddenly fell unconscious and she didn't kill it since I told her that not to kill it if possible. I nodded after listening to her. Monster or person always receive a severe shock when their partner dies, some even fell unconscious or died when the bond is severed. Tricolored poison frog, very special and rare monster, they have class 9 strain, but that's not the specialty of them. Partner of tricolored poison snake can gain a new type of poison ability every 3 levels. If Andrew had been at corporal grade, he surely had had another poison ability in that time. It would have been very hard to kill him. The reason I asked Ashlin to kept it alive because I want to sell that monster to the alchemists or potioners. The body of tricolored is very high in demand and alive, even worth more, so much that I will bear a very dangerous monster in my backpack. I gave the body of the monster a look and gazed toward the fight. Rhea and Neil far away. Neil had become even more pitiful than earlier despite using a skill that Andrew had used earlier, but his body didn't show any serious effects that Andrew's body showed despite using constantly against Rhea. Both of them wholehearted fighting each other without looking toward my direction. I quickly take out my sword from the ground and activated my shield again to guard against contingencies. Neil may go mad and attack me seeing his friend died by my hand. Being ready, I will at least survive if he attacked me. If fight going in this pace, Neil is going to lose sooner than later. The fight continued on for near half an hour before Neil looked toward my direction. Andrew, you fucktard. Come help him, Neil shouted, but then he noticed Andrew's dead body near me. A look of intense anger come across his face and I thought for sure that he will come to kill me to take revenge for his friend, but he suddenly bolted to the opposite direction. But just as he turned to run away toward the opposite direction, Rhea come opposite of him as if knowing he will run away and swiftly attack. The first attack barely dodges by Andrew, but the second attack hit him heavily on his spine, injuring him so fatally that he fell directly. As he fell, Rhea attacked him, as his injuries were already quite heavy, and when he fell on the ground, he had become vegetable on the chopping board. Rhea killed him without wasting any time by slicing his neck. He didn't has the chance to say a word before he was dead. Seeing Neil is dead, I deactivated my weapons, ran toward Rhea, who sat on the clean spot for the rest. Thank you. If not for your warning, I would be dead right now, said Rhea as patted Ashlin. Choo choo. Ashlin chirped arrogantly with her head high. We both laughed seeing her acting like that. After resting enough, we started to remove artifacts from Neil and check his pockets. We found several things, but one thing made most happy is thumb-size square, which has thousands of runes drawn. We quickly scanned this with our holowatches. This thumb-size square contains skill, probably the same skill used by Andrew and Neil. 9 Raging Tides is grade 1 skill. This skill could multiply the user's strength 1 time the original by every tide. My mouth dropped open when I thought about power it will create in Ninth Strike. It will 9th times of the original. That's huge. But not all sunshine and roses in these skills. Its conditions were dangerous and strict. 9 Raging Tides can be performed by anyone, but if one didn't satisfy its condition, then his condition would turn just like Andrew. Only after reading its condition did I able to understand the extent of Andrew's condition. This skill is a little different than normal skill. One will need to immense vitality with mana, and what better source of vitality than seals made from supreme combat exercise. This skill divided into 3 parts of 3 tides. If one wants to perform the first 3 tides without any harm, he had to have 3 seals of supreme combat exercise. For the middle 3 parts, 7 seals are necessary, and last 3 part whole 10 seals are necessary. This skill not only requires seals for vitality but also need a strong body to bear the pressure of the skill. This is a really amazing skill. It's really hard to satisfy its conditions. I could only try my best. Chapter 88 Lu. After combing through Neil and Andrew's bodies, we also go through there and got surprised what we found. It was out of our expectation to find so much stuff, although it is not comparable to Sean and his team had given is, but still there is a lot. They must have killed quite a lot of people to gain this much stuff. I quickly made a list of stuff we have gathered. We 4 camps, 7 armors, 6 pair of shoes, 4 shields, 2 masks, 12 weapons, 5 backpacks, and all of them are grade 1 artifacts. Of the potions, there are 67 mana potions, 17 vitality potions, 19 healing potions, 8 antitoxin potion, and some other medicaments. Not only this, there are some rough unrefined mana cores, ores, herbs, and some miscellaneous stuff that we can seem to identify. We divided all the stuff in 60-40 fashion. We are not on the same level, so there is no question of dividing loot equally. 60-40 is perfect for us. I will definitely get more than 2 million credits selling them back at home. I just hope I can return home safely, without any accident. I changed my old gear for a new one from the loot. My backpack, armor, and shoes were low grade. The new one which I chose is the best quality, especially for specialist grade evolver. They are way better than my old gear. I removed the space pouch from my pocket and enlarged it to put all the things inside it, and even after putting all things inside, there is still some space left inside. I told Rhea about my plan to keep a live tri-colored poison frog alive and sell it later when we get out of this realm. Although it will be little dangerous, keeping poison monster in our backpack it well worth the price if we're a bet to sell it in the market. I decided that Rhea should keep it in her backpack. Even if she got bitten by it, she will have enough time to drink the antidote, unlike me who will not survive its poison for long. Grr sound came out of Rhea's stone panda stomach. Ashlin also has been demanding food for some while, but I said her to wait. Hearing my answer she flew away saying she spotted some fruits trees near and she will going to eat to satiate hunger for a while. Hearing sound from her stomach I also started to feel hunger. We should make something to eat. Rhea said. I nodded, and called back Ashlin telepathically to check the cooking ingredient left behind by Neil and Andrew. Chew. Ashlin flew into camp with bright chirp. Ashlin, check if any of these ingredients are poisoned. Chew chew, she chirped in affirmation and started to look at ingredient one by one. Chew chew chew, chirped and pointed her wing at a small bottle of spice. Is harmful? Rhea asked. Chew. She chirped in affirmation after she checked the rest of the bottle but did not find anything suspicious. Seeing there is no problem in the ingredients, Rhea started to cook food with the help of Ashlin. We had decided to rest for today to heal our injuries and adjust our state of mind. I am still very shaken at the death of Andrew, and it will good for taking rest as a healthy state of mind is necessary for any dangerous adventure. Seeing there is still time for lunch to be ready, I decided to clean the camp. We have made quite a mess around the camp when we fought earlier. As I am cleaning, I reminisce the fight between me and Andrew. This was one of the most dangerous fights I've ever fought. Now that looked how I fought, I understand my fatal weakness, and from today I will never make that mistake and never will be depending on one thing and make sure that I will always have a life-saving measure. Rhea had already finished lunch and serving the plates. When finished cleaning the camp, I quick freshen up and walk toward the table to eat. This table is also courtesy of Neil and Andrew. We ate silence as our minds are busy with our worry. The only ones making sound is Ashlin and Dee. Let me clean the dishes. I offered. Rhea had made the lunch and it is only right that I do the dishes. I'll be in the tent then, she said and entered the tent. In 10 minutes, I finished cleaning them. I picked the Ashlin off the table and entered my tent, which is adjacent to Rhea. We have been sleeping in the same tent for a few days, and now that we extras we decided to use them separately as everyone needs to have some private space. The new grade 1 tent that I got from the Andrew is big. I can easily practice those weird moves of Night Blade style here, which I will be performing at night. And not only that, but this camp also has a bed, table, and cupboard which I materialized and dematerialized whenever I wish. But currently, I only need a bed for now. I laid on the bed and opened the folder of 9 Raging Tide skill. This skill is way more simple to understand compared to Blazing Strikes. After all, there is a difference between sky and earth between them. I am sure I can completely understand the first 3 strikes in 2 days' time and probably able to perform it by tomorrow night. I can only perform its 2 strikes without injuring myself. If I perform the 3rd strike even after drinking Andrew's vitality potions, I will still get injured. I spend the whole day studying the skill while in the evening I performed those weird moves of Nightblade style. Rhea made the dinner as usual. After eating dinner we went to our separate camp. I again studied skill for a few hours before sleeping as tomorrow we will enter the valley. Chapter 89 Crossing the Valley. All done. I said to myself as I put back tent into my backpack. We have both woke up at dawn, cooked food and packed the leftovers for the night. I looked valley front me, crossing it would be quite dangerous. Although I didn't believe Neil and Andrew ever entered inside the valley as they claimed, but I still think there are corporal grade monster inside the valley. Let go. Said Rhea. I nodded and we both walked toward the valley. Ashlin, don't fly randomly, this valley is really dangerous. I said to Ashlin, giving her nature to wander around for snacks. Choo choo. She nodded in affirmation. I was quite surprised she listened to me. Normally when it comes to food she had barely any care for me. Gurgle. We entered valley through the way of the stream. Walking through the center of the valley is shorted route, albeit little dangerous, but if all goes normal we will be able to get out of the valley by early afternoon tomorrow. As we walk inside the valley, we did come across some monsters but they soon finished by Rhea and me. Chew. Ashlin chirped softly, warning to not go further. Ashlin had been flying ahead of us, to keep an eye on the danger. Choo choo. She chirped again, giving details of the danger ahead. She said that there is a group of high-level specialist monster ahead. Seeing question appear on the Rhea's face, I told her what Ashlin told me. We will pass by it, she said, and I nodded. We would be able to kill a few specialist-grade monsters, but we will waste too much time in the fight and loud noises could alert the high-level monsters. As we walked, we come across many monsters but we were able to avoid them and passed smoothly. If one travel in the valley, he would feel calm amidst the cool breezes of the valley, one would urge sleep in the shadow of the trees. There is calmness but there is also a danger. Ashlin had noticed sleeping corporal grade monster earlier that we were barely able to avoid it. I am quite relaxed as I am walking with Rhea. The skill I thought would take me at least 2 days to learn, I learned it in one night and was able to perform its 2 tides. Not only me, but I saw Rhea also mastered the 3 tides. I saw her at dawn practicing the skill. Even if we come across an initial level corporal grade monster, I am sure Rhea can kill it with the help of skill. Time passes by and it is late afternoon. We had already reached near the center of the valley. In the way here we come across 2 corporal stage monster but we were able to avoid them with the help of Ashlin. There are less than 2 hours to dark, we have to start looking for a good place to camp in an hour. Choo choo choo. Ashlin came flying and chirped hastily. She is saying that a group of monsters is coming toward us. Rhea Lu, it was too late as 5 yellow lightning tigers came toward us and stopped just in front of us. There are 5 yellow lightning tigers. Of the 5 monsters, 2 monsters at the initial level of corporal grade and peak level of specialist grade while the other 3 at the middle level of specialist grade. These monsters are really big, the leader yellow lightning tiger double of size while specialist grade little smaller. They are called yellow lightning tiger because they have shiny dark yellow coat and sparks of lightning could be seen on their paws. In time of battle this lightning spark turned into lightning that wholly covered its paws and every strike of these paws is destructive. Growl. The leader of the tiger growled and looked at us intently. He just testing us but looking at its expression, it will attack us any moment. I silently took my hand toward my right pocket. This time I am going to use my night grade sword from starting off the fight. Growl. The leader of Yellow Lightning Tiger growled at us and attack. Just as they attack, Rhea summoned her monster. I quickly activated my weapons. I already had my shield bracelet hidden under my sleeve and sword at my hand and moment notice, I activated them both. I got quite scared when I saw 4 specialist grade Yellow Lightning Tiger was attacking me but thankful Didi quickly appeared in front of the peak level specialist grade monster, leaving me deal with 3 mid-level specialist grade Yellow Lightning Tigers. Bam! Thud thud. As monster's paw strikes my shield, I felt shocked over my body and I have to take steps back to defuse the blow. I became quite shocked as I experienced the blow. I currently constructed 2 seals and my body is a lot stronger. It is stronger than the attack of Andrew when he was using skill. Both Andrew and these monsters are at mid-level specialist grade, but monster casual strike stronger than Andrew full-on attack. I have to be careful of these monster. I would lose my life if I made any careless mistake in this fight. I have to dodge attacks of two monsters while taking a step back. They are really relentless, not giving me any chance to attack. It's good thing that I modified my shield to the half-meter round shield, which is not too smaller but not too big. It perfect in defending against three monsters back-to-back attack. I am using both my sword and shield in defending, as I am not getting any chance of defending. I am currently not circulating any moves of Supreme Combat Exercise as I am preparing for the skill. I started to regulate my mana as the skill stated, but it is difficult as I am getting attacked on all sides by three monsters. Soon I finished circulating skill and power started to rises, and I attacked the power of the first tide, which doubled my strength. Clang! Clang! The monster defended my first strike, but no worries as I start circulating the second tide and my strength increased by 1 time more. Slice! Slice! My speed was so fast that even monster barely able to notice it, and I was able to injure 2 yellow lighting tigers. Growl! Monsters growled in pain as I injured them. Chapter 90 Level Up. Growl. Monsters growled with pain as I hit them with my swords. Using the moment of the skill, I put away the distance between me monsters for a moment. The first 2 moves took nearly 25% of my mana. I am feeling little tired right now, but I can perform skill one more time. Using little distance between us, I again used the skill. This time I am aiming for only one monster, which previous injured. Clank. The first tide is countered like earlier, but it won't be able to counter my second strike. Slice. Slice. I swing my sword toward the already injured monster. My sword consecutive cut across his back 2 times, injuring it more. Growl. Growl, and come towards me. It's good that I already put some distance between us, which will give me enough time to drink the potion. Using this skill only 2 times drained 50% of mana and made me tired. I won't be able to skill for half an hour. I can use it forcefully, but it will damage my body. I opened option bottle and directly threw into my mouth as monster is coming and started circulating first move Supreme Combat Exercise. Bang! Thud! Zin! All 3 monsters attacked me at the same time. 2 I defended with my shield and sword, but the third one sneakily attacks me at my waist. Fuck. I curse as a bone of the hip broke due to monster's sneak attack, but that's not the worst thing. The worst thing, lightning in its paws has numbed me, and now all 3 monsters are coming toward me. Go to hell. I shouted and increased the size of the shield to the maximum without care of mana. As I pour my man into it, its size started to increase, and it only stopped increasing when monsters about to strike me. Bang! Thud thud thud. Pooh! When all 3 monsters' attacks crashed on my shield, I have to take more than 10 steps back and had to vomit blood and potion bottle which is in my mouth due to shock I received in my internal organs. Besides some internal injuries, I got a pleasant surprise, that I unconsciously circulated second and third move of Supreme Combat Exercise. I got quite surprised seeing maximum size of Shide. It doubles the size me and can save me from all the attacks from one side. I quickly changed the size of shield back to normal as it was taking a shit load of mana to maintain its size. Growl. Growl growl. Yellow lightning tigers are again attacking me again, but this time I am prepared. Clank. My sword clashed against the paw of a yellow lightning tiger while dodged the attack of the second monster and used mine Shide to defend against the third. Now that I saw the complete power of yellow lightning tigers, I can defend and attack them strategically. These 3 tigers have very good teamwork and have power comparable to normal peak specialist evolves, but after all they monstera with limited intelligence. With correct strategy, I minimize my losses and maximize my offense. Longer the fight is more advantage it will have for me. I keep attacking and defending against the monsters. I did uninjured and broke few boned, but it is not serious. Soon the 20-minute over, now I can again use my skill. First tide. I said in my mind as I attacked the monsters, this time I have spitting headache in my mind as if someone hit my head with countless hammers. I am using skill, circulating supreme combat exercise and operating my refinement engine simultaneously. Last time when I used my skill, I only kept the refinement engine running and did not circulate the supreme combat exercise. But this time I am doing that. I can feel the veins on my head are popping one by one due to strain. Slice. Slice. This time my attack landed on the monster at the power of the first time. Without wasting time, I used the second tide. Slice. Slice. Sluice. This time I attack so strategically that monster didn't have time to defend against my moves. Growl. Monsters growled as I attacked them one more time with skill. This my attack is only targeted at only one monster. One yellow lightning tiger is heavily injured by my skill. Next time when I will use my skill, I am sure I will be able to kill it. Rhea and Didi are doing well. Fight between corporal level monster and Rhea in a standstill. Rhea is too fast with her night grade boots that monster is having a hard time catching her, but she is also not able to injure the monster. On the other hand, Didi and yellow lightning tiger she fighting are equally matched. Both of them had injuries all over their body. The only one free is Ashlin. She is not going to be much help in this fight. She is mutated gray spark Sparrow, who is known to be one of weakest monsters. She was able to contend against same level monster back home, but in this realm, the monster is unusually strong that she is having difficulty injuring monsters the same levels as her. I asked her to keep a lookout, to see any strong monster came toward us. Time passed on as we fight. I kept defending and attacking yellow lightning cats. Thud. I finally killed the first yellow lightning tiger. Now that one is dead, I will have a little easier time killing these two. Roar. Seeing their king dead, they roared and attacked me in frenzy. Already expending this, I defend against their frenzied attacks. Fuck. I cursed when I noticed unusual fluctuation, and when I looked up I found that corporal level monster is leveling up. We have to run. This thought came to my mind. Once it finished leveling up, it will easily able to kill us and we won't be able to run from our death. I was about shout Rhea to run when I sensed another fluctuation, and this time it is coming from Rhea. That when I noticed Didi is nowhere to be seen. Fuck me. I said as found Rhea also is leveling up. What a fucking coincidence. Chapter 91 Diamond Panda. What a fucking coincidence. That both of them evolving at the same time. Well, it's good thing that Rhea is also evolving, if not we have had no option but run, and our chances of getting out uninjured weren't that good. It will take them 15 to 20 minutes to level up. I really want to see how powerful Rhea will be when she became corporal level revolver. Shit. I cursed as I again got injured while drinking a potion. I just had killed their kin, seeing that they became frenzied and started attacking me like a mad, that I barely got any chance to attack. Clank. I defended against the monster attack while retreating using that force. I thought I will have a good time. These fuckers making me really want to kill to them. I cursed. I wanted to forcefully use the skill using vitality potion, but I controlled myself and keep fighting the normal way. If I forcefully use the skill, I will definitely face problems later. Clank clank. Bang. I kept fighting the monster while biding the time to use the skill. In frenzy, these monsters' speed and strength had increased, but as the time passed, I grew familiar to monsters' frenzy as we fought on and started to counterattack after understanding their rhythm. Although my normal attack still can't injure them much, but it boosted my confidence. I am confident to kill them without using the skill, but it would take me a lot of time. It's good thing that my speed had increased. Earlier when I used my skill, I kept circulating supreme combat exercise and mana refinement same time. I felt huge pain doing that. Some of the blood veins on my head had popped up. It was so painful that pain from circulating supreme combat exercise paled from it after I finished using the skill. I noticed that I accidentally circulated the 3 moves of supreme combat exercise, reaching the 6th move directly. Nearly 10 minutes passed since I sensed corporal grade yellow lightning tiger and Rhea leveling up, but I didn't sense much change in body's monster, but fluctuation is getting stronger. Rhea is drinking one potion after another in process of leveling up. She probably drank 5 or 6 mana potion in past 10 minutes while fighting against 2 monsters. Seeing she is effortless dodging attacks of 2 monster, I feel a little jealous. Rhea's forte is not speed but stability and strength, but wearing knight grade boots, speed had also become her forte. If I had that knight grade boots in my feet, 2 monsters would have been lying on my feet right now. Only really using it one can know the might of knight grade artifacts. Now I am pretty sure that day when Jim and his girlfriend had come to Myasta Forest to hunt monsters with me, they were also wearing knight grade artifacts from head to toe. Their knight grade artifacts were a better grade than we have but lower grade than teams from central continents were using. Now I truly understand, that day when they were hunting monsters with me, they only used about 30% of their power. If they used their full ability they would have killed the monsters in 2 to 3 strikes. If I do get chance, I will try to acquire knight grade armor and boots. With this full get up, I will rarely find my match within the same level unless my opponent is also wearing knight grade set. 25 minutes had been passed since the level process started and fluctuations from both them had reached near the peak. Growl. Corporal level yellow lightning tiger growled loudly and yellow light covered its body. Any attack from Rhea unable to penetrate that yellow light. Rhea looks fine from outside as she fighting peak specialist grade yellow lightning tiger, but fluctuation from her also reach a peak and she could level up at any time. Thud, head of peak specialist grade tiger fell. Earlier she was fighting both corporal grade and specialist grade yellow lightning tiger. Whenever she had tried a lethal attack on specialist grade monster, corporal grade monster swooped in to save specialist grade monster. But now there is corporal grade monster to save, so, Rhea easily able to kill it within a minute. Our eyes met and seeing I am doing fine, Rhea put a large distance between her and corporal grade monster and drank 3 mana potion back to back. Bang! I used me to slam one monster, it didn't do any harm to it but doing this saved me from the attack of another monster. Enough time had passed that I can safely use my skill one more time. This time I am planned to heavily injure at least one monster. First tide. I shouted loudly, attack the monster with the power of the first tide. This time also I feeling spitting pain in the head. Slice. Slice. I attack neck of the monster. I got quite surprised that Moo blow landed. I thought it would dodge and will attack it back. Now that I have a chance, I circulated the second tide without wasting any moment. Second tide. I shouted again. I don't why but shouting Moo's name gave me some sort of confidence. I can only shout it in a front monster like that. Shouting front the person would be an idiotic choice. Poochie, my sword directly pierced through its neck. This time this my aim and hit it in the perfect spot. I quickly removed the sword from its neck and put some distance between me and monsters while I still have power. Growlul. Growl. It growled in pain as it went mad in the ace of death. This yellow lightning tiger will be dead soon from bleeding. It would have been able to heal if it was made by my normal sword, seeing its huge size and healing power of monster, but when my piercing its throat, I increased the size of blade 4 times the normal, making the wood unhealable. Although it cost me quite a bit mana but is worth it, I quickly drank the potion as I am dangerously low on the mana. Crack. Crack. The yellow light shield surrounding corporal level yellow lightning monster started to crack. Rhea. I shouted in warning, but there is no change in her as she rooted in her spot without responding, just her aura change into corporal level like a monster. Boom. Roar. Yellow light broke boom and yellow lightning tiger comes out of it just in bigger size. Growl, it growls toward Rhea and took a jump at her, under it arm size paw, she would definitely get squashed. Rhea. I shouted top of my lungs but there is no response. As I thought Rhea definitely will get squashed under claws of a yellow lightning tiger, a crystalline thing shot of Rhea. Boom. Yellow lightning tiger momentum stopped by that crystalline thing. It was so bright that I didn't the chance to do what that crystalline thing is. When the light dimmed I got a clear look at that thing. Gasp. I gasped seeing that crystalline thing. It's panda, a panda which looked like it made of diamond. That's not the most shocking thing, the most shocking thing is its size. It's barely 2.5 foot tall, more than 5 times smaller than when it was a stone panda. Chapter 92 Rhea's new ability. It is a panda monster with diamond-like skin. I am sure it's Didi because only she could come out of Rhea like that. I felt a little confused about two things before quickly understanding them. When Didi was a stone panda, she was nearly 5 times taller than her above 2 foot tall size, and the second thing is her strain. If she had activated the dormant higher strain in her body, she would have become Iron Panda, but not an Iron Panda. She is mutated, sometimes when leveling up stages instead activating higher strain, sometimes monster activated mutated strain. Ashlin mutation is different, she is born mutated. There are many things related to monsters that shocked one to the core sometimes. Although every mutation brings good qualities isn't true, sometimes abilities of monsters regressed in mutation, but clearly in Didi's abilities had taken a huge leap. Despite being an initial level of corporal grade monster, she was able to stop the blow of strong mid-level corporal monster head-on without getting injured. That is a testimony of her new abilities. Stone pandas are an average monster, but looking at the performance Didi's diamond form, she can definitely include in the elite monsters list. Growl. The monster growled in frustration, seeing its attack had failed and attacked again, but this time Rhea had come to herself and charged toward the monster. As she charging toward the monster, I noticed that there is a faint layer of diamond skin flickering on Rhea body. I got quite surprised seeing that, when Didi was a stone panda, she didn't give Rhea any power except for enhancement in strength and defense, but looking at a layer of diamond on Rhea's skin, I am sure Rhea got diamond skin ability from Didi this time. I sucked a deep breath at that thought. She was already powerful, to begin with, and now gaining diamond skin, a top defensive ability, she had become even more powerful. I really want to see how powerful Rhea had become now that she had leveled up to corporal grade. Bang! Rhea crashed with a yellow lightning tiger head-on, although she had taken steps back after still clashing with Minster head-on without receiving injuries shows her formidable offense and defense. Even I, when fighting against the monster front of me, did not clash with the head-on. I always use my shield, and whenever I used my sword for defense, I used in a way that I receive minimum damage. Normally everyone does that. Monsters' strength is always 2 or 3 times more than humans, but we used artifacts, skills, and our intelligence to beat them. Rhea probably clashing against it head-on because she wants to test her strength, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Didi to stand by. Thud. The yellow lightning tiger fell on the ground withering in the pain as it was dying due to blood loss. Growl. Growl. The corporal grade and specialist grade both monsters growled in anger seeing their kin fell. Corporal grade yellow lightning tiger had rushed toward me, but it stipped by Rhea in midway. Growl. It growled at Rhea fiercely and attacked her, but she countered its attack effortlessly. Like me, Rhea's normal attack can't heavily injure the corporal grade yellow lightning tiger, but she used skill. She can definitely kill it with the power of the third strike. She could have easily killed right after leveling up, but she is using it, dummy, to get control over its strength. When she felt she had enough, she will kill it using the skill. Now I have only one monster to kill, and I am confident in killing it within half an hour. Slice. Slice. I keep attacking, but other than normal wound nothing happened to the monster. Only using skill can I do any real damage to them, but to use a skill I have to wait for 15 minutes more. Growl. Feeling frustrated that any of its attacks aren't landing on me, it attacked me again. Despite its ferocious attacks, I am easily able to dodge its attack because of Supreme Combat Exercise. Earlier when used skill, like before, I kept circulating Supreme Combat Exercise and refining mana. Just like when I used the skill before that, I felt pain as if thousands of hammers striking inside my head, but rushing power of skill had diverted my mind from pain, or I would have directly fallen unconscious. When I check which moves of Supreme Combat Exercise I reached after performing the skill, and I was quite surprised to find out that I advanced 4 moves and my circulation had reached. I am so happy knowing this, not because I advance 4 moves again, but I had found a new way to advance moves of my Supreme Combat Exercise. I know it will not be forever as Supreme Combat Exercise advances, so is its pain, as it will be many times worse than hammering headache that I feel using the skill. I just hope that with this method, I will at least able to create the fourth seal. No, I don't need help. I said. Didi had come closer to me and asked if she could help me beat this monster. Ever since she leveled up, she only had a chance to attack one time and Rhea took over and asked her to stay put. And when she comes to ask if I need any help, I also declined her request. Poor Didi, she had just leveled up but did not get chance to test her powers against monsters. If was fighting 3 monsters like earlier, I would have accepted her help unhesitantly, but now I can kill it in a few minutes after I use my skill. Thud. I heard a loud thud. When I looked up I found that Rhea had killed the corporal level monster by piercing its skull. I should also finish this fight soon. I thought, 20 minutes had already passed since I used my skill last time, it's time to kill. First tide. I shouted and the power of the first tide started to run into my body. Slice. I attacked its neck with power first tide. It dodged an attack by its neck and it landed on its back. Second tide. I shouted and my power increased 1-fold than the first tide. This I will definitely kill it with the power of the second tide. Poochie. I pierced its neck directly. It tried to dodge it but my sword was too fast to dodge it. Thud. It fell into the ground as removed the swords from its neck. I finally killed 3 mid-level specialist grade elite monsters with my own. Chapter 93 Out of Valley. I let all go and sat on the ground as I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Now that I let go all of it, I feel splitting headache. My earlier using skill, refinement engine, and supreme combat exercise, I put a lot of strain on my body, especially head. Lot of blood veins on my head popped open. I don't think I will able to use 3 of that thing together for the next week. I sigh and regret thinking that. I am sure that if found 2 or 3 mid-level specialist monsters again, I can definitely create the third seal. Just thinking about the third seal my eyes became dreamy. After creating the third seal, I can fully perform the 3 strikes. At that time, I can even survive from peak level specialist grade monster. When I opened my eyes, I found Rhea is dissecting the monster corpse. Yellow lightning tiger's coat in high demand and very expensive, and being a corporal level monster, its meat going to be really delicious. I also started to dissect the 3 yellow aligning tigers. I only took its claw, coat, and core, leaving everything else in the body. I would have taken heart meat but I already saw Rhea taking the meat of corporal grade monster that will last us for a week. It's getting late, we should find a spot for camp, said Rhea. I nodded. The dark is approaching, we should really find a spot quickly as possible, otherwise we will come across more monsters we can handle. We hurriedly started to search for the camping spot. Finding the good spot in limited time in this sort of place is really hard. The sky had already turned half dark and we are hearing all sort of monster noises. If not for Rhea and Didi intentionally radiating corporal grade aura, lots of monsters had already attacked us. I think we are currently in Yellow Lightning Tiger's territory. That why we didn't come across any corporal level monster, but our luck won't last long if we keep roaming for a spot. Some corporal grade monster bound to notice us and will attack. Choo choo. Ashlin come chirping from the sky. I asked Ashlin earlier to check if she could find a spot from the sky. Did you find it? I asked her in expectation. Choo choo. She nodded in affirmation and started to fly toward that direction. We quickly follow her. It is quite near as we reached there in 10 minutes, but when we reached there was quite a problem as it was occupied by some specialist grade monster. Without me doing anything, Rhea and Didi attacked the monster and finished them within minutes. Seeing Rhea had removed the core, I summoned the fire to burn the bodies but stopped by Rhea. Don't burn the bodies, it will attract the monsters. It is better to bury them in a hole, said Rhea. I am such an idiot. I can't understand some common thing. Didi, dig the hole and bury those bodies into it, said Rhea said to Didi. Nodding cutely, Didi started to dig a hole little further from camp. Being corporal grade and earth level monster, Didi had dug a big hole in few minutes and buried the bodies into. By the time Didi finished, we also settled in the tent. Give me the leftover, I'll heat them, I said to Rhea. In the morning, Rhea intentionally cooked the large meal so we could eat it in the camp at night, as we can cook in the valley and attract the monster. Rhea handed me the food and I summoned the fire to heat. I am heating the food in the camp, so the smell didn't spread outside. After heating it, I served plates to everyone and like always Ashlin is the first to dig in. While eating, I started to look at Didi. Earlier I didn't get a chance to take a good look at her in clear light. Like I suspected, her whole body had transformed into diamond-like material, while it looked hard diamond skin from far, but it is like normal skin, soft when you touched it. I even touched Didi's head in confirmation. Seeing me touching Didi's head, all three of them looked at me weirdly. I checking her skin is hard or soft. I explained hurriedly, seeing them looking at me weirdly. Chew. Ashlin chirped, snorted hearing my explanation. Her skin turned hard during combat, right? I asked Rhea. Yes, it turned hard and her defense also increases, Rhea explained. I thought so too. When Didi was Rock Panda her skin also works like that, so it's plausible that after she it works the same way. Not all monster seeking work like that. Some earth elemental monster skins always hard or soft and they never change during the contract. Rhea offered to clean the dishes. I obliged and started to study skill 9 Raging Strikes. I am pretty sure that I will be capable of performing 3 strikes soon and I want to ready for that. Although I already got the hang of its 3 tides, I want to reinforce my understanding of it and I used this skill many times today and I've come across many problems that I want to clear them. I offered to take the first watch as I had taken the second watch yesterday. Okay, she replied. After 2 hours studying 9 Raging Strikes, I clear all my doubts that were bugging me, seeing I made enough progress and today I closed its folder and opened folder Blazing Strkes2. Blazing Strikes being night grade skill is very complicated and one can't understand it in a short amount of time. Still, I study it a few hours every day. I had woken up Rhea after the time of my watch over. I fell in sleep soon after waking Rhea up. I woke at dawn to find Rhea is already ready. I quickly freshen up and took out packet food to eat as breakfast. Although it is tasteless compared to cooked monster food, it is our only option in the forest. Ashlin didn't want to eat that, demanded that I cook food for her. Getting angry, I gave her choice: either eat it or stay hungry we get out of the valley. She reluctantly ate that but stayed angry at me. We packed our camp and started to travel after seeing enough light as we want to be out of the valley by the afternoon. On our way out the valley, we come 2 corporal level monsters, one initial level while another is mid-level, but Rhea handled them. While those special level handled by Didi that I had only killed 2 specialist grade monsters. I can see the end of the valley as Rhea and I hastily walk toward it not a walk but near jog. Finally. I shout out loud as we walk out of the valley. Chapter 94 Swimsway. I couldn't control myself and let out a shout of happiness as I got out of the valley with Rhea. I was high on my nerves in the last 1.5 days. Only after getting out of valley did I felt safe again. I opened the map and checked for the location of a small lake that we have trying to reach past few days, and from the map I can see that we just have to walk for little more than an hour to reach there. We picked our pace without wasting time, although it not necessary for us to go there as our main objective to there to find a way to reach home, but now that we have to know about gathering from Andrew and Neil. We still want to go there if someone is there or not. It will be good if we found someone there, as will companions on the way to gathering, and even if we did not find anyone there, we will make the journey toward the wasteland, although it will be dangerous. What choice did we have? As time passes, the lake appeared before our eyes. Walking near it except for a few monsters, we didn't discover any human. Didn't that tree stump little odd? I asked as we found a large tree stump near the lake, as there are no large trees near the lake. Yes, really odd, she said. We walked toward the tree stump. As we drew near we noticed that some paper sticking on the tree stump. It's the paper. The same paper that Andrew and Neil showed us, which marked the destination of the gathering. Someone must have left it here, others to find, she said. Yes, looking at all signs around here, there were a lot of people here yesterday. If we had arrived here yesterday, we would have able to catch up with them, I said. Let's look around the lake to see if we could find anything more, said Rhea. Okay, I replied, and we both started to look around the lake yesterday. The lake serene, except for few low-level monsters there is nothing else. This small lake should be the territory of corporal level monsters and its specialist grade minions, but there's no sign of it. They probably killed and hunted then eaten by the adventurers who stayed. Except for few footprints and snack packs here and there, I didn't see anything. Did you find anything? I asked. No, there is nothing. She replied, I have expected we find nothing, but there is also an exception and don't want to miss anything. We should set up a camp. She said, right. I said and started to find a good place to set up a camp. I soon found a good spot and activated tent artifact there. We both are feeling tired and wanted to rest a little, especially Rhea as she fought most. I'll cook today, you should get some rest, I said when I saw her making for cooking. She didn't deny it, seeing firmness in my voice. I'll take a swim first. She said went inside the tent. Ashlin, keep an eye out. I asked Ashlin, seeing she is lazily resting on the roof of the camp. Choo choo choo. She chirped in annoyance as she still isn't talking me since morning, but seeing I am making food, she stood up on her tiny little legs and started to fly around the tent. As I am preparing the food, Rhea comes out of the tent wearing a swimsuit. I looked for the second and looked away before she can notice me staring at her. Despite looking away after taking a look only for a second, the memory of Rhea in swimsuit had itched in my mind. Rhea is only 17 and hadn't fully matured yet, but she still looks stunning. Her perfectly toned body without ounce on fatted, her breasts that hadn't fully grown but still looked full that one wanted to do countless things with them. As Rhea walked toward the lake, I got the clear look of her perfect back and her ass, and it feels amazing. Although I don't have any feelings for Rhea other friend, but seeing a beautiful girl in a half-naked cloths, anyone's emotions will rise, especially 16-year boy who is high on hormones. And that swimsuit didn't help either. It is very revealing that left little to the imagination. We have found this swimsuit with some other girls' clothing in Neil and Andrew's camp. They must have trapped some poor girl in their vicious scheme to have ladies' clothes in their camp. I quickly controlled myself and cast out Rhea's half-naked form out of my mind and fully concentrated on the cooking. I had learned a lot from watching Rhea and Andrew cooking, and I am quite sure in few days of cooking and my cooking will equal to Rhea's. I am thinking of taking weekly cooking classes if I am successfully able to leave this realm. Only after living in the forest this week I knew the importance of good food, and if I am able to leave this realm alive. But before that, I have a head home. Sunday has been passed, and seeing I hadn't called and received their call, my parents must be worried sick. To pacify their worry, I have to head home and see my haul this time. I can definitely bring back lots of gifts back home. Soon Rhea comes out of the lake with water dripping from all over the body. It will be very hard to sleep tonight with this memory in my mind. You should rest a little, lunch will be ready in half an hour, I said after keeping my emotions in check. Soon lunch is ready and I called Rhea and Ashlin to eat. In the morning we only ate some packaged monster meat. We quickly finished eating. After eating I also take freshening dip in the lake, as I had had a proper bath since the cave I found Rhea in. After bathing and we packed the camp and walked toward the wasteland, as we have only 7 days to cross the wasteland to reach the Sind Forest. Chapter 95 The Great Limi. It's been 3 days we have been walking in the wasteland. It is very hot that we have to drink water every half an hour, and we don't have any form protection from this intense heat. It's good thing that we don't have to worry about the water, as we had packed enough before venturing into the wasteland. My skin had become dry and I had parched lips, this journey really getting on my nerves. Sometimes I feel like throwing all down and then crush them with my feet. The wasteland is so hot that Ashlin, who always liked to be outside and cooped up inside me, no matter how many times I called her to come out she wouldn't listen. She only comes out at evening and integrates into my morning as it started to become hot. We had expected to see someone as we journeyed toward wasteland, as nearly 5,000 had entered this realm, but we saw no one. Fucking shit. This realm is so big that we can hardly come across anyone, and the only highlight of the day when some sand monster or bird monster attack us. That is the only time that I forget about this fucking heat and fight to forget all this. I sighed as looked at the time in front of me. There are 2 more hours till evening. That means we have to walk 2 more fucking hours. I try to pass the time by reading and watching movies and videos in my holowalk. I just have to brighten it a little to see clearly in bright daylight. I feel little weird doing that at first, not to say dangerous, as any sand monster could attack us at the minute, but I succumb to boredom and forget the danger that might attack me out of nowhere. Although it felt weird watching movies and videos while waking in this dangerous environment, but seeing it is the only way to pass the time as I walk. Seeing me, Rhea also started to do that to pass the time. Time passed on and soon 2 hours over and the sky started to darken and we set the camp. If we walk this speed, we will reach the Sin Forest 3 days later, she said as she studied the map. I nodded as I looked toward the map. We have strictly following the route on the map, and based on the distance we covered in 3 days we can deduce the time we will need to reach the forest, that is 2 whole days before the end date. We can travel this fast, is all due to Rhea. Whatever monster that comes to our way had been killed by Rhea in minutes. The strongest monster we ever faced since traveling wasteland is sandworms and sand snake monster, which are killed by Rhea, so most of our journey had been smooth sailing. Choo choo. Ashlin comes out of me seeing it is evening and he help is needed in cooking. I and Didi keep a watch while Rhea and Ashlin are cooking. Past 3 days whenever we cook many small monsters had always come attacked because of smell. So, it is easy to kill them or shoo them away before reaching the camp. Having decided with his makes this job quite easier. Bam! Didi killed another monster that had come near the camp and expertly removed its core for Rhea. In past few days I have been observing Didi quite closely and I found the conjecture right that I had made earlier, that Ashlin's intelligence is comparable to corporal level monsters. She and Didi had a similar level intelligence, but when Didi and Ashlin level up another level, Ashlin will leave behind Didi in intelligence. From the birth, Ashlin had high intelligence and she leveling up, it is increasing at an alarming degree. Grey Spark Sparrow is known to be mediocre in intelligence, but Silver Spark Arrow Ashlin is mutated, and maybe that mutation had given her intelligence. If only this mutation had spread to her strain, making it high level, at least to be at the lieutenant level, that would have been great. Dinner ready. Choo choo. Ashlin and Rhea both called out at the same time as dinner readied. Let's go, Didi. I asked little panda Didi, who is trying to pick 4 specialist grade cores in her light paws. She somehow manages to pick them and walk toward the camp. It's been 5 days since Didi level up. She can't control her body at the delicate level, it would take her another week to do that. Inside the camp, Rhea already had served the plates and Ashlin had already started to dig in without waiting for us. As we eating, I asked the question that has been bugging me since this afternoon. Is your mana purification slowed down after 88%? I asked. 2 days ago my mana reached 87% purity, then suddenly slowed down as if stopped purifying from past 2 days. Increase in my mana purity minute, it is even slow compared to the speed at back home. It happens to everyone, it happened to me too, she said with a laugh as I asked this question. She stopped for a while before answering, as if finding the right words for it. It is called the Great Limit. It happens after mana reached above 85%, my mana reached Great Limit at 88%, she said. The Great Limit? I've never heard of this term before. Seeing I am not understanding, she answered patiently. The Great Limit happen when once mana teach above 85%. After our mana reached above 85% purification rate, our mana started to slow down extremely, and it does not matter how good is your purification engine is, she said. I also reached a great limit at 88% mana purity, and it took me near a year to make 90%, it would have taken more if not for me entering this realm, she said. I understood everything after she explained in detail. Looked like Blazing Strike have to wait for little more than expected to be used by me. After that, I cleaned the dishes and started reading as Rhea sleep. Today is my turn to take first watch. I looked at the sleeping Rhea and sigh. Whenever I look at her, the memory of her in swimsuit flood in my mind, especially time like this when I can hardly control my hormones. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I calmed myself and studied skill Blazing Strike for a few hours before waking up Rhea for her watch. Chapter 96 To Help. Next day I was woken up by Rhea before dawn as we made our preparation to leave. After freshening up, we ate the leftovers of last night, and by the time we were ready to leave, the sky had brightened a little at the dark. This is yet another day to walk, including today we have to walk for 3 days to reach the Sin Forest. Chew. Ashlin chirped as she flew in the air. If not for this early morning and temperature is still not high, she wouldn't have come out of me. She would fly mostly for an hour before it became too hot for her flight. She will integrate with me. I am currently listening to popular songs which I brought month ago to pass the time. I wouldn't have listened to such loud music if not for Ashlin keeping watch from above. If any monster did come, Ashlin will spot it with her bird's eye view and will inform me immediately. I stopped on my tracks and turned off the music as felt vibration under my feet. Looking at the vibration, there seems to be only one monster, but that monster is big. Thud. Growl. A big sandworm monster comes out of sand directly in front of us. I quickly activated my boots and swiftly retreated from the monster as it is initial level corporal grade monster which is way above my league. Rhea didn't wait for my retreat and directly went for the monster while activating her broadsword midway. And looking at her speed, she is definitely using the skill from the start. This monster dead. Growl. The monster growled and instinctively felt a premonition of death as he tries to burrow back to sand, but before it does that, Rhea already reached it and attacked. Boom. 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 3 consecutive booms rang out as Rhea attacked monsters with 3 consecutive strikes if the skill. When the sand is cleared, I found Rhea is removing the core of the monster and monster had been cut into 3 pieces. Bam! Ashlin released a series of the fireball from above after Rhea was done removing core. The core of monster started to burn after Ashlin's series of fireballs fell on it. I and Rhea both don't like the meat of the earthworm monster, seeing how ugly it is, and also there is that nauseous smell of earthworm minster emits after dying. We didn't take a single look at the monster and started to walk as this had become a common occurrence. Whenever we come across any monster, especially corporal grade monster, Rhea attacked it directly, and after killing it and removing the core, I burn the monster's body and we move on. We come across 3 or 4 times such occurrence daily. Most of it the time it is single or 2 monsters, but sometimes a group of the monster also attack. That time 4 of us have to fight either to fend off or kill the group of monsters. Sometime later, Ashlin integrated into me due to the temperature being too hot. Walking in this intense heat, I sometimes wondered why humans can't integrate into a monster. That would have made my life much easier. I would have forced Ashlin to fly in the heat for at least a half a day while I rest inside her. That would have been great. Chew. Ashlin chirped in a snort as she felt my thoughts with our connections. I am just joking, Ashlin. I said in pacifying tone, but she ignores it without saying anything. I just smiled and went back on reading. I am currently reading Herb Encyclopedia that I asked from Rhea. I have pitifully low knowledge of herbs, and as we were going to the Sin Forest, I am pretty sure that we will enter the forest, and when we enter the forest, I don't want to miss precious herb that will come at my way. I know it is far-fetched to hope I will find any super expensive herb, but there is a no loss in reading the Herb Encyclopedia, and it will help me identify some rare herbs. It's been 2 days I've been reading this book for a few hours a day, but still, I wasn't able to finish 10% of it. I don't know how that alchemists and potioneers memorize these tens of thousands of herbs to smallest details. Some herbs have so weird names that pronouncing them is difficult, much less memorizing them. Take this, Okebduemprihretst, it is extremely hard to pronounce them. Taking a deep sigh, I kept reading them. I don't memorize this herb, I just try to make myself familiarize with them, so when I come across that herb gave me familiar feeling, I can pick the herb and search about it later. Not only I ask her about her encyclopedia, but I also ask for ores as well. I entered this reel accidentally, but when I leave, I want to leave with fortune, and for that reading, these books are necessary no matter how boring it is. I read both of the encyclopedia few hours a day, both to gain knowledge and to pass the time. Time passes on and now it is mid-afternoon. This is a time when the temperature at its peak. If you threw the water on the surface, it will start boiling. That's how hot it, especially in the middle of a wasteland. Normal private grade evolvers won't able to cross this wasteland alone, they will die before they could ever reach the middle of it. Thud. Rhea killed another monster. This is the 6th corporal level monster we encountered today, and just an hour ago, I killed 2 specialist grade monster. We are encountering monsters frequently today. We had already encountered 6 corporal level monsters and 19 specialist grade monsters already, and it's only afternoon. For the past 3 days, we hadn't encountered more than 4 corporal grade and 10 special grade monsters. Looks like close we are getting to the Synth Forest, the more dangerous it will get. Do you hear something? Rhea asked. I shook my head in no at first, but then I tried concentrated. I did hear some sound. There is some sound coming in front of us, I said, and we hastily started to walk towards that sound. But this time we are careful and prepared not to fall in the trap like last time again. As we grew closer we noticed a few figures. When we get closer looked at, they seem to be fighting monsters, and they are not faring well as there are more than 10 ministers attacking 7 people. We broke into a run to help them. No matter, they are fellow men and it's moral to help them if we can, and it is in our profit to help them travel the wasteland. Going to be dangerous. The more people we have journeyed the safer it will be crossing the wasteland. Chapter 97 Sand Scorpions. We ran towards them while activating our artifacts. As we got close we got clear looked at the fight that made me so shocked that I nearly stopped in my tracks as I wanted to run in the opposite direction. What shocked me was the monsters. They are one of the most dangerous monsters in the wasteland. They are sand scorpions. We come across it only one time and it was mid-level specialist grade sand scorpion. It had taken me more than 2 hours to kill it, and by the time I was finished dealing with it, I had injuries all over my body. There are 12 sand scorpions that are attacking the adventurers, and looking at their sizes, for our corporal grade while 8 are specialist grade. Specialist grade sand scorpions are nearly double the size of a normal person while corporal grade is triple the size. They are really giant monsters. I was wrong about one thing though. When I looked at the fighting scene earlier, I thought there are only 7 people with their monsters are fighting the monsters, but I was wrong. There are 2 more, a boy and the girl are laid on the ground. They are either dead or unconscious. Of the 7 people who are fighting the sand scorpions, 4 are specialist grade and 3 are corporal grade. Of the 7 people, the highest level boy who is at mid-level corporal grade and is fighting against 2 initial and mid-level scoring alone. Except for 2 in aqua blue clothes, all are in dire need of help. If they did not receive any reinforcement or not have any strong trump card, then they will die within an hour or 2. There are no running away from these monsters. The wasteland is their territory. They can easily follow you, wherever you ran. Seeing Rhea and me running toward them, hope had arisen on their face for a moment, but seeing we are only 2 of us and I'm only at initial level specialist grade, their faces fell as they did not expect much from us. I had activated both my knight grade sword and shield as these scorpions are elite monsters. We decided not to show specialty of our knight grade artifacts like size manipulation and instant activation and deactivation. We are helping them now, but once our fight is over, greed can rise in anyone's heart. So, Rhea and both decided while on the company of outsiders we will refrain from showing the special trait of our artifact. When we were 50 meters away from the fight, Rhea and I separated as we had already chosen our opponents. She is moving toward the corporal grade evolver who is fighting against 2 sand scorpions, and I also moved toward the girl and her monster who is also fighting against 2 monsters. That girl was so busy dodging pincer and stinger of 2 scorpions that she didn't notice that coming to help her. First tide. I shouted the skill name in my mind as I am 20 meters away from my fight. My speed suddenly increased as I activated the skill, but this will not last long as first tide's power will only last for 3 seconds. With the power of the first tide coursing in my body, I swiftly ran toward the sand scorpion while avoiding its pincers. Boom! Crack! I directly attack its head and a layer of sand cracked a little. Second tide. I circulated the second move as I saw poisonous stinger of the scorpion coming toward me. There is no way to dodge despite the power of the second tide causing through my body. That stinger is too fast and closing on my swiftly. All I can do defense with my shield while being careful of its pincers. Bam! I defended my shield and used that force to put some distance between me and scorpion, to put some distance between us. Boom! As I am retreating, Azure Stag of that girl attacks Scorpion's head with its horns. Stag monsters are known for their nimbleness and fast speed. it took the stage a single second to attack and retreat. No wonder that this girl is without much injury and survived 2 mid-level sand scorpions despite being at initial level specialist grade evolver. With such speed and nimbleness, she can survive peak level specialist sand scorpions, much less 2 mid-level specialist grade sand scorpions. She flashed me a grateful smile and attacked the other sand scorpion with her stag monster. Quickly drinking potion, I continue my dance with the sand scorpion. It is very difficult to fight sand scorpions. Aside from its 8 legs which gave it free movement, it has 2 sharp pincers which can crush me in a single move if I get caught in them. It also has a super fast tail with a poisonous stinger. If I got hit by it, I will be good as dead. Choo choo. Ashlin suddenly comes out me, which startles. Usually she stayed inside me till evening and didn't come out even if I am fighting. This time she comes out on her own. I thought she would help me fighting the monsters. Although her attacks couldn't do any damage to the sand scorpion, it will at least annoy it, but no, she didn't give the second glacé to me or sand scorpions as she flew into the air and started hovering around the fight scene. I wanted to ask her, but the stinger of the monster came at me so suddenly that leaving me no choice to defend against it. It's not even giving me a second of rest. It had very fast speed with its 8 legs and it can do super fast attacks with its pincer and stinger. Fighting it, I feel like I have become Monkey who was dodging its attack one after another. Yes. I shouted in happiness in my mind as I circulated to the 16th move of Supreme Combat Exercise. I have been trying since yesterday, but the pain is so intense that I failed every time. Ever since I had entered the wasteland, I've never used skill, Supreme Compete for Exercise and Refinement Engine same time. Although that method helps in advancing moves of Supreme Combat Exercise, it also put a lot of strain on veins in my head. Its damage had been so bad that I still feel a slight headache at nights. I had decided to wait until my head stopped hurting at night before using that method again. I don't want to have any lasting injury that will leave problems for my future practice. Chapter 98, Dancing with the Death. The battle against Scorpion had been going on in full force, but no sand scorpion had been dead yet, but it will be soon. The 2 people had been laid unconscious had also got up and joined the battle because that the pressure on those who were surviving against 2 scorpions had lessened. The purple suit boy who had been fighting against 2 corporal level sand scorpions got help from Rhea, which has given him enough time to feed the antidote and healing potion to 2 poison people. Within 10 minutes of drinking potions, their condition becomes good enough to fight with scorpions again. It has been 20 minutes since I used skill. I just have to wait for 5 more to use it again. The sand scorpions are a lot harder to deal than the sandworms and snakes. These sand scorpions not only have speed but also great defense. When earlier I attack its head with the power of the first tide, but all I able to make a slight crack on its defense layers. It is very difficult to kill it. The best way to kill scorpion is to cuts its tail and then pierces the sword through its eyes. Stars in twilight. I heard in a soft voice when I looked from the corner of my eyes. I saw that purple suit girl's sword is coated in grey twilight and faint stars could be seen twinkling in it. She nimbly went near the scorpion and attacked near its head while swiftly dodging its stinger and returned back before layer twilight on her sword isn't yet to be disappeared. I am a little shocked seeing that. Her skill's power is a little greater than the power of my skill's first 2 tides. Her attacks had left visible marks on the scorpion. The only bad thing is this girl is little inexperienced in fighting, or those 2 attacks of her would have been way more lethal if they had landed on the perfect spot. After she attacked, her stag monster also attacked the sand scorpion without giving it chance retaliate against its master. Compared to a sand scorpion, that stag monster is way too fast and nimble. I quickly concentrate on my fight, seeing sand scorpion's stinger coming toward my direction. Crack. Shit. I cursed out loud as my bone cracked by sand scorpion's pincer, which attacked me from the right side. Thank God. That is his bone by hip, not of shoulder, else it would have really affected my fight against sand scorpion. I have to careful against it in the future. One injury in the wrong place can completely affect my fight against it. Soon the 5 minutes passed and I am free to use the skill, but I did not use it immediately but waited for a good moment to strike. Not soon after the opportunity had arrived and I quickly activated my skill. First tide. I shouted loudly, no matter how weird it felt shouting the skill's name out loud, but it helps a lot mentally. Whoosh! I dodge its pincers as I move toward its head with the power of the first tide. But this time Scorpion was ready and attack with Stinger, so I could not attack it head, but I laughed seeing this because it behaved the way I wanted it. Second tide, with the shout, power of the second tide started coursing through my veins. With the power of the second tide, I took the jump and landed on the Scorpion's back and moved toward its tail. Its tail is fast but not flexible as it cannot reach toward its tailbone, and there is no question about its pincers reaching there. I smile after seeing Scorpion moving here and there to shake me off its back. Bang! Crack! My attack landed on its tailbone, nearly cracking it in half. After this, Scorpion's tail will not be fast and agile as before, and every time it will move its tail, it will feel immense pain. From the start, my target was its tail. As long as I cut its tail, the Sand Scorpion will lose more than half of its power. With its stinger gone, its pincer will not be much threat as their range only half of that of its piece. I quickly jump off the Scorpion from its backside, but Sand Scorpion had quickly turned with its 8 legs and started to hound me like a mad dog. It even using its tail despite being its half cracked. I am barely surviving its attack, and my boots and shield is busier than my sword. I sensed the moment on corner of my eyes. It was Stag Monster of that purple clothed as it is speedily moving toward its direction. Attack on its tail! I shouted seeing it is moving to attack towards the head. It starts at first with my loud should but nimbly changed her course and attacked towards its tail. Bang! It hit the same spot on its tail that I hit earlier, damaging it further. Well, at least this monster is better than her master. The monster has a better battle instinct than its master. The Sand Scorpion went mad receiving this attack, but it could not find one who attacked it. Only I in its immediate sight, so it transferred its the rage at me and started to attack me like crazy. It's good thing that Stag gave me enough time to drink the potion when it attacked the Sand Scorpion. Crack! Another bone of my body broke. I have attacked many times by this mad Scorpion in these past 15 minutes. That Stag Monster also attacked it 2 more times, that it is barely able to control its tail. The girl in a purple suit and her monster would have already killed the monster they are fighting if not for her being inexperienced. She is also at initial level of special grade like me, but she is more powerful both due to her monster and her physique. Soon comes the time of me using the skill again. This time I plan to completely get rid of monster's tail and kill it in a few minutes. First tide. I activated the first tide and ran toward the monster. Sensing a change in my aura, it becomes more cautious toward me. The tactic like last time won't work as it has already become very cautious around me. There is only one way, but it will be very dangerous. I ran toward it, but as it moved its pincers to attack, I smiled fearlessly and run toward the pincers. Second tide. Upgrading to the power of the second tide, I did not dodge the pincers, instead jump on them. The pincers were so fast that even Scorpion could not change their course. Thud, leveraging my feet against its pincer, I took the second jump towards the back. That was a really dangerous move. If a slight mistake occurred in my calculations, I could have directly dived into those pincers and cut into 2 pieces. I am in mid-air with a sword in my hand when I saw Scorpion's stinger coming directly at my head. If I didn't do anything, I will surely die by its stinger. Without panicking, I started to think of the way to escape, as dodging the attack in midair is really difficult and normal methods won't work. When stinger only an inches away from me, a really dangerous idea comes into my mind, and I didn't know it will work or not, but I don't have any choice. If I didn't do it, then only death is awaiting me. I released a blast of fire from my waist and used that force to whirl my body in midair, dodging its stinger by fingernail distance. It was a really dangerous gamble. I hadn't used my fire ability in days in combat, as it little to no use, but just now it helped dodge the death. With the power of flip, my speed increased more as I dived downward towards monster's tailbone. I still haven't forgotten my aim. With the whirl that I've done in the air moment ago, I am a much better position to attack than before. Kapak. Thud. With the power of the third strike, I attacked the Sand Scorpion's tail, cutting it directly from the tailbone. Thud. I fell heavily on the sand and found Scorpion screaming shrilly while coming at me with vengeance in its eyes. I am finished. I have no way to dodge this attack, but suddenly a stang came to my rescue and attacked the monster's head, giving me enough time to flip in the sand and get up. Chapter 99 Killing Sand Scorpion. With Stag Monster's attack, I got enough time to get away from the monster and throw a potion bottle in my mouth. My eyes flashed with envy seeing young stage monster hopping here and there with its speed and agility. Scorpion's eye is red and it looking at me in vengeance. It's good thing that I had cut off its tail, so there is a lot less pressure on to defend against. Wish. Dodging its pincer, I jumped on its back, although my normal attacks can't do much its defense and there is also strong layer protection on its eyes also, I will need both speed and strength to pierce its eyes. Dumb beast, I am here. I shouted as pierced the wound on its tailbone one more time. It absolutely went mad suffering repetitive injuries from me and tried to burrow into the sand, but I pierced its wound one more time to make it angry stop from burrowing in the sand. With its pincer gone, it can't do anything to me as long as the back, where it was, at that place its pincer can't reach. I kept attacking its tail wound and whenever its pincer's away, I would try to attack its eyes but it is very hard. Its is very sensitive, whenever I try to attack it, it will form its defense layer. The defense layers on its eyelid are strong as its head, no matter how hard I try, I would only able to make scratches on it. Without the power of skill, I will not able to do anything to it. The scorpion that Rhea fighting is at its last legs, she would be able to finish it within a few minutes. Not only she, but Dee is also helping one boy fighting an initial level sand scorpion. The whole fight's going in the frenzy, one could die if one made the slightest mistake. My luck was good earlier that stage monster of that purple suit girl saved me earlier or I definitely would have to lie in the pieces. Except for the girl in purple, all people here seem to be quite experienced and fine, this girl must have been quite sheltered to not have fighting experience. Thud. One sand scorpion fell dead on the sand as it is killed by a boy who is wearing a similar purple suit as the girl. After killing first sand scorpion he ran toward one girl who is having difficulty against corporal level sand scorpion. As the fight goes on, Rhea also killed the sand scorpion she was fighting and went to help another fighting corporal level sand scorpion. There are still 15 minutes till, I can use my skill again if I had 3 seals of exercise, 5 minutes breaks would have been enough between using the skill. Whoosh! I dodge another pincer of the monster as I am trying my luck on its eyes. I have to say, it's been more than an hour since I started a fight with this sand scorpion but there is a decrease in its intensity of attacks. Even after me cutting its tail, its speed and rhythm did not decrease instead increased. I have danked 3 potions since I started fighting this monster to fill my refinement engine with mana. This is one of the things men always jealous of monster. Within save level even a normal monster had nearly 5 times mana that of mana and they're no talking about the elite monsters. Clank. While fighting, I also kept eye on the Ashlin as she roaming the sky around the fighting scene. I asked her why she comes out me at this where the temperature is very but she didn't answer and kept flying around the scene. I sometimes wanted to beat her arrogance out of her, I don't where she got from, since the time of her birth she had been arrogant as if looking down on everything. 10 minutes till I can use my skill again, no matter how much I try without skill, it is very hard to kill these sand scorpions. I sometimes wonder if I would have able to survive in this realm if we hadn't got a skill from Andrew and Neil. I would have been very hard and maybe we both have died especially when we were fighting, yellow lightning tigers in the valley. Coming back to the present, all is going relatively well, the fights are turning in the favor of us, especially after 2 corporal level scorpions dead. After remaining 2 corporal level monster dead, all 4 corporal grade evolver can easily kill remaining specialist grade monsters. But it would take time, I hope to kill this sand scorpion on my own without getting help from corporal level evolvers. I have only one chance to do when I used skill, I have to use the skill at the perfect time so could kill it in the one move. It is time. I said as the interval time of using the skill is over, now I just have to make strategy and wait for forfeit time kill it. I again jump off in the back and stayed where its pincers cannot reach me, as I waited, 5 minutes later I got perfect chance to attack it. First tide. I shouted, and the power of the first tide coursing through my body, since the hike in my energy, Sand Scorpion became an ally after sensing my hike in energy. This time strategy is quite simple. I will act like I am going for the eye, but when trying it pincer in defense of its eyes, I will flip in the air and pierce its head with the power of the second tide. As I ran toward its eyes, it moved pincer in defense of it, but sudden as if it predicted my strategy, it put pincer on its hearing. Second tide. I did not dwell on it much and activated power of the second tide since it had given me its eyes. Let's see if the power second tide can piece the defense lawyer of Ida closed eye. Ah! I screamed loudly as bring down my sword with all the power I had in me. The tip of my sword touched the protective layer of it, felt resistance. Without caring, I put all mana I have in me into the skill to increase its power. Poochie. With an increase in power, my sword directly pierced through its eye, killing it wholly within second, without giving it any chance of resistance. Thud. The scorpion fell with a thud as I still on its back, gripping my sword tightly with my hands. Chapter 100 Sandstorm. Strong hot wind had instantly dried all the sweat I had on my body. The wind had risen this past hour. It would have been very nice if the wind had been a little cool. The hot wind of the desert feel lacerating on the skin. I tried to stand with the help of my sword but failed due to weakness. I am drained both in mana and physically that I don't want to lift a finger. Still, I move my hand toward my pocket and remove 2 potion bottle. One is mana potion while other is vitality potion. Vitality potion will help me remove my physical weakness. Opening the bottle, I drink 1 potion and another and wait for them to take the effect. Slowly weakness of my body recede and my mana also starts to enter the refinement engine. 5 minutes later, I had enough energy to remove my sword from the eye of the sand scorpion. When I look around, people are still fighting the monster and I got quite pleased seeing, I am the only one specialist grade evolver that had killed the monster first. Looking at corporal grade evolver fighting, I can tell that they will kill last remaining 2 corporal level monster in a minute or 2 as they were fighting 2 against 1. After corporal grade monsters are dead, it wouldn't take too much time to kill the rest of the specialist grade monsters. I noticed that after I drink the vitality potion, sometime later 2 seals of supreme combat exercise had absorbed the remaining vitality potion into them, and looking at seals, in less than 5 minutes, I can use the skill again. The reason I wait for 25 minutes for using skill so that vitality can charge again in the seals, as 9 Raging Tide skill, both needs vitality and mana to operate. The winds have become more ferocious than before, but seeing we have experienced this type of wind many times, I didn't take it heart. After 10 minutes, I became good enough to fight again. After seeing all the fights, I decided to help a girl in a purple. Need help? I said as defended against the blow of sand scorpion that girl is fighting. Yes, I will be grateful. She said, giving me a smile. I never had taken a good look at her. Now that I looked at her, she is quite cute. She is about my age with strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. She still has baby fat on her cheeks, and when she smiled a dimpled form on her cheeks which made her look very cute. I got quite surprised when I saw the fist holding Thunderbolt sigil on her suit. It means she is from Thunder God's Arena. As I am fighting the sand scorpion with the girl, I notice extreme emotions from Ashlin saying the big danger is coming. What danger? I asked her telepathically, but she didn't answer, just that danger is big. No matter how smart she is, she still has the intelligence of the toddler. Some things she can't convey even if she wants to. Chirp chirp chirp. She kept chirping loudly that people started noticing. What happened to that little bird? Is that silver birdie went mad? They said, seeing loudly. What happened? I heard Rhea asking loudly as she is a little far away and winded little strong. She said the big danger is coming. I shouted. Rhea nodded and suddenly her attacks and speed become even faster. Look, she was holding back something. Do you want to kill Sand Scorpion quickly? I asked Purple Hair Girl. I myself would have killed this monster in my time, but after hearing Ashlin warning, I decided to help the girl killing this monster. She had been fighting this monster for quite a while but didn't even manage to seriously injure it. Looking at her attacks, she is definitely more powerful than me despite both us being at the same level. If she had the little battle experience she would have finished this sand. Okay then. Tell your monster to hand its pincer and I will handle its stinger, tail. All you have to do is activate your skill and pierce the eye of the monster using all your strength. I said. And remember, I can hold off that tail for 6 seconds. I stated. Bitsy, hold off Scorpion's tail pincer for few seconds will you? Said girl lovingly to her stag monster. Her monster neighed in affirmation and looking excited. Ready then? I asked. Their girl in purple nodded with a serious nod. First tide. I shouted as I activated the power of first and jumped on the scorpion's back as stag monster is holding back its pincer. Second tide. I activate the power of the second tide as I was stinger is coming toward me. Bang! I defended against it but suddenly it taunts back and move her towards its I know that girl arrives near its head. Ha! I screamed loudly and attacked the tail of a scorpion, to obstruct it from attacking the girl. Clang! I felt a large amount of traveling to my arm as I obstructed tail. Stars in twilight. I heard behind my back and I know that girl is using her skill but the tail is also coming toward her again. Power of skill is gone. I have to defend against with my own power, I thought and readied my shield to defend against it. Poochie. I heart and scorpion slumped on the ground but tail still coming and I have obstructed it. Bang, my shield closed against the dead scorpion tail and next moment, I flew away from it back and crashed on the ground while having some fractured bones and blood in my mouth. But when I standing up from the ground, I saw a faint cloud of dust at very far away but it is slowly coming you toward me. If one doesn't look carefully, one would not notice it from this far away, my gaze just lucky to spot, I immediately made a connection with it, heavy wind and Ashlin's warning. Sandstorm. I should top of my lungs with extreme fear in my voice.